Chapter 1, While the diva works herself to death, I choose to chill at home. I lay on the bench, sunlight streaming over my body, and couldn't help letting out a contented sigh. Ha, ha, this is exactly the kind of life I've always dreamed of. In my past life, I was nothing but a miserable corporate drone. For me, transmigration became the quickest and most convenient way to defy fate and change my destiny. After winning countless awards, pop diva Li Huanga acquired her former company, became a female CEO, and secretly married me. As her secret husband, I'm far from just lounging around and living off her wealth. She once told me, "I married you purely for peace and quiet, to shut my family up about pressuring me to get married. If your identity ever becomes public knowledge, just maintain the persona I've created for you. I'll give you 200,000 a month as allowance, you can even find women, just don't let me know, and more importantly, don't get exposed by reporters. The rest, I'll tell you when I think of it." In my previous life, I worked behind the scenes in the entertainment industry. I know too well how that feels. I never imagined backstage work could bring me such intense daily joy. Even if my mind holds countless masterpieces from parallel worlds, I truly have no need to leave anything behind in this one. Though good work shouldn't be buried. What's that got to do with me? Just then, my phone suddenly rang. It was Li Huanga's voice. "Shin-chi, I'm bringing some friends over today. Buy some groceries, we'll have drinks at home tonight to discuss things." I grinned widely and immediately agreed. My wife had a beautiful voice, stunning looks, and an incredible figure. The only frustrating part was that after 3 years of marriage, our clear agreement stated I couldn't cross certain boundaries without her explicit consent. Every day was just an exercise in restrained admiration. But after 3 years of living together day and night, we've developed a friendship vibe. She handles the outside world while I take care of home, watching TV and having a drink together in our free time. This give and take, trouble-free relationship absolutely enchants me. I rode the 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle I bought with my first soft rice money to the market. Cooking an impressive spread of dishes to give Li Huanga face among her friends is my duty and obligation. Plus, if she's in a good mood, she might give me a little extra soft rice money this month. This world is quite prosperous, but cultural aspects are somewhat backward, culinary culture being no exception. I still remember when we first moved in after the contractual marriage, the first dish I made, stir-fried shredded potatoes, had Li Huanga finishing an entire small bowl. So for 3 years of marriage, she always held her most private gatherings with trusted friends at home. Even her best friends often looked forward to these meals. Before long, the dishes were ready on the table, and the guests arrived. After exchanging a few polite words with a smile, I retreated to the second floor to browse videos of busty beauties, leaving them space to discuss business. Once they finished eating, I went downstairs to clean up, took a shower, and went to bed. Just another mundane yet satisfyingly ordinary day. The gathering ended rather quickly today. As I was cleaning up, I glanced sideways and saw Li Huanga lounging on the couch like Guyu, her snow-white thighs exposed all the way up. The valleys and peaks of her posture were layered and enchanting, instantly lifting my mood even more. Getting this eye candy every day sure makes sleeping sweeter. "Shen-chi." Li Huanga set down her tablet and called out softly to me. I jogged over with a smile. "Your wish is my command, my lady." Normally she'd tease me when I acted like this, but today there was none of that. Her brows slightly furrowed, and I sensed something might be up. "Two things." "Go on, shoot." I deliberately pretended not to notice her troubled mood. The first thing is, I've adopted a child." I was startled, then laughed. "That's your freedom. You're the sugar mommy, what's adopting a child compared to that? The child might need you to take care of them," she said awkwardly. I nodded with a chuckle. "Then you'll need to pay more." But this time, the usually domineering female CEO looked troubled. "What's wrong?" I felt inexplicably nervous. Could she be trying to freeload? I shook my head slightly. She wasn't the type to nickel and dime over such things. Unless, were the good days coming to an end? She said with slight embarrassment, the company has been facing some difficulties recently. The rising male and female stars we promoted didn't take off, and the new talent development plan isn't going well." I quickly interjected, "You never talk to me about work matters, just cut to the chase." She sighed. "This month's salaries might have to be reduced, and they'll probably be delayed too." "What?" I was stunned. "There's no other way," she said apologetically. "How about we discuss the childcare situation?" In a rare gesture, she took my hand and had me sit beside her. "Quite coincidentally, this child shares your surname, Shin Shokuin, 5 years old. He lost his memory in a car accident, and both his parents passed away. It took me tremendous effort to make him accept that I'm his mother and you're his father." I was dumbfounded. "But the truth is, the truth doesn't matter," she said sternly. "The child's health is what matters most." My mouth hung open. You're making me seem like some kind of villain." She patted my shoulder. "Don't worry, apart from forgetting about his parents, Shin Shokuin is perfectly normal. So you must work with me to give Shin Shokuin a brand new life, happy, sweet, and harmonious one that will shape for him." I stared blankly into her eyes, determined, solemn, and filled with the radiance of maternal kindness. At this moment, I felt she was a white dove in the sky, while I was a crawling insect in the mud. Alright. In a daze, I went upstairs, only to see a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She reached for her phone and pressed the voice message button. The plan is progressing smoothly. Chapter 2, The Little Ancestor Arrives, The Good Days Are Over. Later, I learned Fu Qing was sprawled on the bed, dressed lightly, her alluring figure completely exposed. Upon receiving Li Huanga's message, she bolted upright and immediately called him back. Hello? Li Huanga seemed to be avoiding me, his voice somewhat hushed. Huanga, is it really alright for you to deceive Shin-Chi like this? Li Huanga said with conviction. Only Lin Duo and I have seen the score fork chasing the moon. Once we finished revising it, it instantly reached a whole new level. But there's no one else in the house except me and Shin-Chi. In that case, it must be Shin-Chi. Fu Qing asked. What else have you found out? For example, has Shin-Chi ever shown any talent for musical instruments or singing? Li Huanga replied, not really. Occasionally he hums some strange little tunes, but I can tell he has a good sense of rhythm. So you're betting that Shin-Chi has some hidden abilities you're unaware of, and you want to reveal them through a live-streamed variety show? And then have him become a sign singer? Li Huanga gently shook her head. These are all uncertain matters, but the variety show Moms on a Business Trip holds significant value. Coincidentally, Shin-Chi and Xiao Koan are a perfect fit. Even if Shin-Chi doesn't have any particular talents, at least he perfectly embodies the image of a gentle, intellectual, and handsome father. That's true. I have to say, the sweet and sour pork Shin-Chi made tonight was absolutely amazing. Plus, this way I can see how Shin-Chi and Xiao Koan interact at home, Li Huanga said. Fu Qing suddenly smirked slyly. You say it's a contract marriage, but I think you've developed feelings for Shin-Chi over time and want to make him the real deal, don't you? Don't talk nonsense. It's all for the child's sake. Li Huanga's cheeks flushed pink, and for our company too. Fu Qing asked worriedly, what if Shin-Chi gets angry when he realizes someone's been spying on him? Shin-Chi has never really gotten angry. He's greedy and stingy, at worst. Just compensate him with some money. Let's hope so. I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Could it be that my ultimate life dream, barely enjoyed for 3 short years, was already coming to an end? At dawn, I suddenly sat up with bloodshot eyes. I'm being too pessimistic. The good days aren't over yet, we're just going through a temporary setback. My name is Shin-Chi. Li Huanga is an outstanding entrepreneur with extraordinary resilience. I thought to myself, she wouldn't fall so easily. Even if her company encounters operational problems or even goes bankrupt, my good days wouldn't come to an end. I recalled how Li Huanga looked radiant and dazzling on stage. That's right, she's a diva through and through, she'll always make money. Surely she wouldn't lack my small contribution, right? Headlights suddenly illuminated outside. Wrapped in my coat, I walked to the window just as a little boy stepped out of the car. Watching Li Huanga excitedly kneel down to embrace him, my anxious heart instantly turned cold. Shin Xiaokuan, he's here. The moment Shin Xiaokuan appeared, I knew Li Huanga's company was probably in trouble. After all, she'd mentioned both matters to me in the same breath. What a mess. I couldn't just sit idle. I needed to devise a way to save Li Huanga's company, only then could my comfortable life continue. Moreover, I couldn't afford to reveal my true competence yet. I had to maintain my carefree facade of mooching off her success. After a quick freshening up, I headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, making a refined and nutritious meal. Before long, Li Huangi and Shin Xiaokuan came downstairs. It must be said that despite being only 5 years old, Shin Xiaokuan was exceptionally handsome. Fair-skinned with jet-black glossy hair, a tall nose bridge, thick eyebrows and big eyes, full of youthful vitality, appearing much healthier than children his age. Are you my dad? Shin Xiaokuan stared at me and asked. Li Huangi blinked rapidly, and with an inward sigh, I forced what I thought was a friendly smile while opening my arms. That's right, I'm your daddy. Li Huangi patted Shin Xiaokuan's head and said, go give your dad a hug. Shin Xiaokuan turned his head and said, it's a bit too early. Before we truly acknowledge each other, I must sign a contract with him. With that, he walked past me and sat at the table, picking up a pen to start writing. I dumbfoundedly turned my head to watch. I'm now suspecting he might really be your biological son. The way we first met is exactly the same as how you and I started 3 years ago, both beginning with a written contract. Li Huanga rolled her eyes at me. That's even better. This way the child won't suffer any disadvantages out in the world later on. But I'm losing out right now, having an extra person to take care of, less money coming in, and delayed payments too. The sneakers I wanted will have to wait even longer, I said bitterly. Li Huanga spread his hands and said, there's no helping it. The child's development comes first. You'll have to learn how to be a good father now. Xiao Kuan's education is also your responsibility. My head was spinning from all this. Shin Xiaokuan seemed quite satisfied with my cooking and even gave me a compliment. Not bad, keep it up. My face darkened. Hey, you little brat. Li Huanga shot me a glare. Watch your language. Kids pick up on these things. I couldn't help feeling depressed as I cautiously asked, Huanga, is your company really in trouble? How serious is it? Li Huanga sighed and put down her chopsticks. As long as home remains peaceful, I can handle the company matters. Within 7 days, I'd pretty much gotten to know Shin Xiaokuan. This child acted like a miniature adult, only 5 years old but remarkably knowledgeable, always walking with hands clasped behind his back like some venerable elder, ready to lecture you when displeased. What's more, he was a multi-talented kid, the undisputable model child that all parents compare their own kids to. While Shin Xiaokuan was away, Li Huanga quietly told me, I'll be going on a business trip for a while, not sure exactly when I'll return. Xiaokuan's school enrollment procedures are still being processed. Please take care of him at home these days, this could be a good chance to deepen your father-son bond. You absolutely mustn't tell Xiaokuan the truth. You need to fully demonstrate that you're his real father. I was utterly stunned. Is this how you do things? The child just arrived and you're already shirking responsibilities? Li Huanga asked discontentedly, what does our agreement say? You handle domestic affairs while I handle external matters. Now that I'm going out to handle external matters, you're unhappy about managing domestic affairs at home? I'll deduct your pay. You hear me? Li Huanga threw the car keys at me. Be my chauffeur for the afternoon. Drive me to the office first to handle some business, then we're going shopping for client gifts before my business trip. The three of us had just stepped out when the villa door swung open. A tall beauty entered with several people wearing moms on a business trip company uniforms. Fu Qing was Li Huanga's personal assistant and bestie, occasionally coming over for meals. She knew this place like the back of her hand. Install cameras with full coverage, every corner of each room must be under surveillance. If problems arise, you may not get another chance to come back and rearrange things. Work quickly. Later, at the dazzlingly opulent show venue, on the observation panel's large leather sofa sat 3 glamorous female stars with exquisite makeup and luxurious outfits, as if competing in a beauty contest. They were of diva and A-list actress caliber, Lin Xiaolu, Zhuo Yi, and Bai Qinghe. But the moment Li Huanga appeared, all eyes were drawn to her, and the applause and cheers grew even more fervent. Her flawless face, enchanting figure, and skyrocketing popularity sent both the live audience and online viewers into a frenzy. These 4 highly popular female celebrities in the entertainment industry gathered together, their unspoken rivalry hanging palpably in the air. Each representing one of China's 4 major entertainment companies, they were their respective agencies' crown jewels. Thus began the grand immersive live mystery program Moms on a Business Trip, jointly produced by these 4 entertainment giants. The beautiful host Fong Qian and the handsome host Li Lei opened the show with excitement. Dear audience friends in the live stream, welcome to the live broadcast of Mom is Away on Business. This program is jointly produced by 4 of China's most renowned entertainment giants, Huanga Entertainment, Heijing Entertainment, Anna Entertainment, and Brilliant Entertainment. For top-tier divas and award-winning actresses from these entertainment companies have formed our celebrity observation panel. We've selected 3 special families for immersive observation, showcasing the daily lives of young fathers taking care of children at home, while providing proper guidance on life perspectives, worldviews, and values during the live broadcast. One crucial point must be emphasized here: the family being live-streamed is completely unaware of it. In other words, this show entirely observes the most authentic daily routine of a father taking care of his child at home. I opened my eyes. Sigh. Now that there's an extra kid around, I can't even sleep in anymore. I got up, dressed, and walked out, instantly setting the barrage of comments ablaze. Wow, a mansion. This family is loaded. Definitely not your average household at first glance. According to the introduction, Shin Shi is only in his early 20s, but the child is already 5? Young and handsome, must have landed a sugar mama. How else could he afford such a big house? I've realized one thing: Shin Shi's mansion is just missing me. I wouldn't mind being the kid's stepmom. Such a young dad, still immature himself. Could he even handle raising a child? After a quick wash-up, it was already 8 a.m. There was movement upstairs. Xiaokuan, go wash up first, I shouted. Shin Xiaokuan's displeased voice echoed from upstairs. Father-son agreement rule number 1. Shin Shi shall not interfere with any matters concerning Shin Xiaokuan, nor shall he make any decisions on Shin Xiaokuan's behalf without permission. Did you forget? Furious, I yelled again, listen here, Shin Xiaokuan, your mom's not home, no one's gonna stop me if I decide to smack you. I opened the fridge, took out some eggs, and headed to the kitchen. Grabbing a bowl, I poured in flour, cracked the eggs, and began whisking with practiced ease. He then washed and sliced a few cabbage leaves, stir-fried aromatics to make a bubbling dough drop soup, while starting to cook flatbreads on the other burner. Looks like our dad here is quite skilled in the kitchen, Fong Qian remarked with a smile. Such simple dishes like dough drop soup and flatbreads are making my mouth water. Li Lei also chuckled. Many women say men who cook are attractive. Shin Shi is naturally handsome to begin with, and seeing him cook so well makes this family seem truly happy. I've totally noticed Shin-chi's good looks. Shua Yi laughed. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe nodded in agreement. His appearance is indeed impeccable, but he's just too young, they added. I'm Shin-chi. Li Huanga's lips could barely suppress a smile, probably thinking how this young, handsome guy likely doesn't know the first thing about childcare. When she's away, any conversation between me and Shin Shokuan would inevitably mention her, ensuring everyone recognizes this as her family. The show's ratings would skyrocket. If my gentle, family-oriented nature and Shokuan's well-behaved cleverness get revealed, it'd do wonders for her career. And if I casually drop some musical talent, she'd hit the jackpot. The female viewers in the livestream were practically starry-eyed, showering the chat with praise. On screen, I flipped a pancake and, on a whim, broke into song in a playful falsetto. Asterisk up at dawn together dum 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 dum. Got home and where'd my woman go? Dum 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 dum. Asterisk. The studio audience froze in bewilderment. The comments section exploded. Reactions poured in. This refined rich boy type, cooking and singing that? Asterisk. Never judge by appearances. Asterisk. Some even praised my musicality. The live show was filled with laughter. Fan Binbin and her two companions clutched their stomachs, laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Li Huanga's face twitched uncontrollably, her stomach probably churning while her blood pressure skyrocketed. She was probably wondering, did he really sing this song all those mornings when he made breakfast for me over the past 3 years? I started shaking my hips again and continued singing, searching all the neighbors around. Can't find my woman. I ain't sound dun 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 dun. Sweating buckets in my frantic spree. Here come two officers to see the female celebrities in the observation panel had lost all pretense of elegance, laughing uproariously. Li Huanga's mouth hung open as she stared at the screen, probably utterly bewildered. She must have been wondering how the calm, gentle man she knew could act like this in private all this time. She'd probably been wary of my so-called scheming nature. At this moment, Shin Shokuan came downstairs and appeared in the frame. That girl Fong Qian exclaimed something about father and son having great looks, while I was still singing about collecting manure. Xiaokuan frowned and said my singing was awful. I retorted defiantly, claiming this song wasn't for ordinary people to sing and that my vocal skills were unbeatable. Xiaokuan covered his forehead with a helpless expression, saying having such an unreliable man at home gives him a headache, but at least one of the two men is dependable. Xiaokuan covered his forehead with a look that said disappointed but not surprised, remarking, how did you manage to disguise yourself so well in front of my mom? I told my mom how you usually behave at home, and she wouldn't believe me. I suddenly remembered how Xiaokuan told Li Huanga that I acted like an epileptic at home. That girl Li Huanga, having only seen my gentle side first, simply refused to believe it. I brought out the cornmeal soup and potato carrot pancakes. Xiaokuan's eyes lit up, though he pretended to be displeased, saying I was just making do with casual food for him. I teased him, claiming I could eat a whole pancake in one bite, and even made a bet with him for 500 yuan of his mom's money. We went upstairs, got the cash, and slapped it on the table. I stuffed the entire pancake into my mouth in one go and won the money. The livestream chat was flooded with comments accusing me of cheating kids out of their pocket money, leaving Li Huanga fidgeting uncomfortably in the studio while forced to maintain a cheerful facade. When the host asked for her opinion, she gritted her teeth and smilingly called me shameless, though she conceded it was true that my relationship with the child resembled a friendship. The other female celebrities offered mixed opinions, leaving Li Huanga seething inwardly without knowing how to counter, probably already plotting how to deal with me when we got home. After dinner, when I told Shokuan to wash the dishes, he claimed he needed to practice calligraphy and actually went to the study to write characters that turned out more beautifully than the instruction manual I read. I pressed my hand on his calligraphy practice sheet and told him there's no such thing as a free lunch, he'd have to pay for what he got. Since I cooked the meal, doing the dishes would be his job. I gave Shin Shokuan a bright smile and said, the moment you finish washing the dishes from the last meal is when you earn the right to eat the next one. The kid gave a cold laugh and countered sharply, and what if I refuse? I didn't back down either. Then just try it. With that, I let go of the paper, flashed him another smile, and walked out of the room. The livestream chat was buzzing with activity at this moment, with viewers voicing varied opinions. Some thought I was being too harsh by making 5-year-old Shokuan do the dishes, while others believed my approach would help instill the right values in the child. Li Huanga subtly furrowed her brows, likely recalling how she'd reminded me to treat Shokuan kindly before leaving. Seeing me assign him chores clearly didn't sit well with her. Bai Qinghe coldly remarked that threatening a child by withholding food was unacceptable, a sentiment Lin Xiaolu echoed by stressing a 5-year-old shouldn't go hungry. Zhuo Yi abstained from judgment, citing her lack of parenting experience. Li Huanga narrowed her eyes slightly, casting an imperceptible glance toward Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. They were around the same age as Li Huanji, competing fiercely in the entertainment industry. The show invited 4 major celebrities from 4 major entertainment companies precisely to create conflicts and buzz. Moreover, Li Huanji had grudges against these two. Although she might not have handled things perfectly, hearing them talk like that still didn't sit right with her. Li Huanji argued that the younger the child, the easier it is to develop good habits, insisting that her approach wasn't wrong. Lin Xiaolu looked shocked and reminded her that she shouldn't think that way, especially since she didn't have children. Bai Qinghe's words carried hidden implications, accusing me of using underhanded means to win money from children through bets, disapproving of my educational methods, and urging Li Huanga to instill proper values in me, that if we ever had a child, this wasn't how to raise them. They kept repeating, "It's for your own good," until Li Huanga nearly rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that they were all foxes pretending to be innocent little rabbits. Li Huanga believed I wouldn't actually let Xiao Kuan go hungry, speculating it might be because I'm stingy and dissatisfied with working more without a raise, or because I'm still adjusting to Xiao Kuan's recent arrival, or perhaps simply due to my youth and lack of experience dealing with children. Li Lei and Fang Qian smiled and said we'd have to wait and see whether I'd really starve Xiao Kong for a meal, while the livestream audience started placing bets on whether Xiao Kuan would actually do the dishes. Xiao Kuan was remarkably disciplined, dutifully practicing calligraphy with a fountain pen for a full hour and a half in front of the camera. The livestream audience found it incredible that a 5-year-old boy could sit still for so long, instantly winning everyone's affection. I tidied up briefly before lying on the sofa to browse my phone. When the camera zoomed in, viewers saw a video of a stunning woman with ample curves and long legs glistening from what appeared to be oil. The live stream erupted again, some criticizing male lustfulness, while others argued such content was perfectly normal to view. Li Huanga stared fixedly at the large screen, face filled with disbelief. Bai Qinghe had warned I might be a hypocrite, making her pity the mistress of this household. Li Huanga frowned and retorted that watching a video of a beautiful woman didn't necessarily make someone a hypocrite. Bai Qinghe chuckled and said Li Huanga didn't understand men. Lin Xiaolu went even further, tearing me to shreds, claiming I sang vulgar songs, swindled Xiaokuan's money, forced him to wash dishes, and secretly watched videos of beautiful women. In her eyes, I was already a lost cause. Truth be told, I was thinking none of those women could hold a candle to Li Huanga. Hearing this, Li Huanga's face flushed crimson, and a sweet warmth surged in her heart. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions darkened, their tones laced with jealousy. Zhuo Yi said I wasn't lustful, just appreciating Li Huangji. Just then, Xiao Kuan leaned his head toward my screen, threatening to tell my mom about my emotional infidelity. I chuckled and asked if he really thought my mother would believe him if he badmouthed me. Xiao Kuan froze for a second before understanding dawned on him. After glaring at me, Xiao Kuan stormed off to the second floor study. I brewed a pot of tea, pulled out my laptop, and started typing. The live stream audience is curious about what I'm writing. Some speculate I might have a hidden occupation, perhaps even being a web novel author. The studio hosts are discussing it too. Li Huangji has never seen me sitting by a computer before and feels slightly concerned. Upstairs, piano music begins playing. The scene shifts to Xiao Kuan, sitting at the piano like a little adult, playing earnestly. Li Huangji can't suppress a smile. Thankfully, there's Xiao Kuan to balance things out. She recalls their first meeting, this child who had forgotten memories of his deceased parents from the car accident, remaining only as a vessel preserving beautiful memories. Li Huanga exerted countless efforts to nurture Shin Xiaokuan, only bringing him home after he finally acknowledged her. She was determined to give Xiaokuan an extraordinarily brilliant life. Xiaokuan, too, was remarkably talented. By just 5 years old, he had already picked up most of the skills he was interested in, practically a prodigy. In the video, I had been listening intently when suddenly I frowned. No, this section has a few weak notes. Netizens immediately erupted. Just because he's handsome, does that mean he can talk nonsense? I thought it sounded perfectly fine. What's with this stay-at-home freeloader pretending to know it all? I've been learning piano for 3 years now, and I'm worse than a kid? Someone, get this freeloader out of here. I frowned again, but quickly relaxed. A child barely over 5 years old, lacking finger strength, it's not bad for them to play like this. Why should I care about that? Keep slacking off. Watching me lie down on the couch again in the footage, the audience who adored Xiao Kuan grew furious, scolding me left and right for being irresponsible. Zhuo Yi looked at Li Huanga. As a rising star in the music industry, she was quite skilled at piano. Heavenly Queen Huanga, did you catch it? At that moment, Li Huanga was also puzzled. At first, she thought Xiaokuan's playing was flawless. After hearing the critique, she had initially been displeased, thinking to herself why someone was pretending to know what they didn't. But when she listened carefully, she indeed noticed the flaw in Xiaokuan's performance. She was equally baffled how someone could detect such a subtle imperfection that even professionals would struggle to catch. Li Huanga glanced at Zhuo Yi, seeing the same realization reflected in her eyes, and nodded. Xiaokuan's playing far surpasses children his age. Initially, I didn't notice either, but after Shin Shi pointed it out and I listened carefully, there is indeed a tiny, almost negligible imperfection. Just as Shin Shi said, a few notes were weak. The entire studio audience was astonished. Zhuo Yi also remarked, exactly what I noticed. Someone who can detect such subtle issues must have exceptionally strong piano expertise. Netizens' attitudes immediately shifted. Holy shit, so I'm the clown here? I was the one ranting earlier, never expecting Shin Shi actually pinpointed it. Brother Shin Shi is so cool, he even plays piano. I told you guys his criticism wasn't baseless. Wait, shouldn't the real question be why a father isn't guiding his own son instead? He actually chose to continue being a deadbeat? I can see from Shin-Chi's behavior that he's grown accustomed to living off his wife's wealth. Thought. Bai Qinghe sighed helplessly. This is often the problem when fathers take care of children. They tend to muddle along, avoiding responsibilities whenever they can slack off. Exactly. Lin Xiaolu agreed. When I notice such issues at home, I correct them immediately. That's why my husband doesn't end up like Shin-Chi. Li Huang raised an eyebrow at them. Oh, can teacher Bai and screen queen Lin really detect such subtle flaws? Or is it that your husbands can? Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions changed. Bai Qinghe retorted, isn't it even worse to recognize mistakes yet refuse to correct them compared to not noticing them at all? Lin Xiaolu also remarked with hidden meaning, even if one can't teach, they could at least enroll the child in piano lessons. Joy Yi immediately laughed and said, but songstress Li Huang's piano skills are already masterful, how could any piano teacher possibly compare? Li Huang glanced at the screen again, the living room clock had already reached 11:30. I was still tapping away at my computer while Xiao Koan had been playing the piano for over half an hour. Finally, I stretched my body, shut down the computer, and stood up with a frown. Really? Sigh. My perfectionist personality is making it impossible for me to tolerate this any longer. I strode upstairs and knocked on the doorframe of the music room. Xiao Koan stopped playing and looked at me with confusion. What's up? I said directly, for most people, the pinky finger is relatively weak. Given that you're barely 6 years old, your pinky would be even weaker. I assume someone at your level has already noticed this. Xiao Koan stared at me with wide, bewildered eyes, clearly not expecting me to say something like that. I continued, that's why, when you were playing just now, you unconsciously lifted your pinky and used the force from your wrist to push it down on the keys, sometimes even letting your pinky lie flat while playing. Xiao Koan was stunned because I was absolutely right. But he couldn't help wondering to himself, does this unreliable dad actually know how to play the piano? I stretched out my hand to demonstrate and added, actually, if you try lifting your pinky and play with its stabilized fingertip like the other fingers, you'll find that the pinky can easily rise above the back of your hand just as well as the others. If you want to train your weaker pinky, have it play more black keys. Since black keys are higher than white ones, lifting the pinky higher will allow you to strike them clearly. Suddenly pausing in thought, I pointed at the sheet music on the piano. Take the piece you just played to practice the stretch between the fourth and fifth fingers. Try transposing it to F major or B flat major. Give it a try, I said as I turned to leave. Wait, Xiao Koan called out. I turned back to meet his clear, astonished eyes. You can play the piano? Xiao Koan asked. I chuckled and shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. You're just a deadbeat living off your wife. Why are you teaching me? Xiao Koan pressed. Hey, I took offense at that. I'm your dad. Is that any way to talk to your father? But, Xiao Koan curled his lip. I wasn't seriously angry though, and just tossed out, I'm a perfectionist, you play badly, and it's my ears that suffer. I've shown you the method anyway, Xiao Koan said pensively, his gaze returning to the piano keys. Li Lei asked curiously, Queen of Joyful Songs, was Shin-Chi right? Both Li Huang and Joy Yi nodded in agreement. Joy Yi praised, straight to the point, and he directly proposed a training method. At least he's considerably more professional than me. Li Huang's mind was still buzzing. She'd considered that I might understand music, and had signed up this time hoping for unexpected gains. She never imagined I truly knew my stuff, yet now suspected whether I'd just gotten lucky with random remarks. Netizens were buzzing again. I'm baffled, since when did the bar for stay-at-home dads get raised this high? Did you see that? Shin-Chi's lazy, slacker attitude was so obvious even his son couldn't stand it. Hence the blunt tone with him. Not necessarily, being able to point out flaws doesn't automatically mean Shin-Chi is amazing at piano. But someone who's not skilled absolutely couldn't spot those issues, which means my Chi-Gage isn't just handsome but talented too. After my intervention, Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe didn't seem to have much left to say, but they still felt something was off about the atmosphere in our home. Exchanging a glance, they silently understood each other's thoughts. They had already planned every detail of their upcoming baby care livestream, precise timings, desired outcomes, and the personas they wanted to establish. At that moment, the studio screen once again showed Xiao Koan playing piano. This time his performance showed marked improvement, prompting surprised exclamations from piano-savvy viewers in the barrage comments. I suddenly sat upright from the sofa, glancing at the wall clock. Shin Xiaokuan, oh Shin Xiaokuan, it's already 12 o'clock. Since you still haven't washed the dishes, I'm really going to have to skip your meal this time. A sinking feeling rose in Li Huang's heart. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe immediately seized the opportunity, their voices laced with indignation. How could anyone actually starve a 5-year-old child? What kind of father does that? This makes me furious. I absolutely won't allow my husband to be like Shin-Chi. I demand to speak to the lady of this household. Chapter 7, Utmost Dedication, Heartwarming Dishes. Amidst Li Huang's apprehensions, Shin-Chi began his preparations. He first took out some pork ribs, placing them in a pot of cold water with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to remove any gaminess. Then he grabbed a piece of meat and started chopping it into mince. The rhythmic sound of mincing rose and fell in steady succession. To the minced meat, he added egg whites, minced scallions and ginger, cooking wine, light soy sauce, oyster sauce. Calm and methodical, with practiced movements. Countless netizens watched with shining eyes. Wow wow wow, a handsome man who can cook, love it love it. Don't say he's a freeloader. Shin-chi is good looking and cooks well, some people can't even freeload properly. What is he going to cook? Is the lady of the house coming back? I think Shin-chi is up to something, deliberately making delicious food to tease Xiaokuan, just to make him do the dishes next time. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe felt a faint sense of unease. They knew all too well that their husband couldn't cook. At the same time, a fleeting hint of envy in their eyes betrayed their true feelings. How long had it been since he'd last eaten a meal prepared by someone who truly cared for him? I think the lady of this house must be very happy. Zhuo Yi sighed. In the future, I'll also find a man who's good at cooking. So handsome. Li Huanga was inwardly delighted. Isn't this exactly the purpose of signing up for the Moms Away on Business show? Asterisk. Note, italics indicate the show's title is likely fictional within this context. Asterisk. Showcase Xiaokuan's genius while also highlighting Shin-chi's devotion to family. Cut the green peppers into sections, slit one side to remove the seeds, then stuff them with the pre-marinated minced meat filling. Heat oil in the pan, fry the stuffed peppers until golden on both sides, then pour in the sauce Shin-chi prepared in advance. The steam rising from the pot made netizens in the livestream feel like they could smell the aroma through their screens. Shin-chi suddenly took out a handful of smoked plums, leaving the livestream viewers utterly confused. I can cook many homestyle dishes too, but I've never heard of using smoked plums before. Is this some kind of disastrous recipe? Could it be that since little Shin-kuan doesn't wash dishes, the dad's trying to poison him while the mother's away? Hey, this handsome man is downright malicious. Is he trying to poison his son, divorce his wife, and then run off with me in a mutual pursuit? If you keep daydreaming, sis upstairs, I'll douse you with my pee, and it's pungent. The host Fang Qian asked in confusion. 3 of the observer members are married. Do any of you know what Shin-chi is up to? Zhuo Yi and the other 2 all shook their heads. Li Huanga smiled slightly and said, this dish should be called plum sauce spare ribs. My husband made it for me before. Bai Qinghe immediately felt displeased. Oh, is Heavenly Queen Huanga showing off her happy marriage here? No one here can verify whether you've actually eaten it or not. Lin Xiaolu quickly caught on. Then does Professor Huanga know how to make this dish? Li Huanga froze for a brief moment, then shook his head. Though accustomed to eating Shin-chi's delicious cooking at home, when had Li Huanga ever actually watched Shin-chi prepare a meal? Freshly washed up each morning, Shin-chi would already have breakfast ready and waiting. If he ever confirmed he'd be returning home for the evening, dinners would likewise be prepared in advance by Shin-chi. Each dish, more flavorful than those made by renowned restaurant chefs, never failed to tantalize Li Huanga's taste buds. This lifestyle continued for 3 years. At this moment, Li Huanga suddenly realized something. Whenever work kept him from returning home, Li Huanga found himself constantly thinking about Shin-chi's home-cooked meals. Whenever hunger pangs struck, Li Huanga's mind would invariably conjure up images of the dishes Shin-chi used to prepare. It suddenly dawned on Li Huanga that over these 3 years, Shin-chi's cooking had unknowingly become his culinary habit, even a dependency. Apparently, he mattered more than she'd ever realized. A faint smile graced Li Huanga's lips. My husband really did make this dish for me before, but because of my neglect, I never paid attention to how he made it. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe still didn't believe it, or perhaps they were forcing themselves not to believe it deliberately. Zhuo Yi and Fang Qian, however, showed expressions of envy. It seems the songbird queen's husband really loves you. Such considerate cooking, if not for love, then what else could it be? That man stole my Huanga away. If he treats Huanga badly, I'll kill him. I'm so jealous of Empress Huanga. What kind of man could possibly be worthy of marrying Empress Huanga? Look, Shin-chi seems to actually be making plum sauce. Could Empress Huanga have been right? No way. This dish actually exists? Sure enough, Shin-chi first removed the pits from the dark plums and blended them into a paste in the food processor. Then, he added the pre-fried ribs to the pot along with 2 spoonfuls of the dark plum paste. A fragrant, steaming mist rose from the pan. As he stir-fried, Shin-chi suddenly burst into exaggerated, self-amused singing. Your faint smile is like black plum jam. I tasted the minty lipstick at the corner of your mouth. It's the sweetest love, coming so surely, because of each shy reaction you show. Zhuo Yi let out a surprised sound. What song is this? Li Huanga suddenly gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. It's here. It's here. Shin-chi was singing again. Li Huanga's expression froze momentarily. Why did she say again? Alright, if counting that dung song works. But this song was nothing like getting up at dawn to collect dung. It was a pop song through and through. It's very catchy and pleasant to the ears. The barrage comments are taking off. What song is this? Never heard it before. Sounds amazing, simple melody but instantly catchy. Could it be some obscure song from an underground artist? I checked, this song doesn't exist at all. So, Joy covered her mouth with her hand. Could it be an original composition? Impossible. Lin Xiaolu exclaimed immediately. Absolutely impossible. How could a jobless house husband possibly compose music? I second that. Bai Qinghe immediately chimed in. Joy looked at Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe with some confusion. Li Huanga glanced at the two of them. Huaxia has talents emerging in every generation. No one knows which ordinary family might produce an extraordinary genius. Can the calligraphy and piano skills of 5-year-old Shin Xiaokuan be compared to those of ordinary children his age? Shin Shi pointed out the issues with Shin Xiaokuan's piano playing. Could just any piano teacher do that? So if Shin Shi can compose, what's there for you not to understand? Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe were left speechless by Li Huanga's remarks. Fan Binfen nodded in agreement. The songbird queen is absolutely right. That's why Shin Shi isn't your ordinary house husband. Perhaps Shin Shi genuinely possesses many special skills that truly enable him to lounge at home and live off a wealthy woman. So the bar for being a kept man is incredibly high nowadays. The only thing I can compare with Shin Shi is my looks. Everything else? It's just no contest. Hey kid, sis recognizes your ID. This time it's my turn to roast you. The slow-cooked plum sauce ribs simmered for exactly 30 minutes were finally ready. Shin Shi sprinkled sesame seeds with what seemed like religious reverence. As a perfectionist, I'm not just cooking food, I'm crafting tenderness itself. Shin Shi solemnly and ceremoniously served the spare ribs with black plum sauce, lifting the plate to take a careful sniff before nodding in satisfaction. Only with the utmost dedication can one cook dishes that carry warmth. Only then can one create meals brimming with love. Chapter 8. If you want to eat, you'll have to wash my socks. Shin Shi cooked 4 dishes in just over 40 minutes. Plum sauce spare ribs, stuffed green peppers in tiger skin pattern, oyster sauce mushrooms, and stir-fry Chinese cabbage hearts with vinegar. At the same time, he also steamed a pot of piping hot rice. While the dishes alone were a feast for the senses with their vibrant colors, tantalizing aroma, and exquisite flavors, it was Shin Shi's relaxed, skillful, and masterful cooking process that truly stood out. The utmost sense of ritual he displayed through his expressions and words added a layer of devout solemnity to this seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary meal. All of this made the meal seem like more than just a meal. Wow, if someone could cook like this for me, how could I still be unmarried at 48? I'm seriously in love. This is the perfect man. If it were me, I'd happily let him take advantage of me at home. Live off me. This guy is seriously outrageous. He single-handedly raised the bar for being a kept man and slacking off. If all the women in China watch this livestream, where am I supposed to find a sugar mama now? Li Huanga's heart was filled with complex emotions at this moment. Shin Shi had lived up to Li Huanga's expectations, which was something to be happy about. But Li Huanga had never realized that every single meal Shin Shi prepared for her was made with such devotion. Even when she wasn't home, Shin Shi cooked for himself with the same reverent care. Li Huanga was deeply moved. This meal made Li Huanga more desirous than usual. Shin Shi reflexively called out Huan, then laughed and scratched his head. She's not home. Li Huanga felt a twinge in his heart. Shin Shi, oh Shin Shi, ours is just a contractual marriage. Could it be that you've fallen for me? Li Huanga's face flushed slightly, only to see Shin Shi glance toward the staircase. If it weren't for tempting Shin Xiaokuan, would I even bother cooking like this myself? Li Huanga. Speaking of which, why hasn't that kid come down yet? How am I supposed to make him drool if he doesn't show up? Ptah, Shin Shi is too funny. Gotta admit I'm really looking forward to seeing Shin Xiaokuan's reaction later. Damn it. How could anyone bear to starve little Kuan despite him being so handsome? After watching Shin Shi cook just now, I've changed my mind. Shin Shi does everything, doesn't he even make Shin Xiaokuan wash the dishes? Kunzai is only 5 years old. Has he been practicing calligraphy and piano so hard that he doesn't even deserve a single meal? Finally, Shin Xiaokuan came downstairs. Shin Shi seemed to be deliberately waiting for this moment, only starting to eat when Shin Xiaokuan looked over. See, Deli, Shin Xiaokuan's face instantly darkened. If I'm not mistaken, you're speaking English? Shin Shi chuckled with a mischievous grin. Delicious in English might easily turn into hysterical, and you might very well experience it firsthand. Shin Xiaokuan noticed there were no chopsticks or bowls set out for him on the table. He walked into the kitchen to grab a set for himself, then went to the rice cooker to serve some rice. A large hand suddenly pressed down on the rice cooker lid. Shin Shi said sternly, I've told you, no dinner unless you wash the dishes. You, Shin Xiaokuan flared up angrily. Though you're young, I must treat you as a man. A man must keep his word. If you eat this meal without doing as I said, you'll never take my words seriously in the days to come. As a father, I need to maintain my authority, and you must earn your meals through your own efforts. Shin Xiaokuan stared blankly at Shin Shi, never expecting that as soon as Li Huanga went on a business trip, Shin Shi would actually grow a backbone. You're actually serious about this? Shin Shi nodded. Better I teach you manners at home now than let society teach you to take without earning later. The atmosphere suddenly turned icy. This, Shinchi makes perfect sense with every word. But why does it feel a bit over the top? Actually, I think Shinchi isn't wrong. Children are very good at finding adults' weaknesses. If adults can stay firm, children will develop strong character. How cruel to have such exquisite dishes laid before me yet be unable to eat. This is torment. Lin Xiaolu grew even more furious than before. This is absurd. Utterly absurd. Shinchi has gone too far. A child's health should always come first. If you want to teach them household chores, you can do so with gentle persuasion. Why take such an extreme approach? Bai Qinghe stood up in anger. Zhuai Yi gave a slight shake of her head. In her eyes, Shinchi had done nothing wrong. Just skipping one meal perhaps helped cultivate Shin Shokuin's good habit of doing household chores. Li Huanga found herself conflicted again. Treating Shin Shokuin as her own child, while nurturing his multiple talents, she naturally hoped he would also grow to be sensible and well-mannered in social interactions. Yet Li Huanga felt Shinchi's method was somewhat excessive. No matter what, we can't let the child go without food. Shin Shokuin usually has a hearty appetite because he spends a lot of energy on his hobbies every day, which consumes a great deal. But Shinchi's stance was firm and unyielding. At this moment, no one thought Shin Shokuin would successfully get his lunch. The problem was that Shin Shokuin was precocious and wouldn't resort to tantrums to solve problems like other kids his age. Shin Shokuin knew perfectly well that Shinchi wouldn't give him lunch even if he starved, and throwing tantrums wouldn't soften Shinchi's heart either. Growl, growl. The rumbling from his stomach flushed Shin Shokuin's cheeks red, while the steaming, fragrant dishes on the table made his mouth water uncontrollably. Shinchi, what do I need to do to get some lunch? Holy shit, can you believe this is how a 5-year-old solves problems? I could tell Shin Shokuin was mature for his age, but analyzing people's psychology and negotiating terms? Damn, making me want a son again. Shinchi chuckled. You didn't wash the dishes from the last meal, so by rights you shouldn't be eating this one. But I'm pleased you're solving problems with me like an adult now, so I'll give you this chance. Your socks from last night are still in your shoes, go wash them right now. Shin Shokuin nodded. Alright, after all, those are my own socks. I really should wash them myself. Just as Shin Shokuin was about to leave, Shinchi suddenly exclaimed, That's right. Shin Shokuin turned to look at Shinchi. Shinchi suddenly spoke. Those are your own socks, you should have washed them in the first place. What's that got to do with this meal? So what exactly do you mean? Shin Shokuin somewhat regretted speaking too much. Shinchi pointed at the shoe cabinet by the door. You need to wash my socks for me, this symbolizes how you'll learn my cooking through your labor. Well, Shin Shokuin yelled, No way. Alright then, seems like you don't want this meal. Shinchi sat down and started serving himself rice and dishes. Shin Shokuin swallowed hard. This father is way too harsh, isn't he? Definitely not his biological child. I've never heard of someone passing out from their own father's socks. The way this father and son interact is completely like negotiations between adults. Hurry up, mistress, your son is about to get poisoned. Li Huanga froze, as if suddenly realizing something. Back at home, Li Huanga never washed any clothes except her underwear, not because Shinchi refused to, but because theirs was only a contract marriage, and she didn't want Shinchi touching her intimate garments. But socks? Those Shinchi did wash for her. Shinchi was willing to wash clothes and socks for Li Huanga because Li Huanga paid him money, and Shinchi considered this part of his job responsibilities. But now, so does Shin Shokuin also need to give something in order to receive something in return? Li Huanga seemed to understand Shinchi better now, but he doubted the proud Shin Shokuin would ever stoop to washing socks for him. In the frame, Shin Shokuin gritted his teeth and glanced toward the shoe cabinet. Then I'll have to check first whether your socks are smelly or not. Chapter 9, here he comes again, ready to nitpick once more. Shin Shokuin was washing socks, his face betraying a hint of reluctance. Many in the bullet comments were condemning Shinchi, while Li Huanga's expression turned somewhat complicated. After Shin Shokuin finished washing the socks and hung them up, he returned to the dining table only to find that Shinchi had already served him a steaming bowl of rice. He had even topped it with some dishes. Shin Shokuin looked at Shinchi with considerable surprise. Shinchi smiled faintly. Perhaps I'm not very good at handling children either, but I think when dealing with a boy, you shouldn't treat him just as a child. Your mother is very busy, so you and I will have plenty of time together at home. There will inevitably be many differences in our perspectives, so how would you like me to treat you? Shin Shokuin ate voraciously without responding. I think I should treat you as an adult. What do you think? Shinchi asked. Shin Shokuin raised his head. I am already a man. Shinchi chuckled and clapped his hands. Excellent, little man. Then from now on, we'll solve our problems between us in a man's way. Witnessing this scene, Bai Qing has suddenly remarked, as a child psychology expert, I've never studied such an educational approach. Children are children, I agree with treating them as friends, but treating them like adults will inevitably lead to problems. Lin Xiaolu also nodded in agreement. Professor Bai is absolutely right. Children should be treated as children. Li Huanga was initially pleased to see Shin Xiaokuan eating his meal and witnessing some positive educational results from Shin Qi's efforts. However, his mood immediately soured when Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu started making unnecessary comments. For the sake of program effects and certain plans, Li Huanga tried his best to refrain from speaking up too much, but that didn't mean Li Huanga was without his temper. Li Huanga understood Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's intentions all too well. Their sole purpose was to undermine the first family's reputation so their own livestreams could gain more approval, wasn't it? How come I feel like teacher Bai and actress Lin seem to be constantly nitpicking Shin Qi? I wonder how your families educate your children, Li Huanji asked. Bai Qinghe smiled faintly. I've specifically studied child psychology and family studies. Our household employs the most scientific methods for raising children. Lin Xiaolu showed a hint of pride as she said, I often watch parenting courses and videos too. Li Huanga couldn't spoil the moment, so he had no choice but to keep silent for now. Oh, then I must find an opportunity to properly learn from both of you. Yet as these words left Li Huanga's lips, he himself froze momentarily in surprise. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu immediately cast searching glances at Li Huanga. Could it be? I have a wild guess. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu seemed to constantly pick on Shin Qi's mistakes in taking care of the child, while the songstress Heavenly Queen appeared to consistently side with Shin Qi. Could it be? Impossible. This is a child-rearing reality show. Though the Songbird Queen is indeed married, she has no children. So Shin Qi couldn't possibly be the husband of the songstress Huan Go. Only I, Long Outyan, am worthy of her. Shin Qi waited quietly as Xiao Kuan polished off 2 full bowls of rice. So, would you like to do the dishes? Shin Xiaokuan wiped his mouth. I'll wash the lunch dishes, which means I'll qualify for dinner, right? Shin Qi nodded with a smile. Shin Xiaokuan got up and started clearing the table, then took the dishes to the kitchen sink. The sound of running water soon filled the air, leaving netizens utterly amazed. Many people face challenges when raising children. It's not about making kids do chores to lighten adults' loads, but rather parents often aim to cultivate diligence and practical skills in their children. Yet most of the time, their tenderness and affection for the child soften their resolve. Shin Qi achieved this effect with just one meal, prompting many to shift their stance and acknowledge that his approach was correct. Shin Xiaokuan also gained a fresh wave of admirers. Need an afternoon nap? Shin Qi asked. Shin Xiaokuan replied somewhat irritably, the father-son agreement states you're not to interfere with any of my actions. Shin Qi spread his hands with a chuckle. Suit yourself then. Shin Xiaokuan watched as Shin Qi settled back in front of the computer, typing away, and couldn't help feeling a bit curious. What's this freeloader up to? Could he actually be working? But Shin Xiaokuan didn't ask. With a sly glance, he turned and went to fetch a guitar from the music room. He pulled up a chair, sat by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, played a melody, and began singing to himself. Hey, Xiaokuan, that's not playing fair, huh? You're about to make my son feel like crawling into a crack in the ground. You can actually sing and play at the same time? Your skills are even better than mine, and I've been learning guitar for 3 years. Sounds like he's singing Chasing the Moon. It's the new song by Suyu, a rookie from Joyful Song Divas Company. Even a child can sing with such deep emotion. Huanga Entertainment. Fu Qing, Li Huanga's personal assistant, stared at the screen with curious eyes. Only Huanga and Lin Duo from the creative department had seen the score at the time, but the chorus has been altered. Could it really be Shin Qi? What reaction would he have if Huanga arranges for Xiaokuan to sing in front of him? Watching this scene unfold, Li Huanga also felt a flicker of anticipation. Xiaokuan's guitar playing was truly remarkable, with a hint of childlike timbre in his voice, adorable in his earnest attempts to sound like an adult. The barrage of praise on the bullet screen filled Li Huanga with quiet satisfaction. Bai Qinghe was not only an actress but also a singer. Although her achievements in music weren't exceptionally high, they were still commendable. She could recognize Shin Xiaokuan's talent and frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. My son isn't any worse than Shin Xiaokuan. Lin Xiaolu shared the same thought at that moment. As Shin Xiaokuan continued his performance, the song reached its chorus. Unexpectedly, his emotions erupted, and his voice suddenly soared to a higher pitch. Chasing that cold, clear moon, through seas of clouds, treading shattered stardust. Shin Qi's fingers abruptly stilled over the keyboard, his sharply arched eyebrows furrowing slightly. Shin Xiaokuan seemed to sense Shin Qi's attention and stopped singing after finishing the first verse. He didn't speak. Shin Qi's brows slightly relaxed as he continued typing away at his keyboard. Shin Xiaokuan, however, frowned again and started playing the chorus of Chasing the Moon once more. This time, Shin Qi finally looked up and raised his hand slightly. Something up? Shin Xiaokuan stopped playing and turned to look at Shin Qi. Shin Qi let out a slight sigh. Ah, my damned perfectionism. Here he comes again, ready to nitpick. Are you sure Shin Qi is nitpicking? He genuinely pointed out Shin Xiaokuan's piano mistakes. A house husband who can play guitar? Is he trying to raise the bar for being a kept man? I'm really curious now about just what kind of big shot this lady of the house is. Shin Chi pointed at Shin Xiaokuan's left hand. There are two issues here. First, your left hand isn't relaxed enough. Try this, starting from any string's first fret, play a chromatic scale ascending. First press firmly to sound the note, then release pressure at the same position to produce a muted tone when plucked with your right hand. The barrage suddenly flooded with question marks. Li Huanga shot up from his seat. He actually knows how. No, he hasn't actually played yet, merely offered professional advice. Everyone in the studio turned to look at Li Huanga. The expressions on Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu betrayed their inner thoughts, just as expected. Chapter 10 Daddy willingly plays the ox, letting mommy shine in glory. Attention! At this moment, the fingers of your left hand should be completely relaxed. Focus on this relaxed sensation and unify it with the sensation of pressing firmly. This way, the pressure of your left hand on the strings will gradually become as light as a ghost touch, easing into relaxation. Next, practice alternating between solid notes and muted chromatic scales with each finger of your left hand. Then move this exercise across all strings and frets. The first problem solved. Shin Chi nodded emphatically after speaking. Right, solvable. Yet little Shin Xiaokuan's adorable expression showed he genuinely believed Shin Chi was correct. What the hell? My brain's fried, he actually gets it. Wait, I'm a little confused. Wasn't Shin Chi supposed to be a freeloader? How come he seems so capable all of a sudden? I'm in love. That calm, steady, and utterly confident aura is simply intoxicating. Damn it, my wife keeps calling me useless. And what's the second one? Shin Xiaokuan couldn't help but ask. Shin Chi nodded slightly and said calmly, second, your vibrato technique is incorrect. You're moving perpendicular to the strings, whereas the proper vibrato motion requires keeping your wrist and fingers extremely relaxed while anchored at one point, with the fingers swaying left and right along the direction of the strings. After a brief contemplation, Shin Chi continued, have you ever played with a roly-poly toy? The entire motion should resemble how a roly-poly sways. You can start with single notes, then move to double and triple note vibrato. Try keeping your left hand fingers upright in practice by placing them on your right wrist first, then move to the strings. If that's the case, then the second problem can be solved. Shin Xiaokuan was stunned. Before leaving, Li Huanji had warned Shin Xiaokuan that this man might be hiding extraordinary skills, though she wasn't entirely sure. If that's really the case, Li Huanga hoped Shin Xiaokuan could blast Shin Chi's true abilities into the open. First piano, now guitar. As a child prodigy, Shin Xiaokuan could immediately recognize the professionalism with which Shin Chi pinpointed problems and provided solutions. That left just one thing: make him take over. Shin Xiaokuan suppressed his surprise, deliberately curling his lips disdainfully. TCH, you sound confident, but can you actually play? Shin Chi grinned and spread his hands, neither confirming nor denying his ability. Shin Xiaokuan immediately rolled his eyes. Damn, this attitude again? Easy for you to talk, put your money where your mouth is. Play something for me. If you're better than me, then I'll admit your superiority. Shin Chi shook his head with a smile. Sorry, but I genuinely don't care whether you respect me or not. I just have a bit of perfectionist OCD. Shin Xiaokuan immediately grew impatient and stepped forward to grab Shin Chi's shoulder. You have to prove it to me. But he couldn't budge him. Hey, why are you getting handsy? It's not that I don't want to play, it's just because. Because what? Shin Chi suddenly blurted out something shocking. Because this song just sounds absolutely terrible. Shin Xiaokuan froze on the spot. Ugly to listen to? Does he even know what he's saying? This is Chasing the Moon, co-created by Li Huanga and Lin Duo, performed by Suyu. It's still ranking third on the new songs chart. How can he call such a popular song ugly? Damn it, how dare they say Suyu's songs sound bad? They're really asking for death. Li Huanga suddenly realized she was standing up and quickly sat down, meeting Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's gazes. The three foxes smiled subtly, each harboring their own thoughts. Not pointing it out was the rule, but all three knew exactly what to do in their hearts. This. How could Shin Chi say Chasing the Moon sounds bad? Joy Yi protested resentfully, looking at Li Huanga. Doesn't he adore Diva Huanga? How could he say such a thing? Li Huanga chuckled lightly. A song can't possibly please everyone, can it? Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu immediately bristled with indignation. Shin Chi is really so rude. Even if he does understand guitars, it doesn't mean he understands music. What right does he have to say this song sounds terrible? Li Huanga looked at Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. So you're saying that as an ordinary person, I can't say a work is bad? Or are you saying that your songs or film works can't be criticized by an ordinary worker? Or do you two think I'm the petty type who can't tolerate anyone criticizing my company's songs? Li Huanga's tone was calm, his expression gentle. Since you already know about it, then I don't have to care so much anymore. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions changed slightly, then quickly shifted again. Of course not. I was just speaking out against the injustice done to the songstress Li Huanga. That's right. we didn't mean it that way. Li Huanga said nothing more and turned her gaze to the screen. Terrible, just terrible? Shin Xiaoquan was furious. This was one of Shin Xiaoquan's favorite songs, with lyrics written by Li Huanga, who had also participated in its production. Yet Shin Shi nodded once again. That's truly awful. In my opinion, most pop music in this world sounds terrible, it's completely backward. You, Shin Xiaoquan flushed with anger. Stop talking nonsense here. You don't even dare to play the guitar, yet you have the nerve to claim Chasing the Moon sounds bad? It's clear you don't understand anything. Shin Shi shrugged. Yeah, I really don't understand. Just pretend I never said anything. No way. Shin Xiaoquan grabbed Shin Shi's arm. You have to play and sing a song for me. If it's not better than Chasing the Moon, I'm telling my mom. Shin Shi felt somewhat helpless. It was all because of that damned perfectionism and obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Some things couldn't be spoken of, some abilities couldn't be revealed. If Li Huanga found out, how could he still lounge around living off his wife's wealth? Afraid I might get dragged to Huanga Entertainment as forced labor? No, no, no. Everything I just said was nonsense. I genuinely don't know how to play guitar, and I definitely can't compose songs. He. Shin Xiaoquan flashed a cunning adult-like smile. Then I'll call my mom right now. Don't! Shin Shi hurriedly stopped him. Shin Xiaoquan sensed Shin Shi's nervousness and stared at them with understanding, waiting for their response. Shin Shi looked troubled and conflicted. Hey, Xiaoquan, are you a man or not? What kind of question is that? Shin Xiaoquan replied irritably. Shin Shi said solemnly, then let's make a man-to-man agreement. I can play and sing you a song, but you must never tell mom. Why? Shin Xiaoquan didn't understand. Isn't it something to be proud of when a man shows off some skills in front of his wife? Shin Shi shook his head. You're too young to understand some things. Then tell me. If what you say makes sense, I'll agree to it, said Shin Xiaoquan. Shin Shi sighed and said earnestly, every healthy family has its division of labor. If the mother is career-driven, then the father steps back to let her shine outside and prove her worth. But someone must handle all those tedious, worrisome household matters. The father willingly retreats behind the scenes, toiling like an old ox to provide and cultivate for the family. Shin Xiaoquan stared with his big, shining eyes, trying hard to process the information. Holy crap, this guy actually made living off a woman sound so refined? I'm impressed, damn. No matter how flowery you phrase it, it doesn't change the fact that he's a freeloader, right? Xiaoquan doesn't seem to admit Shin Shi is his dad, huh? Is it because Shin Shi often tricks him like this? I don't believe a word Shin Shi says. Shin Shi let out another sigh. Our family only needs one dazzling star. Dad chose to stay in the shadows watching mom become the brightest star in China. Chapter 11. Why won't you give this song to my mom, a diva's masterpiece? Li Huanga's heart trembled as if something had pierced it. Was Shin Shi really thinking this way? He was willing to silently support behind the scenes, letting me bask in the glory of stardom? Li Huanga snorted in response. You spoke with such righteous conviction that I almost believed you. The entertainment industry isn't an easy place to succeed. Everyone only sees the glamorous surface of celebrities, unaware of the countless others still struggling to make their mark. Giving you 200,000 yuan monthly allowance already puts you ahead of how many struggling entertainers? Being unambitious isn't a flaw. Staying home and excelling at domestic care is exactly why I chose you. Why pretend to be so noble? Li Huanga was seeing a side of Shin Shi for the first time that differed from the persona he showed her. Turns out he actually had a goofy side. So all that previous intellect and gentleness were just an act. Queen of Songs, do you think Shin Shi actually knows how to play guitar and sing? Lin Xiaolu asked with layered meaning. Li Huanga shook her head with a smile, adhering to the principle of never spoiling things herself. Then what does actress Lin think? Can he or can't he? I don't think he would know how. All that typing on the computer just now was probably to find some theories to bluff Xiaoquan. I also doubt Shin Shi actually knows. If he really understood music, he wouldn't have called Chasing the Moon unpleasant to listen to. My Chi Ge is talented at everything. Of course he can do it. Your so-called Chi Ge is already married. And what's worse, he's just a stay-at-home freeloader living off his wife's wealth. How can you women still stan him? It seems the lady of the house is a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Hasn't anyone noticed? Could this really be Li Huanga's family? The number of viewers in the livestream kept increasing and had already surged to 9 million. Some comments even flashed across the screen saying Li Huanga's family. So, you were really that magnanimous? You deliberately let my mom take all the credit? Although Shin Xiaoquan was precocious, he was still just a child and couldn't help but partly believe it. Shin Shi nodded, reaching out to pat Xiaoquan's head. So I don't want your mom to know how amazing I am, or she'd feel utterly outmatched. Humph. Quit bragging. Shin Xiaoquan frowned, swatting away Shin Shi's hand. Then play and sing for me. I won't tell mom. Shin Shi sighed helplessly. Then our gentleman's pact is sealed. He walked to the bed and picked up the guitar. A familiar warmth surged through him as Shin Shi gently closed his eyes. Ah, this feeling, truly nostalgic. The afternoon sunlight poured in, settling on Shin Shi's tall frame and gentle face, casting a radiant glow. The scene appeared even more serene and peaceful. Hiss, now that's the vibe. I certainly don't believe he can if he actually plays and sings. I'll go eat my way through one pit of the village's dry toilet. So damned handsome, this old lady's feeling girlish butterflies again. I don't mind Shin-chi being married before. Buzz. Shin-chi opened his eyes while casually sweeping the guitar strings. A simple prelude flowed out as Shin-chi began to sing with deep emotion. Finally found an excuse, with drunkenness rising in my heart, to express all my feelings. Shin Xiaoquan's pupils suddenly dilated as he stared blankly at Shin-chi. The mature man's voice carried a slightly hoarse tone, the stubble accentuating his grown-up charm. Yet Shin-chi's face retained an unmistakable boyish quality. Though the melody didn't have dramatic highs and lows, it was clearly an exquisite composition that perfectly showcased Shin-chi's guitar mastery. Fu Qing stared blankly at the screen, her lips moving in a barely audible murmur. He actually knows how to do it. That face, that voice, he could genuinely blow up. Joy's suspicion turned out to be true. Li Huanga's mind went blank for a moment, his entire body going numb. He really was hiding something. As professionals, Li Huanga, Joy, and Bai Qinghe had all recognized it. This song is clearly that kind of crowd-pleasing love ballad with broad appeal, and paired with Shin-chi's handsome yet devoted face, the visual impact is striking. Yet oddly, no one has heard this song before. Could it truly be an original? The entire studio had fallen into complete silence, utterly absorbed in Shin-chi's performance save for the barrage of comments flooding across the giant screen. When Shin-chi reached the chorus, the emotion surged even stronger. I envy your love, like a radiant rainbow, like an unchallengeable diva reigning supreme. What you desire isn't me, but vanity itself. Someone's love makes you truly stand out. So beautiful, my ears are pregnant. He actually can. How does he know this? This lyric is absolutely brilliant. I strongly suspect Shin-chi is actually Li Huanga's husband, and Li Huanga is that ever-popular diva. Bullshit. Li Huanga is mine. Didn't you hear she's the diva whose popularity never seems to fade? Li Huanga's lips trembled slightly. Is this song written for me? We're just in a contractual marriage by agreement. Could it be that he has fallen for me? If not, how could he write such heart-wrenching yet emotionally rich lyrics and melodies? Zhuo Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu struggled to conceal the jealousy in their gazes. Such a deeply sentimental man whose songs were so enchantingly beautiful, pity he was already someone else's husband. Just what made Li Huanga so deserving? If one day love ceases to confuse, enough to see right from wrong clearly, until that moment comes, you'll reside in my heart, no longer to be praised, treating you as the queen of songs, you'll no longer be mine. As the last verse finished singing, Li Huanga's heart trembled once more. Treating me as a queen, you'll never again be. When was it? Is it only when we're together that I'm not just a diva in your heart? At this moment, Li Huanga confirmed one fact in her heart: Shin-chi loved her. For some unknown reason, a hint of sweetness welled up in Li Huanga's heart, but it was soon accompanied by a surge of anger. Kid, you've got quite the imagination. Looks like you're planning to mooch off her for life. The thunderous applause in the studio snapped Li Huanga out of his thoughts, reigniting his simmering anger. Aside from not sharing a bed, Li Huanga and Shin-chi had maintained a remarkably harmonious relationship over these 3 years, much like close friends. Shin-chi was very considerate and often noticed when Li Huanga returned home with frustrations from work, using his warmth to comfort her and allowing Li Huanga to feel completely at ease at home. The company needed to work, and Shin-chi knew it, so why hadn't he offered this song when he clearly had it? Was lazing around really that important to him? With Shin-chi's final strum, the song's performance came to an end. Shin Xiaoquan asked with a hint of urgency, "What's this song called? Did you write it?" "The song is called Empress. As for whether I wrote it," Shin-chi chuckled, "take a guess?" The good impression he had just built crumbled in an instant. "Which do you think sounds better, Empress or Chasing the Moon?" Shin-chi asked. Shin Xiaoquan kept a sullen silence. Youth didn't mean ignorance. From a professional standpoint, Empress had clearly surpassed Chasing the Moon by a considerable margin, especially considering Chasing the Moon had sophisticated instrumental arrangements while Empress was just an impromptu vocal performance. Shin-chi stood up and patted Shin Xiaoquan's shoulder. "Xiaoquan, don't forget our man-to-man agreement. You mustn't tell your mom, okay?" Shin Xiaoquan watched Shin-chi's retreating figure and suddenly shouted, "Shin-chi, why didn't you give songs like this to my mom when you had them? Do you know how hard it is for my mom to manage Huanga Entertainment alone? Are you even worthy of being her husband?" Shin-chi's body gave a slight tremble. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! What the hell? Chapter 12, Taking Care of Mom and You is My Career. Everyone watching the livestream couldn't help but share the same thought: this bastard was genuinely living off the heavenly songstress wealth. Even if you're handsome, tall and imposing, an excellent cook, skilled at piano and guitar, and can compose, so what? Are you worthy of Li Huanga? You just want to lie flat and live off others, even going so far as to hide your own abilities. What are you afraid of? What a petty man. Fu Qing had already stood up, staring fixedly at Shinshi on the screen, her teeth clenched in fury. You're something else, Shinshi. I never wanted Huanga to marry a freeloader in the first place, but I never imagined you'd be this scheming. The studio erupted in noise, everyone discussing Shinshi's astonishingly breathtaking song. Many girls had stars in their eyes, as if this heartfelt song was written just for them. After confirming that Shinshi was truly Li Huanga's husband, countless people believed this song was dedicated to her, and everyone was fed a mouthful of dog food, witnessing their sweet affection. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were somewhat displeased. In their eyes, Shinshi should have stayed laid back and lived off his wife's success, certainly not helping Li Huanga. Zhuoyi turned her head in surprise to look at Li Huanga, queen of songs. Huanga, is he really? Hosts Li Lei and Fang Qian both knew the truth, but for the sake of the show's effect, they pretended to be surprised and asked, Queen of Songs Huanga, is what Xiaokuan said true? Is the first family we're live broadcasting really yours? Li Huanga glanced at the live audience count exceeding 10 million on the large screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. That's right. Due to contractual obligations with the production team, please forgive me for not disclosing this earlier. Truthfully, I was quite anxious about it too. Ha! Fang Qian exclaimed in surprise, oh my, it's really true. Li Lei asked. According to the script, everyone in China knows about Queen of Song Huanga's marriage, but didn't she have no children? Li Huanga understood clearly, the time had come to harvest fame and praise. A trace of sorrow suddenly clouded her face. Xiao Kuan is the child I adopted. His parents died in a car accident when he was 3, and he lost all memory of them. For a child, forgetting such memories actually spares him much grief. I adopted him, sent him abroad for treatment and care, and told him I was his mother, Shinshi was his father, and that I would take time to visit him every month. I only took him back just before he was about to start elementary school. He only recently met Shinshi, so he's still a bit unfamiliar with her. Zhuoyi's eyes brimmed with tears. I see now. Sister Huanga, you're truly incredible, and your husband is amazing too. Li Huanga shook his head with a smile. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were both seething with resentment. Oh wonderful, you dropped such a bombshell in the first episode. Isn't this just to overshadow our families in the next 2 episodes? But this was the moment to showcase the female celebrity's kindness. Under the camera's gaze, they had no choice but to embrace Li Huanga warmly. So that's how it is, Huanga, you're truly magnificent. Huanga has done an excellent job, setting an example for all of us. Li Huanga responded with a hug. Within our means, we should always do things that leave us with a clear conscience. The studio erupted in waves of applause. The live broadcast continued. Shinshi knew all the details about Li Huanga adopting Shinshiokuan, but never expected Li Huanga would share so much with the child during their time together. This made it clear that Li Huanga had very few people she could truly open her heart to completely. Little Cohen, Mom runs a big company, and there will definitely be many challenges in its operations. Challenges like that should be left to professionals to handle, not to a laid-back person like me, right? Shin Xiaokuan's little face flushed red with anger. But you are her husband. Shinshi stared intently at Shin Xiaokuan's face. Since I'm her husband, do you regard me as your father? Since you don't, how can you demand that I fulfill a father's duties? My job is to take good care of the family. I've been doing it conscientiously and responsibly, and I'm doing it well. That's enough. Shin Xiaokuan was momentarily speechless, unable to refute him, yet seemed to think of something else. But as a man, shouldn't you have more career ambition? No. Shinshi shook his head, speaking to Shin Xiaokuan as if educating him. Taking good care of you and your mother is my career. Li Huanga confirmed once again, Shinshi loved her. He was just hiding it usually. Gasp. I initially thought there was something wrong with Shinshi, but why do I suddenly find him noble after hearing this? Exactly, one takes charge internally while the other externally. Both Shinshi and Li Huanga are doing great. I beg to differ. At the very least, Shinshi concealed some of his abilities that could help Li Huanga, and that's simply not right. Every household has its own circumstances. If Shinshi were to work outside too, what would happen to Xiao Cohen? Oh please, spare me the concern. You lot earning 3,000 a month are worrying about a household earning 30 million a month? The live stream's viewer count surpassed 10 million, with another wave of newcomers rushing in to glimpse Li Huanga's family life, the barrage of comments flooding the screen. The live stream has been writing one climax after another since it began, and now an even bigger surge has arrived. Chief Director Hong Tao was grinning so white his gums gleamed, while Deputy Director Zhang Wei was nearly disappearing behind his squinted smile. Chief Director, we've struck gold. Of course we have. Li Huanga isn't just anybody, she's the nation's sweetheart. Our show gets her first family reveal, plus that heartwarming angle with Shin Xiaokuan. Didn't I tell you this would explode? Absolutely. Chief Director, after this battle, I reckon you'll be promoted to Deputy Station Chief, won't you? Heh, he. Zhang Wei was even happier than Hong Tao. If Hong Tao gets promoted to Deputy Station Chief, won't that mean I'll be moving up to his position? Upon confirming that Shinshi and Shin Xiaokuan were indeed Li Huanga's husband and child, the live stream became even more anticipated. Young children never seem to enjoy afternoon naps, and Shin Shokuin still appeared engrossed in that song Shin-chi had performed. He remained convinced that this outstanding song should be given to Li Huanga. Letting her assign it to one of her company's singers would guarantee its meteoric rise to fame. But now constrained by the contract with Shin-chi, and with Shin-chi's words seeming to leave Shin Shokuin unable to rebut, the boy found himself tangled in a mental knot, too young to fully grasp some things after all. Shin-chi didn't mind Shin Shokuin spacing out. After typing away at the computer for an hour, she finally stretched contentedly. Li Huanga was still savoring the song Heavenly Queen. Unlike Zhuai Yi and Bai Qinghe, as both a singer and CEO of an entertainment company, she pondered much deeper implications. No wonder Shin-chi said there weren't many good pop songs in this world. Evidently he thinks only his own compositions are decent. So does this mean he has other works too? Hwangu Entertainment's plan to promote their rising star has hit a snag. But if this song queen could be given to Jo Chi-chi to perform, and combined with the hype from moms on a business trip along with the buzz surrounding the superstar family, Li Huanga's heart instantly ignited with excitement. Chapter 13, the father and son became the shit-stirrers behind the scenes. Li Huanga's mind kept echoing the solemn words Shin-chi had spoken, taking care of your mother and you is my career. Yes, Shin-chi had always done exactly that. He fulfilled everything he was supposed to after taking the money. Masterpieces like Queen of Heaven weren't part of their marital contract. Even if Li Huanga believed Shin-chi loved her, that didn't justify taking and demanding without offering anything in return. This was something she had never dwelled on. What troubled her were Shin-chi's words. Had Shin-chi truly fallen for her? The afternoon sunlight was gentle, streaming through the enormous floor-to-ceiling window and making Shin Shokuin's guitar gleam brilliantly. Shin-chi and Shin Shokuin sat facing each other across the coffee table like two adults engaged in serious negotiations, one big, one small. Shin Shokuin furrowed his eyebrows thoughtfully for a moment, looking every bit like a proper little grown-up. So you actually could help mom, you just don't want to expose too much of your talents, right? Shin-chi nodded, his words leaving many netizens torn between amusement and exasperation. My biggest dream in life is to find someone as beautiful, well-proportioned, elegant, and wealthy as your mom to mooch off and live leisurely, just casually sharing drinks and watching movies with her. But your mom's too career-driven. If she found out I'm a genius, her strong-willed personality would surely drag me straight into her company. In that case, the lifestyle I'm most satisfied with right now would be disrupted. I'm really drunk. How can living off a woman's wealth feel this adorable? Everyone has the freedom to choose their own lifestyle. Shin-chi has the capability to be a kept man. What can others say about it? Isn't it contradictory? Shin-chi clearly loves Li Huanga deeply and wants to help her, yet he can't bear to give up his carefree life. I'm genuinely curious to see what conclusion these two will come up with. In the studio, Zhuai Yi's envy was practically dripping from her expression. Li Huanga's curiosity was also piqued to an extraordinary degree. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were green with envy. You say such nice things, but in reality haven't you done nothing for Huanga? You just want a long-term meal ticket. People like Shin-chi are the type I despise most. If he were my husband, I'd definitely kick him out the door. Zhuai Yi was about to say something when Li Huanga stopped her with a look. Li Huanga couldn't wait to see what would happen during these two companies' live broadcasts over the next 2 days. Teacher Bai and actress Lin are absolutely right. Shin-chi might be nothing special, but that doesn't stop me from liking him. Their punches seemed to hit cotton, leaving them frustrated yet resigned to silence. Fang Qian smiled and said, "Isn't Shin-chi discussing things with Xiao Koen right now? Perhaps they'll come up with a good solution?" Li Lei added, "Then let's wait and see. We should keep watching the live stream." So now the issue lies in how to get your work to her, or to her company's department, without her finding out. The creative department, Shin-chi added. Yes, the creative department. Shin Xiaokuan fell into deep thought. Shin-chi couldn't help but laugh watching Shin Xiaokuan frown and scratch his head. The little grown-up was behaving exactly like an adult. All that was missing was a cigarette during his pondering. Alright, I've already figured it out long ago. Ha! Shin Xiaokuan looked at Shin-chi in surprise. With a chuckle, Shin-chi explained, "Before you came back, your mom told me her company's been facing some financial difficulties lately. She even plans to deduct my household expense funds, and delay the payments. That must have been terrifying for you, considering how stingy and money-grubbing you really are." Shin Xiaokuan agreed. Wahaha, straight to the point. The little adult immediately exposed Daddy's true thoughts. I adore Xiaokuan so much. The live streams from Huanga's family are absolutely hilarious. Li Huanga couldn't hold back either, letting out a sudden pft of laughter. The atmosphere in the studio grew cheerful. So I've come up with a great solution these past few days, declared Shin-chi confidently. Quick, tell me. Shin Xiaokuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Call me Daddy first, then I'll tell you. Shin-chi chuckled playfully. You? Shin Xiaokuan's face immediately darkened. Shin-chi stood up decisively. Then let's discuss this matter another time. Hey. Shin Xiaokuan quickly grabbed Shin-chi's arm. Are you sure if I call you that, you'll definitely keep your promise? Absolutely. Daddy. Shin Xiaoquan's face flushed slightly as he lowered his proud head. Wahahaha. Shin Qi's cheerful laughter echoed through the villa. The barrage exploded with comments like shameless, hilarious, and badass. The broadcasting hall was filled with joy. Li Huanga laughed heartily, which was a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, some harbored dark thoughts once again. 1 hour later, Shin Qi and Shin Xiaoquan sat before the computer, their heads, one big, one small, leaning together. 4 eyes were fixed on the screen. Under the curious gazes of countless internet users, the image zoomed in, revealing the contents of the computer screen on a large display. This is an original music trading platform. It's taoge.com. Zhuo Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Some people continued to have doubts. Li Huanga's eyes immediately lit up, and her explanation seemed to carry a trace of involuntary pride. This was the first time Li Huanga had ever felt proud of Shin Qi in front of outsiders. The complete lyrics, sheet music, instrument arrangements, and even demo recordings are all done. Everything's uploaded digitally. There are even annotated notes detailing specifics the singer should pay attention to during performance. Li Huanga felt a touch of warmth, but also sensed Shin Qi's shrewdness. Everyone saw the name Shin Qi had registered as a songwriter on Taoga Music, backstage third chef. But, bahaha, Zhuo Yi pointed at the big screen and cackled with laughter. Forgive my limited education, have I been mistaken all along about the term mastermind behind the scenes? The live audience burst into laughter. On screen, Shin Xiaoquan also looked delighted and thoroughly satisfied. In that case, Mom won't know this song was written by you. You could send a private message to Huanga Entertainment or Mom's account under the pseudonym Backstage Shit Cooker. Now there are only 2 issues remaining. First, you've priced it at 50,000 yen. Many people will place orders for this song. Shin Qi smiled. No need to worry about that. If I don't click agree to transaction, the deal won't go through. Shin Xiaoquan nodded. Now only the second point remains. Go ahead. Since you can write such excellent lyrics, you clearly don't lack education, so how could you spell mastermind wrong? Respect. A true role model for our generation. Just as Shin Qi described, he's truly content being an unsung workhorse behind the scenes. It's genuinely moving. Though not biologically related, and despite their peculiar interactions, this father-son duo radiates overflowing affection. All net marriage proposals seek men like Shin Qi, offering generous rewards nationwide for sons like Xiaoquan. So envious of the song queen, she's truly life's ultimate winner. Chapter 14. What's the harm in letting kids play with phones? The moment that behind-the-scenes Shit Cooker's songwriter account registered and uploaded songs, countless applicants immediately clicked the trade request button. Shin Qi and Shin Xiaoquan stared at the dense stream of trading applications with bewilderment. Are songs really this scarce now? This father-son pair still doesn't realize they're being live-streamed to the entire internet. Let's not tell them. Exactly, telling them would ruin the fun. The two of them acted like thieves trying to help the song queen, thinking it was their little secret. I laughed so hard my uterine fibroids nearly burst. Li Huanga couldn't help feeling somewhat moved. Meanwhile, inside Huanga Entertainment, Fu Qing, as Li Huanga's closest confidant and personal assistant, carried herself with the unmistakable air of a vice president. She went straight to the original content department to issue her orders. Keep an eye on a songwriter named Behind the Scenes Chef on Taoga.net today. See if he sends any messages about selling songs. The original department staff nodded repeatedly. No one dared to disobey the arrangements of the second-in-command female demon. As soon as Fu Qing left, a junior female clerk from the original content department held up her phone to explain the situation to everyone, making them suddenly understand. Damn! No wonder the song was created by the CEO Huan Ji's husband and son. Queen of Pop went viral immediately after being uploaded, as the traffic from the live stream Moms on a Business Trip, which had over 10 million viewers, generated massive buzz. Some of the live stream audience began plotting. In the vice president's office of Heijing Entertainment, Lu Jintao held the phone with a solemn expression. Shin Qi is just a freeloader. Since he's a kept man, he's bound to be money hungry. The diva is only priced at 50,000 yuan. Offer him 500,000, and I don't believe he'd refuse to sell it just to lick Li Huanga's boots. This song is top-notch, and with the show's popularity, it's guaranteed to be a hit once released. I don't care what it takes, you must secure it. Hanging up the phone, Lu Jintao flashed a cold smirk. Li Huanga, oh Li Huanga, I admit your status and professional prowess in the music industry, but running an entertainment company isn't that simple. Managed to squeeze into the big four entertainment firms, but barely hanging on at the bottom. Both your plans to launch new talents and promote rising stars were thwarted by me, and this time won't be any different. Lu Jintao wasn't the only one who thought this way. The other two of the big four entertainment giants shared the same sentiment. The pie in the entertainment and music industries is only so big. If your Huanga Entertainment takes a bigger bite, the other three companies will have to settle for smaller portions. Li Huanga seemed as if she had already secured the rights to the diva, putting her in an exceptionally good mood. It wasn't just because of that, but also because Shinchi and Shin Shokuin were considering her interests. So that man wasn't just a freeloader after all. Li Huanga couldn't help but conjure up a wild thought in her mind: what if she made him permanent? Suddenly, the image of Shinchi's toned physique and handsome face after his shower flashed through her mind. Her face instantly flushed scarlet as she shook her head vigorously. What on earth am I thinking? In the frame, Shin Shokuin was overjoyed at having helped Li Huangji, making it hard for him to calm down and focus on piano practice and calligraphy, let alone follow through with his meticulously planned daily routine. Peering down from the second floor, Shin Shokuin spotted Shinchi tilling the soil in the yard. His eyes sparkled mischievously as he stealthily retrieved a phone from beneath his pillow. Then, he booted up a game. Watching Shin Shokuin's furtive antics, Li Huangji couldn't decide whether to be exasperated or amused. Before leaving home, Li Huanga had also told Shin Shokuin not to spend too much time on his phone at home, as it was bad for his eyes and could easily lead to addiction. And she had Shinchi keeping an eye on him too. Lin Shelu immediately chimed in: after all, Shokuin is still a child. Playing with his phone without adult permission is really not a good habit. Such a thing would be unimaginable in my household. Bai Qinghe smiled and said, my son would never secretly play with his phone. He only gets 1 hour of screen time each on Saturdays and Sundays, and only after finishing his homework for the week. It's not a big deal for kids to play with phones a bit, right? Zhuo Yi said. In today's society, what child doesn't use a phone? As long as parents set limits, it's fine. Lin Xiaolu replied, you're young, unmarried, and childless, you don't understand how kids think. The allure of smartphones for children is hard to overestimate. Even when parents try their best to control it, they often fail. Bai Qing has said, if kids get truly addicted, excessive restrictions will only breed resentment and defiance. That's when things get troublesome. Li Huanga sneered, as if they'd finally found their chance to pounce. I know Shokuin very well. He has many hobbies, makes his own study plans every day, and rarely touches his phone after completing his tasks. Occasional phone use isn't really a big deal in my opinion. I believe Shokuin knows his limits. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu immediately shook their heads in disagreement. You're overestimating a child's self-control. Huanggu, it's not that we're criticizing you, but you really need to be more careful, especially when you're not at home. Do you even know what's happening there? Exactly. Men and children are the same, they act one way in front of us and another behind our backs. If it weren't for the livestream, you probably wouldn't have known Shokuin was sneaking playtime on his phone, right? Just like how you wouldn't have known Shinchi had so many secrets without the livestream show. Li Huanga sneered inwardly but didn't argue. Right now it's just broadcasting Li Huanga's family. Li Huanga can't wait to see how it'll be when they broadcast both families tomorrow and the day after. Kids will always be kids, no matter how mature or sensible they are, they still love to play. This is already pretty good, it's been almost a full day. If it were my son, he'd be glued to his phone before even getting out of bed. Why do I keep feeling like Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe are deliberately targeting and badmouthing them? Both actress Lin and actress Bai are experts in child psychology. Their children must be far more disciplined than little Kuan. What huge crime has little Kuan committed by just playing with his phone? If my son were half as sensible as little Kuan, I'd wake up laughing. The fierce combat sounds of a mobile game echoed from Shin Shokuin's phone. The scene shifted to the courtyard. Shinchi usually stayed at home, and the flowers, plants, and greenery in the yard were meticulously tended. A small vegetable patch appeared to have just been harvested, and Shinchi was now hoisting a hoe to till the soil. The scorching afternoon sunlight poured down, making Shinchi's sturdy muscles glisten as if coated in a layer of oil, radiating a healthy glow under the sun. It was unbearably hot, and since he was in his own backyard, Shinchi casually stripped off his t-shirt without a second thought. The audience erupted in gasps of surprise. Holy shit, is this what they mean by looks lean in clothes but ripped underneath? Sweet mother, that inverted triangle, that taut waist, those fish gill lines, cornrow abs, sweat streamed like rivulets between every defined muscle ridge. I just want to lick his perspiration off. The songstress queen is living the dream. I admit I'm jealous. I'm a female CEO and I want a man like Shinchi posting this nationwide. Chapter 15, The Dual Blow from Games and Shinchi to Shokuin. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe exchanged glances, both seeing in each other's eyes the threat Shinchi posed to their family. They couldn't help but compare. The men in their own homes weren't as tall as Shinchi, not as handsome, and their figures didn't measure up either. Abilities. Shinchi could play piano, guitar, sing, compose, cook. What could the guys back at their own homes do? The two couldn't help but start comparing, but after all the comparing, they didn't seem that worried after all. No matter how good a man is, if he's a freeloader he'll inevitably be scorned by the public. They believed their own men weren't that bad either. The screen kept switching back and forth, one moment streaming Shinchi working in the yard, the next moment Shin Xiaokuan playing mobile games indoors. Male netizens all expressed in the bullet comments that they didn't want to watch Shinchi doing chores. Quick, switch back to Xiaokuan's side. My wife keeps comparing my figure to Shinchi's, and I've already taken quite a few beatings because of it. I assent that just provoking me? Get lost, seriously. Stop talking about it. My wife is currently signing me up for a gym membership. Female netizens are all commenting that they want to see Shinchi. Even if Shinchi doesn't say a word, this scene is already beautiful enough. Girls, I took a screenshot and set it as my phone wallpaper already. I just beat my husband so badly he had to go to the hospital for an 4 drip. What's dripping is the yearning for Shinchi. The audience in the studio found the barrage of comments both amusing and exasperating. Jui laughed heartily and asked, Queen of Songs, Li Huanga, Shinchi's figure is simply stunning. How could you bear to leave him and come to work? Li Huanga's face instantly flushed red. To be honest, Shinchi had never gone shirtless at home when Li Huanga was around. Shinchi always considered himself a hired hand, adhering to the principle of not crossing the line. Yet walking around shirtless in front of Li Huanga inevitably made her suspect he was trying to elevate their relationship to something more, plotting for wealth, looks, and a lifelong meal ticket. At the sight of Shinchi's clearly defined upper body, Li Huanga's ears remained flushed to burning red. This guy's physique is even better than I imagined. Watching the barrage of female admirers in the comments, Li Huanga couldn't help but feel a surge of smug pride. His professional instincts kicked in again. With such striking looks and an impressive physique, even without any particular talent, he could easily make it as an idol purely on his appearance alone. Add to that the exposure from this variety show. Shinchi already had popularity within his grasp. Not to mention Shinchi could play instruments, compose, and sing. The guy was clearly a promising artist with both looks and genuine talent. If he signed with Huanga Entertainment, Li Huanga immediately made a monumental decision. She had to debut Shinchi. Fu Qing, sharing the exact same thought as Li Huanga, had been glued to her phone all day without accomplishing anything else. Her mind was entirely occupied with the possibility of launching Shinchi's career. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Fu Qing couldn't help but marvel at Li Huanga's impeccable instincts, how effortlessly she had stumbled upon someone seemingly born for the entertainment industry. Fu Qing also felt that Li Huanga genuinely wanted to establish Shinchi as a formal artist. If this were truly realized, it would further eliminate the possibility of other entertainment companies poaching him. Fu Qing had even mapped out a complete strategy for how to package and promote Shinchi. But what packaging does he even need? Shinchi doesn't need any packaging at all, okay? Just debut an original packaging. What woman could resist? Finally, Shinchi finished plowing the field, then planted seeds and watered the entire plot. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and flashed a warm smile. In a few days, Huanga will get to eat fresh eggplants and cucumbers. I want to eat Brother Cheese eggplants and cucumbers too. Wow, in this day and age, there's actually a treasure like Shinchi who knows how to grow vegetables. It's obvious Huanga's house doesn't have a housekeeper. Look at those other small vegetable plots growing peppers and cilantro, they must all be planted by Shinchi. Oh my god, how can there be such an amazing man in this world? The water he uses to nourish those vegetables isn't just water, it's love. Li Huanji realized she was actually feeling somewhat giddy. No, I still need to observe him further. Even if he were perfect in every way except for being a freeloader, and loved me deeply, his behavior during the livestream was different from usual, so I need to keep watching. Shinchi returned to the room, found a set of clean and comfortable clothes, and disappeared into the bathroom. The bullet comments were filled with collective wails of despair. Is the production team that desperate for money? It's just one more camera in the bathroom. Why not install it? Turn up the volume. I want to hear the shower sounds inside. Can you save Shinchi's bathwater for me? I bet it's more thirst-quenching than Nongfu Spring. The barrage of comments was both exasperating and amusing. When Shinchi stepped out of the shower, his damp hair and the muscles exposed by his tank top once again made female netizens wail in admiration. As soon as he reached the second floor, Shinchi spotted Shin Xiaokuan playing video games. Shin Xiaokuan glanced at Shinchi but paid no attention, completely absorbed in his game. Prince of Lanling, you're driving me crazy. No. Wrong, missed it. Arg, died again. Support me, can't you see I'm fighting 1 against 2 here? My teammates are such noobs. Lost again. Shin Xiaokuan angrily opened his match history, sending netizens into fits of laughter. Nothing but immobile marksman heroes filled the records, with a blazing red 4-game losing streak staring right back at him. Ha. Shinchi leaned over while drying his hair, utterly failing to contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? Shin Xiaokuan glared angrily. Shinchi chuckled. Take a look at your own game stats. Isn't it possible that You're the one who's dragging everyone down? Me dragging everyone down? In a rage, Shin Xiaokuan pulled up his rank display. Do you see this rank? This rank is really hard to reach, okay? What the hell do you know? Shin Shi sat down next to Shin Xiaokuan and took a peek. But, you! Shin Xiaokuan was furious. What do you mean by that look? Shin Shi sighed, TSK, Diamond Eye. And here I thought you were actually highly ranked. As the little adult of the household, Shin Xiaokuan couldn't stand being mocked like this the most. Alright. I'll play one more match to show you what I'm made of. Shin Shi happened to be bored. Shin Xiaokuan selected his signature hero, UG. 3 minutes into the game, just as Shin Xiaokuan was about to head up, Shin Shi suddenly shouted, "There's someone in the grass, a jungler and a mage." Shin Xiaokuan shouted, "I don't believe your nonsense." Just as they entered the grass, Daji immobilized Yuji, and Akali rushed in to attack. Before Daji and Akali could even finish their combo, Yuji was already down. Shin Xiaokuan was left speechless. Shin Shi pointed at the screen and burst into laughter. Are you stupid? Daji and Ake haven't moved for ages. There's a teamfight happening top lane, and our minions are already under the enemy mid-tower. These two are definitely waiting to ambush you bot lane. Shin Xiaokuan was stunned. He couldn't argue back. This is hilarious. Xiaokuan getting double-teamed by both the game and Shin Shi. Poor kid, I can see Xiaokuan's face turning green. Judging from Shin Shi's analysis just now, he has an incredibly deep understanding of the game. He's probably a master player. Anyone can be an armchair strategist. The spectator sees most clearly that doesn't prove Shin Shi is actually skilled. Chapter 16, Xiaokuan is still in kindergarten. Not even a pupil yet. Lin Xiaolu said indignantly. As a father, not only did he not stop the child from playing games, he actually stood by watching the match. Xiaokuan has been playing games for over an hour, yet Shin Shi didn't educate him at all. He's really an irresponsible father. Bai Qinghan nodded in full agreement. My child at home is absolutely forbidden from touching mobile games. If I catch them, I'll make sure they remember the lesson. And my husband wouldn't indulge the child like Shin Shi does. Li Huanga instantly became furious, and his tone turned sharp. Xiaokuan practiced calligraphy and piano this morning. I did the dishes at noon and practiced the guitar. What's wrong with him playing some games? He only played for about an hour. Even if it were 2 or 3 hours, I authorized and permitted it. What's the issue? In my house, these aren't problems at all. As long as Xiaokuan is independent, I won't bother about his entertainment. Though Li Huanga's words didn't match his true feelings, that didn't matter at all. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu covered their mouths, staring wide-eyed at Li Huanga. Really? Huanga, spoiling kids like this isn't right. We're only saying this for your own good. That's right. Huanga, you've never had children, so you lack experience in childcare. Shin Shi doesn't have experience either. This kind of wrong approach to raising children could lead to terrible consequences. Li Huanga's chest heaved with anger, burning to say none of your damn business. But years of refined etiquette and experience before cameras made her bite her tongue. Zhuai Yi shot Li Huanga a meaningful look. Steady now, Sister Huanga. I've got it. Li Huanga tossed out the phrase and leaned his body back against the chair. Lin Xiaolu and Qi Qingqiu exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a hint of triumphant delight. Fang Qian quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Every family has its own way of doing things. Xiaokuan is a very sensible boy. I'm sure he knows how to pace himself. Lei Li hastily chimed in. Exactly. Besides, the relationship between Shin Shi and Xiaokuan is somewhat delicate. Maybe Shin Shi has her own plans in mind. The barrage comments were in complete chaos, with Li Huanga's fans fiercely arguing with those of Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe's supporters. Assistant Director Zhang Wei looked somewhat worried, but Chief Director Hong Tao remained seated comfortably, stroking his sparse goatee with a content and satisfied expression. Chief Director, won't there be trouble if the observation panel keeps fighting like this? What trouble? Zhang Wei, you still have much to learn. Think about it, why did I invite 4 diva-level actresses from the 4 major entertainment companies? Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned before immediately putting on a look of sudden enlightenment. This greatly pleased Hong Tao. With an air of earnest instruction, Hong Tao said to Zhang Wei, Zhuai Yi is a young diva. She hasn't married or had children, and she idolizes Li Huanga. She'll definitely stand by Li Huanga's side. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe's entertainment company has always been at odds with Huanga Entertainment. Though Li Huanga is younger than them, she holds a higher status in the entertainment industry. How could they not be jealous? Both companies will also join the live stream later. Who wouldn't want their side to outshine the other? This is a live broadcast for the entire internet. So, the 4 panel members were actually divided into 2 factions before the show aired. Even if they're skilled at managing their expressions and words on camera, what about their fans? All of this is part of the outcome the chief director, planned and predicted in advance. Zhang Wei suddenly had an epiphany, giving a thumbs up with admiration. As expected of the chief director, truly brilliant. Hong Tao stood up and patted Zhang Wei's shoulder. guiding his junior with sincere intentions. As a variety show director, you must be meticulous and keep everything under control. You still have a long way to go, keep it up. Yes, yes, yes. During the live broadcast, Shin Shokuin's Yuji character had already died 6 times in this round. A scoreline of 0-6-2 was simply too painful to watch. Every time before Shin-Chi's death, it was Shin Shaokuin who warned him. And each of Shin Shaokuin's deaths matched perfectly with Shin-Chi's warnings. Shin Shaokuin clenched his teeth, his face flushed with a creeping layer of humiliation. Their teammates had already started mocking them. Damn, is it summer vacation now with all the elementary school kids out playing? Seriously ridiculous, can you all send fewer kids? Even the economy isn't as strong as my support role. You elementary school noob. Shin Shokuin was so angry that he directly pulled up the surrender panel, but his teammates disagreed. They insisted on making him die a few more times before reporting him. Even when Shin-Chi remained silent, an occasional sigh from him made Shin Shokuin feel like he was being mocked. Furious, Shin Shokuin slammed his phone onto the sofa. I quit. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. Really quitting? Shin Shokuin said angrily, I'm just not in the zone today, my rhythm's completely off. Shin-Chi nodded. Meichem, I get it. With that, Shin-Chi picked up Shin Shokuin's phone without hesitation. I laughed so hard my kidney stones shattered. Shaokuin isn't even an elementary schooler, he's a kindergarten kid. My kid plays Honor of Kings too, though he may be worse than Shaokuin, but damn, does he yell insults loudly when gaming. If the son can't handle it, the dad steps in? Shaokuin's teammates this round are downright shameless. Zhuai, who often played games herself, couldn't help but sigh as she watched Shin Shokuin's current score. Shokuin basically has no chance of winning with that score. Yuji's gold is only at 5,000. While the enemy support is already nearing 5,000. Their marksman and jungler have both surpassed 7,000. Even netizens who don't usually play games found themselves growing curious. Can Shin-Chi still win if he takes over now? Li Huanga didn't usually play games, but now he even felt a sense of tension creeping in. A child often holds admiration for their father. If Shin-Chi could make Shin Shokuin admire him, it would be highly beneficial for building a stronger relationship between them later on. What's the situation now? Is Shin-Chi going to lose the game? Choi nodded. I'm a king with 10 stars, so I can clearly analyze diamond tier matches. The opponent is a player far above the diamond tier who's come to smuff. Even if Shin-Chi is quite skilled, with such a huge gold deficit, he can't win. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe also play the game, and their ranks aren't low either. This game could have been surrendered ages ago. Shin-Chi clearly doesn't know how to play, underestimated it too much. Exactly. Looks like Shin-Chi's plan to impress Shaokuin has failed spectacularly. Before the team fight began, Shin-Chi hid in the bushes. When the battle started, Shin-Chi seized the moment, firing one arrow to finish off the enemy mage with low health, then immediately holding down his second skill to dash backwards at full speed. The team fight continues. Shin-Chi turns back around, finishing off the opposing marksman with 2 basic attacks. Dabeo uses Q ability. Ake moves in for the kill, but Shin-Chi activates his second skill for invincibility, then launches his ultimate to soar into the air. Before touching the ground, he immediately blinked and killed Aku through the wall. Pound baby Q. Shin-Chi started attacking minions to restore health, rejoining the fight when his HP was mostly recovered. Finished off the enemy support who was low on health. Wowza Q. As the last teammate was worn down by the enemy tank, Shin-Chi activated his second skill to become immune to damage, then effortlessly finished off the wounded enemy tank. A loud announcement sounded. Pentakill. Shin-Chi calmly pushed 2 towers to reach the enemy's high ground, cleared the last wave of minions, brought the Nexus down to critical health, then activated recall. The minions destroyed the Nexus on their own. Shin-Chi chuckled softly, gently set down his phone, letting his achievements speak for themselves. Perfectly executed. Chapter 17. When a boy starts to admire someone. Shin Shokuin was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the phone screen on the coffee table. Victor Ray. The broadcast voice seemed even more ironic now. Did we actually win what seemed like a guaranteed loss? The only elimination in this round turned out to be a pentakill? This was Shin Shokuin's first pentakill since he started playing Honor of Kings. Watching Shin-Chi and Shin Shokuin's reactions, Li Huanga couldn't help but ask, is this actually a win, or a loss? Zhuai exclaimed excitedly, we won! We won! Ha, we won? Li Huanga found himself inexplicably feeling happy too. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu seemed to feel a bit embarrassed by the turn of events. Well, winning is winning. It's just a game after all. Besides, should we even be playing this game? Exactly, shouldn't the focus be on Shin-Chi not letting Shokuin play games, and even helping him play? Zhuai was still excited, but this could actually strengthen their bond. When Shokuin was in trouble, Shin-Chi made a comeback and won. Shokuin must admire Shin-Chi now. The bullet comments are filled with cheers. It's remarkable how such trivial matters can stir up so much enthusiasm. Honestly didn't expect this. As an 8-year veteran of Honor of Kings, I gotta say Shin-Chi's positioning with UG was slick as hell. Every use of skill 2 was timed perfectly. That flash ultimate combo was especially brilliant. Looks like when the singing diva's away, Shin-Chi's got plenty of time to grind and sharpen those gaming skills. This guy sure showed off in front of Xiaokuan. Shin Xiaokuan quickly came to his senses, his little face tinged with regret. Was my reaction just now a bit too strong? Does this count as accidentally revealing Shin-Chi's other ability? But this ability doesn't seem to be of much help to Mom. It's just a pentakill? I get those all the time. Shin Xiaokuan's tone betrayed a hint of insecurity. Shin-Chi didn't mind, chuckling as he said, yes, you're the best at gaming. To Shin Xiaokuan's ears, it sounded sarcastic once again. One more round. I'll assign you a champion. If you can beat me with a decent score, I'll be impressed. Bring it on. Shin Xiaokuan felt annoyed seeing Shin-Chi's nonchalant attitude. But then he realized this calmness wasn't empty boasting, it was genuine skill. Shin Xiaokuan assigned Shin-Chi the support hero Luchan for jungle duty, but Shin-Chi ended up using Luchan like an electric fan, spinning in circles and bulldozing enemy towers, clinching victory with 13 kills. This utterly dumbfounded Shin Xiaokuan. It completely defied his understanding of the game. Unlike the other 3 panel members, Li Huanga watched in a daze but could sense something from everyone's reactions and the livestream barrage. This shatters my understanding of the game too. Can a support hero really jungle? His Lu Shan is an electric fan, while mine is just a punching bag that can only take hits. Every time someone tries to catch him, it's like he can predict it in advance, they just can't get him. Stealing towers until the opponents collapse from frustration. With reflexes like that, I feel like even if I had 50 stars in King of Glory, I still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Shin-Chi set down his phone with a chuckle, looking at the utterly bewildered Shin Xiaokuan whose entire understanding of the game had just collapsed. If you suck, you practice more. Had this been said before, Shin Xiaokuan would have argued back without fail. But now, he couldn't muster a single word in response. The brutal truth was staring him in the face. Wasn't Shin Xiaokuan truly worse at this game than Shin-Chi? Shin Xiaokuan suddenly lost interest in the game, exiting with a dark expression on his little face. Nothing special. Nothing special indeed, Shin-Chi replied indifferently. Shin Xiaokuan's fair little face was now full of rage. Play one more round. I'll assign you another hero. If you can. Shin-Chi waved his hand and stood up. No. I've already proven myself. I don't need to keep proving it. Shin-Chi walked downstairs. In the frame, Shin Xiaokuan clenched his little fists, pounding the sofa cushion with all his might. Li Huanga felt both exasperated and amused. Li Lei said with a laugh, I'm a guy, and when I was 5 or 6 years old, I was exactly the same, fuming with anger on the surface, but actually developing a sense of admiration for the other person. Perhaps I understand Shin-Chi's behavior better. When a child begins to admire an adult, it means their relationship is actually moving toward a positive developmental path. Li Huanga immediately brightened up. Li Lei was right, and Li Huanga indeed believed Shin-Chi possessed such intellect. Now convinced of Shin-Chi's approach and intentions, he couldn't help but feel a bit reassured. No. I have a different opinion. Bai Qinghe shook her head. I think Shin-Chi's approach towards Xiaokuan is actually destructive. It will only make a child even more insecure. I agree with actress Qinghe. Lin Xiaolu chimed in. The moment Shin-Chi failed to stop Xiaokuan from playing games, things already went wrong. Joy Yi couldn't stand watching any longer. I actually think Shin-Chi's approach is correct. It could make Xiaokuan develop admiration for Shin-Chi. Perhaps this is how the world of boys works. Moreover, I believe appropriate setbacks might make Xiaokuan lose interest in gaming. This could be more effective than directly forcing him to stop playing. Indeed, Shin Xiaokuan didn't continue playing games afterward. He went downstairs and saw Shin-Chi taking the keys to her scooter, ready to head out. Xiaokuan, ask your mom if she's coming back for dinner tonight. Oh, everyone in the studio turned their gaze towards Li Huangji, who then pulled out her phone. Sure enough, it was a call from Shin Xiaokuan. Shortly after, their conversation echoed through the studio. Mom, will you come home for dinner tonight? Xiaokuan, Mommy has work to do today. If I come home, it might be past midnight. Tell Daddy whatever you'd like to eat and let him cook for you. Oh, Shin Xiaokuan's voice sounded a bit downcast. It was clear that Shin Xiaokuan relied quite a bit on Li Huangji. Li Huanga's heart softened. Xiaokuan, what did you and Daddy do at home today? In the video frame, Shin Xiaokuan's eyes lit up momentarily as he thought of his secret with Shin-Chi, something that could help Li Huanga, but then his gaze began to drift uneasily. Many watching could tell that Shin Xiaokuan was struggling. Bound by his agreement with Shin-Chi, he clearly wanted to tell Li Huanga something, yet found himself caught in a dilemma. And no, nothing much. Really? Li Huanga asked again with a teasing smile. Shin Xiaokuan finally responded with a hint of anger. Mom, let me tell you, Shin-chi is just the worst. I didn't wash the dishes this morning, and he actually wouldn't let me have lunch. I had to wash his socks before I could eat. Poor me. Li Huanga found it amusing. Then I'll go home and teach him a lesson. I'll avenge you. Well, there's no need. Shin Xiaokuan quickly replied. Actually, Shin-chi is pretty good. Li Huanga was taken aback. This was the first time she'd heard Shin Xiaokuan show even a hint of defending Shin-chi. By the way, Shin-chi scammed me out of $500 this morning. Chapter 18. Some have eaten sour lemons, others have caught pink eye. While speaking, Shin Xiaokuan kept stealing glances at Shin-chi, who was still standing by the door. Unfazed, Shin-chi spun his keyring around his right index finger. Li Huanga watched the figures on the screen, one tall and one small, with mingled exasperation and amusement. When Mom comes home, I'll help you get it back. Fine. After hanging up the phone, Shin Xiaokuan looked rather smugly at Shin-chi, radiating the victorious air of someone who had just reclaimed their dignity. Mom said even if she comes back, it'll be past midnight, so don't worry about preparing dinner for her. Shin-chi nodded and stepped out the door. Shin Xiaokuan returned to his computer and pulled up Taogu Music Network. At first glance, he was instantly thrilled. Among the transaction requests in the information section, there were over 200 applications, with an account clearly labeled Huanga Entertainment Song Collection Campaign prominently listed among them. Shin Xiaokuan sighed with emotion. Indeed, a great song is always a great song. But Li Huanga, who was watching the large screen, suddenly stood up in a panic. Don't click it, Xiaokuan. Everyone in the studio immediately looked at Li Huanga with surprise, and the barrage was also filled with confusion. What's going on? Isn't this meant for Huanga Entertainment? Could it be that Huanga Entertainment isn't solely controlled by Li Huanga? Are there conflicts among the higher-ups? Cut the crap. Look at the bottom of the transaction information list. Everyone took a closer look and instantly understood. Zhuo Yi also shouted, don't click it, Xiaokuan. It's fake. Under by Qingha and Lin Xiaolu's amused gazes, Li Huanji was already preparing to make a phone call. Although Shin Xiaokuan's intelligence had been noticed by many, he was after all just a kindergarten child, not even 6 years old. No matter how clever he was, he couldn't possibly understand the schemes and ugliness of the adult world. Just as everyone was worried, Shin Xiaokuan suddenly frowned and leaned his little head closer to the computer screen. Just 4 or 5 lines below the Huanga Entertainment Song Collection account, another account labeled Huanga Entertainment suddenly appeared. Scrolling further down revealed a whole series of accounts: Li Huanga's personal assistant, Huanga Entertainment Creative Department, Huanga Music, Huanga Collection Department, and more. Shin Xiaokuan narrowed his eyes, looking as if he had seen through everything. Good gracious. Wow, so clever. That's what you call someone else's child. Don't even mention it. My son is older than Xiaokuan, yet he gets tricked out of his lollipops every single day. See that? Like father, like son, and dragons breed dragons and phoenixes breed phoenixes. I'd crown Xiaokuan as the cleverest little kid on the entire internet. Li Huanga and Zhuo Yi both breathed a sigh of relief. But just at that moment, Shin Xiaokuan spoke again. Mom's company has so many accounts collecting songs. Li Huanga, Zhuo Yi. It's over. We're done for. Kids will be kids after all. The song is priced at 50,000. But that's the price tag for Happy Song Entertainment. The asking price for others would be a different story. What a huge loss. Only then did Li Huanga remember she couldn't get through to Shin Xiaokuan's phone, so she had no choice but to call Shin-chi. But Shin-chi was riding his motorcycle and probably couldn't hear. Just as everyone was extremely tense, Shin Xiaokuan smiled slightly in front of the computer. Mom said all online transactions involving minors are illegal. Though the chance of this deal going wrong is small, we should still eliminate all potential risks to avoid trouble. That's why I won't click. Let's wait until that guy Shin-chi comes back to handle this. Holy crap, is this some kind of child prodigy? Thank goodness Xiaokuan is so obedient. I'm moved to tears. Phew, thank goodness. Whatever the reason, at least we stopped it in time. Nearly scared the piss out of me. Just then, a strikingly magnetic male voice suddenly echoed through the broadcasting studio. Yo! Everyone was startled, only then realizing Li Huanga had dialed Shin-chi's number. Li Huanga was bewildered. You weren't riding a motorcycle. Ha! Shin-chi also looked puzzled. How did you know? Li Huanga glanced at Fong Qian and Li Lei, who were giving her meaningful looks. I guessed. Didn't Xiaokuan just call me using your phone to ask if I was going home? Huanga? Oh. Shin-chi's gentle teasing voice chimed in. I must say you truly are the smartest woman in this world. Li Huanga's face flushed red as Shin-chi continued teasing. I do ride a motorcycle, and I usually can't hear my phone ring while riding. But you're different. Rule 3 of being a kept man, under no circumstances should Shin-chi ever be unreachable when Li Huanga calls. Li Huanga's heart instantly overflowed with immense sweetness. Reflecting on these past 3 years, Shin-chi had never once missed Li Huanga's calls and always responded to her messages immediately. Fearful that Shin-chi might mention anything about their contract marriage, Li Huanga deliberately replied in a huff. That's enough. hurry up and go buy vegetables. We need to prepare a nutritious dinner for Xiaokuan tonight. Shin-Chi chuckled with a sly grin. Rule number 2 of eating soft rice, Shin-Chi must absolutely obey any demand from Li Huanga. Hang up now, Li Huanga snapped angrily. At your command. Holy shit, I just swallowed 5 tons of dog food. Am I suffering from pink eye or did I just bite into a sour lemon? Damn these shameless producers, why do I have to watch this? I'd gladly shorten my lifespan by 50 years to get a husband like Shin-Chi. The studio fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause. All the women gazed at Li Huanga with envy. A warm feeling spread through Li Huanga's heart, realizing she was experiencing a tiny burst of feminine vanity in this moment. Joy-E excitedly grabbed Li Huanga's arm. Cheerful song sister, Shin-Chi treats you so incredibly well. He's so attentive. I'm genuinely so envious. I declare that my future husband's standard will be Shin-Chi from now on. Fang Qian also said with envy, if it weren't for the livestream, we'd never get to see such sweet love. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's hearts were filled with bitter envy, but they could only force smiles and offer compliments. Oh dear, Songstress Li really is fortunate. Shin-Chi is quite like my own husband, both have such a way with sweet nothings. My husband is the same. I thought mine was unique, but here we see Shin-Chi is just like him. Li Huanga's heart swirled with conflicting emotions amidst the sweetness. One truth became ever clearer, Shin-Chi loved her to distraction. In fact, if that weren't the case, Shin-Chi would only need to take care of things at home, so why was he acting like a love-struck fool? Li Huanga didn't know that Shin-Chi occasionally received red envelopes whenever he managed to amuse her. Or sometimes, Li Huanga would pass along gifts meant for clients that ended up unused. Meanwhile, backstage at the show, director Hong Tao stared at the live-stream's skyrocketing viewer count, now peaking at 13 million, grinning from ear to ear like a delighted fish. Thanks to Li Huanga, thanks to Shin-Chi and Shin Xiaokuan. Assistant director Zhang Wei also nodded in agreement. Honestly, chief director, hurry up and promote this. If I could invite Li Huanga's family, I could be the chief director too. This show really hasn't got much to do with you being the chief director. With someone like Li Huanga's family, even a dog tied to the chief director's chair could make the show a hit. Long live the chief director. Chapter 19, is the account representing Huanga to collect songs real or fake? When Shin-Chi returned, it was already nearly 5 p.m. He carried plastic bags filled with groceries and immediately changed his shoes upon entering. Xiaokuan, are you hungry now? Shin Xiaokuan sat excitedly in front of the computer, exclaiming, Shin-Chi, come quick and look. So many accounts from Mom's company have submitted trading requests. Shin-Chi was taken aback and immediately put down the bag to come over. A brief glance made his expression turn grim. Xiaokuan, as your father, speak properly. Shin Xiaokuan frowned. Shin-Chi sighed and said solemnly, Xiaokuan, now I'm going to teach you about the darkness and cruelty of human nature. Do you see these usernames? Shin Xiaokuan nodded, blinking his bright, expressive eyes as he looked at Shin-Chi. These accounts are all fake. You can register any name you want on the website. No entertainment company would ever have this many accounts for song submissions. Ha! Shin Xiaokuan jumped in surprise. They're all fake? Yes. Shin-Chi moved the mouse, clicking through each one. See, none of these accounts even have explanations. Shin Xiaokuan clutched his chest, his still frightened expression looking utterly adorable. Thank goodness I didn't accept. Isn't this just fraud? Shin-Chi spoke as if lecturing Shin Xiaokuan. This song was written for Mom's company, its true value is definitely no less than 50,000. We only priced it cheaper because it's for Mom's company. Shin Xiaokuan nodded, right. But since the songs are clearly priced on Taoganet, it means we intend to sell them. Anyone can submit a trade request regardless of who they are. If the other party initiates the trade and we approve it, the transaction automatically completes. This constitutes a legal and reasonable trade. Even if we sued, we wouldn't win. So all we can do is verify authenticity and ensure we confirm the true buyer without mistakes. Shin Xiaokuan understood now, gazing at Shin-Chi's handsome face with a dawning realization. Wait, no, this guy's just a trophy husband. How does he know so much? How ridiculous. I actually think he's making perfect sense. My brother Chi is amazing. He spotted it instantly and even used this to teach Xiaokuan about discernment. This father and son may not be related by blood, but their love is truly real. Pretty soon, Shin-Chi will have Shin Xiaokuan completely won over. Li Huanga was pleased, but also couldn't help feeling a spark of curiosity. Wasn't Shin-Chi just lounging around at home all this time? Does he even know how to distinguish truth from lies? Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu snorted in disdain, about to speak, when they noticed Shin-Chi making another discovery on the screen. Ha! Shin-Chi clicked on an account named representing Huanga to collect songs buried beneath a long string of transaction records. After scrutinizing it carefully, he finally revealed a satisfied expression. Xiaokuan, take a look at this account. What's the difference? Shin Xiaoquan asked curiously. Shin Shi nodded and said, this account name has a gold member badge, along with dual verification from Taogu Music and Huangu Entertainment, so it's definitely authentic. Shin Xiaoquan immediately became happy. Woohoo, finally figured it out. The song can finally be handed over to Mom's company. Amid the barrage of praising comments and the shower of compliments in the studio, Li Huanga suddenly stood up with a panicked look on his face. Don't click it. Everyone in the studio instantly turned surprised gazes toward Li Huanga. Li Huanga anxiously explained, I'm usually the one handling Taoganet song submissions, the only account authorized to collect songs is under my name. This account is definitely fake. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu looked excited, this was going to be fun. Damn, look at this username, delegated by Huanga to hunt for songs. Are you sure this wasn't a joke? Wasn't this name a bit too slapdash? Feels fake at first glance. Just praised Qinshi, and now they dropped the ball. Total letdown. Ha ha ha, why do I find this so hilarious? Joy Yi immediately grew anxious. Oh no, then hurry up and make the call. Li Huanga had barely taken out his phone when it began vibrating violently, an incoming call. Fu Qing? Fang Qian urged anxiously, don't answer that now, Qinshi's situation is more important. Li Huanga decisively hung up Fu Qing's call, but before she could dial Qinshi's number, Fu Qing's message had already arrived. Something felt off to Li Huanga. Knowing Fu Qing as she did, this had to be something major. Fu Qing was aware that Li Huanga was in the middle of a live program broadcast. She wouldn't interrupt so abruptly without reason. She seemed to have thought of something and directly clicked on Fu Qing's voice message. Fu Qing's urgent voice, almost cracking with intensity, reverberated through the broadcasting hall. Huangu. Huangu. That account representing Huangu to collect songs was registered by me. I've already completed the verification. Don't say it's fake on the show, or else this account will be ruined. The studio instantly fell into complete silence. Li Huanga's brain was overheating like an overloaded CPU. Fu Qing called again. As Li Huanga held the vibrating phone, it felt like receiving an emergency alarm. Hello? Fu Qing, you. Fu Qing said anxiously, that account was registered by me. Think about it, who else could come up with such a name? Other than me, Fu Qing, who else would it be? Only then did Li Huanga realize. Oh no! Fu Qing quickly added, you were filming the show, and I was worried Qinshi wouldn't recognize the fake one and would sell to a scammer, so I hurriedly verified the account. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Huanga finally sighed in relief. The studio was filled with collective sighs of relief. Good grief, another plot twist? They say Fu Qing is such a beauty among entertainment industry executives that no company has managed to poach her away. She's also a popular beauty and fashion blogger on major short video platforms, with millions of followers. Such deep friendship between besties, though the naming is quite something. Isn't that better than calling it behind-the-scenes excrement cooking? Got it. I'll hang up first. Fine. After hanging up the phone, Li Huanga gave an awkward laugh. Sorry about that, I nearly got it wrong. Ha, Joy Yi let out a long sigh of relief. That was really close. Bai Qinghe hurriedly said, you scared me. I was so worried just now. My heart's about to leap out of my chest. Lin Xiaolu clutched her heaving chest, her face full of post-fear expression. Li Lei laughed. We were too hasty just now. If the songbird diva had called Qinshi on the spot, he might have guessed we were secretly watching him. Only then did the group realize their oversight. We absolutely mustn't get exposed if we're discovered. It'll ruin all the fun and make everything seem staged. Exactly right. The thrill of peeking is what satisfies most. Don't worry, my Chigij is very smart, he won't be fooled. All eyes turned back to the screen. After triple-checking, Qinshi clicked the Confirm Transaction option. Transaction successful. Qinshi's phone immediately received a bank deposit notification. Account ending has received a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Thank you for your support of Taoga Music. Awesome. This is fantastic. Shin Xiaoquan jumped for joy. Qinshi looked at the phone message with a satisfied smile. We ordinary folks, hey, such a happy day today. Chapter 20, all money earned through talent and hard work deserves praise. Qinshi's smug expression of petty greed was finally caught by Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. Though we had to sell the song for money precisely because the songstress Huan Ji couldn't know about this, but doesn't this look way too money-grubbing? Exactly. A man without a job is truly hopeless, getting this thrilled over a mere 50,000 yuan. Joy Yi frowned, but Li Huanji let out a cold laugh and turned her head to glare at Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. As everyone knows, the husband of actress Lin is a renowned king of the music scene. Naturally, he wouldn't even glance at this measly 50,000 yuan. And Mr. Bai, being an executive at a major commercial powerhouse, naturally wouldn't bat an eye at such a paltry sum. But people are different. 50,000 yuan is no small sum for an ordinary person. Can't an ordinary person be joyful about earning money through their own talents? Must we be looked down upon by both professors? Joy Yi felt immediate relief in both body and mind upon hearing Li Huanga's words. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions froze, their faces turning visibly unpleasant. Songstress Huanga, please don't overinterpret our meaning. We don't look down on anyone, it's just that Shinchi seems rather common. Before Bai Qinghe could finish, Li Huanga immediately interrupted to ask, "Oh, how many people in this world aren't common folk? Don't ordinary people all live among the common crowd? Is Professor Bai suggesting that ordinary people who can't earn as much as she does must still look down on small sums like 50,000 yuan in the same way she does?" Bai Qinghe momentarily found herself at a loss for words, appearing genuinely flustered in front of the camera for the first time. Lin Xiaolu immediately stepped forward. "Don't escalate this, joyful song diva. We just think that since Shinchi is already living off your wealth, he shouldn't be taking another paycheck from you." Just as Li Huanga was about to address Lin Xiaolu, the latter approached her first. "I run a company. Transactions occur between the company and Shinchi due to our collaboration. Are you suggesting Shinchi shouldn't be paid, movie queen Lin?" Lin Xiaolu pouted, preparing to retort, but Li Huanga swiftly pressed further. "So for all of actress Lin's projects, as long as they involve people close to her, does that mean she never pays them?" Lin Xiaolu was instantly rendered speechless. Joy Yi was so delighted she nearly clapped her hands in approval. Sister Huanga is simply amazing, shutting down two acting queens with just a few words. Is this the commanding presence of a diva and a female CEO? Joy Yi felt she still had a long way to go. Li Huanga stood up lightly and spoke in a calm yet forceful tone. "No one in this world is obligated to make unconditional sacrifices for another. Even someone as ordinary as Shinchi, who creates a fine work through his own talent, not even I as his wife have the right to claim it unconditionally. Every individual has the right to feel joy when earning money through their own abilities." The studio immediately erupted into applause from ordinary people who related deeply to these words, applause that served as nothing less than a stinging rebuke to Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. The barrage comments defending Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were quickly drowned out by Li Huanya's fans and previously neutral netizens. What? So award-winning actresses like Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu look down on 50,000 yuan and expect ordinary people to do the same? Isn't this just disdain for the poor? Didn't your money come from countless ordinary fans anyway? I actually prefer down-to-earth stars like Queen of Song Huangyi. Shinchi is the husband of the singing diva, so he's definitely not short on cash. But honestly, Shinchi is really down to earth. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu seem to have realized their words had indeed placed them in opposition to public opinion. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, but Li Huanga took charge of the whole situation. Both of them couldn't help feeling even angrier at Li Huanga, inwardly marveling at her dominance and tenacity while simultaneously scrambling to explain themselves. "That's not what we meant. Maybe I misunderstood that Shinchi was happy about the money. I only just realized it now. Right. Shinchi must be happy because he helped Huanga." Li Huanga shook her head and, watching Shinchi's delighted expression on the screen, said earnestly, "He's happy because he made money." Bai Qinghe, Lin Xiaolu, are you not letting go? Li Lei asked curiously, could it be that Shinchi is really? Li Huanga didn't try to hide it either. An image of Shinchi's usual penny-pinching and greedy nature flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but smile faintly. That's right, Shinchi is indeed a bit greedy and stingy, but somehow that makes him kind of endearing. Endearing? Joy Yi didn't quite understand. Most people wouldn't understand either. Why does being greedy and stingy seem somewhat endearing? All eyes returned to the livestream. Look at your smug, miserly face. Shin Xiaokuan couldn't help but sneer. Shin-Chi chuckled and slipped his phone into his pocket. Every penny earned honestly through one's own efforts is worthy of respect. No matter how wealthy a person is, as long as their fortune was earned through hard work, they deserve praise. The barrage of comments was filled with cheers. Shin-Chi clapped his hands and stood up. Alright, though the song has already been submitted to your mother's company, our agreement is still ongoing. You can't tell your mother the truth yet, not until I say so. So you'd still choose to cook crap behind the scenes? Yeah. Shin-Chi headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shin Xiaokuan called out from behind, I'm not very hungry. You can start cooking at 7 p.m. Shin-Chi waved his hand without even turning his head. No. Your mom said you're still growing and need a balanced diet. Today's dishes are a bit more demanding, so I need to start preparing early. Shin Xiaokuan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Once again, all eyes in the studio turned to Li Huanji. Fang Qian asked, homestyle cooking is usually quite simple. Has the joyful Song Queen ever had any of Shin-Chi's more elaborate dishes? Li Huan shook his head. I don't know how to cook, so I'm not sure which dishes he makes would be difficult. They're usually ready when I wake up in the morning, and when I come home, I just eat them directly. The scene was filled with envy as countless people's expectations were piqued. After all, the dishes served at noon had already given everyone a taste of Shin-Chi's culinary skills. Now that Shin-Chi says the dishes for dinner are somewhat complex, just how intricate could they possibly be? The live broadcast feed immediately switched to the kitchen. Shin-Chi first pulled out a handful of bean sprouts from the plastic bag and began washing them, while the barrage of comments on the screen flooded with question marks. Bai Qinghe burst into laughter. What complex or difficult dish can you possibly make with bean sprouts? Forgive me, but I can't imagine any. Lin Xiaolu also chuckled. I've been to quite a few cities and I'm a food lover myself, but I really can't think of any famous dish that uses bean sprouts. Li Huanji seemed to have guessed it the moment Shi took out the bean sprouts. He had tasted this dish before and had nothing but praise for it at the time. She glanced at the two of them and smiled. I might be able to guess what this dish is. Perhaps you both have underestimated Qi's culinary skills. I dare say even a Michelin chef couldn't replicate this dish. I consider myself well-traveled, yet I've never seen or tasted bean sprouts prepared like this anywhere else. Though I know nothing about cooking, I can still imagine the complexity behind this dish. Chapter 21 The shock brought by inlaid bean sprouts and boneless three delicacies fish. Shi thoroughly cleaned the bean sprouts, then took out an exquisite leather pouch from the cabinet and opened it. Many people gasped in surprise. An array of exquisitely crafted knives of varying sizes and lengths glinted sharply under the light. Shi carefully took out one stalk and meticulously trimmed off both the sprout's head and root from each bean sprout. Then he pulled out a piece of pork and ground it into minced meat using a blender. What happened next was jaw-dropping. Shi actually pulled out a slender needle and hollowed out the midsection of each bean sprout stem one by one with such painstaking care that not a single delicate stem was damaged. Holy shit! This technique is on par with precision instruments. What's he trying to do? This is way too thoughtful. If a man could cook like this for me, I'd gladly drink pesticide right after finishing the meal. How can there be such a considerate man in this world? Does Shi still need another son? Even more astonishing techniques are coming. The ground meat from the blender didn't seem fine enough, so Shi chopped it into a paste-like consistency with a knife once more, then seasoned it to perfection. Then, to everyone's surprise, Shi began carefully stuffing the seasoned minced meat into the thin stems of bean sprouts. The studio immediately erupted with gasps of astonishment, and everyone finally understood exactly why Li Huanya had made that earlier remark. If we follow Shi's method, there's absolutely no question about the difficulty level of this dish. Bai Qinghe voiced her objection once again. I really don't see the necessity of preparing the dish this way. The bean sprouts and minced meat could easily be stir-fried together. Wouldn't the result still be bean sprouts with minced meat? Lin Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Exactly. It seems like artificially increasing the difficulty for no reason. Suddenly, a very rude comment floated across the barrage, this one sharply different from all the others. While the rest of the comments were in black and white, this one stood out in bright red, lingering on the screen for an uncomfortably long time, ensuring everyone saw it crystal clear. Seriously, I'm done. Variety shows keep inviting clueless guests who just love to boss everyone around. Both Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions darkened instantly, but their countless experiences in variety shows reminded them of one golden rule: never escalate things further when faced with such moments. This person is likely not simple. Fong Wenwen touched her earpiece, receiving the chief director's explanation and instructions. I need to explain to everyone that our program has specially designated online guests for certain segments. For segments involving music, we don't need them because 3 out of the 4 panel members are quite knowledgeable about music. In segments involving culinary skills, our internet guests who are culinary experts are free to voice their opinions. The comments from internet guests will be displayed as red subtitles on the screen and will remain visible for a longer duration. Everyone suddenly realized. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu frowned. Fortunately, they hadn't continued speaking just now. Li Lei laughed and said, "The one who spoke just now is teacher Lin Yiming, China's most famous food connoisseur." Wow! Damn, Master Lin Yiming? He's literally an authority on Chinese culinary culture, one of the most skilled chefs in the entire country. So what exactly did Master Lin Yiming mean by what he just said? The moment Lin Yiming appeared, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu truly didn't dare voice their opinions anymore. I have a terrible temper, especially when it comes to food culture, so I don't care if you're some kind of award-winning actress or diva. I'm only analyzing Shi's dish from a professional perspective. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions instantly darkened. And you call that only from a professional perspective? Who exactly were you criticizing with all that finger-pointing earlier? The red barrage comments appeared once more, and Lin Yiming patiently explained each one to the audience. This dish is unfamiliar to everyone, and that's not your fault. It's because this dish is extremely rare. There are no more than 3 people in all of China who possess the skill to prepare it. The dish is called stuffed bean sprouts, literally filling hollowed-out bean sprouts with minced meat, grain by grain. The process requires preserving the sprout's intact appearance while ensuring the filling is packed evenly and tightly. By now, you must have realized just how challenging this dish is. Watching Shi prepare it makes it look difficult enough, but attempting it yourself would be even harder. So Shi's ease comes entirely from his masterful control of this culinary technique. Skill is one thing, but patience is truly put to the test. The sprouted bean dish has a unique texture, combining the crispness of bean sprouts with the savory aroma of ham. Its delightful flavor made it a favorite of Empress Dowager Shizhi. The gathering once again erupted in understanding, marveling at how such a dish could hold so much nuance and history. Li Huanga's heart grew complicated once more. Such a challenging dish, how could Shinchi possibly have the patience to make it for me? How much must he love me? Li Huanga chuckled inwardly. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu are downright fools. Mocking Shinchi and targeting me? Now that's absolutely hilarious. The red barrage comments kept scrolling. Inlaid bean sprouts is not just a delicacy, but represents the exquisite craftsmanship in Chinese culinary culture, embodying the luxury and refinement of ancient imperial cuisine. Today, this dish remains a shining pearl in Chinese culinary heritage, attracting those who seek to explore and preserve China's gastronomic traditions. Finally, Lin Yiming added one more comment. Stir-fried minced pork with bean sprouts. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's faces instantly flushed red. Joy Yi was green with envy, gripping Li Huanga's arm tightly with both hands. Sister Huanga, I officially declare my jealousy. Li Huanga could only smile helplessly. Had it not been for participating in this show, I might never have understood Shinchi's usual thoughtfulness. I've truly fallen for this man. I used to really like Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu, but somehow I've started feeling averse to them now. According to them, there's no need to stuff meat inside fried eggplant or lotus root pockets, just mix the minced meat with eggplant and lotus root and dump it all in the oil. Huh? Holy shit! Look at this! Shinchi began preparing the second dish. The moment Shinchi pulled out fresh ingredients, a live carp, pork, shrimp, chicken gizzards, winter bamboo shoots, and shiitake mushrooms, a faint smile flickered across Li Huanji's face once more. She turned her head to look at Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. Two award-winning actresses, are you going to throw all these ingredients into the pot again and boil them together? Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions changed, yet their lack of cooking knowledge left them powerless to counter. Joy Yi curiously asked, Sister Huanga, have you eaten this dish before too? MHM. Li Huanga laughed. I only know this dish is absolutely delicious, but how it's made, I truly have no idea. It's actually. Lin Yiming's red bullet comment flashed across the screen again. Braised fish with 3 delicacies, boneless. A barrage of question marks flooded the screen. What dish is this? Everyone turned to watch Shinchi's technique. Laying the carp flat on the cutting board, he made a horizontal incision near the anal fin, severing the spine with one clean cut. Insert a long, thin, sharp knife through the 2 openings, gently separate the flesh from the backbone along the spine, then remove the spine and internal organs through the gill opening. Rinse and drain thoroughly. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This technique was absolutely beyond ordinary capability, the fishbone cleanly separated from the flesh while the fish's exterior remained perfectly intact. Shinchi minced the pork into a paste, placed it in a bowl with Shaoxing wine, salt, scallion ginger juice, and MSG, then mixed in diced shiitake mushrooms, bamboo shoots, chicken gizzards, and shrimp meat. The mixture was stuffed into the fish's belly through the gill opening. Coat the fish with soy sauce all over. Holy shit! I'm stunned. First time seeing fish cooked like this. Did you all see that? This ordinary carp is no longer ordinary. Never in this carp's life did it imagine it would get to shock the crowd, eh? Amidst a wave of exclamations, Lin Yiming's red bullet comment appeared again. Heat oil in a wok. Shinchi scooped in lard, needing to heat it until 7/10 hot, roughly around 154 degrees Celsius. Shinchi's movements perfectly matched Lin Yiming's instructions. She even spread her hand over the oil to test the temperature before sliding the fish in. Fry until golden on both sides, then add soy sauce, salt, scallions, ginger, sugar. It must be Shaoxing wine. Nothing else will do, only Shaoxing wine. Chapter 22. Wow, what a pain in the neck. The barrage of comments seemed to perfectly mimic Lin Yiming's tone. Incredible. The procedure didn't falter even slightly. Every step was executed with meticulous precision and patience. At first, I wasn't even willing to participate in this kind of variety show. Watching amateurs cook in front of a computer was pure torture. But never did I expect to witness Shinchi's breathtaking maneuvers. Just from the soybean sprouts and boneless fish with 3 delicacies dishes alone, it's totally worth it. I haven't seen such professional cooking techniques in years. Even at my age, I can't help but say, I'm stunned. The studio immediately erupted into joyous laughter. Fang Qian smiled and said, this just proves how exceptional Shinchi's skills are. Even the solemn teacher Lin Yiming has become playful. A simple home-cooked meal suddenly revealed Shinchi's extraordinary talent under Lin Yiming's commentary, making everyone realize how remarkable he truly was. There are few people who can earn Lin Yiming's praise, and even fewer who can astonish him. In terms of pure culinary skill, you could count such talents in China on one hand. Every face in the studio wore an expression of shock. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu found their minds utterly overwhelmed. Is he really that skilled? Thinking about the one at my own home, at least in terms of cooking skills, they're completely no match for Shinchi. But then they felt reassured, because after all, this is a live-streamed parenting show, and as long as they can whip up some decent home-cooked dishes, that's good enough. Besides, they've already violated the show's principle by informing their husbands in advance. Her husband is a high-end professional, how could he possibly lose to some freeloading gigolo? No big deal. Joy-E kept clutching Li Huang's arm while the latter's crimson lips remained slightly parted. Is the food he cooks at home always this terrible? If we were to believe Lin Yiming's praises of Shinshi, then Shinshi must be one of China's top culinary talents, the kind you can count on one hand. 20,000 a month for someone like that doesn't seem like much at all. Only one explanation comes to mind again: Shinshi loves me. The kind of love that's earth-shattering, life and death, utterly overwhelming. In the footage, Shinshi saw the water boiling, then turned the heat to low. TSK, this dish turned out quite well. Later wheel. Ha, where's my lard? Lin Yiming began explaining once more. Right, after simmering on low heat for 20 minutes you absolutely must drizzle lard over it. After drizzling with lard, it needed to be moved to high heat to reduce the sauce, then plated. This dish could be considered perfectly done. After the lard drizzle, Shinshi took advantage of the sauce-reducing time to stir-fry two simple home-style dishes. These two simple dishes strangely seem to offer the over 10 million live viewers a chance to catch their breath, finally snapping everyone out of their stunned daze. Holy shit, I'm blind. Why did I have to see this? Stop talking, just sign my husband up for cooking classes. If he can't learn, don't even come home. I'm starving. Seeing Shinshi put so much effort into cooking for Xiaokuan, tears of joy are running down my face. Fu Qing hadn't yet recovered from the excitement of obtaining the song when Shinshi showed off yet again, dazzling everyone around him. TSK, damn it, how many times did I secretly badmouth Shinshi in front of Huanga before? That was too rash of me. With Shinshi's cooking skills like this, Huanga really has excellent taste in choosing Shinshi. No way. I must go to Huanga's place to try it. I'm practically drooling. I mean salivating. Shinshi's professionalism during the cooking process had been verified by experts, and everyone could sense it. What astonished people most was Shinshi's consistent display of skill and calmness throughout, along with his reverence for the dishes, as if he were infusing culinary culture with soul and devotion. Just as everyone was immersed in this atmosphere, Shinshi suddenly disrupted the harmonious and pristine ambience within the kitchen scene. Perhaps it was Shinshi's satisfaction with the dinner dishes, or perhaps because he had helped Li Huangji, but Shinshi grew rather cheerful. Once again, he couldn't resist swaying and twisting like he had that morning when singing Shifun. With his hands clasped behind his head, eyes tightly shut, and an expression of pure delight on his face, his body began to sway rhythmically. After laying down a beat with his beatbox, he opened his mouth and burst into song. A ke ku le hoya ho hey, di da lu gong jie ho de hey, gai se gai hong nia o yu ya lai, bia li gai se ho, da, hey, beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. The barrage of comments in the livestream instantly froze for a brief moment before exploding into chaos. What kind of terrible singing is this? Did you finish collecting manure before beating the monkey? Ha, how did he manage to add a curry flavor to his voice? It sounds so cheerful, kinda hypnotic. This dance move is so damn sultry. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What an amusing man, isn't he? Shuai, who had a low threshold for humor, burst into uncontrollable laughter again. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu couldn't hold back either, rolling on the large couch while clutching their stomachs. Fang Qian and Li Lei couldn't maintain their usual composure as hosts either, covering their mouths as they turned their heads away, trying to continue hosting but finding themselves breathless with suppressed laughter. Li Huanga's expression was utterly multifaceted, a mix of awkwardness tinged with stifled laughter, displeasure blended with helpless resignation. She became certain of one more thing: Shinshi was absolutely not the sensible and gentle person Li Huanga had initially presumed, but rather turned out to be a complete goofball. Ah ke koli I hoya ho hey, dulu dulu yulu dulu jalulu. Shinshi's hips swayed enticingly as she danced, looping the routine twice before finally finishing up the dish. Carrying the dish to the dining table, his eyes immediately landed on Shin Shokuan's little charcoal-smudged face sitting on the sofa. Can you just stop with the humming already? And could you please not sing those songs about collecting manure and beating monkeys? I can understand a man entertaining himself while doing household chores and cooking, but this kind of song is practically an insult to music. You must never post such music on my mom's company's behind-the-scenes cooking account. Even if someone bought it, you'd still be committing fraud. Shin Xiaokuan's little face was full of seriousness, his grown-up demeanor making him look utterly comical. Hey, you brat, Shin Chi retorted unhappily. Your old man worked hard to cook this meal, can't I have a little fun on my own? Watch out, or I'll cut off your food supply. You wouldn't dare? Xiaokuan Shin challenged, sticking his neck out. Say one more word and I will. You do it, and I'll tell on you. I dare if you say it. I'll say it if you dare. Li Huanya. Ta, this father-son duo is absolutely hilarious. Who's really more childish here, Shinchi or Xiao Kuan? I think I finally understand what Shinchi meant when he spoke to Xiao Kuan earlier. He genuinely treats the boy as an equal. This kind of relationship is truly enviable. My own son is terrified of his father, so we miss out on such joyful moments at home. I'm genuinely envious of the Singing Diva's family. Chapter 23, The Challenging Mission Options Regarding the Singing Diva. Under the burning and envious gazes of numerous netizens, Shin Xiaokuan devoured his meal heartily. But as a child, he didn't understand much about culinary appreciation. He simply thought the dishes Shinchi made were truly delicious. A cook's mood is often uplifted when seeing others enjoy the food they've prepared. Shinchi couldn't help but eat a bit more. The 4 exquisite dishes were completely devoured, drawing countless sighs of admiration. It seemed fewer netizens were commenting about Shinchi being a freeloader living off his wife, which displeased Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu tremendously. Especially after Lin Yiming's sarcastic remarks towards them, they grew even more resentful. Shin Xiaokuan was exceptionally well behaved this time. Right after finishing his meal, he proactively went to wash the dishes, almost as if afraid he'd miss out on Shin Shi's cooking otherwise. Li Huanga completely accepted Shin Shi's approach to handling Shin Xiaokuan too, thinking this method seemed far better than spoiling the child. After dinner, Shin Xiaokuan occupied himself while Shin Shi changed into workout clothes and headed to the 3rd floor to exercise. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu finally seized their opportunity. Wait, a stay-at-home dad actually has workout habits? Who's he even working out for? Exactly. It's not like you're some elite who needs to show their face in public. Zhuo Yi seemed unable to bear watching any longer. Logically speaking, as a young rising star in the music industry, Zhuo Yi's status couldn't compare to that of the 2 veteran actresses who'd been famous for years. But Zhuo Yi was a bit reckless, yet brimming with a strong sense of justice. Especially now that she'd become a fan of Shinchi, there was an extra hint of protectiveness in her words. Miss Lin, Miss Bai, I don't think we should speak like this. Fitness is a healthy lifestyle habit, something everyone has the right to enjoy as a personal hobby. Sometimes people work out not for others to see, but simply for themselves. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu immediately took offense. We acknowledge Li Huanga's high status, but since when does Zhuo Yi get to lecture us too? Who gave you the nerve? Li Huanga patted Zhuo Yi's hand, then turned to look at Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu, speaking in a calm tone. Do the husbands of these 2 award-winning actresses work out? Both of them nodded. Of course. Yes, he has excellent personal living habits. Li Huanga asked, then whose eyes are those 2 best actress winners' husbands working out for? Lin Xiaolu laughed heartily. Of course it's for. She suddenly froze, as if sensing this might be a landmine. He appears in public every day and needs to maintain a certain image. Li Huanga let out an "oh," then asked again, so, who exactly is this show for? Lin Xiaolu was no fool. The smarter she was, the more she recognized how thorny this question truly was. Bai Qinghe said with a smile, working out is, of course, for health. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence too. Zhuo Yi immediately understood and burst into laughter without restraint. Sister Huanga is truly amazing. Li Huanga scoffed. So why can't Shinchi work out? The answer was painfully obvious. Wait, what are these 2 even here for? Why do I feel like these 2 are always looking down on Shinchi with their noses in the air? So targeted. The key is, what gives them the right to look down on Shinchi? Are their husbands really that great? They're even gossiping about him working out? Since when is fitness a crime? I fucking want to scream ask you croissant holy shit at them. Enough already. Stop sending voice messages. The songbird queen is so domineering, just a few seemingly casual questions instantly exposed their true fox-like nature. Wow, look, Zhuo Yi pointed at the big screen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After a brief warm-up, Shinchi dove straight into his workout. The tight-fitting outfit clung to his body, outlining his athletic physique. Though not as explosively bulky as a bodybuilder's, the well-defined proportions perfectly aligned with contemporary aesthetic standards, enough to make men envious by name and countless female netizens salivate by name. Li Huanga stared dumbfounded at the screen showing Shinchi's sweat-drenched workout, unable to suppress his sigh of admiration. Though he'd noticed Shinchi's figure at home, seeing him exercising under public scrutiny on the show made him feel like he was discovering new wonders all over again. This figure is way better than all those celebrities in the entertainment industry who've built their persona around having a great body. Based on what Shinchi has shown so far, debuting would absolutely guarantee explosive popularity. Li Huanga couldn't help but consider once again the possibility of launching Shinchi's entertainment career. First step. Well, actually, the first step has already been taken. The variety show Moms on a Business Trip serves as the perfect opening shot. Step 2. Alright, he's already demonstrated his intelligence and domestic qualities, no need for persona building or packaging. Step 3. Fine, he plays instruments, composes, and seems to sing pretty well too. Step 4. Well, our own family runs an entertainment company, no shortage of resources or promotion. Step 5. Okay, Forget about media hype too, he's the husband of a diva, and his wife happens to be quite famous. Li Huanga grew more and more excited the longer he thought about it. These days, how hard is it to find an artist like this? Yet Shin-chi already possesses all the qualities, think of all the costs saved on grooming a new talent. Fu Qing thought the same way. Outside, the sky had darkened. Most employees at Huanga Entertainment had already left work, but Fu Qing remained in the office, staring blankly at his computer screen. The whole day exhausted her, yet Fu Qing hadn't gotten any work done. She'd just been watching the live stream the entire time. What drained her wasn't the work, but the emotional roller coaster. She even felt somewhat jealous of Li Huanga. Before, she thought Shin-chi wasn't good enough for Li Huanga, but now Fu Qing realized Shin-chi was the perfect match for her. What's the need for social equivalence? If we're going by that standard, how many in the entertainment industry could possibly match Huanga's caliber? Shin-chi accepts every aspect of Li Huanga, treats her like a princess, and possesses just the right amount of talent himself. Apart from facing mild criticism for seemingly living off his wife's income and showing no ambition to work, Shin-chi is practically perfect in every way. Fu Qing even felt that Shin-chi had become her benchmark for choosing a boyfriend. Wait, no, perhaps every woman dreamed of finding someone like Shin-chi. The time reached 8:30 p.m. Logically speaking, a full day of live streaming should have been exhausting. The production team of Moms Away on Business adhered to a simple ethos: fully immersive daily life. The guests and audience in the studio can move freely, and the production team may pause or end the live broadcast at appropriate moments. Yet after a whole day had passed, countless netizens were still thoroughly enjoying themselves. Everyone in the studio also remained completely engaged, finding the proceedings far from dull or exhausting. On the contrary, they found it utterly fascinating. Shin-chi and Shin Shokuin both possess striking good looks and undeniable charisma, which came as quite a surprise to the show's production team. Although Li Huanga's performance fee was steep, she was still worth every penny. Fang Qian and Li Lei took a sip of tea and resumed their hosting duties. It's already evening now. The livestream has been incredibly entertaining all day, showcasing Shin-chi's unique approach to parenting. Absolutely, the overwhelming popularity of the livestream speaks for itself. As we approach the conclusion of our first household broadcast, we've prepared a special little segment before wrapping up. This special segment is quite intriguing. It's a challenge designed specifically for the lady of the house, our very own singing diva. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward Li Huanji. Li Huanji was also slightly taken aback, feeling a tinge of nervousness. The live-stream Shin-chi and Shin Shokuin remained unaware if there were any missions assigned. They would undoubtedly be quite challenging to complete. Fang Qian smiled and said, "We've compiled the most discussed topics from today's livestream and selected numerous options. Through big data analysis, we've identified the 10 hottest and most talked about choices, and now we're launching an online vote. The options that fans most want songstress Huanga to do will become her mission." Then, the large screen displayed each of the most anticipated mission choices from netizens. Zhuo Yi and the others immediately burst into laughter, while Li Huanga found himself both amused and exasperated. What kind of nonsense is this? Making Shin-chi wear nothing but briefs while playing guitar and singing Empress. Forcing Li Huanga, Shin-chi, and Shin Shokuin to play a 3-player game, where Shin-chi must jungle with Sunbin and secure a pentakill to carry the team. Have Shin-chi sing collecting manure and beating the monkey seriously. Make Shin Shokuin call Shin-chi daddy. Get Shin-chi to teach Li Huan how to sing beating the monkey. By Qingha and Lin Xiaolu's moods instantly improved, their mouths curling up with joy. Li Huanga's heart began to howl inwardly. Holy moly! Chapter 24, the mission is to have Shin-chi teach the diva to sing beating the monkey? Li Lei added. The other 3 members of the observation panel can also vote. Each of your 3 votes is worth 100,000 votes, while 1 vote from the songbird diva counts as 200,000 votes. Once the mission is confirmed, we'll play behind-the-scenes footage of the collected scenes before the next live broadcast at the Songbird Diva's home to verify whether the task has been completed. If not completed, the Songbird Diva will face severe punishment. Bai Qingha and Lin Xiaolu instantly perked up, unable to resist letting their imaginations run wild. Even they hadn't realized that what they most wanted to see was Shin-chi performing diva in underwear while playing guitar. Both women felt their faces grow warm simultaneously, choosing not to look at Li Huanga's expression. Zhuo Yi, brimming with boisterous excitement, cried out, "Woohoo! Singing queen in your underwear!" The live audience burst into uproarious laughter. The barrage of comments became overwhelmingly dense once more. Wearing just underwear seems a bit. Can we lose the underwear altogether? Why isn't there an option to let Shin-chi change his wife? Rigged. We want to see Huanga whip Shin-chi with a little whip. We want to see Shin-chi wearing a maid outfit singing collecting dung while beating monkeys. AK ku lei hoya ho hey. Shut up upstairs. After a whole day, Li Huanga realized this was the tensest moment. At first, Li Huanga noticed Shin-chi was acting differently than usual, but not as nervous as now. Later, he worried Shin-chi might target Shin Shokuin, but not as anxiously as now. Faced with the deliberate challenges from 2 equally renowned actresses, Li Huanga handled herself with remarkable ease. But now, bearing the weight of the final voting that would conclude the entire day's program, Li Huanga was genuinely nervous. Silently, she selected one of the major options before her, making Shen Xiaoquan address Shen Qi as dad. Li Huanga thought to herself, if all else fails, she could resort to maternal authority. Surely Xiaoquan would be sensible enough to comply. Soon after, an internet-wide voting campaign kicked off in full swing. Backstage at the show, Assistant Director Zhang Wei gazed at Hong Tao, who sat calmly sipping tea in the executive chair, with undisguised admiration in his eyes. How did he manage to come up with so many astonishing ideas? Is this the capability required of an S-tier variety show's chief director? Zhang Wei, report today's data. Peak live viewership reached 14.65 million, with average concurrent viewers at 9.21 million. Hong Tao was extremely satisfied. This data could even rank among the top 5 in the history of China's variety live broadcast shows. What are the top 5 programs? CCTV's Spring Festival Gala. Absolutely a phenomenal hit. The task options flashing on the big screen raced against each other like sprinters, leaving Li Huangji's pounding heart unable to calm down for a long time. It felt just like the nervousness she'd experienced during her debut performance when she first took the stage to sing. Li Huangji now wanted to close her eyes, press her palms together with all her might and pray fervently. Please don't let the most embarrassing option be selected. Otherwise, I'd really be too ashamed to show my face. Countdown, 5 seconds. With a crisp announcement, a conspicuous option suddenly appeared on the big screen. Zhuoyi, by Qinghe, and Lin Xiaolu all stared with their 3 pairs of beautiful eyes. He immediately clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, tears shimmering in his eyes. Ah ha 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 ha, this is too funny, I knew it'd be this. Ha ha ha, the songbird diva. This is really, snorts ah ha ha ha. Li Huanga's crimson lips parted slightly as she stared at the mission options on the giant screen with utter despair. Her hanging heart had finally died. Not even CPR could revive it. Stone cold dead. Li Huanga's mind conjured up Shen Qi's harmless-looking face, and he couldn't help silently cursing. Don't you have anything better to do? If you're so talented, why not write more songs like Queen? Must you sing that damn monkey punching? Where am I supposed to put my face now? Fang Qian finally composed herself after laughing uncontrollably. I declare the mission for the Songbird Queen is to have Shen Qi teach Li Huanga to sing Ke Kule Hoya Ho Hey. Why not have Shen Qi play guitar and sing Queen without wearing underwear? Why isn't Shen Qi singing Picking Manure and Monkey Beating Sans Underpants? Corruption. Why isn't Huanga singing Empress without underpants? For the first time, I saw an expression of utter hopelessness on the face of national goddess Li Huanga. Goddess Huanga's persona is about to collapse. Songbird Li, please take note, we'll be recording your practice session learning monkey beating dance. Make sure to stay in the living room or other areas covered by our cameras, Li Lei said. Li Huanga wore a bitter expression. Can we pick something else? Lin Xiaolu immediately burst into laughter. No can do. This is what the audience wants to see. Don't program rules make this inappropriate? Bai Qinghe declared with righteous fervor, then rushed toward the audience and asked, would everyone like to see the Songbird Queen perform monkey beating? The audience was instantly energized, chanting in unison. Celebrity songstress serenades the Monkey King. Joyous song diva sings about monkey beating. The crowd roared like a tidal wave, the clamor shaking the heavens. Bai Qinghe was quite satisfied, a faint smile lingering on her face. Nation's goddess, song diva, aloof female CEO, her public persona remained unshakable. Outstanding talent, peerless beauty, unparalleled singing skills, keep your distance. Isn't that the label the entire Huaxia gave you? Sing Monkey Hunt? Ha, let me see how this unshakable persona of yours turns into a clown. Li Huanga let out a sigh. This situation was irreversible now. Winning all day, only to lose at the very end. Zhuoyi felt a pang of sympathy for Li Huanga. She reached out her small hand to hold Li Huanga's, offering a sliver of comfort to her heart. Sister Huanga, thank you, Beating the monkey seems to be in a made-up language. Ptah, Yi's finishing move was perfect. The Songbird Queen's embarrassed face is hilarious. You know what? Joyful Song Diva is actually quite cute like this. I'm about to go crazy babysitting this kid. No voice messages upstairs. Chapter 25. What if we reached the 7th ring? You're 2 rings ahead of the 5th. Li Huanga sat in the luxury business car, unable to resist covering her head with her hands. Xiaolong, her driver of 3 years, couldn't help showing concern. Sister Huanga, are you tired? Tired? Not quite. Li Huanga replied weakly. Should we go home or back to the office now? Li Huanga opened his eyes and looked ahead. Outyan, did you watch the live stream today too? Long Outyan froze for a moment, pursing his lips to suppress a smile. Yes. Li Huanga sighed. Long Outyan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, Sister Huanga, to be honest, sometimes you're too serious. I noticed you seemed a bit flustered during the show today. It was quite amusing. Li Huanga froze. You've been working too hard. This sort of program lets you escape the tedious workload at the company while revealing sides of yourself people never get to see. It's genuinely wonderful. You have no idea how intimidated our company staff used to be by you, but today, they all said you. Li Huanga was stunned once more. What? You're very cute. Li Huanga suddenly felt a mix of complicated emotions. Had the mask been worn for too long under pressure? Then you tell me, should I ask Shinshi to teach me? Akeku, hohei? But when returning home and opening the door, Li Huanga suddenly felt a tinge of nervousness creeping up on him. Shinshi looked towards Li Huanga standing at the doorway and raised an eyebrow. Li Huanga's face darkened. Fine, it's my fault for never noticing these subtle expressions of yours before. Only today did I realize you've been pretending all along. You're clearly head over heels in love with me, so why put on this act of nonchalance? Seeing me now must be making your heart pound, isn't it? Shinshi gently set down the teapot, his voice soft and magnetic. It's 11 o'clock. Want some late-night snacks? Still pretending? You villain who sings about beating monkeys. I won't eat. Li Huanga's tone was noticeably irritated. Shinshi froze slightly. Tired? Work stress getting to you? I'll go draw your bath for you. Shinshi stood up to head to the bathroom, but Li Huanga suddenly called out to stop him. Sit down. Shinshi obediently took a seat. Everything at home went smoothly today. Xiaokuan practiced piano and guitar, did some calligraphy practice, and ate quite a lot during meals. Li Huanga sneered inwardly. Still pretending to be gentle and caring with me, huh? It's already July, and I haven't released any songs this year, Li Huanga said. Li Huanga never discusses work with Shinshi. What could this abrupt statement possibly mean? Then go ahead and send it? Shinshi blinked his bewildered eyes at Li Huangji, who responded with a weary sigh. Do you think I should release a song that's completely different from my previous style? Shinshi was puzzled, but adhering to the principle of client-first service, he still carefully considered the question. Let me just say up front, I genuinely know nothing about music. If you're thinking of trying a different style of music, rap, hip-hop, or maybe black poof hoof poof? For 3 years, Shinshi had always been this gentle. Whenever Li Huanga had doubts, he would offer suggestions but never make decisions for her, letting her find inspiration among his options. Now that she knew everything, Li Huanga felt like a complete fool. Suddenly, she thought of a problem. Early tomorrow morning, she had to go to the TV station's studio building for the program, and the day after that as well. Who has time to learn monkey drumming? That means there are only 3 time slots available to learn: tonight, tomorrow night, and the night after. Based on his experience from the first day of participating in Imam's Away on Business and his understanding of Executive Director Hong Tao, Li Huangji was absolutely certain about one thing: if he failed to complete the task, the punishment would definitely be worse than learning monkey drumming. Can you sing? Shinshi thought Li Huanga was genuinely peculiar. I just said it, I don't understand music. Li Huanga's expression visibly darkened, and Shinshi's heart sank in tandem. What now? Our contract never stipulated I had to be multi-talented, okay? You sometimes hum a few tunes at home, and I'm somewhat intrigued. So, could you sing for me the little melodies you usually hum? Li Huanga felt truly brilliant at this moment. This excuse was absolutely flawless. Shinshi asked doubtfully, You're sure about this? Confirmed. Li Huanga felt like she was about to accomplish the mission. As long as Shinshi sang Deho, Li Huanga would ask Shinshi to teach her a few simple lines. Whether she learned it or not didn't matter, her phone was recording, and she could stealthily master it later. Even if the production team demanded an on-the-spot demonstration later, Li Huanga wasn't afraid. I'm the diva, my musical sense is impeccable, and I absorb music like a sponge. Learns everything at once, absolutely flawless. Although Shinshi didn't understand why Li Huangji was acting so strangely, the rules of being a kept man still had to be followed. Must be obedient. Then I'll give it a go? Go for it. After a moment's thought, Shinshi finally opened his mouth under Li Huanga's expectant gaze. Fifth ring road. You've got one more ring than the 4th ring road. Shinshi's voice even sounded somewhat effeminate, somewhat shrill. Li Huanga didn't react at first. Though Shinshi sang with great charm, the lyrics were truly baffling to Li Huanga. The Olympic rings? You mean those 5 rings? The Audi rings? You mean those 4 circles? Oh, 5th ring. You're 1 ring short of 6th ring. Shinshi's imitation was pitch perfect, leaving Li Huanga's brain struggling to process. What the hell is a 6th ring? One day finally you reach 7th level. Reach 7th level, what to do? Li Huanga stared blankly at Shinshi, his mind filled with question marks. What to do? Shinshi extended 5 fingers towards Li Huanga. You are more than 5 rings. Then retracted 3 fingers. 2 more. Li Huanga? Shinshi seemed quite pleased with himself, looking at Li Huanga with an expression that said, Aren't I clever? Only then did Li Huanga snap out of her daze. What kind of lousy 5th ring is this? I asked you to sing a folk tune, and here you are doing arithmetic with me instead? Chapter 26. The diva finally gets her wish to learn monkey boxing. As soon as Bai Qingha returned home, she found her husband Liang Bin sitting at the computer in the study, working. Honey, I still want to remind you about the live stream the day after tomorrow. Liang Bin's expression darkened slightly. Is it really necessary to repeat this over and over? Bai Qinghe sighed. Today Li Huange's live stream performed exceptionally well. If we can't outperform that freeloader, it'd be utterly humiliating. Freeloader? Liang Bin showed a trace of surprise. Li Huange's husband is a freeloader? Liang Bin thought of Li Huanji's stunning beauty and devilish figure, and couldn't help but feel somewhat depressed. Quite handsome, is he? Humph, what kind of pretty boy wouldn't be handsome living off a woman? Liang Bin chuckled coldly. I'm at least a senior executive at a listed company. You think I can't compare to some kept man? Liang Bin assumed Bai Qinghe would go shower and sleep after their conversation. But unexpectedly, she pulled a surprise move. Her dazed gaze held him as she leaned her head against his chest, her hands beginning to roam. Honey, my aunt left. Right here. Exciting. Alright then. Bai Qinghe's mind conjured up an image of someone. Earlier that day, that very person had been gardening in the vegetable patch of the courtyard. Now, Bai Qinghe also wished to be cultivated. Lin Xiaolu returned home with slight apprehension in her heart, finding the child already asleep. You're back? Ji Ming asked with a gentle expression. Lin Xiaolu stepped forward to hold Ji Ming's hand, saying with mild concern, Honey, I still need to remind you, tomorrow's livestream must appear completely natural. Ji Ming furrowed his brows. Wife, do you really think so little of me? Li Huang's husband may live off his wife's earnings, but he has many talents, and I could tell Li Huang hadn't informed him about. Lin Xiaolu voiced her worries. Ji Ming was slightly taken aback. What the heck? A freeloader? Ji Ming felt somewhat displeased. Do you think I can't compare to some freeloader? I'm a superstar and an actor, and I'm very familiar with variety show tactics. Ji Ming said somewhat displeased. Lin Xiaolu nodded, images of Shinchi working out and hoeing suddenly appearing in her mind, making her feel a little flushed. She took Ji Ming's hand and placed it on her clothing button, exhaling fragrantly. Husband, hoe me a little. What do you mean? You treated me like a vegetable patch, digging into me with your hoe. Shinchi was indeed singing a folk tune, and she performed it with remarkable passion and expression. Li Huange also noticed that Shinchi had a good sense of music, but this wasn't what she wanted. Wu Wan is Wu Wan, and beating the monkey is beating the monkey. Hey, that sounds nice. Li Huange forced to compliment. Got anything else? Shinchi even caught a glimpse of expectation in Li Huange's eyes and nodded before switching to another song. The little girl picking mushrooms carrying a big bamboo basket. Barefoot in the early morn, wandering through woods and hills. She picks the most mushrooms, dries them atop the chicken coop. The tune was cheerful, but Li Huange didn't understand. Why dry them on the chicken coop? The village is poor. We dry mushrooms on the chicken coops here. Li Huange grew somewhat impatient. This little tune is so childish and pleasant, but it's still not what Li Huange had in mind. Mushrooms are mushrooms, but monkey hunting is monkey hunting. Do you have anything more, exotic or ethnic? Li Huange asked, targeting her question more precisely. Suddenly, Shinchi felt that Li Huange seemed to be acting like someone coquettish in front of the person they like, which made him grow excited. Of course there is. Here's another one for you. Fantastic. Li Huange cheered up. Shinchi gathered his thoughts. The vast horizon is where my love sings. Beneath the rolling green hills flowers bloom in spring. No. Li Huange waved his hand dismissively. Don't rush. It's coming up next. Shinchi also seemed to have gotten interested. You are the most beautiful cloud on my horizon. Hold on, it's coming right up. Let me keep you here with all my heart. Stay. Li Huange, slowly singing the catchiest tune. Li Huange instinctively moved to cover Shinchi's mouth, but Shinchi brushed his hand away. I told you not to rush, we're almost there. Shinchi took a deep breath. Stay, right, there. Yalalala halabi I yalajuo halabila. The melodious strains of folk music reverberated through the villa's living room. Watching Li Huange's eyes widen in astonishment, Shinchi asked proudly, Did it hit you? Shin Shokuin came downstairs, rubbing his sleepy eyes with a displeased expression. Shen-chi, are you never going to stop? Singing about collecting manure and beating monkeys during the day, and about the fifth ring road and mushrooms in the middle of the night, now you're belting out lullaby at this volume. Ha, mommy, you're back? Shin Shokuin happily nestled into Li Huange's embrace. Li Huange was also delighted. Finally, we're talking about beating the monkey game. No one does it better than Xiaokuan. Good son, what kind of monkey beating song? Li Huange feigned confusion as he asked. Shin Xiaokuan pointed accusingly at Shinchi and complained. He sang some awful song called Beat the Monkey while cooking at home. Oh, Li Huange turned to Shinchi with eager eyes. Why don't you sing it for me? Sing. Shinchi had no choice but to sing. Aku le hoya ho hey. Bia li gay say ho. Da. Hey. Trrrrtrrrrtrrrrtrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. Teach me. Li Huange said solemnly. Shinchi was dumbfounded. Ha. Shin Xiaokuan was stunned. Mom, you're a diva. You. Teach me, right now, Li Huanga repeated very seriously. Hurry, Akeku le hoya ho hey, Akeko la ho, yeah, it's Akeku le hoya ho hey. Next line. You haven't even learned the previous line. Don't worry about that, just the next line. Daida lugon gahu de hey. It was a sleepless night. Shin Xiaoquan lay on the bed, his mind completely occupied by thoughts of monkey hitting and the sound of gulialu. Li Huanga tossed and turned, unable to sleep as the devilishly catchy melody kept replaying in his mind. Shin Shi couldn't sleep from happiness, because he felt Li Huanga might actually love him. It can't be hidden any longer, it's time to reveal it. About to secure a lifetime meal ticket. As the latter half of the night finally passed, Shin-Chi knew Li Huanga left early, so he got up and prepared breakfast in advance. Li Huanga sighed, this love is so heavy. Long Outyan drove Li Huanga toward the broadcasting building. With headphones on, Li Huanga revisited the monkey dance she had just learned and couldn't resist humming along. Akeku le hoya ho hey di de lu gong jie ho de hey. Dulu dulu yulu dulu dulialu. While waiting at the red light, Long Outyan turned his head with a concerned expression. Huanga jia, didn't you have breakfast? I just heard your stomach growling earlier. Chapter 27, Actress Lin, I'm really not gloating here. The broadcasting studio. Li Huanga wore a beige suit today, appearing both polished and striking. Whether judged by appearance or the audience's reaction, she once again outshone by Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. Zhuo Yi rose with a smile to greet Li Huanga. Sister Huanga, ever since I got back last night, that monkey dance melody has been stuck in my head, it's seriously addictive. Li Huanga could only let out a faint sigh in resignation. Who isn't? All night long, I dreamed of battling monkeys, you got off easy. Over here, it wasn't just monkey battles, there were 5 rings, mushrooms, and hallelujahs too. In front of the camera, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu exchanged polite pleasantries with Li Huanga as well. Lin Xiaolu had gotten up before dawn to dress up, today was supposed to be her show. But she couldn't shake the feeling that Li Huanga's mere presence would steal the spotlight again. From Li Huanga's understanding of Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe, the narcissistic vanity of these two bordered on the criminal. Would they really not tell their own husbands? Li Huangji wasn't concerned about his family being upstaged. Instead, he watched with a hint of amused anticipation. Once their husbands learned about the live stream, however flawless the act, clues would inevitably surface. If netizens caught on, the loss would surely outweigh the gain. Li Huangji hadn't informed Shin-Chi beforehand for several reasons. Firstly, to avoid breaking protocol. Secondly, to assess Shin-Chi's capabilities, but chiefly because he feared detection by online spectators. Zhuo Yi is the most innocent-hearted among the 4 observers. Among the new generation of singers, Zhuo Yi is considered by Li Huangji to be the most promising and talented singer-songwriter, and the two had built a stronger friendship just the day before. The two were whispering about Shin-Chi's songs at the moment, giggling softly from time to time. Under such circumstances, the second live session of the first episode officially began. Fang Chen wore a traditional chipa with Chinese characteristics today, partnering once again with Lei Li clad in a blue suit to energetically kick off the show. Same opening remarks, same professional hosting. With the audience's anticipation mounting, footage from Lin Xiaolu's home suddenly appeared on the studio's large screen. Unable to wait any longer, Lin Xiaolu rose with a smile before the host could even prompt her, eagerly launching into introductions. My husband's name is Ji Ming, a name I believe everyone is quite familiar with. Ji Ming was a renowned Heavenly King singer, and their love story had once shocked the entire entertainment industry. In recent years, the entertainment industry has increasingly trended toward youthfulness. Although veteran Heavenly Kings have deep qualifications and high status, they suddenly begun to feel somewhat passé. Participating in Imams on a business trip this time wasn't just an opportunity for Lin Xiaolu to boost her popularity, it was also for her husband, Ji Ming. Lin Xiaolu continued introducing, my son is named Ji Taodao. He's 8 years old and will be starting 2nd grade after summer vacation. My husband and I have always supported each other through thick and thin, and we adhere to scientific principles when it comes to our child's education. He spends a lot of time with Taodao, having turned down numerous work opportunities, and under our guidance, our son has grown up to be sensible and bright. The more Lin Xiaolu went on enthusiastically, the more relieved Li Huangji felt. The less one has, the more one shows off. Fang Qian and Lei Li felt embarrassed to interrupt Lin Xiaolu, but even Lin Xiaolu herself sensed something odd as she spoke. The live broadcast was set to begin at 7 in the morning, yet Lin Xiaolu's villa remained eerily quiet. Is she still not up yet? It's summer vacation, after all. People usually sleep in a bit more during this time. Doesn't something seem off? According to what Tianho Lin said yesterday, Tao Tao should have been raised with very good living habits, and Ji Ming has always publicly claimed that he goes to bed early and wakes up early every day. Lin Xiaolu slightly furrowed her brows without realizing it and had no choice but to explain. Perhaps my husband took Tao Tao out for a run? After all, my husband often takes Tao Tao out for runs. Some people showed expressions of sudden understanding, while others marveled at how healthily superstar Lin Xiaolu's family lived. Li Huanga suddenly asked with a smile, if they went out for a run, shouldn't King Ji and Tao Tao's slippers be placed by the shoe cabinet? Do people go running without wearing sneakers? Lin Xiaolu's expression froze, while the others grew puzzled again. Bai Qinghe smiled and said, perhaps the running shoes in actress Lin's home aren't kept in the entryway shoe cabinet? Another half hour passed, and the living room remained empty. Lin Xiaolu felt increasingly anxious inside. Everyone in the studio was starting to find it rather dull. Even Lin Xiaolu's silver tongue couldn't salvage such a bland opening. The live comments section was also filled with discussions. The show's been live for an hour already, and they're just making us stare at an empty living room? Maybe he really went for a run? Though he is back a bit late. This is an everyday style immersive livestream, sleeping in is part of the routine too. Even celebrities are human. This also proves that Queen Lin Xiaolu didn't inform King Ji about the live broadcast in advance, which lends credibility to the situation. Alright boys, I'm heading out first. I'll come back when others arrive. Lin Xiaolu grew increasingly awkward, having exhausted all possible conversation topics. Her hand slipped into her pocket, gripping her phone tightly as she pondered how to find a reasonable excuse to call home. But the program had strict rules. Family calls could only be initiated by the host as an entertaining segment. Yesterday, Li Huanga performed exceptionally well in this regard, and Lin Xiaolu didn't want to fall behind. Just then, Li Huanga let out a yawn. This simple action sparked intense displeasure in Lin Xiaolu. Are you deliberately pretending to be bored? Li Huanga began explaining of his own accord. Sorry about that. I'm not actually bored. I stayed up half the night learning monkey-style martial arts, and had to come film the show early this morning. Phew, didn't get much rest. Li Huanga vigorously rubbed his temples as he gave Lin Xiaolu an apologetic look. Ms. Lin, I really wasn't gloating over your misfortune. Chapter 28. This opponent simply has no sense of honor. Juyi couldn't help it. It was too late to cover her mouth. But, at that very moment, figures finally appeared on the large screen. Ji Tao Tao emerged drowsy-eyed. First, he walked into the living room and looked around, then swept his gaze across the dining table. His little face darkened with anger. A mother who's never home, a father who can't wake up in the mornings, and me, with no breakfast to eat. So annoying. Unable to contain himself, Ji Tao Tao shouted at the top of his voice, Dad, wake up, I'm starving. Lin Xiaolu stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him, his mind in complete disarray. Ji Ming, what on earth are you doing? For so many days, it was the same routine, daily reminders, daily rehearsals as if performing a well-practiced script. Yet today, of all days, when it finally went live, everything fell apart. Li Huanga was practically bursting with glee, barely suppressing his schadenfreude as he feigned concern. Oh dear, the child is at that growing age, yet it's past 8 o'clock and they haven't even had a bite to eat. How pitiful. Lin Xiaolu gritted her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. If our esteemed movie queen Lin were given 2 choices right now, I wonder which one she'd pick. Li Huanga taunted mockingly. Lin Xiaolu forced a smile and looked at Li Huanga. Li Huanga said with a gentle smile, first, a husband sleeping in and leaving the child with no breakfast in the morning. Second, in comes the very same garbage-collecting husband reprimanded by actress Lin yesterday, now making a whole table of delicious breakfast. Bai Qinghe and Juoyi instantly drew a sharp breath. Too ruthless. Not a single vulgar word was spoken, yet the blade was deftly plunged into their lungs with utmost nonchalance. Even a fool would choose to let the child have a delicious breakfast. What's wrong with singing about collecting manure? Singing about manure isn't the same as eating it. Shin-Chi's self-amusement is quite charming, okay? I watched the edited videos several times again yesterday. Lin Xiaolu's sarcasm towards Shin-Chi yesterday is still fresh in our minds. Now she's reaping what she sowed. Bai Qinghe couldn't help but feel a hint of fear as well. Yesterday Bai Qinghe had also condemned Shin-Chi. Lin Xiaolu couldn't find words to refute, so she reluctantly said, I don't know what happened either. Maybe my husband went to bed too late last night, so he couldn't get up? Right then, Ji Ming finally appeared in the scene. He walked out of the bedroom wearing nothing but a pair of blue briefs, his bare upper body on display as he yawned, rubbed his eyes, and frowned, his face etched with irritation. Stop yelling already, damn it. The barrage of comments erupted instantly, while the studio audience collectively gasped in shock. Is that Ji Tianwan? Percent. This figure is far inferior to Shin-Chi's, the flesh has all gone slack. Isn't Heavenly King Ji known to be very kind and gentle in public? Never imagined he'd be like this in private. Can't even call one's own father when the child is hungry? Right after Ji Ming finished speaking, it seemed he recalled something and silently cursed in his heart. Damn it. Ji Ming suddenly softened his expression and reached out to ruffle Ji Tao Tao's little head. Daddy was busy working late last night and overslept. Daddy apologizes to you. I'll go make you something to eat right now. Ji Tao Tao was also momentarily stunned. something doesn't seem quite right here? Does the word apology even exist in Dad's dictionary? Ji Taotao seemed to have thought of something and casually began glancing around. Just that slight movement alone made Li Huang see through everything crystal clear. Upon seeing the clock on the wall, Ji Ming hurried back into the room to throw on a shirt before washing up, then headed to the kitchen to cook. He had planned everything in advance, but Ji Ming was startled to discover there weren't any ingredients left in the house. Such matters had always been handled by the housekeeper before. Not only had Ji Ming overlooked it, even Lin Xiaolu, who was participating in the show, seemed to have forgotten too. Ji Ming frowned slightly. Nothing should go wrong, right? Just plain water in the pot? So it's plain water noodles, right? Hard to say. Plain water noodles lack nutrition. Maybe they'll fry scallion oil or make gravy later. Breakfasts are always simple. Even celebrities like actress Lin and Heavenly King Ji keep it down to earth at home. When I'm not at home, he's the one who makes breakfast for Taotao, Lin Xiaolu said with a smile. Li Huanga also nodded in agreement. We can tell Ji Tianwang truly dotes on Taotao at first glance. There's no way he'd just cook plain noodles for the kid. Lin Xiaolu nodded confidently, absolutely. In the scene, Ji Ming carefully boiled water until it bubbled vigorously before gently dropping in the noodles. Then he simply added some salt, and once the noodles were cooked, he scooped them out. Both Bai Qinghe and Zhuo Yi were taken aback, looking at Lin Xiaolu with curiosity. Lin Xiaolu stiffened, her eyes wide as she stared at the screen, hoping Ji Ming would make the next move. Unfortunately, Ji Ming brought out the 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table, then sat down himself. Boiling noodles in plain water preserves their original, nutritional value. And my Taotao loves plain boiled noodles the most, so, Lin Xiaolu quickly explained. Ji Taotao sat at the dining table, staring at the bowl of plain noodles in front of him, his little face scrunched up like a prune. Dad, I'm honestly sick of your plain boiled noodles. They don't have any flavor at all. You make me the same plain noodles every morning. So why did you lie to Mom about preparing all those fancy breakfasts for me? So you've been putting on a good show in front of my mom, making her think I eat well every day, while I'm the only one actually suffering here? Lin Xiaolu. Li Huanga could barely suppress her laughter. Damn it, I was preparing for battle against a formidable rival, but your husband and son keep sabotaging you. I didn't even get a chance to strike? This opponent is simply too cruel, too ruthless, too unsportsmanlike. So, Li Huanga stroked his delicate chin as he looked at Lin Xiaolu. Does Taotao really like plain noodles? Chapter 29. Last year, the Ji couple donated an entire building. Ji Ming slowly put down his chopsticks, gazing at Ji Taotao with a hint of earnestness in his eyes. Taotao, while eating this bowl of plain noodles, you should recall hardships and cherish prosperity. Think about the difficult paths our countless Chinese martyrs walked, and try to empathize with their struggles. You should know that even such a simple bowl of noodles was extremely hard to come by in those days. Ji Ming picked up his chopsticks again, taking 2 large mouthfuls of noodles as if carefully savoring the hardships of those arduous days. His glance toward Ji Taotao turned inadvertently sharper, carrying a new edge. Ji Taotao's heart skipped a beat as he immediately recalled the matters Ji Ming and Lin Xiaolu had been entrusting to him these past few days. Children will be children, unable to restrain themselves. The kid began glancing around wildly once more. Li Huanga grew even more certain in her heart. If Lin Xiaolu hadn't secretly informed Ji Ming and Ji Taotao behind my back, I'd eat Chin Chi's hat, that much I swear. So that's why. I was wondering why someone as wealthy as King Ji would be eating plain noodles. King Ji starred in an anti-war drama before. Looks like he's doing this out of patriotism to teach Taotao a lesson. Wait, why is nobody addressing Queen Huan's question? So does Taotao actually like plain noodles or not? I want to know too. I won't be able to rest until I get an answer. Lin Xiaolu felt somewhat relieved. Her husband was still quite clever after all. No big deal. Ji Taotao voluntarily sat down at the small desk and pulled out his summer vacation homework. Lin Xiaolu felt another surge of gratification. Just as her husband often said, his education for Taotao had been remarkably effective. Bai Qinghe immediately praised. Taotao must be doing exceptionally well in his studies? It seems actress Lin and Heavenly King Ji employ quite a scientific approach to parenting. Lin Xiaolu gave Bai Qinghe a grateful look. Yes, Taotao has done very well throughout first grade. The teachers all like Taotao very much. The audience broke into applause, and Lin Xiaolu secretly rejoiced in her heart. Everything was getting better now, wasn't it? The number of viewers in the livestream finally began to slowly recover, and Zhang Wei felt slightly relieved. After all, Ji Ming is a top-tier celebrity with a massive fanbase. No matter how you look at it, shouldn't his performance surpass Shin Chi's? Now that everything's back on track, we're bound to exceed yesterday's numbers. Hong Tao smiled faintly and said, You still haven't grasped the fundamental point. Yesterday's popularity explosion had multiple reasons. Li Huanga has more fans than Ji Ming and Lin Xiaolu, and more importantly, it was the first time Li Huanga exposed her family life to the public. But the most crucial factor was the personal charm of Xinqi and Xin Xiaokuan. Zhang Wei suddenly recalled numerous scenes from yesterday. Xinqi's culinary skills, musical talents, how he secretly created a Taoji.net account with Xin Xiaokuan for Li Huanga's company. These are the kinds of things netizens love to see. Let's hope Heavenly King Ji and Ji Taotao can give an outstanding performance. Zhang Wei said, they definitely will. After all, Ji Ming is a heavenly king. The camera zoomed in, clearly showing Ji Taotao's homework notebook on screen. The handwriting looked bizarre, as if a crab had first dunked itself in an ink bottle before being plucked out to scuttle across the paper. Crooked and askew, it was downright painful to look at. Some netizens even recognized the content of Ji Taotao's writing. It appeared to be a summer vacation diary entry. Today Dad made me plain boiled noodles again. This is the 27th time I've eaten them during summer break. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. This handwriting is truly something. Didn't actress Lin say Taotao always pleased his teachers? Is this it? Why do I see nothing but artifice here? It's completely different from when Xinqi taught Xin Xiaokuan. Don't you dare criticize actress Lin and King Ji. Everything my idols do is perfect, even their shit smells sweet. Lin Xiaolu's smiling expression instantly froze. Li Huanga suddenly asked, is Taotao attending a public or private school? Seizing the chance to divert the conversation, Lin Xiaolu quickly replied, he's in a private one. Li Huanga's expression showed complete understanding. I see. Lin Xiaolu was stunned, staring at Li Huanga with a puzzled face. You understand? What do you understand? When she turned to glance at the barrage of comments, Lin Xiaolu also understood. Most private school teachers don't judge a child based on their academic performance, they only care about that child's family background. Would any teacher dare show dissatisfaction towards the children of a movie queen and pop king? It suddenly occurred to me that last year, King Ji and Queen Lin donated a building to a school under their couple's name. Oh my god, it all makes sense now. Ji Taotao was still doing homework, though clearly just going through the motions. Ji Mingzi sat on the sofa fiddling with his tablet, appearing to be occupied with some work. The livestream seemed to be getting dull again, and viewers were gradually starting to leave. Ji Ming, true to his title as a variety show veteran with countless appearances, knew exactly when it was time to showcase their family's positive image. He stood up with a warm smile and walked toward Ji Taotao. Taotao, how's the homework coming along? Ji Taotao gave a start and furtively stuffed something into the desk compartment. Finished writing, Ji Taotao whispered. Ji Ming picked up Ji Taotao's homework, his face twitching almost imperceptibly. Well written, and all the math problems are correct. Chapter 30 easily satisfied, poor kid. Ji Taotao stared at Ji Ming's kind smile, suddenly feeling rather bewildered. In the past, wouldn't subpar homework like this have earned him a scolding that made smoke come out of his 7 orifices? It seemed like he had grasped something. What puzzled people most were the internet users. Are the standards really that low? Could it be because acting Empress Lin's family has low standards, making Taotao outstanding by comparison? By that standard, I'm also the someone else's child that people talk about. Is it possible that King Ji doesn't know which characters look good? Or could it be that he simply doesn't understand? Don't make excuses for him. Li Huanga sneered inwardly. Isn't this obvious enough? Ji Ming thought the livestream couldn't possibly be that clear, believing everyone wouldn't be able to see Ji Taotao's homework, so he was creating an illusion of Taotao's excellence for the online audience. Veteran actress Lin, how do you find Taotao's homework? Li Huanga smiled as she looked at Lin Xiaolu. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu wished she could stab Li Huanga to death with an awl in her heart. Telling the truth wasn't an option, nor was lying. She inadvertently glanced at Bai Qinghe, who was also taken aback. This, I really can't cover for you. It's true we're on the same side, but your husband and son keep cranking up the difficulty level. I zoned out earlier and didn't notice Taotao's writing. Lin Xiaolu could only say helplessly. Just as Lin Xiaolu thought Li Huanga would press the attack further, Li Huanga merely smiled faintly. Oh, Lin Xiaolu was instantly furious again. Such an attitude only made netizens speculate all the more. How could this Li Huanga be so persistent? Ji Taotao's eyes lit up immediately after being praised. Since my homework is well done, shouldn't I be able to make a request now? Daddy, can I play with my phone for a while? Ji Ming shook his head slightly and replied in a gentle tone. You can't skip it. Your summer vacation daily plan isn't completed yet. What should you do after finishing your homework? Ji Taotao replied in a low voice. I have to practice piano and vocal training. That's right. Ji Ming patted Ji Taotao's little head. Daddy is very skilled in piano and vocal music, professional level, you'll see. Don't worry, Daddy will guide you every step of the way. Alright. Only then did Lin Xiaolu feel somewhat relieved again. If Ji Ming could showcase his strengths in musical instruments and vocals, wouldn't public opinion start to shift in his favor? Many of Ji Ming's fans in the livestream began to grow hopeful. Ji Taotao sat down at the piano and began playing from a sheet of music. The piece wasn't particularly difficult, perfect for a child of that age. At first, the playing was actually quite decent, but then something went wrong. The rhythm fell completely apart, and several wrong notes were struck. Bai Qinghe wanted to remind Lin Xiaolu, but she glanced worriedly at Li Huangya and Zhuo Yi first. Zhuo Yi blinked her beautiful big eyes at Li Huangji and Bai Qinghe as well. Lin Xiaolu closed her eyes, seeming to thoroughly enjoy Ji Taotao's piano melody. Li Huangya smiled faintly once more. How did the best actress Lin find Taotao's performance? Taotao has great talent. The piano teacher often praises him, and my husband's guidance is also very professional. Lin Xiaolu opened her eyes and said with a smile. Li Huangya nodded with a smile. I have full confidence in Ji Tianlong's standards. Bai Qinghe opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Zhuo Yi also seemed to hesitate, feeling it wasn't the right moment to dampen Lin Xiaolu's spirits. After finishing the song, Ji Ming smiled and patted Ji Taotao's little head. Great, that was really well played. Even as a complete beginner, I could tell there were many wrong notes, the rhythm was completely off. The standards of Heavenly King Ji continue to redefine my understanding. Though I don't understand either, the expressions of the other 3 observation panel members helped me piece it together. Surely King Ji couldn't be ignorant too? Could he have known in advance this was live-streamed and assumed the audience wouldn't understand? Lin Xiaolu saw these bullet comments and finally understood what was happening. Damn you, Ji Ming. Just correct Taotao if he makes a mistake, at least you'd maintain a strict father image. Aren't you just making a fool of people this way? After all my efforts putting on this act, Taotao is still young. What he needs now is encouragement, so that's why my husband. Li Huangya's smile grew even brighter. Oh, I see. Lin Xiaolu. Taotao is already 8 years old, but Xiao Kuan is only 6. I wanted to say this earlier, Taotao's playing is far worse than Xiao Kuan's. Shin Shi could point out even the tiniest flaws, but the seasoned king of Pop G couldn't hear them? I always feel something's off about actress Lin's home. The Songbird Queen is truly formidable, just a few casual remarks from her always manage to crack actress Lin's composure. Who can be blamed for this? Even when Shin Qi performed perfectly yesterday, Lin Xiaolu still nitpicked. Zhang Wei was startled to discover the live stream's viewer count had surged again. Chief Director, we've already reached 3.78 million viewers. Hong Tao nodded knowingly, seeing the situation clearly in his mind. These people are just here for the spectacle. The barrage comments were filled with heated debates, some arguing whether Ji Tianwang or Shin Qi had superior piano skills, others disputing whether Shin Shokuan or Ji Taotao performed better. Lin Xiaolu's uneasiness continued, but thankfully Ji Ming didn't seem too fixated on how long Ji Taotao should practice, quickly shifting to vocal training, the forte of the Pop King. Ji Taotao's face visibly darkened with frustration. Seizing a moment when Ji Ming wasn't paying attention, he muttered under his breath, vocal training is the worst. Dad always gets more excited than me, dragging it out for 2 whole hours every time. Isn't singing his heart out in public enough? Why torment me at home too? I truly am a pitiful child. Chapter 31, the Heavenly King Ji completely cracked his voice. Lin Xiaolu's heart felt like it was riding a roller coaster, soaring and plunging unpredictably. At this moment, she sank into depression again. Lin Xiaolu felt the same way as Li Huangya had in the previous show when she wasn't at home. Many things she thought were harmonious and smooth seemed oddly off. She began to wonder, was everything really as perfect as Ji Ming always claimed? Even though her husband knew about the livestream, there were still those bland bowls of clear noodle soup, the embarrassingly poor handwriting and math problems, the chaotic piano playing. Without the livestream, Lin Xiaolu didn't dare dwell on the thought. Ji Taotao subtly expressed aversion and rejection towards many things completely contradicted Lin Xiaolu's long-standing impression of him. As expected, the tedious vocal lesson dragged on for over an hour. King Ji indeed seems to be performing himself, doesn't appear particularly serious or responsible in teaching. Hello everyone, I'm a vocal music graduate student at China Conservatory. It seems some techniques taught by King Ji slightly deviate from our standard textbooks. King Ji is all about technique, no emotions involved. Bullshit, how dare any of you question King Ji's talent? Li Huangya secretly stifled a yawn, her eyes glistening slightly with moisture, making her large, beautiful eyes even more captivating and alluring. Zhuo Yi finally couldn't hold back and quietly asked the question that puzzled her the most. Huangya, did you go back and play mahjong last night? I did. Zhuo Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Ah, really? Did you manage to learn how to play? Li Huangya seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. At that moment, the screen happened to show Ji Ming demonstrating his high notes right when he cracked a note. Taotao, this is what Daddy's showing you what it looks like to crack a note. Got it? Ji Taotao froze. But I didn't crack any notes today. Lin Xiaolu seemed to have found an outlet for her frustration as she frowned at Li Huangya. Queen of Songs, isn't this rather rude of you? During your family's live live broadcast yesterday. I watched very attentively from start to finish. Now my husband is teaching Tao Tao vocal techniques, and your laughter comes across as mockery to me. Bai Qinghe didn't speak, but gave a slight nod. Zhuo Yi began to worry. Such questioning was difficult to refute. Sister Huanga might struggle to handle it well. Li Huanga, however, responded with a faint smile. Oh, did you all laugh any less yesterday? When Xinqi performed well, you nitpicked and mocked him relentlessly. Yet a single laugh from me is considered impolite now? Zhuo Yi was extremely nervous. Was Sister Huanga really that bold, choosing to confront directly? Lin Xiaolu was stunned, never expecting Li Huanga to speak so bluntly. On the bullet screen, fans of both sides were in a chaotic argument, each holding their own views. The number of viewers in the live stream suddenly surged again. The Songbird Queen is still the same Songbird Queen. Back when she first debuted, she dared to stand up to a diva veteran singer. The Songbird Queen has always had a strong sense of justice. That burst of laughter probably wasn't meant to be mocking. How can you say it wasn't? Isn't it obvious enough? Ji Ming is also a top-tier star. When he cracked on that high note, was it impolite for Li Huanga to laugh? Lin Xiaolu was still hesitating about whether to completely burn bridges when Li Huanga pressed on without backing down. When Xinqi cooked a delicious meal, you all said stir-frying bean sprouts with ground meat was just the same. When Xinqi tutored Xiao Koan on piano and guitar, you mocked him as a pretentious house husband playing expert. Before Xinqi wrote Empress, you mocked him for being unable to create. Under Xinqi's unique educational approach, you claimed his methods were wrong. Yet, Li Huanga stood up defiantly, pointing at the large screen where Ji Ming and Ji Tao Tao were still practicing vocal training. And yet, Heavenly King Ji cooked plain noodles just to save effort, then turned it around by saying it was to remind the children of hard times. King Ji pretended not to notice the mistakes in Tao Tao's homework and deliberately acted oblivious to the issues with Tao Tao's piano playing. Why aren't you raising any objections? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly turned icy, shocking all the audience members present. Zhuo Yi covered her mouth and stared blankly at Li Huanga, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I was wondering why Sister Huanga suddenly became so agreeable. Turns out she was saving up for something massive. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe never imagined Li Huanga would dare. And not just dare, but dare to this extent. But what is the real truth here? The barrage comments have already provided the answer. I thought Li Huanga was being rude earlier, but now that I think about it, Lin Xiaolu was the one who started it, and she was even more out of line. Tell me, who would want their family insulted like that? Huanga Tianho showed remarkable patience up till now, and that outburst was truly satisfying. I've long disliked Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe. They're quick to cast suspicion on others' good qualities while desperately justifying their own shortcomings. Just now, the songstress Heavenly Queen was chatting with Yi and didn't even notice what Ji Ming was doing. Where did this so-called mockery come from? Lin Xiaolu was simply picking a fight to make things difficult for the songstress Heavenly Queen. Feeling good now? Finally letting Lin Xiaolu experience what it means fortune flows like the tide after all these years. Li Huanga smiled faintly once more before dropping an even more explosive bombshell. Earlier, actress Lin seemed to be praising her own home non-stop. Now that a whole morning has passed, I just want to ask one question. What positive aspects have actually been demonstrated here? What kind of uplifting message is being spread to the vast online community? Furthermore, Li Huanga once again made a shocking statement. Just now King Ji was teaching Tao Tao how to hit high notes, but that key isn't actually high at all within a male vocal range. So King Ji just now, he totally cracked his voice. Chapter 32, surely we can't keep recalling past hardships over lunch too. Director, this. Zhang Wei was stunned, profoundly realizing the truth of Hong Tao's earlier words. This was the most intense conflict among the observational panel members yet. Previously they'd held back somewhat, but now Li Huanga wasn't pretending anymore. The live stream's popularity began skyrocketing, now surpassing 7 million viewers. The screen was flooded with bullet comments as viewers voiced their opinions after understanding the situation. The overwhelming majority sided with Li Huanga, with many of Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe's actions from the previous day being dredged up again. Zhang Wei worried about potential broadcasting mishaps, but Hong Tao remained as steady as Mount Tai, his expression completely unchanged. We're in the business of making shows. What we need is to boost the program's popularity, not to mediate relationships between the panel members. Remember what I told you at the beginning? Why did I invite Li Huanga, Lin Xiaolu, and Bai Qinghe, those three specifically? Zhang Wei nodded in awe. Chief Director, I think I finally get it. The studio atmosphere froze over. Suddenly someone recalled a past incident. Back when Li Huanga first debuted, she participated in a variety show pairing veteran and rookie singers for duets. She took it extremely seriously, arriving exceptionally early for rehearsals. At that time, Ji Ming was supposed to be Li Huanga's partner, but he never showed up even after the rehearsal time had passed. During the final recording, Ji Ming made a mistake, but the PR team claimed it was Li Huanga's fault. Later, Ji Ming's PR team managed to bury the incident. Back then, many people assumed it was just part of the variety show's script, so the matter quietly faded away with minimal impact. Netizens suddenly had a moment of realization. Forget about back then, even now, Li Huanga is a national diva and the CEO of her company. But in terms of age and seniority, she still can't match Ji Ming. The entertainment industry is a murky world. No matter how deep the resentment may be, one must learn to swallow it in front of the cameras. But Li Huanga was unlike other celebrities who carefully weighed their words. She dared to speak her mind without reservation. Not even Lin Xiaolu knew that Ji Ming had coveted Li Huanga after meeting him through that variety show back then. Though Li Huanga was stubborn, she wasn't foolish. Had she made this matter public back then, there wouldn't be the hottest diva Li Huanga dominating the entertainment scene today. This incident was deeply etched in Li Huanga's heart, though it became even more unspeakable now. That didn't mean Li Huanga would give Ji Ming any face. No matter how flawed Shin-chi might be, he was Li Huanga's man. Lin Xiaolu, you found yourself a wolf in sheep's clothing, thinking you could use your husband to pressure Shin-chi? You must be out of your damn mind. If she loses this battle, all Li Huanga's previous countless victories would be rendered meaningless. Lin Xiaolu's face flickered between red and pale before she finally began to crack, her mind wrestling with the dilemma. Should she unleash her temper, halt the live broadcast, and make a stand? Or should she choose to endure silently, letting the broadcast continue to showcase her magnanimity? Li Huanga seemed unwilling to give Lin Xiaolu any room for choice, sneering as he said, "A live broadcast is just that, a live broadcast. The observation panel's duty is to provide objective and proper guidance, not criticism and disdain. The public's eyes are sharp, they can clearly distinguish right from wrong. Do we need to guide them with an ulterior motive?" The room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. That statement is completely justified. Exactly. I was confused at first, but hearing this suddenly makes everything crystal clear. Live streams are meant for live viewing. Watch properly and guide correctly. What's the point of slandering other families while concealing your own? How calculating can someone be? This round I'm siding with AK Karai's wife. Li Huanga glanced at the barrage comments, his eyes narrowing slightly. Good. The program's direction had been steered back on track. Hong Tao watched as the livestream viewers surpassed 8 million, knowing he'd gotten what he aimed for, and picked up the talkback mic. Li Lei, Fong Qian, take control of the situation. Li Lei immediately stepped forward, all smiles, and said, "There has been a minor disagreement among our observation panel members, which is actually a good thing. It allows netizens to gain insights through debate." Fong Qian also smiled and added, "Yes, this further proves that our observation panel members are here to guide families toward healthier parenting approaches. We can see Ji Tianwang and Tao Tao have just finished their vocal lesson in the footage. It's now 12:15 p.m. Let's see what lunch Ji Tianwang will prepare for Tao Tao." The audience's attention was drawn back into the live stream. Lin Xiaolu forcefully suppressed her rage as she sat down, the bitterness in her heart deepening exponentially. "Just you wait, Li Huanga." Bai Qinghe let out a long sigh, even shooting Lin Xiaolu a somewhat reproachful glance. "Your useless husband and child almost dragged me down with them. But then again, if Li Huanga had gotten the chance to pull something like this on my family, I probably wouldn't have fared much better than Lin Xiaolu either." Thinking of her gentle and handsome husband, Bai Qinghe felt reassured once more. Zhuo Yi was genuinely impressed. Having idolized Li Huanji as her musical role model, Li Huanji had now become nothing short of a deity in Zhuo Yi's heart. "I was truly amazed by Shin-chi's culinary skills yesterday. Even after wrapping up the show late at night, I went searching for a restaurant, but they didn't have 3 delicacies: boneless fish or stuffed bean sprouts at all." Actress Lin mentioned that Heavenly King Ji is also quite skilled at homemaking. "I'm really looking forward to seeing that." Lin Xiaolu shuddered inwardly, gritting his teeth again. What did this mean? "You little devil, are you doing this on purpose?" Li Huanga chuckled. This little sister is truly clever. While seemingly smoothing things over, she's actually throwing Lin Xiaolu back into the fire. Li Huanga asked with a faint smile. "Actress Lin, surely singer Ji can't have Tao Tao reminiscing about hardship during lunch too? The child is at a growth stage and needs proper nutrition." Lin Xiaolu immediately found herself unable to vent her anger. Bai Qinghe chose silence, but Li Huanji turned his head with a smile to look at her. "Actress Bai, I believe we discussed children's dietary health during our last conversation, correct?" Bai Qinghe froze. Had they? Whether they've discussed it or not isn't important. What matters is that Bai Qinghe must agree on the child's dietary health and nutritional balance. That's right, the child is growing, so we really need to pay attention to this point. At that moment, a string of eye-catching red bullet comments suddenly appeared on the large screen. "After deep reflection yesterday, I realized my culinary skills aren't as good as Shin-chi's. I hope to see Heavenly King Ji's brilliant performance in this round, so I can learn something wonderful like last time." The barrage comments heated up again. I'm Lin Yiming, China's culinary master Lin Yiming. Oh my god, this reminds me of the boneless 3 delicacies fish and stuffed bean sprouts again. I've already bought 3 steamed buns, just waiting for Heavenly King G to finish cooking so I can eat them together. When King G participated in the food show and claimed he was proficient in cooking, the moment of truth has finally arrived. Chapter 33 Aku. Holy fucking hell, that damn pigeon trickster. The moment Lin Yiming appeared, Lin Xiaolu froze in fear. As his wife, how could Lin Xiaolu not know about Jining's culinary skills? At home, it was usually the nanny who cooked, though occasionally when they got hungry late at night, Jiming would also whip something up. But even Lin Yiming had said that maybe not even he could surpass Shin-Chi when it came to cooking, so how many people in all of China could possibly outdo Shin-Chi? The thought made Lin Xiaolu grit his teeth in exasperation. How could Shin-Chi be so damn good at cooking? He had single-handedly raised the bar for everyday home-cooked meals to such an outrageous height. Damn it! Originally, just making passable meals would have been enough. Lin Xiaolu had even considered Jiming's cooking skills as a highlight before the show aired. But now, Lin Xiaolu couldn't guarantee what the audience would think. Ji Taotao had eaten very little in the morning and was already hungry. Yet Jiming remained seated on the sofa, fiddling with his tablet, showing no intention of cooking at all. Fang Qian, following Hong Tao's instructions, asked with a smile, "Movie Queen Lin, could we zoom in the camera to see what projects Heavenly King Ji is working on?" Lin Xiaolu nodded. Jiming hadn't been doing much work recently, so there were no confidentiality agreements involved. He was probably composing. Showing footage of his tablet might even boost Jiming's popularity. Alright, my husband usually spends his time creating, probably studying lyrics and scores. The camera zoomed in, and the studio erupted in gasps. The tablet screen clearly displayed a video of a busty beauty striking suggestive poses. This scene was all too familiar. Shin-Chi had watched the very same thing yesterday. Lin Xiaolu was utterly dumbfounded. My husband is a pop king. He must be listening to different genres of music. And he's incredibly skilled at dancing, definitely, integrating the best techniques from various styles. Lin Xiaolu's voice grew increasingly faint, trailing off into silence. Is everyone a fool? Would a megastar watch a female influencer dance just for reference? Listen to overplayed DJ tracks and short video background music to find inspiration? Li Huanga chuckled softly. Though she didn't say a word, everyone seemed to understand her implication. When Shin-Chi was watching yesterday, what did you, Lin Xiaolu, say about it? Li Huanga didn't mock Ji Tianwang as hypocritically as you Lin Xiaolu ridiculed Shin-Chi. Just yesterday, Shin-Chi showed visible disdain when watching beauty videos, saying none could compare to Queen Huanga. Shin-Chi obviously had those female dancer videos passively pushed by the algorithm, not deliberately searching for them. Every time a dancing beauty appeared, Shin-Chi quickly swiped away. Shin-Chi could spontaneously declare none compare to Queen Huanga before knowing about this situation. Now let's observe Ji Tianwang's reaction. Jiming showed no sign of infatuation. Yet when it came to certain seductive videos of beautiful women, Jiming lingered far too long, especially at moments of provocative movements or near wardrobe malfunctions, where he even replayed certain clips. Lin Xiaolu was absolutely furious by now. Netizens' reactions to this scene were overwhelmingly fervent. It was the kind of topic that could have trended on its own, yet here it was unfolding vividly in a live broadcast. Wow, this really opened my eyes. Are you sure this is the usually upright King Ji? Not cooking for his son but watching hot girl videos instead? Unbelievable. Hi everyone, I'm actually the girl in the video. Thanks for King Ji's interest. Y'all should follow me for some exclusive treats. If I'd known King Ji was such a flirt, I would have worn fishnets to seduce him for sure. Say what you will, King Ji's judgment is indeed unique. The timing of that backward playback was absolutely impeccable. Li Huanga remained silent, and Zhuo Yi naturally followed suit by keeping quiet as well. Bai Qinghe chose self-preservation first and foremost. Lin Xiaolu's face twisted into an expression of extreme displeasure, her entire body trembling slightly with barely contained fury. Li Lei quickly said, "Now we're moving to the phone call segment, but I must remind our best actress Lin, you absolutely mustn't reveal our livestream arrangement." Lin Xiaolu had been waiting impatiently. Gnashing her teeth, she dialed Jining's number. When the call connected, Jining's gentle voice came through. "Hey, sweetheart, missing me already?" Li Huanga and Zhuo Yi both twitched their lips, barely suppressing laughter. Lin Xiaolu clenched her teeth and asked with forced composure, "Darling, did Taotao finish his assignments this morning?" In the frame, Ji Taotao's eyes darted around before quickly looking at Jiming. "It's all done. Taotao's handwriting has improved a lot, and he's mastered all the math problems, got every single one right. His piano skills have also improved significantly, and he's been practicing vocal training too. Everything's been going really well. Ptah, this time the embarrassment is on another level. I used to really like King Ji and Queen Lin, but I'm unstanding now. Too hypocritical. Never thought King Ji would lie through his teeth. His acting skills are fully on par with Queen Lin's. What King Ji? That's Emperor Ji. So what are you planning to make for Tao Tao at noon? Lin Xiaolu's words carried an underlying meaning. Honey, Tao Tao needs proper nutrition during his growth period. The home-cooked meals don't have to be fancy or complicated, just make sure they're nutritious and suit his taste. Ji Ming smiled faintly, instantly understanding Lin Xiaolu's implication. Don't worry, wife. Mid-conversation, Ji Ming swiped his finger across the tablet, revealing yet another video of an attractive woman swaying her hips in dance. I was just about to make lunch for Tao Tao. That's good, Lin Xiaolu said with a dark expression, reminding him again, don't keep fiddling with your phone or tablet. Ji Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he calmly locked the screen of his tablet. Alright, don't worry. The call ended, and Ji Ming got up to head into the kitchen, pulling out ingredients from the fridge. Lin Xiaolu felt slightly more at ease. The workstation was fully laden with ingredients when the barrage of comments started showering Ji Ming with praise from his fans again. Ji Ming's handling might have seemed fine ordinarily, but appearing right after Xingqi's impressive demonstrations with bean sprout inlays and boneless stuffed three delicacies fish, his movements came off as somewhat clumsy. Fortunately, the camera cut to Ji Tao Tao's station. Ji Tao Tao was currently hiding in the piano room like a thief, bowed low and fiddling with something mysterious. Lin Xiaolu's expression shifted slightly, yet she shook her head with an air of certainty. My husband said Tao Tao rarely plays with his phone at home, showing great restraint only occasionally for short durations when explicitly permitted. Li Huana smiled and inquired, Best Actress Lin, regarding children's phone usage, you mentioned something yesterday, do you recall? Lin Xiaolu nodded with a smile and said, Tao Tao doesn't play with his phone much, and even when he does, it's only with my husband's permission. So what is Tao Tao up to now? Li Huanga asked with a chuckle. Kids will always have their own little secrets. Before Lin Xiaolu could finish speaking, the scene on the big screen suddenly changed. Jito Oteo clenched his teeth and raised his head, pounding the table hard with his little fist. Bang! Ku! God damn it, you fucking useless pigeon. Chapter 34, after cooking 4 dishes, the cutting board remained completely dry. Ku! Holy fucking mother goose! Ji Tao Tao practically roared, his small frame erupting with astonishing energy. The table shuddered under his pounding fists. Li Huanga truly couldn't suppress his laughter this time. Joy Yi swiftly buried her face in her arms on the table, shoulders shaking violently like a phone set to vibrate. Lin Xiaolu stared dumbfounded at the scene as if seeing his darling little troublemaker properly for the first time. Does Tao Tao secretly play video games? He actually knows how to swear? Is this really my usually gentle and sensible son? Wahahaha, I'm laughing so hard I might shit my pants. Isn't this pure face slapping? Actress Lin, you should compliment less. The moment you finish praising, trouble comes knocking. Is this the cute, well-behaved son the award-winning actress Lin was talking about? Her pretty face must be swollen like a pig's head now. My name is Ake. Why is this brat cursing at me? Ji Tao Tao kept swearing. Ake, damn your grandma's big pig leg. Damn it! Ji Tao Tao appeared to have been caught red-handed multiple times in succession, having now completely forgotten about the live broadcast as he vented his anger unabashedly. Lin Xiaolu stood there flushed crimson, unable to utter a single word, her conspicuous presence radiating sheer helplessness. Joy Yi glanced at Li Huanga, whose expression had once again returned to its usual impassiveness, seemingly recognizing the gap between them anew. She wanted to try emulating Li Huanga's manner, but unexpectedly, Li Huanga suddenly changed her expression again, her face now twisting with distress. Host, perhaps we should go check out how Ji the Heavenly King cooks instead. Joy Yi was utterly dumbfounded, her brain CPU practically smoking from overloading. Brutal, savage, wrecked, so ruthless, seemingly considering Lin Xiaolu's interests, while also appearing unwilling to let the general public witness footage that might affect the child. In reality, it's an extremely sophisticated form of psychological annihilation. One truly learns till the day they die. Lin Xiaolu even cast a grateful glance at Li Huanga. When the scene shifted back to the kitchen, netizens noticed that more than half of the footage had gone dark. A cabinet door had swung open, blocking Ji Ming's cooking from view. Only a busy silhouette could be seen from the side. Li Huanga narrowed his eyes, taking everything in with perfect clarity. Netizens were all frustrated by the concealed cabinet door. Can't see clearly, and mustn't let Lin Xiaolu tell Ji Ming to close the cabinet door. Another solid 10 minutes passed before the cabinet door was finally shut. The scene came into focus. There were 2 steaming pots on the stove. One pot held a fish head topped with a blanket of red and green chopped chili peppers, its broth bubbling away beneath. Another pot contained glossy, caramelized braised pork belly that looked incredibly appetizing with rice. The counter also displayed 2 prepared dishes. One was a visually appealing stir-fry of broccoli, shrimp, and carrots. The other was an exquisitely handmade meatball soup. Oh my god, this is making me hungry. As expected from the King of Seasons, trolls better stand at attention and apologize. These 3 big pancakes weren't bought for nothing today, they're perfect paired with this drama. Look at Queen Lin. Her smile is gorgeous, that expression tells us exactly what she's thinking, this queen is slaying. Li Huanga felt slightly puzzled, but couldn't quite put his finger on why. Lin Xiaolu smiled and said, my husband is also quite skilled in cooking. I often eat these dishes at home. Though they may not be as challenging as Shinchi's creations, any meal made with love is the best meal possible. The studio audience erupted in applause. Fang Qian and Lei Lai also joined in the praise, until bullet comments bearing Lin Yiming's signature red font appeared. They stood out conspicuously, line after line hovering there. Something's wrong. I paid close attention when King Ji took out the ingredients earlier, there were no fish heads, shrimp, or pork at the time. Even with pork, it's absolutely impossible to make meatballs in such a short time. A string of question marks seemed to hang above everyone's heads as their gazes returned to Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu quickly added, my husband often prepares meatballs in advance and keeps them in the fridge, just in case. Lin Yiming's red bullet comment once again raised a question. These meatballs are incredibly fresh. They couldn't have been made more than 2 hours ago. From the moment Heavenly King Ji started cooking till now, it's only been half an hour. Forget other dishes, just this braised pork alone couldn't possibly be prepared in half an hour. This isn't directed at actress Lin or Heavenly King Ji specifically, I'm just raising professional questions from an expert perspective. Lin Xiaolu froze, she knew absolutely nothing about cooking. Li Huanga suddenly looked shocked as he stood up and pointed at the big screen. Tianwang Ji must be an amazing cook. Look, after preparing this meal, the cutting board is completely dry. And check out those seasonings lined up by the stove. Even someone as clueless as me knows you definitely need cooking wine when making fish. Yet that bottle of cooking wine is still sealed. Zhuai Yi's small mouth formed a perfect little circle of astonishment. Oh, that's really strange? Some netizens felt insulted, as if they'd been fooled, and angrily spoke out. Who are you trying to fool here? I cook at home too. These 4 dishes would take at least an hour to make from scratch. There's no shame in not knowing how to cook. Nobody expected Ji Ming to have Shinchi's skills, so why resort to trickery? Don't you get it? It's all about online reputation. It's all about maintaining the public image of a celebrity. I noticed something odd too, there isn't even a cooking spoon by the 2 pots, and nothing in the sink either. And another thing, the kitchen trash has 0 waste related to this meal, not even a single scallion leaf or broccoli stem. Lin Xiaolu grew increasingly flustered. Li Huanga let out another causing Lin Xiaolu to shudder like a startled bird. Because every time Li Huanga spoke, his words seemed casual and unremarkable, yet they surged like tidal waves. As expected, the things that should be appearing aren't visible now. Li Huanga pointed at the screen with a smile. Perhaps they're all inside the cabinet whose door was just opened? Zhuai Yi froze for a moment, almost unable to hold back a laugh. Fang Qian and Li Lei stared blankly at Li Huangji, their hearts filled with indescribable complexity. This variety show, classified as an S-tier program, apparently isn't so easy to gain prestige from. It requires hosts with formidable on-the-spot mediation skills. Now Fang Qian and Li Lei found themselves in a dilemma. Supporting either side would be inappropriate, yet constantly dodging the issue was drawing heavy criticism from netizens. Yet they couldn't completely stick to the bare facts either, as that would permanently alienate Lin Xiaolu. As soon as Li Huanga finished speaking, the barrage exploded again. Damn! So what exactly is that cabinet door blocking? Isn't it obvious by now? It's blocking our view. Of course, Ji Ming must have ordered takeout. I don't want to believe it either, but the only explanation must be the correct one. By the way, during one segment the camera wasn't focused on the kitchen, and since the villa's kitchen is on the first floor, the window could absolutely be used to collect takeout. The live feed clearly showed Ji Ming serving dishes, with the kitchen window distinctly visible on screen. This convinced even more netizens. Lin Xiaolu was genuinely panicking now. No, my husband would never do something like this. Her justification sounded extremely feeble. Suddenly, the barrage comments lit up with fresh skepticism as many viewers began raising new questions. Wait, I've got a question. If she genuinely didn't know about the livestream, why would Ji Ming go along with this then? The more you think about it, the eerier it gets. Right, Ji Ming wouldn't fool Tao Tao. There's no one else at home either. So, did Ji Ming know about the livestream in advance? Chapter 35. The 2 divas were fed a bowl of ecstasy by Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu's panic reached its peak. Lin Yiming's red bullet comments appeared again. Ha, I thought I'd get to see a cooking segment as brilliant as Shinchi's yesterday, but instead, those who truly take cooking seriously approach it with reverence. There's no shame in dishes turning out imperfect, what matters is putting your heart into it. One glance tells me these dishes are takeout, they have that unmistakable restaurant-made look. Using such underhanded tactics to deceive the public, frankly, I look down on it. To be honest, I'm extremely disappointed. Lin Xiaolu was on the verge of a breakdown. her heart now filled with endless resentment towards Jiming. Lin Yiming's words aligned somewhat with Lin Xiaolu's thoughts. Culinary skills didn't matter as much as putting in sincere effort to show care and affection for the child. After all, this wasn't a cooking show. Being exposed for cutting corners would have disastrous consequences for one's reputation. Not only did it affect Jiming alone, but for Lin Xiaolu sitting in the studio audience, it was an even greater humiliation. Yet on the screen, Jiming still wore a kind smile as he placed dish after dish on the dining table. To clearly emphasize that he had cooked the dishes himself, Jiming even meticulously wiped away the sauce stains from the edges of the plates with a tissue. Tao Tao, come eat now. Dad specially prepared 4 of your favorite dishes today. The scene shifts back to Tao Tao, who seemed convinced that the study was so secluded there couldn't possibly be any cameras. Thus, Tao Tao's disgust was completely exposed. Nag, nag, nag. It's like you're rushing me to my grave all day long. For fuck's sake, I'm losing like a dog. Ran into the damn spicy pigeon again. Aku. This kid is hopeless. Actress Lin should start training a backup heir. If King Ji isn't up to the task, I'd be happy to help. At such a young age, the hatred for his biological father runs so deep. That expression resembles years of exploitation toward a boss. The acclaimed actress Lin couldn't stop showering praises on this foul-mouthed little brat. Looks irritating to the eye. Far cry from the singing diva's home from yesterday. Every comment on the bullet screen pierced Lin Xiaolu's eyes like needles, pushing her to the brink of collapse. It was precisely because of Lin Xiaolu's mental fortitude that she didn't turn around and leave. Fortunately, Ji Taotao finally put away her phone and came downstairs. When he saw the table laden with dishes, Ji Taotao finally got excited. Oh wow, that smells amazing. Dad, you're so awesome. In barely a minute, Ji Taotao performed an equally masterful face-changing act as Ji Ming. Even though the picture had improved somewhat, Lin Xiaolu's face still burned with embarrassment. This time, Lin Xiaolu truly didn't dare to boast anymore. The pre-scripted scene unfolded exactly as planned, yet the rehearsed lines now stuck in my throat. The 4 members of the observation panel grew markedly quieter. Li Huangya was overjoyed beyond words. As long as you, Lin Xiaolu, remain composed, you would dare to comment recklessly, let people judge for themselves what's right and wrong. What a pity that as a reigning screen queen, acting has become second nature to you, except during live broadcasts when unfortunately, both your husband and child happen to be rather awful performers. Serves you right. At that moment, Li Huangya didn't realize that her happiness didn't stem from counterattacking Lin Xiaolu, but rather from feeling as though she had avenged someone. The entire afternoon after lunch, Jiming couldn't resist dozing off on the sofa while scrolling through videos. Meanwhile, Tao Tao seized the opportunity to secretly play video games in the study all afternoon. The entire afternoon's livestream passed in an extraordinarily dull atmosphere, with the barrage filled with curses. Did actress Lin actually leak the livestream news to Heavenly King Ji beforehand? The production team should hurry up and give an explanation. This is utterly boring, completely incomparable to the livestream from the songstress of Joy's family. We strongly urge the production team to never livestream this household again. Not watching this anymore, so boring. The number of viewers in the livestream kept dropping, and assistant director Zhang Wei had reminded Hong Tao multiple times already. When the online viewership reached 430,000 people, Hong Tao finally let out a sigh. Stop the live stream. Zhang Wei immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He was genuinely terrified that this career-boosting program might get scrapped because of Lin Xiaolu's family. Fong Qian and Li Lei shared the same sentiment. Getting to host an S-tier variety show at such a young age was essentially a golden opportunity for them. In the morning, it was still bearable, but after lunch, it became downright unbearable. No matter how high their emotional intelligence or hosting skills were, there was simply no way they could continue hosting. The executive director's words were no less than a royal pardon. Fong Qian couldn't wait to announce, the live broadcast for the first episode's second family segment is drawing to a close. Now let's invite our vast audience of netizens to vote on the big data selected options. The top voted choice will become actress Lin's assigned mission. Li Lei chuckled. Last session's mission for the Songbird Diva was quite challenging. I wonder what task awaits actress Lin this time. Lin Xiaolu panicked once again as she saw the options on the big screen. It was simply too outrageous to describe. Have Queen Lin and Tao Tao team up as mother and son to play against assassin Aku. Have King Ji select his top 3 favorite dance videos featuring busty beauties. Have Heavenly King Ji make a bowl of plain noodle soup filled with love for actress Lin, to reminisce about hard times while savoring the present. Bai Qinghe cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Xiaolu, whose face was twitching uncontrollably as she prayed fervently in her heart. She couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency as well. She must definitely remind her husband and son thoroughly when she returns home. They absolutely must not repeat Lin Xiaolu's mistake. Li Huanji and Zhuai looked at those options and truly couldn't hold back anymore. They covered their mouths, desperately trying to contain themselves, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if being tickled. Yet the moment their eyes met, both instantly lost control. Lin Xiaolu, Are the two divas being served a bowl of laughing without moving half a step madness by actress Lin? Lin Xiaolu went from being high-spirited to now utterly silent, looking completely deflated, and damn, does that feel satisfying? Probably never expected things to turn out this way when she arrived. At last, the voting results finally appeared on the big screen. The enormous crimson font displayed. Let Queen of the Silver Screen Lin Xiaolu return home and have King of Pop G personally cook those 4 dishes for lunch. Li Huang counted on her slender, onion-like fingers, murmuring to herself yet seemingly reminding Lin Xiaolu as well. 4 dishes, stir-fried shrimp with broccoli and carrots. This one seems simpler. Braised pork belly, handmade meatball soup, spicy fish head with chopped peppers. Just thinking about these 4 dishes makes my appetite soar. Luckily I got off work early today. I'll go back and have Shinchi make these exact dishes for me too. Lin Xiaolu felt a sudden tightness in her chest, as if she were that wounded heroine she once played, as though she might spit blood any moment. But Li Huanji wasn't finished yet. I want to shoot a video of Shinchi making these 4 dishes so I can post it online for netizens to learn from. After all, these 4 dishes are incredibly irresistible with rice. Perfect accompaniment for a meal. Jua Yi simply couldn't hold on any longer. But she immediately slumped over the desk, her 2 ample breasts pressing into an extreme curve. Li Huang shot a displeased look at Jua Yi. Hey, get a hold of yourself. You're still young, you need to learn to control your expressions. But Chapter 36. She's a contradiction, and a bit shy. Long Outyan was driving, clearly sensing that Li Huanga was in a much better mood today compared to last night. Last night, Li Huanga was under immense pressure. Her assignment was to learn Deho from Shinchi, which left her visibly distressed. Li Huanga's good mood had absolutely nothing to do with tonight's livestream ending early. Thinking about the entire livestream today and the task of those 4 dishes, Li Huanga's mood soared like a rocket into the clouds. But she couldn't help herself again. Long Outyan also understood what was going on and couldn't help but burst into laughter as well. Sister Huanga, are you heading home? Li Huanga let out an in acknowledgement as he picked up his phone to call Shinchi. Hello? Shinchi's signature casual tone rang out. Have you cooked yet? Li Huanga asked. I was just about to start. Are you coming back for dinner? Shinchi asked. I want 4 dishes. Shinchi was somewhat puzzled. Li Huanga rarely made specific meal requests. Li Huanga had long formed such an impression. Sometimes she even felt Shinchi could grill fish using nothing but his own shoe insoles. So Li Huanga seldom needed to order dishes herself. How rare. What would you like to eat? Shinchi asked. Li Huanga laughed. I'd like stir-fried broccoli with shrimp and carrots, handmade meatball soup, braised pork belly and, Long Outyan reminded in a low voice, it's chopped chili fish head. Oh right, and chopped chili fish head. Shinchi was genuinely puzzled, but the principle of being a kept man had clear standards. When it came to the benefactor's requests, ask few questions and just get it done. Alright, the ingredients are available at the neighborhood supermarket, no need to make the trip to the wet market. Li Huanga reminded him, by the way, wait until I get home before you start. Shinchi was once again baffled. When it comes to the benefactor's demands, ask fewer questions and just do as you're told. Shinchi could clearly tell that Li Huanga was in exceptionally good spirits tonight. Over these past 3 years, Shinchi had rarely seen Li Huanga like this. Shin Shokuan, infected by the joyful atmosphere, was also delighted and pounced on Shinchi to denounce his misdeeds from earlier in the day. In truth, ever since last night, Shinchi had noticed some changes. Li Huanga had suddenly asked him to sing folk tunes and even tried learning monkey-style martial arts. During the day, Shinchi grew increasingly uneasy as he thought about it, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Seeing Li Huanga's behavior again today only deepened the suspicions in Shinchi's mind, but the real surprise was yet to come. With an air of spontaneous mischief, Li Huanga arched an eyebrow at Shinchi and pulled out her phone. Let's start cooking. I'll record a video for you. Shinchi was genuinely bewildered. What kind of scheme is this woman pulling today? She actually turned on the camera to watch me cook? Even though Shinchi had clear principles about being a kept man, he couldn't help but ask at this moment, what are you trying to do? Never mind that, just do as I say. Li Huanga pretended to be displeased. Shinchi glanced at Li Huanga and realized she wasn't joking. It seemed she'd suddenly thought of something. This woman must have finally realized she's fallen for me. She probably saw some toxic inspirational quotes like a man cooking is the hottest or a focused man is the most attractive somewhere. That's why she wants to capture me at my most handsome and charming. Just waiting to secretly revisit these shots at night, all cozy under the blankets by herself. Shinchi tututayed inwardly. If you want to see, I could even cook naked for you, so why bother? It must be because she's too bashful to bring it up herself. Women, even a diva can have such girlish whims. A mischievous expression played across Shinchi's face. Your wish is my command. Li Huanga froze for a moment. What's with that look on your face? I get it. Shinchi tied on the apron. I totally understand. Then he ducked into the kitchen. Ji Ming was cooking for Ji Tao Tao, still thinking they were live streaming. After all, Li Huang's home broadcast had lasted until past 9 o'clock yesterday evening. Lin Xiaolu returned home seething with anger, only to be greeted by Ji Ming's enthusiastically cheerful voice the moment she stepped through the door. Tao Tao, Daddy made you a delicious roast duck with, huh? Ji Ming noticed Lin Xiaolu changing her shoes and suddenly looked puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be attending? Feeling he'd spoken out of turn, Ji Ming immediately realized his mistake. It must be one of those surprise mom segments designed by the Moms on a Business Trip show crew. Those show producers are real sneaky. Ji Ming quickly corrected himself with a puzzled expression, asking, Honey, weren't you supposed to be busy? Why are you back so early? I just finished cooking. It's still steaming hot, come eat with me. The Moms on a Business Trip show crew could capture behind-the-scenes footage at any moment, especially footage related to Lin Xiaolu's mission, so she didn't dare show any signs of abnormality. She simply said to Ji Ming, let Tao Tao eat first, come with me to the bedroom. Ji Ming, still puzzled, followed Lin Xiaolu into the bedroom. Lin Xiaolu couldn't wait another second. By the time she turned around, her face was already shrouded in frost. This is your doing. Ha! Ji Ming was dumbfounded. What exactly happened? What's wrong? Lin Xiaolu's teeth chattered with fury, and at this moment, she finally erupted. I clearly designed every step for you in Tao Tao, from waking up to meals, from homework to piano and vocal practice, from cooking to afternoon parent-child craft activities. Ji Ming sighed. I'm sorry, honey, I was just so exhausted this afternoon. Is that really the issue? Lin Xiaolu's grievances continued to bubble forth unabated. You sleep in late in the morning. After getting up, you made that pathetic recall hardship and savor sweetness plain noodle soup. Tao Tao made so many mistakes on the piano, yet you turned a blind eye and didn't correct him. As a professional singer, you even cracked your voice while teaching him vocal techniques. What's most infuriating is Tao Tao secretly playing games and swearing, while you just throw together meals or order takeout to get by. Ji Ming was completely stunned. Everyone knows about it? A sense of foreboding welled up in Ji Ming's heart. Ji Tao Tao had long fled to the safety of his room, not daring to emerge even the slightest bit. Lin Xiaolu was still ranting furiously. Today at the broadcast studio, in front of hundreds of live audience members and millions watching online, I completely lost face. What infuriates me most is Li Huang and Zhuoyi. Their sarcastic remarks made me wish I could vanish into thin air. You don't care about your reputation as the king of pop. Well damn it, I'm an award-winning actress too, and I was right there on the scene. Do you have any idea how I've gotten through this whole day? Lin Xiaolu broke down completely, bursting into loud sobs. Ji Ming fully grasped the magnitude of what Lin Xiaolu was describing. His heart swelled with equal measures of worry and frustration, a simmering mix of anger and anxiety tightening his chest. Seriously, what was the production team thinking? Are those cameras really that high definition? You can't really blame me for this. I did my absolute best. Lin Xiaolu roared, what a load of crap. How can you call what you've done the best? Ji Ming was also fired up. Damn it, if it weren't for you insisting on signing up for this godforsaken show, would I be in this mess of being mocked by the entire internet? Now you're blaming me? Lin Xiaolu could hardly believe his ears. You're utterly useless, can't even watch pretty girl videos discreetly. Where do you get the nerve to dump this on my head? What? Ji Ming was stunned. Even watching videos of beautiful girls could be seen? Shouldn't the production team respect the privacy of someone like me, a top celebrity? Lin Xiaolu opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say it had been permitted by her. Both of them were well versed in the tricks of the entertainment industry and immediately racked their brains to figure out how to minimize the impact of this incident. By the way, the whole internet suspects you knew you were being live-streamed. Holy shit. Chapter 37, Shin-Chi is far less fashionable than Ace-G. Director, Lin Xiaolu definitely violated our show's rules. Zhang Wei wore an unmistakable expression of righteous indignation. Before today's livestream even ended, it was already trending online, sparking heated discussions and even making it to the hot search list. Rumors claimed Lin Xiaolu had informed Ji Ming about the livestream in advance. Hong Tao still wore that same indifferent expression, his eyelids drooping lazily. They were cursing that couple, not our show. Why are you so worked up about it? Zhang Wei was taken aback. Wait, that's not right. Our show's whole premise hinges on fathers and children not knowing they're being live-streamed. That way their most natural habits come through. Hong Tao smiled faintly and explained. You're overthinking it. Think about it. With our austere show's popularity, Li Huang's massive fanbase is a safety net, and Shin-Chi's outstanding performance, Li Huang's family livestream is bound to go viral online. Do you really think Ji Ming, a seasoned veteran in the entertainment industry, wouldn't know that? Even if Ji Ming doesn't follow our show, How could he not know his wife is participating in it? And by extension, wouldn't he figure out he's being live streamed too? Even if the first two families finished their live stream and Ji Ming himself ended up trending, shouldn't he have known by then? Zhang Wei seemed to understand. So you never really cared about Best Actress Lin Xiaolu's family at all? Hong Tao nodded and said, every show needs a standout highlight, everything else can serve as supporting contrasts. The greater the contrast, the more sensational the topic becomes, and the greater the conflict, the more explosive the show's popularity will be. Zhang Wei was shocked. Does this mean Bai Qinghe's side will be positioned similarly to Lin Xiaolu's? That night, Bai Qinghe and her husband Liang Bin sat on the sofa finalizing their plans. Only when both felt everything was properly arranged did they finally relax. Lin Xiaolu suffered quite the humiliation today. I wanted to help her too, but there was simply nothing I could do. Li Huanga may be young, but she's utterly domineering, Bai Qinghe said, still shaken by the events. Liang Bin also nodded and said calmly, I'm not like Ji Ming. He's a top-tier celebrity, anything negative could have a huge impact on him. Bai Qinghe finally felt at ease. She wrapped her arms around Liang Bin's neck and swung a leg over to straddle his lap. Cao Cao is asleep, Bai Qinghe whispered softly, her breath like orchids, her gaze blurred and distant. Her voluptuous figure, those flaming red lips, Bai Qinghe felt her husband had really landed himself a steal. She was supremely confident about her looks and physique, yet the anticipated reaction never came. Bai Qinghe didn't feel anything pressing against her bottom and couldn't help giving Liang Bin a bewildered look. Liang Bin hesitated slightly, appearing rather awkward. I'm a bit exhausted today. Bai Qinghe grew displeased, speaking with a hint of jealousy. Li Huanga and Shenqi have always been stuck together like glue. Suddenly, Liang Bin pictured Li Huanga's face in his mind, instantly lifting his little head with abrupt excitement. Bai Qinghe sensed it. Her confidence in herself was restored. That's right, just as it should be. Kisses fell like raindrops, thick as honeyed nectar. Bai Qinghe grew dazed, and an image of Shenqi suddenly surfaced in her mind. Taking in Shenqi's physique, then comparing it to Liang Bin's. Doesn't Shenqi seem significantly larger? Welcome everyone to the live broadcast of the first season, third family episode of Mom's Away on Business. Fang Qian made her graceful entrance wearing an intellectual pink suit. The four celebrity commentators seated at the observation panel remained as dazzling as ever, though Lin Xiaolu appeared more subdued in her attire today, a noticeable contrast to yesterday's exquisite makeup and sparkling outfit. Others might not understand, but Li Huanga and the other two knew perfectly well. After experiencing yesterday's overwhelming embarrassment, Lin Xiaolu didn't want to draw attention today, trying to keep a low profile to prevent yesterday's topic from carrying over. Bai Qinghe was being unusually kind today. Queen Huanga, your outfit today is absolutely stunning. Did Shenqi help you pick it out? Him? But he doesn't get this stuff, at least not as much as King Ji does. Lin Xiaolu, you're looking even cuter today than yesterday. Thanks, Qinghe Jie. Actually, my favorite style is Xiaolu Jie's mature sexy vibe, but I just can't pull it off. Lin Xiaolu. Xiaolu, you look very sharp today. Lin Xiaolu forced a faint smile. Thank you. Does our screen queen Lin seem a bit subdued? Not at all like her usual high-energy self. No kidding, when the entire internet is bashing you, how could you possibly keep your spirits up? Honestly, yesterday felt like watching an overly rehearsed family play. I cringed so hard my toes curled. Hopefully, today will bring some pleasant surprises at the home of actress Bai Dot. Honestly, they should just give Shenqi and Xiao Kuan their own dedicated show. I went back and rewatched all their highlight clips multiple times. Laughed so hard it even cured my constipation. The live stream began. The image of Bai Qinghe's villa appeared on screen, dazzling everyone with its brilliance. The living room exuded classical elegance, its neo-Chinese decor radiating exquisite taste. Every piece of furniture showcased impeccable craftsmanship and dark walnut wood, their clean lines speaking of understated luxury. Some very elegant paintings were hanging on the wall. At the side of a massive long table, Liang Bin was teaching Liang Chaochao how to write with a brush. This scene was infinitely better than yesterday when Ji Ming was sleeping in like a lazy bum. Bai Qinghe smiled and began introducing her family. My husband is Liang Bin, the deputy general manager of our Xingho Media in Daocheng. Somehow, his work actually shares quite a few connections with my profession. He's a very serious and meticulous person, with an exceptionally steady temperament. My son is named Liang Chaochao, he's 8 years old and in 2nd grade. He's worry-free academically and has a very well-behaved, honest personality. This is largely due to my husband's upbringing. Liang Bin wore a stern expression, looking rather severe. Liang Chaochao was very diligent, and his calligraphy already showed considerable style. The barrage was filled with praise. Practicing calligraphy early in the morning before breakfast, now that's some seriously disciplined parenting. A conspicuous red-colored bullet comment appeared on the screen. An 8-year-old child being able to write calligraphy at this level is truly outstanding. The strokes reveal solid foundational skills. They must have practiced diligently for quite some time. Li Lei smiled and began introducing. Last time we mentioned that during specific time slots there are professional online guest speakers. Now speaking is the renowned Chinese calligrapher, painter, and literary scholar Mr. Fang Shi. Whoosh! The live studio erupted in instant exclamations of shock. Fang Shi, the most authoritative calligrapher, painter, and cultural historian in Huaxia? The production team has pulled out all the stops. First they invited chef God Lin Yiming, and now even Mr. Fang Shi is here. Even Mr. Fang Shi praises Cao Cao so highly, there's no doubt about Cao Cao's skills. At least it looks much better than the home of actress Lin right now. Bai Qing has smiled faintly and continued. My husband has always had a fondness for such things, calligraphy, painting, poetry, literary history, literature. Since childhood, he's exposed Cao Cao to these influences, and Cao Cao has grown to love them too. At this very moment, the mood abruptly shifted. Liang Bin grabbed a disciplinary ruler and sternly smacked it against Cao Cao's small hand with a dark expression. Slap! Are you sure you wrote this correctly? How many times have I told you? Why do you keep making the same mistake? Are your ears growing calluses from hearing it too much? Ask for a beating. Chapter 38. Cao Cao operated like an icy, silent machine. What? Hitting her right away? Isn't that too harsh? I suddenly remembered my father watching me practice calligraphy as a child, the memories of my youth aching deep in my bones. Didn't the award-winning actress Bai claim her family's parenting methods were scientifically sound? Fighting scientifically is also a science. Bai Qinghe didn't seem to think anything of it. We are indeed very strict when it comes to our child's studies and special skills development. Only through strictness can a child develop good habits and achieve better learning. These remarks seemed to resonate with many guests on the show, drawing numerous supportive comments across the live stream. Li Huanya, however, frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort rise in her heart. In the frame, Liang Cao Cao appeared somewhat frightened, timidly picking up the dropped pen with a hesitant expression, then cautiously starting to write again. A full half-hour later, only when Liang Bin went to prepare breakfast did Liang Cao Cao's tense expression finally ease a little. The live stream seemed to grow slightly heavier, the observation panel unusually quiet. Liang Bin approached breakfast preparation with meticulous care, calm, composed, and evidently practiced in his movements. Liang Cao Cao appeared extremely sensible, having already set out bowls, chopsticks, and spoons in advance, and meticulously prepared napkins as well. He placed the napkins in the center of the table but, thinking they might block the dishes, picked them up again and carefully positioned them to one side. When Liang Bin came out carrying the dishes, Liang Cao Cao quickly stood up to help, then gently placed them on the table. Throughout the meal, father and son ate in silent companionship, finishing their dinner quietly. Liang Bin wiped his mouth and asked in a casual tone, "Do you know what to do after finishing the meal?" Liang Cao Cao quickly nodded and replied softly, "First clear the dining table, then wash the dishes. 10 minutes later, do homework, rest for another 10 minutes, then read. After lunch, take a 1.5-hour nap. In the afternoon, practice calligraphy first, then go practice basketball for an hour and a half." Liang Bin nodded expressionlessly and said, "Go ahead." An extremely oppressive atmosphere arose in the live stream room. Why do I feel like Cao Cao is acting like a robot? They looked nothing like father and son, as Liang Bin showed no trace of doting affection for Cao Cao at all. At just 8 years old, when most kids are brimming with playfulness, the boy seemed as gloomy as a little old man. The atmosphere in Bai Tianho's home seemed far too fixated on rules and decorum. Is that really such a bad thing? Look how well-behaved Cao Cao is, certainly better than Lin Yingho's wild child Tao Tao, wouldn't you say? Lin Xiaolu glanced at Bai Qinghe, even feeling a faint twinge of envy. She felt she had trusted Ji Ming too much. If only her family could be like Bai Qinghe's, she wouldn't have suffered such humiliation yesterday. Many bullet comments questioned the parenting approach, but Bai Qinghe didn't see any problem with it at all. Children this age are at the most crucial stage for developing good habits, so they need stricter discipline. This is extremely important for their future. If a boy wants to make something of himself later in life, he needs constant supervision since childhood. Not even the slightest relaxation is allowed. Li Huanya looked at Liang Cao Cao, timid as a kitten, and suddenly felt a surge of sympathy. "Empress Bai, it seems I've grasped what you said the day before yesterday. Shinqi's way of treating Shinshokuan differs greatly from your family's approach. Though both are strict, the direction is entirely opposite. I don't oppose Empress Bai's theories, nor dare I say they're wrong. There's just one question I'd like to ask you." Bai Qinghe raised an eyebrow. "Say it," she replied. Li Huanya stared intently into Bai Qinghe's eyes and asked solemnly, "Do you think Cao Cao truly enjoys this kind of life?" Bai Qinghe let out a cold laugh and said, "What does it matter whether the child likes it or not? If they fail to learn essential skills during childhood or develop good habits, it won't just be the child who regrets it after suffering society's harsh lessons, we parents will regret it too. The barrage of viewer comments became divided between supporting Li Huanga and Bai Qinghe's opposing viewpoints. Li Huanga felt she couldn't wake a sleeping person, while Bai Qinghe also considered Li Huanga quite amateurish in child-rearing. After all, Shin Xiaokuan wasn't Li Huanga's biological son. As if by unspoken agreement, both chose to end the argument there. Bai Qinghe sneered inwardly, "You, Li Huanga, are just jealous of how scientifically advanced my family's parenting methods are. The whole internet will see how well-educated our child is." Li Huanga snorted mentally with even greater disdain, sacrificing an innocent child's natural joy, turning what should be a happy childhood into a cold, mechanical existence. I wonder if the internet would truly approve of that. The normally lively Zuoyi seemed to have little to spark her conversation, appearing somewhat silent, while Lin Xiaolu had barely spoken a few words since the livestream began. The broadcast continued steadily, with Liang Chaochao meticulously following each step of the pre-arranged procedure with scrupulous precision. Flawless execution, yet devoid of vitality. Netizens who had initially showered Liang Chaochao with countless praises gradually began shifting their perceptions. To be honest, I was genuinely envious at first of how well actress Bai's family had taught their child to be so disciplined. But now that I've seen more, I suddenly realize I don't envy them anymore. Same here. If making my child as obedient and silent as Chaochao means sacrificing his spirit, I'd rather he stays mischievous, even if it means learning fewer things. I see my own reflection in Chaochao. Now that I'm 40, I've become rigid and inflexible. Even after changing jobs multiple times, I can't win over bosses or colleagues. I deeply regret not rebelling against my parents when I was young. I used to have the same upbringing as Chaochao. My ex-wife said I was too boring and divorced me because of it. Countless empathetic comments flooded the bullet chat. Even while playing basketball, an activity meant to showcase a boy's lively energy, Liang Chaochao completed every movement with silent precision. Afterward, the taciturn Liang Chaochao quietly fetched his change of clothes and disappeared into the bathroom, not emerging for a long while. The live stream continued until it was nearly dinner time. Bai Qinghe watched the entire event unfold, sensing a different experience from what she usually felt at home, as if observing from a godlike perspective. Gradually, her mindset began to shift. She frowned almost imperceptibly, sinking into deep thought. Shin Xiaokuan's liveliness actually made Bai Qinghe envious. Even though Shin Xiaokuan was unruly, he was no worse than the well-behaved Liang Chaochao. In fact, he learned more and better than Liang Chaochao. Even Ji Taotao, who couldn't open his mouth without cursing, had his redeeming qualities in his mischievous antics. Bai Qinghe seemed to recall the years since Liang Chaochao was born. The entire family had indeed been like a meticulously programmed machine, operating ceaselessly, never pausing, never faltering. She bit her lips lightly, thinking to herself, Chaochao will understand our struggles. He won't be like those spineless people who blame their failures on their parents' upbringing. Many people felt bored and uninterested, and the number of viewers in the livestream continued to decline, dropping from over 4 million at the start to just over 300,000 now. This outcome made Bai Qinghe increasingly doubtful about Liang Chaochao's educational approach once again. By the time the barrage of comments had almost completely stopped praising Bai Qinghe's family education, Li Huanga finally spoke up again. Li Huanga first let out a sigh. I truly want to say some things, yet I still don't deny the parenting approach of actress Bai. After all, every family has its own way of raising children. But the whole day went by without Chaochao saying a single word on his own. He only responded when Mr. Liang asked him something. Imagine this: even if Chaochao mastered every skill in the world, what good would it do? He'd lose his ability to socialize, to communicate with others. But now, at an age that should be brimming with innocent playfulness and lively energy, Chaochao has lost the very things a child needs most. Li Huanga's face showed a trace of compassion as she voiced the answer in her heart. Joy. Chapter 39. Getting me must be her good deed from a past life. Li Huanga's words seemed to carry tremendous power, striking like thunder. The barrage of comments showed increasing support for Li Huanga. In the past, Lin Xiaolu would have stood up to refute Li Huanga, but fearing the spotlight would turn back on her, she remained silent this time. Since it concerned Bai Qinghe's family, Bai Qinghe should have been the one to speak up. Yet for some reason, Bai Qinghe seemed slightly distracted. Juyi nodded in agreement and said, I think Sister Huanga is right. The number of live viewers in the streaming room had already plummeted to pitiful levels. Hong Tao sighed helplessly. Bai Qinghe simply doesn't understand. Our show focuses on entertainment value. Although it promotes proper parental relationships and family values, if the show isn't entertaining, who would watch it? He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, wrap it up. Fang Qian and Lei Li proceeded according to the established procedures. We've now reached the viewer voting segment of our third live broadcast in the first season. Based on big data calculations, we've prepared numerous mission options. We now invite our vast online audience to cast your votes. Numerous options appeared on the large screen. Compared to those for Li Huanga and Lin Xiaolu's households, These choices lacked endless entertainment value, though some prank-like options remained, such as have actress Bai supervise Liang Bin's calligraphy practice and rap his knuckles for mistakes, force Liang Bin to remain completely silent for an entire day, or make Cao Cao sass his father like Xiao Kuan does. Amid Bai Qinghe's slight nervousness, the poll's top-ranked mission option was revealed. Invite actress Bai Yingho and Cao Cao to perform a cheerful children's song together, helping Cao Cao rediscover his childlike innocence. Bai Qinghe stared blankly at this option, her delicate eyelashes fluttering slightly as she seemed lost in thought. Li Huanga returned home, and Shin Xiaokuan rushed into his arms. Feeling Shin Xiaokuan's liveliness and affection, the heaviness in Li Huanga's heart finally eased a little. A child should act their age. If Xiaokuan were to grow up as precocious and solemn as Cao Cao, Li Huanga couldn't even bear the thought. No talking during meals or before sleep, though an old saying and treated as strict etiquette, rules shouldn't be carved in stone. Li Huanga still preferred the cheerful atmosphere at his own dining table, as long as it didn't appear ill-mannered. During the meal, Shin Xiaokuan suddenly asked questions that left both Li Huanga and Shin Qi struggling to answer. Mom, why don't you sleep in the same room and bed with Shin Qi? Are you two not getting along? Are you usually just putting on an act for me? I've seen on TV that affectionate couples are always lovey-dovey, hugging and kissing all the time. You guys never do that. If you really can't make it work, just get divorced. Don't worry, I'm very mature. After all, I don't like Shin Qi that much either, so you don't need to consider my emotional capacity. Get divorced already. It's liberation for both of you. Shin Qi was stunned, his bowl-holding hand frozen midair as he gaped at Li Huangji, who looked equally dumbfounded. Hello son, he's asking you a question, aren't you going to explain? Not kissing and not sharing a bed weren't rules I made. I'm fine either way, it's up to you. If all else fails, I might as well submit to you. After all, you love me so deeply. Li Huanga also looked at Shin Qi, hoping these tough questions could be handed over to the always clever Shin Qi. What's up, cat got your tongue? Didn't you love me deeply? I'm still your golden sponsor mommy, shouldn't you solve problems for your patron? Shin Qi understood Li Huan's intention, sighed slightly, and put down his chopsticks. He looked at Shin Xiaokuan with a serious expression and said, Mom hasn't been feeling well these days, but her relative has already left. Tonight we'll sleep in the same bed. What relative? Shin Xiaokuan asked in confusion. Shen Qi. Li Huangji gritted her teeth, glared at him and roared. Shin Qi looked innocent. Isn't that what you meant? You obviously love me so much. Nonsense. It's you who loves me, Li Huangji retorted. Shin Qi got angry too. Clearly it's you who loves me, but you won't admit it and instead accuse me of loving you? No. It's you who loves me. I can feel it. Shin Qi's unwavering certainty only made Li Huanga angrier. You love me. No, you love me. You're the one who loves me. You love me, so you film my daily cooking. I did that to provoke Lin Xiao. Li Huanga cut him off, scowling darkly. You do love me, otherwise why would you put so much care into cooking? Nonsense, you paid for it. You. Shin Xiaokuan felt his head was about to swell like big head kids, so he quickly cut off the argument. Hey, what's going on here? Even TV shows don't portray PDA like this. Li Huanga was dumbfounded again. Showing off their love? Had this kid picked up bad habits from Shin Qi? Shin Xiaokuan added, to be honest, you really don't look like a married couple to me. I'm deeply suspicious. With that, Shin Xiaokuan stood up. After you finish eating, call for me. Nobody tries to snatch the dishwashing duties. I refuse to let that unscrupulous Shin Qi deprive me of my right to dine. As soon as Shin Xiaokuan left, an awkward silence fell over the dining table, and an indescribable tension hung in the air. Shin Qi picked at his food for a while before finally breaking the silence. Well, Xiaokuan isn't entirely wrong, you know. Think about it. If even Xiaokuan is starting to suspect, what if others find out about our fake marriage? I don't really care, but you're a national diva and company CEO. A sham marriage? What if your parents find out? What then? Li Huanga shot Shin Qi a sidelong glance. Then what do you suggest we do? What should we do? Shin Qi responded matter-of-factly. Obviously we'll have to make our fake marriage look real, at the very least. We need Xiao Kuan to believe we're truly husband and wife. Li Huanga's gaze made Shin Qi feel a flutter of unease in his heart. Very well, Shin Qi. So this is your true face at last. I hired you, and now you want to sleep with me? It's not too much to live off my wealth, but do you really think you can greedily treat me as your lifelong meal ticket? The abacus beads are practically hitting me in the face. What's with that look on your face? Am I wrong? Shin Qi asked. Li Huanga suddenly switched to a gentle smile. You're absolutely right, so we'll share a bed tonight. Shin Qi was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly sprang up with a whoosh and dashed toward Shin Qi's bedroom. Where are you going? Go find your PJs and get squeaky clean. Oh, it's still. Li Huan glanced at the wall clock. It was only 7:30. Great. Your true colors are really showing now. He really does want to sleep with me. The sound of running water came from the bathroom as Shin Qi struck a few gym poses in the billowing steam to highlight his physique. This body is absolutely extraordinary. Li Huanga, oh Li Huanga, you must have done countless good deeds in your past life to deserve having me. Shin Qi glanced down, picked up a bar of soap, and began lathering himself while muttering under his breath. Li Huanga is particular about cleanliness. I'd better scrub the important spots thoroughly, can't have any lingering odors. Wait, come to think of it, does Li Huanga even like being pried open underwater like a clam? Chapter 40. Is that soap scent or your natural fragrance on you? Shinshi finished his shower quickly and came out to find Li Huanga no longer in the dining room. Ha, more impatient than me? Hee, even a queen of the entertainment industry and a female CEO can't resist falling for my peerless beauty and perfect physique, can she? Here I fucking come. Shinshi opened the door to Li Huanga's room and slipped directly under the covers. Ah! A shrill scream rang out as Shinshokuan leaped up like a startled cat with its fur standing on end. What are you doing? Shin-Chi was dumbfounded. Only Shinshokuan was on the bed, Li Huanga was nowhere to be seen. Shin-Chi turned his head to see Li Huanga leaning against the doorframe with a facial mask on, her expression beneath the mask brimming with playful mischief. I'll be working late on my creative project tonight. If you two want a bond, you're welcome to sleep in my room. Shen Xiaokuan angrily began shoving Shin-Chi. Get out, get out. I'm not sleeping with you. Who wants to sleep with you? Shin-Chi turned away with a darkened face and strode out. As he passed by Li Huanji, Shin-Chi deliberately nudged him with his hip and whispered in a lowered voice. When Xiaokuan's asleep, I'll come find you in the piano room. There, he. Li Huanga froze for a moment. A piano room? Shin-Chi waited in torment. It wasn't until 10:30 at night that Shinshokuan finally fell asleep. He stealthily made his way to the music room and peeked through the door crack to see Li Huanga deep in thought under the dim yellow light, occasionally writing or sketching something with a pen. A strand of her hair kept falling down, and Li Huanga would tuck it behind her ear from time to time. The gentle elegance of a mature woman permeated the entire room. Li Huanga's neckline plunged low, the exposed skin glinting sharply enough to stab into Shin-Chi's eyes. Shin-Chi's thoughts wandered uncontrollably while an involuntary sigh escaped him. Okay, damn it, wrong channel. Li Huanga seemed to have encountered a difficulty. When she looked up and saw Shin-Chi sneaking in with a lewd expression, her face instantly flushed crimson. He actually came? Perfect timing. Shin-Chi pulled up a chair with a grin and sat down beside Li Huanga, shamelessly leaning in close enough to immediately catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. Shin-Chi thought Li Huanga was someone who appreciated romance, so he couldn't rush things. There needed to be a process. Take it step by step. Is that the scent of soap on you? Li Huanga's ears instantly flushed red, yet he narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you think? Shin-Chi's heart was already overflowing with joy. Li Huanga hadn't shown the slightest rejection, making Shin-Chi realize what a complete fool he'd been these past 3 years. Had he discovered earlier that Li Huanga had fallen for him, would Shin-Chi have waited until now? What use were those little videos saved in his phone now? Practice makes perfect. Shin-Chi immediately put on a serious, knowledge-seeking expression and said, is that fragrance on you from soap or natural body scent? Shin-Chi reached out his hand and rested it on Li Huanga's slender waist. Shin-Chi was genuinely puzzled by this matter at the moment. How can a woman have such a slender waist yet be so voluptuous? Doesn't that defy the principles of human anatomy and structure? Let me do some research. Li Huanga was genuinely embarrassed. She never expected Shin-Chi to actually dare. With her status as a diva and a CEO, Li Huanji's demeanor has grown increasingly formidable over the years. Most men only dare to admire her from afar. Who would have the audacity to disrespect her? How dare Shin-Chi even think of it? Li Huanga suppressed his anger and reached out to stop Shin-Chi's hand, but a faint smile still lingered on his face. Hold on, don't rush. You know I'm a workaholic, I still have unfinished business at hand. Shin-Chi inhaled deeply, ensuring more of that subtle fragrance filled his nostrils. The night stretches on. Li Huanji felt disgusted but was still forcing himself to endure. Absolutely not. If this song doesn't achieve the effect I want today, I will absolutely not go to sleep. Shin-Chi asked blankly, who said you could sleep? We're discussing knowledge. Li Huanga was speechless. She stood up and started pushing Shin-Chi out. Scram! Shin-Chi got desperate and stopped caring about appearances. Just hurry up and finish the damn song, then we'll focus on research. What song? Let me take a look. Shin-Chi snatched the paper from the table in one swift motion, and his expression turned peculiar as he read it. Your handwriting. Li Huanji's face flushed red. It might be ugly, but you should still be able to recognize it, right? It's actually quite difficult. To pull the trigger, Shin-Chi had truly immersed himself in the moment. When I was little, noisy and willful, my grandmother would always speak to me with gentle, kind words. Shin-Chi furrowed his brow. What is it? Li Huanga felt a flicker of anticipation. Is there a problem? Shin-Chi shook his head. Not exactly a problem. The lyrics have good meaning, but they lack a touch of warmth and sophistication in expression. Li Huanga's pupils abruptly constricted. Got it. That's exactly it. The point Li Huanga had been trying to grasp was suddenly articulated by Shin-Chi, giving him an unexpected moment of clarity. Although he'd long verified Shin-Chi's compositional talent, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different kind of astonishment. Then how do you think we should change it? Li Huang asked in a deliberately soft voice. Xin-Chi chuckled slyly. The window paper was about to be pierced. Once that thin barrier was broken through, their relationship would inevitably be elevated, and the contractual arrangement would essentially become official. Once we make it official and become family, there's no need to hide things anymore. At most, we can openly support Li Huanga and let Huanga Entertainment thrive. All that's needed is Li Huanga's agreement, letting Xin-Chi continue living the cushy life every day. With money and beautiful women at his disposal, life would definitely be even better than now. Alright, cards on the table, no more pretending. Xin-Chi spread his hands wide, extending them before Li Huanga. Li Huanga blinked her beautiful eyes rapidly in astonishment. What? A pen? Xin-Chi snapped irritably. Oh. Xin-Chi took the pen and began making corrections. Before Li Huanga could finish her first sentence, her eyes widened even more. Isn't this handwriting simply gorgeous? Perhaps poor penmanship was the only flaw in Li Huanga's otherwise perfect persona, but that didn't stop her from admiring those with beautiful handwriting. Xin-Chi's calligraphy fulfilled Li Huanga's most idealized imagination. But what truly astonished her were the lyrics Xin-Chi had written. When I was young and acting spoiled, my grandmother would always sing to comfort me. After leaving childhood, living my own life, with fresh songs and fresh ideas, when recklessness and impulsiveness became uncontrollable, I'd forgotten such songs still existed. Li Huanga felt this was exactly what she wanted. She was certain of it. But reading further down, Li Huangji grew doubtful. Wait a moment. What does Too and Bao mean? Chapter 41, This woman used seduction to trick and exploit me. Li Huanga's sparkling eyes were fixed intently on the musical notation on the table, her red lips moving slightly as if humming silently without making a sound. But Li Huanga had already deciphered the song, his mind even conjured how it should be performed. Speaking childhood memories with heartfelt articulation, whispering unadorned words by one's ear, yellowed fragments, grandmother's wrinkles, the sting of falls, all flowing out amidst the chime of singing and piano. Absolute perfection. Xin-Chi was thoroughly pleased with Li Huanga's performance. In this parallel world backward in culture and entertainment, even a diva must bend to my will. Had I known it was this easy, why pretend to be moralistic? As she lost herself in the song, Xin-Chi's hand moved swiftly across the paper, continuously pouring forth an overwhelming surge of energy. Li Huanga gradually felt his mind go blank, as if adrift in a sea of fervor. She was utterly shattered, like a lone boat tossed about in the raging storm. She could only endure. She could only resign herself to fate. All initiative lay in the hands of that man called Xin-Chi. Her pretty face was filled with uncontrollable infatuation. Xin-Chi seemed to possess some formidable magic. With every word he uttered, Li Huanga felt an uncontrollable tremor in her soul. At this moment, only one word remained in Li Huanga's mind: subjugation. Completely and utterly fallen. Ah, phew. Xin-Chi exhaled heavily in one breath and stood up. He spread his hands, lifted them to chest level, flipped them over, then pressed forcefully down to either side of his waist. Mission accomplished. The season of harvest had arrived. Ripe fruits hung heavy on the branches, their tantalizing fragrance drifting into Xin-Chi's nostrils. Xin-Chi knew full well it was time to gather the harvest. Li Huanga suddenly felt two large hands gripping her waist, as if pinching something unseen. A wave of scorching heat radiated from the palms of those large hands, seeping into Li Huanga's body. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. Xin-Chi instantly felt like he'd struck gold. Come now, songstress, can't handle this little much? This is an illness you've got, it needs treatment. Just so happens I know how to give shots. She could feel those large hands starting to move upwards. Li Huanga panicked, raising her forearm to block Xin-Chi's hand away. Coming back to her senses, Li Huanga flushed crimson from her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. Xin-Chi, what do you think you're doing? Xin-Chi opened his mouth and blinked his eyes. What else could they be after? Of course, they want to pluck the ripe fruit. Li Huanga shot him an embarrassed glare of indignation. The usually aloof Ice Queen now exuded an unexpectedly fierce yet adorable contrast. You, go back to your room, dig out our agreement, and open your eyes wide to review every detail of that contract. Xin-Chi was about to say something more, but she'd already been shoved out the door. After locking the door, Li Huanga leaned against it, recalling the sensation she'd just experienced, something entirely new that made her heart race and her legs weak with embarrassment. Xin-Chi was baffled. Everything had been fine mere moments ago. How could she switch moods so abruptly? He sat on the bed at this moment. Holy shit, I fucking get it now. This woman is using me, she's exploiting my worth through seduction tactics. She wants me to review our agreement? But she didn't even uphold it herself, she just made me do things that went beyond our contract terms. Damn capitalists. She screwed me over. But here's the problem. Xin-Chi, who had been racking his brains to no avail, was now utterly bewildered. How on earth did she find out that I could write songs? Right. Shan Xiaokuan, that little brat. Just you wait. And Li Huangyi too. A trace of hatred surfaced on Shen Qi's face. Before, even if I couldn't obtain it, I wouldn't have felt so miserable. But now that we've crossed paths, I simply must have it. I'll be no man at all if I don't avenge this insult. Shen Qi swore. Li Huangyi finally pulled herself out of the song, recalling Shen Qi's appearance just then, and couldn't help but let out a sudden p't of laughter. That guy's frantic impatience was downright hilarious. But when he thought about it, Li Huangyi also felt a pang of complexity. Playing him like this does seem a bit too much. But he touched my waist, so we're even. Now Li Huangyi found himself slightly puzzled. Why were his hands so hot? Why did my body suddenly feel so weak just now? Is that kind of thing really so intoxicating? What exactly does it feel like? Li Huangyi had always been quite traditional in her thinking. She'd never tried it before because, up until now, no man had ever caught her eye. Yet after what had just happened, Li Huangyi realized there was actually no trace of rejection in her heart. Did Shen Qi possess some kind of magic? Li Huangyi couldn't help but recall certain novel plots, as if she'd stumbled upon a relatively reasonable explanation. If he doesn't have magic powers, how did Shen Qi suddenly transform from a house husband into someone who can do everything? Piano, guitar, singing, composition. And he's even proficient in copyright management and song transactions. This won't do, I must find more ways to expose all his capabilities. Then I'll devise a scheme to make him sign a contract of servitude, destined to toil like an ox or horse at Huangya Entertainment for his entire life. Who told him to touch me? The next day, Li Huangyi got up before dawn to dress and put on makeup. Today was the first broadcast for the second episode of Mom's Away on Business, and she needed to arrive at the studio building before 7 a.m. Shen Qi had the habit of running early in the morning, but Li Huangyi noticed that Shen Qi hadn't left the house today. She pulled open the window and glanced outside. It wasn't raining. Soon after, the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. A warmth blossomed in Li Huangyi's heart. There was a small blackboard in the living room where Shen Qi would jot down reminders like what time Li Huangyi would leave the house that day, or the nutritional balance she wanted for breakfast the next morning. The silent attentiveness was what Li Huangyi needed most from Shen Qi, and it happened to be precisely what Shen Qi excelled at delivering. To say she wasn't moved would be an absolute lie. Li Huangyi felt even more guilty than she had the previous night. Going downstairs, she happened to see Shen Qi emerging with a steaming bowl in his hands. Shen Qi glanced at Li Huangyi, then turned his back like a resentful young widow, unwilling to let Li Huangyi see his face. But Li Huangyi couldn't help but laugh again. Shen Qi was genuinely angry inside, but he tried hard to contain it, thinking it best not to offend his benefactor. During the meal, Shen Qi didn't even come to the table. Li Huangyi finished his breakfast quietly and got into the car. Shen Qi gritted his teeth, watching Long Aodian's car drive away. People in the entertainment industry are supposed to be pretty open-minded, right? Keeping such a handsome guy at home without putting him to use, this woman must be completely clueless. Being sick means you've got to get treated. Sooner or later, she'll be mine. Chapter 42, The Diva's toes were scrunching the insoles. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast of the Moms on a Business Trip, Season 2, Episode 1. In the first episode, we took turns live streaming the homes of pop diva Li Huangyi, film queen Lin Xiaolu, and actress Bai Qinghe. We trust everyone gained something valuable from these 3 inaugural broadcasts. Whether I like it or not, there's definitely something to gain from this. I feel we shouldn't half-ass things like Lin Xiaolu's family does. I've learned not to raise children like Bai Qinghe's family, turning them into little old men and robots. It's finally airing. After suffering through 2 episodes, I can finally see my Chi Gij and Xiaokuan again. The songbird diva looks stunning today, and Yi is gorgeous too. Ha, why aren't you mentioning the other 2? Fang Qian and Lei Li had also been waiting for this day. Having endured 2 grueling days of trials, they too were anticipating today's revival. The live audience's enthusiasm was palpable. Clearly everyone was eagerly awaiting today's broadcast. The barrage of on-screen comments flooded densely. It seemed nobody could wait any longer. Watching the waiting audience surge to over 4 million before the broadcast even started, Li Wei grew incredibly excited backstage. Hong Tao also nodded with a smile. Li Huan's family was the backbone of this show after all. It was hard to imagine how much pressure the production team had endured due to the dullness of Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe's households and the public criticism. Even the station executives had lost their temper. This episode is the ultimate comeback battle. Fang Qian smiled and said directly, "Today before the live broadcast, we have one more segment. We need to first reveal the answer to Queen of Song Li Huang's mission." OMG. I was so excited I almost forgot about Queen of Song's assigned mission. Exactly. Queen of Song absolutely must complete her mission of getting Shen Qi to teach her how to sing Beating the Monkey. Since her debut, the songstress queen has only performed classic pop tunes. Beating the Monkey sounds like such a hilarious contrast. Hurry up and show us. Just thinking about it makes me giggle. Even Fang Qian and Li Lei couldn't help feeling eager to see it. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe's eyes lit up. The entire Chinese public was deeply impressed by Li Huangyi, and this was the first time Li Huanga had such an embarrassing opportunity. Joyi gazed at Li Huanga with her big, sparkling eyes. Li Huanga's face flushed slightly at this moment. The broadcast screen in the studio displayed an edited clip of Li Huanga returning home that night. "It's 11 o'clock. Want some midnight snacks? No. Then I'll go draw you a bath. Same familiar scent, same familiar Shin-chi." The barrage comments all marveled at Shin-chi's thoughtfulness and gentleness, while also being amused by Li Huanji's sulky expression. The Li Huanji on screen was clearly plotting something, his contradictory expression far too obvious. "It's already July now. I still haven't released any songs this year." "Then send it." What kind of songs do you think suit me? Or rather, do I need to sing something completely different from my usual style? Well, although I don't understand music, I do have some common sense. I've heard some of your songs, mostly love songs and uplifting ones. I don't understand music genre classifications, but I do know a little. If you're thinking about changing your song style, rap, hip-hop, or maybe, Black Pu How Pu? Ptah, we're so used to seeing the songbird queen exquisite and flawless, this is the first time seeing her so flustered. I'm dying of laughter, even the goddess of song has moments when she schemes a little. Shin-chi's utterly bewildered expression is absolutely adorable. Dark puff puff? Ptah. Shin-chi and the songbird queen look so perfect together. I'm gorging on 3 pounds of dog food. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe were also thoroughly amused, clutching their stomachs as they burst into laughter. Yet a twinge of envy and jealousy quietly surfaced in their hearts. That night when Lin Xiaolu returned home, she had a fierce argument with Ji Ming about the live streaming incident, with both blaming and accusing each other. For 2 days, they remained in a cold war, not speaking to each other. After Bai Qinghe returned home that day, she was unusually silent. Since the content of their live stream had been jointly planned with Liang Bin, she couldn't blame him either. Bai Qinghe was lost in self-doubt but couldn't find any answers. She tried smiling at Liang Chaochao, but it only made the child more frightened. She attempted to sing a nursery rhyme with Liang Chaochao, only to realize the child didn't know any. It suddenly struck Bai Qinghe that children's songs had long been dismissed as utterly useless in their household. At this moment when Shin-chi's antics made Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe burst into laughter, they genuinely felt envious of Li Huanga. Such a harmonious and amusing family atmosphere, such delightful marital dynamics, anyone who saw it would surely feel envious. In the footage, Shin-chi was utterly compliant with Li Huanga's requests, finally starting to sing when Li Huanga made her demand. Netizens were amused. Could this seemingly impossible task actually be accomplished so easily, simply because Shin-chi couldn't refuse Li Huanga? 5 rings. You've got 1 more ring than 4 rings. 5th ring. You're 1 ring short of the 6th ring. What's the 5th ring road? Never heard of 4th or 6th ring roads before. Just tell me if Shin-chi's math here is right or not. So this is the little tune Shin-chi always hums at home? It's hilarious. Picking dung, beating monkeys, 5th ring road. I'm dying of laughter. Just playing the highlights of completing missions, the live stream viewership skyrocketed, already surpassing 5.5 million in this short while. The little girl picking mushrooms carrying a big bamboo basket. Early in the morning with bare feet, wandering through woods and hills. That sounds nice. This childlike song is so cheerful, I'm totally loving it. They say men remain boys at heart until death, but all I usually see are childish idiots. This is the first time I've met a man who truly embodies eternal youth. I strongly suggest the songstress help Shin-chi release an album, compiling all these amusing songs he sings. She picked the most mushrooms, dried them on the henhouse. Sai luo luo li sai luo luo li sai. Damn, just finished praising. Totally hooked. My mind's completely immersed in Sai Luo Luo now. Li Huanga couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. The entire studio erupted into hearty laughter. Joyi, wearing a short skirt today, laughed so hard she fell off her chair and nearly had a wardrobe malfunction. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe laughed until tears streamed down their faces, which they kept wiping away. Fang Qian and Leili couldn't hold back either, feeling that being a host was truly no easy task. Why do you dry them on the chicken coop? The village is poor, we dry all our mushrooms on the chicken coops. No problem. Just had a baby and it clogged ducts, but now laughing so hard they've cleared up. I want to send Shin-chi a commendation banner. Haven't even gotten out of bed yet, laughing like a worm under the covers. My mom thought it was an earthquake. Laughed so hard I wrecked the bamboo sleeping mat. Do you have anything, ethnic or exotic? Absolutely. Let me bring you another one. Perfect. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers bloom beneath the rolling green mountains. That's not. Don't rush. It's coming up later. Ha. Joyi clung to Li Huanga's arm with tears streaming down her face, leaving him so awkward he wished he could crawl into a hole. Her toes curled inside her high heels, gripping the insoles. Keep it down. You are the most beautiful cloud on my horizon. Don't rush, we're almost there. Let me keep you here with all my heart. Keep you here. Gently singing the most dazzling. I told you not to rush. We'll be there any moment. Yola la la hola be la sola hola be la. Haven't they arrived yet? Chapter 43, Could Shinchi actually be the web novel author from 8 Cats website? Zhuo Yi swore she had never laughed so heartily in her entire life. Wiping away her tears, she clutched her stomach and pinched Li Huanga's arm. Sister Huanga, ha, was this song also originally composed by Shinchi? Ha, hick. That's really unique. Have you considered including it in your album? Li Huanga was infected by Zhuo Yi and the entire atmosphere of the scene, and couldn't help but laugh too. I can't understand what Shinchi is thinking about every day either. Sometimes he seems so quick-witted, coming up with such strange songs off the top of his head. Sometimes I think he can be a bit silly. What kind of songs are these anyway? Feng Qian finally adjusted herself properly. I'm really looking forward to seeing if the singing diva actually learned how to chase monkeys in the end. Shen Qi, are you done yet? Singing about collecting manure and monkey beating during the day, then 5 rings and mushroom in the dead of night, and now belting out Hilabe at full volume. What do you mean by monkey whipping? While cooking at home, he sang some awful song called Beating the Monkeys. It was terrible. Oh, sing it for me? That wouldn't be appropriate. Sing. Well then, Xiao Koan is truly the best. People are really envious of how Shinchi seems afraid of the songstress queen. But this isn't fear, it's overflowing love. The pop diva's little schemes are written all over her face. Is it finally time for the monkey beating segment? So excited. Ake kule hoya ho hey. Ake kowtow duck. Is ake cry thunder monkey hey yo? Next line. You haven't even learned the previous line. Don't worry about it. Just say the next line. Diddle dum, fiddle dee dee. Amidst the uproarious laughter of the live audience, the edited clip of Li Huanji mimicking monkey beating came to an end. Li Huanga found Shinchi both amusing and irritating. Being stuck with such a goofball, Li Huanga felt there was truly no one else like him. The broadcasting studio erupted in thunderous cheers. Li Huanga was worried the unscrupulous production team might demand an on-the-spot demonstration to verify if she truly learned monkey kung fu. Fortunately, the show's purpose was merely to entertain the masses. Once that goal was achieved, nothing else mattered. It's rare to see the nation's sweetheart looking adorably awkward, which already got the show off to a great start before the live broadcast even began. A truly wonderful behind-the-scenes moment. I can't help but wonder if Shinchi will give us some new funny footage while babysitting at home today, Feng Qian said with a laugh. Li Lei also chuckled. Then let's begin today's live broadcast. The living room appeared on the large screen. The clock on the wall of Li Huanga's villa pointed to 7 o'clock. Shinchi sat on the sofa, with a pot of tea placed on the coffee table in front of him. During the first day of the livestream, many condemned Shinchi as a freeloader living off his wife, yet he also gained numerous fans. The excitement of these fans became evident in the barrage of comments the moment they saw Shinchi appear. Some fans noticed something was off. Hey, take a closer look at Shinchi, he seems to be in a really bad mood. Ha, seriously? Did the songstress queen tear him a new one at home? No way? Shinchi's doing great. Li Huanga's expression grew even more awkward as he stared at the large screen. Lin Xiaolu seemed to have emerged from the gloom of her family's livestream, smiling as she asked, Felicity Song Diva, why does Shinchi look so upset? Li Huanga gave an awkward chuckle. Just a playful spat between spouses, managed to rub him the wrong way. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe immediately wore intrigued expressions on their faces. At this moment, Shin Shokuan appeared in the frame wearing pajamas. He glanced at Shinchi with a hint of confusion. Why do you look so pale? Let's cook. I'll go wash up first. Shin Shokuan seemed to have good living habits. Although procedures for his new school had just been completed and it was still summer vacation, he still woke up punctually at 7 every morning, washing up, having breakfast, then following his daily schedule. The breakfast Shinchi prepared today looked as delicate and delicious as ever, but he didn't sing while cooking this time. Many netizens felt somewhat regretful, leaving Li Huanga puzzled. Had Shinchi been in a bad mood? The father and son quietly finished their breakfast. After Shin Xiaokuan washed the dishes, he went to the piano room as usual to practice. Shinchi sat in front of the computer, typing away for over an hour. I strongly suspect Shinchi must be hiding something from the songstress Huanji. During the last livestream, he was constantly typing on his computer the whole time. Could this kept man not be what we thought he was? Does he actually have some kind of online job? I'm a web novel author, and this is exactly how I look when I'm writing fiction. I'm also a web novelist. Shinchi's typing speed is insanely fast. I'd estimate about 7,000 words per hour, twice as fast as me. Li Huanga was also filled with immense puzzlement. After returning home, numerous things distracted Li Huanga, so he completely forgot to investigate what Shinchi was actually doing online. Li Leizheng inquired, Huanga Tianho, many netizens want to know what Shinchi is up to. Do you have any idea? Li Huanga shook his head. Feng Qian asked, would you be willing to authorize everyone to see what Shinchi is actually doing? Li Huanga hesitated for a moment, seemingly afraid that Shinchi might not want his secret exposed, yet her curiosity ultimately won out. and she nodded in the end. Alright, the high-definition camera zoomed in, and the computer screen's display appeared on the large screen. But by this time, Shin-Chi had already stopped typing. As if he had finished whatever he was doing, the webpage displayed on the large screen was now the only thing visible. At first glance, someone was surprised to find that this was indeed a fiction webpage. This is Bameo website. I'm actually a signed author of this site. Shin-Chi is definitely writing novels. He must have just updated a chapter. What a shame, we don't even know which book it is, and the author's name isn't visible. Could any experts check which novels were updated around 9:35 today? I'm done for. I'm completely fascinated by this mysterious man. I need to know all his secrets. Li Huanga stared in astonishment at Shin-Chi's seemingly satisfied expression, utterly perplexed. I've been married to Shin-Chi for 3 years, but I never knew he wrote every day. Whether it's fiction or not, I have no idea. After all, I'm rarely at home during the day most of the time. With Li Huanga's words, Shin-Chi appeared even more mysterious. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe were the last people who wanted to see Shin-Chi actually accomplish something serious. After all, this so-called kept man had already outshone their own husbands. If Shin-Chi were to land a proper job too, wouldn't that be simply outrageous? After all, web novelist is a relatively rare profession in real life. Just seeing Shin-Chi typing away with the Bameo webpage open on his computer screen doesn't necessarily prove he's a web novelist, right? Exactly, and from what I know, the vast majority of web novel authors struggle to even afford 3 meals a day. Doesn't necessarily mean Shin-Chi can actually make a living writing web novels, right? There's no mistake about it, we web novel authors all skip 3 meals a day. If Shin-Chi really were a web novel author, I feel like with his personality, the books he'd write would definitely be fascinating. Even if he wrote poorly, I'd still be willing to tip him. Emergency investigation order issued across the entire internet. Find out what books Shin-Chi has written. Chapter 44, Can the World Really Be This Coincidental? Amid the immense online speculation, someone finally discovered novels updated around 9:35 a.m. today on Bameo Literature website. Moreover, the Moms on a Business Trip production team had their own technical specialists who also traced the novels updated on Bameo within minutes after Shin-Chi finished typing each chapter. Sonstra Swan Gu, we need your permission once more. Would you allow us to disclose these novels? Li Lei inquired. Li Huanga was never one to keep things bottled up inside, especially when it concerned the man she'd lived with for 3 years. Her curiosity was simply overwhelming. One of her motivations for joining this show had been uncovering exactly what Shin-Chi was hiding. As the female CEO of an entertainment company, Li Huanga understood better than most how certain methods could generate buzz. It's just exposure that Shin-Chi might have written the novel, and there are many novels out there. Pinpointing exactly which one it is doesn't seem so easy. Okay, I agree. Queen of Song is mighty, definitely treating us as real family. So looking forward to it. I'm Shin-Chi's diehard fan. We share a psychic connection. Just show me any novel titles, no matter how many options, I can spot hers at a glance. One by one, novel titles began appearing on the large screen. The Village Healer, Gynecology Massage Expert. That night, I hurt you deeply. The relationship between piston motion and rice irrigation. Fantasy, give me an empress and I'll establish a sect. Why are all current web novel titles like this? Damn it, I've added them all to my bookshelf, just showing my love for reading. I think Shin-Chi might have written Crazy Maggots in the Sea of Struggle, since he can perform collecting manure. Was he picking up dung just to make it into watery slop for some wild show-off? Just reading the title made my body tremble, then immediately broke me out in a sweat. The audience in the studio couldn't help but laugh at these book titles. Just as Feng Qian was about to ask Li Huanga which book she thought was most likely written by Shin-Chi, the final possible title appeared, drawing a collective gasp from the studio audience. My pop diva wife works like crazy while I slack off on livestream. Li Huanga sprang to his feet in an instant, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Joy E murmured, the title of this book fits Sister Huanga and Shin-Chi's situation so perfectly. 8 Cats Novel Network, Headquarters Conference Room. What? You're saying Shin-Chi writes books on our site? Which one? The most likely one currently is My Diva Wife Works Like Crazy While I Slack Off being live-streamed nationwide, but that other one's Seabed Crawler Frenzy also stands a good chance. Useless. Investigate already. Just look up the writer's registration details. How hard can it be to find out? We're looking into it. Those books possibly written by Shin-Chi must be gaining traction now. Get them featured recommendations immediately. Push them hard. Once we confirm which one is Shin-Chi's work, we must allocate maximum exposure. Understood. Also, move quickly, leverage the hype from the Moms Away on Business program for promotion. We can't let such a golden opportunity go to waste. The studio. Sister Huanga, I'm so envious of you. Shin-Chi truly loves you so much, he must have written down every precious moment of your life together in that book. Joy Yi's face shone with undisguised admiration. Li Huanga's mind seemed to short-circuit momentarily. He really writes books? And it's actually written about my life? Should I not have rejected him last night? They say vigorous men are prone to suffer when repressed, and he's so powerfully built. He must have reached his limit to act like that. At the same time, several authors on Bameo Network suddenly noticed their novels seemed to have gone viral. Countless book reviews, chapter comments, paragraph critiques, and pleas for updates appeared out of nowhere, along with a surge in monetary tips. The most frequently recurring question in the comments was, "Dear author, are you Shin-Chi? Shin-Chi? What the hell?" At the same time, countless new books were suddenly added to the inventory on Bameo Online. Cards on the table: I am Shin-Chi, entertainment, the husband of a diva. Shin-Chi just wants to live off his wife. The diva loves me for my strength. I love the diva for her beauty. The untold story between me and the songstress Hwan-gu. Another day of teasing two scream divas. Li Hwan-gu even suspected that the book My Diva Wife Works Like Crazy While I Lounge Around being livestreamed was undoubtedly written by Shin-Chi. How could such a coincidence possibly exist in this world? Shin-Chi had just finished coding his words when the webpage of 8 Cats Literary Network appeared on his computer screen. At that exact moment, the book was updated, one whose title perfectly captured the relationship and usual dynamic between Li Huanga and Shin-Chi. I genuinely had no idea. Li Huanga felt she couldn't admit it. If this really is a misunderstanding, it might affect both the author of this book and Shin-Chi. Fong Qian nodded. This question has piqued countless people's curiosity. Even I, as the host, want to know the answer. But we understand the concerns of Diva Huanga, so let's set this question aside for now. Because of this incident, the number of live viewers has skyrocketed to over 10 million and is still rapidly increasing. Backstage, Zhang Weigang snapped out of his daze. Could it be that Shin-Chi is really a web novelist? Even the usually composed Hong Tao looked excited at this moment. If he really is a web novelist, it would be absolutely more beneficial for our show's popularity. Just imagine uncovering the secret of Li Huanga's Heavenly Queen's husband. The hype would be massive. The live stream viewer count has surpassed 12 million, almost reaching the peak of the first day. Zhang Wei exclaimed excitedly. Hong Tao smiled faintly. I have a feeling this episode will definitely exceed the highest peak. The live broadcast continued. Shin Xiaokuan came downstairs after practicing piano and immediately spotted Shin-Chi sitting in front of the computer. Are you secretly logging into that behind-the-scenes shit cooker account on Taogu Music again? Shin Xiaokuan asked excitedly as he ran over. Writing new songs for mom again? Shin-Chi swiftly moved his mouse to close the novel website page. Do you think composing songs is as easy as laying eggs? Shin-Chi's tone was unpleasant. Damn kid, you already told your mom I can write songs, and she still set me up. The mention of songwriting makes me furious. Shin Xiaokuan felt somewhat disappointed. So how far along is that song, Queen? I'm genuinely looking forward to its release. Huanga Entertainment. Rising pop star Zhou Qiqi emerged from the recording booth, his handsome face brimming with excitement. These past few days, he had been overjoyed because Fu Qing had given him a new song, and he absolutely adored it. He had a strong feeling that once this song was released, he might actually fulfill the Little Heavenly King plan devised by Li Huanga and Fu Qing, becoming the next rising star in the music industry. Fu Qing was also highly satisfied with Zhou Qiqi's recording. This song hasn't been released yet, but its popularity is already soaring thanks to Moms on a Business Trip. As long as your performance keeps up, as soon as the song launches, the impact will be absolutely phenomenal. Zhou Qiqi exclaimed excitedly, Sister Cheng, I absolutely love this song. I never imagined Sister Huanga's husband could be this amazing, composing such an incredible song. Fu Qing glanced at the live broadcast on her phone. Perhaps he's capable of more than just songwriting. Chapter 45. His Luna plays Candy Crush under the moonlight. Shin Xiaokuan seemed completely oblivious to Shin-Chi's displeasure with him. I practiced piano for nearly 2 hours and just took a break. Shin-Chi raised an eyebrow, gazing at Xiaokuan, who appeared to be holding something back. Did I ask you to practice? If it's tiring, then don't do it. Shin Xiaokuan's little face was darkened with dirt. Shin-Chi seems to be in a really bad mood today. No kidding, wouldn't you be in a bad mood if you got beaten up? Though I am curious, what exactly did Shin-Chi get beaten up for? Probably because of Xiaokuan. Must have been mistreating the kid and got caught by the songstress queen. Take a look at how he's scowling at Xiaokuan right now. A freeloader lying flat in a diva's luxurious villa, spending her money, and he still has the nerve to be unhappy? Who does he think he's scowling at? Serves him right. Nonsense. My Qiji has a job, he's an online novelist. Shin Xiaokuan seemed to have something to ask of Shin-Chi, so he didn't get angry despite Shin-Chi's bad attitude. Shin-Chi saw right through his petty scheme in an instant. According to your daily schedule, what else do you need to learn this morning? Shin-Chi asked. I don't really have any plans today, Shin Xiaokuan said. I'll be resting all morning until lunchtime. Shin-Chi thought that after Shin Xiaokuan had finished tattling to Li Huanga, he was now scheming with Li Huanga to squeeze more songs out of Shin-Chi. Then suit yourself, but I suggest you go upstairs. Shin Xiaokuan was instantly puzzled. then put on an expression of voyeuristic curiosity. You're definitely up to something. Are you trying to ditch me so you can pull some shady business alone? Then, it seems Shin Shokuin thought of something. You dare, Shin-chi. Are you trying to write songs to sell to others and stash away pocket money? What? Only earning 50 grand from selling to my mom, while making more from others, is that it? Damn it. Luckily Shokuin's sharp Shin-chi's sure got a sly mind. Maybe he's planning to write web novels? I'm genuinely anxious, this man has too many secrets. Shao Koen, don't be bewitched by him. Shin-chi rolled his eyes. Think whatever you want. Shin Shokuin truly disliked Shin-chi's indifferent attitude, yet there was something weighing on his mind. He visibly softened his expression, putting on an air of wanting to have a proper talk with Shin-chi. Promise me one condition and I won't interfere with whatever you're doing. Shin-chi raised an eyebrow, as if you could actually control me. You? Shin Shokuin suppressed his anger. Take me to play a few rounds of Honor of Kings, I'm about to reach diamond tier. Shin-chi froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. No matter how precocious a child is, their age remains a limiting factor. Even a kid like Shin Shokuin couldn't escape the corruption of mobile games. However, Shin-chi had played games with Shin Shokuin before and knew the boy had decent skills, easily reaching diamond rank in solo queue, maybe even Starcrest if he tried. It's just that early season play tends to be tougher than mid-season, with plenty of account boosters and smurfs ruining matches. Is that all? Shin-chi found it laughable. Shin Shokuin seemed somewhat embarrassed but still nodded and explained the reason. I have a gaming team where I serve as captain, but to maintain the captain position, my ranking must stay within the top 3. Right now I'm ranked 3rd, I need to consolidate my position a bit. After a moment's hesitation, Shin-chi nodded in agreement. In Shin-chi's mind, children should first and foremost behave like children, lively, active, playful. That's their natural disposition. Secondly, Shin-chi was genuinely worried that Shin Shokuin might cause trouble for him. Moreover, Shin-chi didn't want to strain their relationship too much because, from his sponsor mother's perspective, Shin Shokuin was far too important. 2 rounds, not a single one more. Shin-chi held up 2 fingers. Shin Shokuin extended 5 fingers, best of 5. After arguing for a long time, they finally reached an agreement, 3 stars it is. Soon after, both their phones chimed simultaneously with the game's entry notification. Timmy. The difference was, Shin Shokuin had a top-of-the-line phone, the latest model, whereas Shin-chi's phone was a battered wreck crack screen, distorted audio, just barely holding together. Holy shit, scumbag dad gaming with his kid while songstress is watching, gonna get slapped left and right when he gets home. So that's how it is. Such things are truly important for a child. Good thing you promised my son, or I'd have taken a knife and castrated you. Shin-chi, you better step up your game. Win more stars. Do you know how many members Xiaokoen's fan club has now? What's up? Think our Shin-chi fan club doesn't exist? Trying to commit patricide here? Watching the chaotic barrage of comments, Li Huanga's expression darkened. She had high expectations for Shin Shokuin. Fully aware that he was a child prodigy, Li Huanga had actually laid out 2 planned paths for his future. There are 2 options. One is to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, and the other is to become an artist. These 2 paths already shimmered with a dazzling brilliance when it came to Shin Shokuin. So deep down, Li Huanga genuinely didn't want Shin Shokuin to become addicted to video games. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu exchanged glances, both seeing the same bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes while simultaneously feeling like their understanding of the situation had been completely upended. The mother's not home, and here's the dad at home playing games with the kid instead of parenting, and people online aren't even roasting him for it? Songbird Queen, now this is something I must speak up about. Look what Shin-chi does behind your back at home. Little Koen is such a sweet boy, yet he actually gets him addicted to video games? Bai Qinghe frowned disapprovingly. Though Li Huanga didn't want Shin Shokuin playing games either, she couldn't stand listening to Bai Qinghe's incessant nagging. She turned her head and gave Bai Qinghe a fleeting glance, asking in a cool tone, "What? Are we supposed to make Shokuin too afraid to even speak a word at home? Have him scared of his own father like a mouse seeing a cat?" Bai Qinghe froze for a moment before her face instantly flushed red. But when she opened her mouth, she found she couldn't utter a word. Lin Xiaolu hated seeing Li Huanji acting so domineering and self-righteous, chimed in. Playing video games while taking care of a child is definitely inappropriate, isn't it? Li Huanga cast another sidelong glance at Lin Xiaolu. So it's okay for the kid to secretly play games and swear? You, Joy-E almost couldn't hold back, quickly covering her mouth as she turned her head away. Ah, that feels good. Though she couldn't properly educate her own child, she sure was enthusiastic about disciplining other people's kids. Joy-E's sense of justice was bursting at the seams, partly because she simply couldn't stand the sight. Afterwards, Shin-chi and Shin Shokuin absolutely dominated the canyon. With Li Huanga's permission, the screens of both their phones were clearly projected for everyone to see. As the game began, Shin-chi seemed eager to quickly deal with the troublesome matter of Shin Shokuin, no longer holding back his skills. One astonishing technique after another appeared in quick succession. Several eye-catching red bullet comments suddenly flashed across the screen. I can't stay calm anymore. Shin-Chi's Luna play is absolutely brilliant. Those smooth combos, once they connect, the opponent just disappears from sight. If I created the infinite combo under the moonlight, then Shin-Chi is basically playing a never-ending matching game under the same moon. I'm speechless, Li Lei explained with a laugh. This is our online guest, the famous streamer Zhang Xiaoxian from the Honor of Kings game. Holy shit, my idol. Even Zhang Xiaoxian, the inventor of Infinite Moonlight Combo, is impressed? How is Shin-Chi's Lunar Combo link this OP? That dizzying gameplay. I'm a national rank Luna main and I'm humbled. 1v5 pentakill, and still at full health? Why so savage? 10 minutes. Victorique. Shin Shokuin stared dumbfounded at the match result screen displaying Shin-Chi's 19-0-5 record, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Shin-Chi's voice came through. What are you doing? Hurry up and exit the settlement to start the second match. At the beginning of the second match, Shin-Chi, playing as Lubu, immediately taunted the opponents. All of you come to the top lane in 10 minutes to find me, I've got stir-fry to cook and no time to waste. Chapter 46, Shin-Chi's micro-plays in the canyon were simply ridiculous. Shin Shokuin was dumbfounded. Did they just start the game by provoking hatred? The opposing team of 5 immediately mocked, especially their top laner, who was determined to take first blood from Shin-Chi's Lubu. Shin-Chi paid no attention and slashed through both the opponent and minions the moment he entered the lane. 10 seconds later, Miyu suddenly collapses. Shin Shokuin was dumbfounded once more. Zhang Xiaoxian's bullet comments appeared, narrating the scene like a commentator. Miyu has the upper hand against Lubu in terms of hero mechanics, but Shin-Chi is incredibly meticulous. I've never seen a man so detail-oriented before. Miyu, deceased. Shin Shokuin rolled his eyes. He should have reported something but deliberately kept mum. Can Shin-Chi die a few more times? Seeing him so smug is just unbearably irritating. Lady Miyu, sudden death. Zhuge Liang, died suddenly. Wang Zhaojun, died suddenly. Lubu, triple kill. Shin Shokuin was stunned. Seriously? This works? Holy shit, he seems to know the mage and jungler are coming to gank. Never mind the mechanics, his game sense is genuinely impressive. Even Zhang Xiaoxian admitted it. There's really no room for doubt here. I'm still more envious of Shin-Chi's skills though. Did Shin-Chi just play games the whole time while the queen wasn't home? In the studio, Li Huanga watched the densely packed barrage of shocked comments along with the audience's reactions, gradually forgetting her anger about Shin-Chi gaming with Shin Shokuin. She didn't understand gaming, blinking her beautiful large eyes at the excitedly whooping Zhuai. Is Shin-Chi really that impressive? Zhuai shook her head. Not just impressive. Li Huanga was puzzled. If he's not that impressive, he's fucking legendary. The live audience burst into laughter immediately. Getting Pop Princess Zhuai to say badass on camera proved just how truly badass Shin-Chi really was. Zhuai exclaimed excitedly. His game sense is extraordinary. It's like he could anticipate every opponent's position beforehand. The key is he dared charge out from the tower to fight head-on even when he knew 3 enemies were surrounding him. A triple kill isn't scary. What's terrifying are all the subtle details he executed during that triple kill. Zhang Xiaoxian's explanation was even clearer and more professional. First slash into the bushes, and the moment the jungler and mage appear, power up with 1 strike hitting 3 champions and 4 minions, defense instantly maxed out. The moment you're crowd controlled, leap with ultimate to become immune, leaving the jungler and mage critically low, then flash slash to instantly take out 2. Then finish off Miyu. Zhuai was still waving her little fists in an attempt to make Li Huanji understand. Precise. Extremely precise. Sister Huanji, do you know just how meticulous Shin-Chi is? He's the most meticulous man I've ever seen in the entire canyon. Li Huanga was utterly bewildered. This canyon, why does it feel so eerie? Lubu runs amok. Shin Shokuin Xiao Xiao was completely just along for the ride. The second round was unquestionably a victory carried by Shin-Chi, wrapped up in just 12 minutes. Shin Shokuin checked his watch and realized he'd acted too hastily. Had he known it would turn out like this, why would he have bothered raising it by 3 stars? A sly gleam suddenly appeared on Shin Shokuin's little face. After the game started, Shin Shokuin's ADC played very cautiously. There were moments when he could engage, but he hesitated and hung back. Zhuai grew puzzled. I can tell from Shokuin's skills, the last 2 team fights had perfect positioning opportunities with the support right there. Why didn't he go in? The barrage provided the answer. By the time I realized it, I'd already found out. Shokuin is no ordinary child, he's sharp as attack. Playing clever tricks, he deliberately slacks off to stretch out the games, delaying the moment he reaches those 3 stars. Shin-Chi is still in the dark about this. I'll wake him up by pissing on him. I can't wake Shin-Chi by peeing on her. I have diabetes, I can't give her even a hint of sweetness. On the screen, Shin-Chi suddenly shouted, Shin Shokuin, you're tricking me. Shin Shokuin blinked out of the battlefield in a flash, a sly smirk creeping onto his little face. The support fell, followed by the mage and the tank. Taking in the situation, Xinqi used Zhuge Liang's second skill to retreat, escaping with a sliver of health remaining. Zhang Xiaoxian analyzed. There's enemy minions pushing. We can't hold the line. Xinqi smiled faintly and began regenerating his health in the spring water. Listen up, Shinshokuan. Today I'm going to teach you a valuable lesson. Before overwhelming power, all enemies are nothing but paper tigers. Today I'll show you what true excellence looks like. The minion wave arrived, and so did the enemy. Shin Xiaokuan got dove under turret and killed. Xinqi stacked his passive and counter-killed the enemy mage under turret. At the moment of being targeted, Xinqi activated Moonlight Immunity. Before the immunity ended, he instantly eliminated the enemy marksman with his passive ability. Big Bro KO. Junglers coming to dive. Xinqi, instantly downed. Shuyi sighed, not bad at all, managing to take out 2 CS in an instant. Ha, a revive armor. Zhuge Liang revives, his first and second skills trigger the passive effect once more, slaying the enemy support. K is absolutely amazing, wow. The assassin strikes again. Xinqi instantly swaps to the Immortality Blade, nullifying lethal damage and obliterating the enemy jungler with his ultimate. Clutch K wow. Lu Bu gets crippled by the Nexus turret, but one spear swipe could finish Xinqi. Xinqi sped up his punishment, dodging Lu Bu's first skill, and with a flicker of his passive magic orb, landed a light basic attack. Lu Bu, deceased. Pentakill. Xinqi's Zhuge Liang didn't even have a skin as he casually strolled toward the enemy's crystal. The broadcast in Xinqi's triumphant voice rang out simultaneously. Ace. Ouch. Shin Xiaokuan stared blankly at Xinqi, his mind completely blank. The studio was completely silent. Even though many people didn't understand the game, they were still caught up in the tension. Li Huanga felt a sting in her wrist and only then noticed Shuyi gripping it anxiously. Her slender fingers held surprising strength. Holy cow, that was incredible. Xinqi is amazing. The crowd erupted in cheers. NGH, I'm completely stunned watching this. Even more thrilling than KPL in Honor of Kings, this pentakill is absolutely legendary. Can a house husband really be this capable? Humph, since you're keeping me at home to be a trophy husband, I've got plenty of time to hone my skills. I can be as meticulous as Xinqi. Zhang Xiaoxian's bullet comment popped up again. Mastering the precision of every single timing opportunity is practically an art form. Even many professionals couldn't perform at that level just now. Queen of Song Huanji, please see my comment. After this variety show ends, I hope you can introduce me. I want Xinqi to sign with my team. Li Huangyi felt like she was still in a daze. She knew how explosively popular this game was even if she didn't play it herself. She understood it had reached near universal popularity. Zhang Xiaoxian, even Li Huanji knows about him? Could he really have caught the eye of a professional esports team owner? Is Xinqi really that impressive? Fang Qian and Li Lei snapped out of their shock. Queen of Song Huanji, may I ask, has Xinqi ever played Glory of Kings at home before? Li Huanga shook her head. I've never seen him play before. Such techniques must be practiced regularly to execute them. It seems Xinqi practiced whenever Huanga wasn't at home, Lei Li remarked. Li Huanga nodded in agreement. There was no other possible explanation. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu simply couldn't accept Xinqi's dazzling success. Could a mere game really evoke such profound empathy? What were all those netizens thinking anyway? Seriously? Chapter 47, every grain of rice should be separate, yet coated in egg. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe saw the same thing reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Xiaolu spoke first. Although Tao Tao was wrong to secretly play games, my husband didn't know about it. But didn't Xinqi also secretly play games with Xiaokuan? I think a father who doesn't strive to eliminate distractions that lead children astray is truly failing in his duty. Li Huanga actually smiled slightly. Actress Lin makes a valid point. Ha! Lin Xiaolu was momentarily stunned. Li Huanga, did you grab the wrong script? You're not gonna argue with me? Shouldn't you be debating me, letting the netizens side with me, and then they'd all bash Xinqi together? The barrage had the answer. Ptah, even after being told about the live broadcast in advance, Tao's still sneaking in gaming time. Who gave you the nerve to criticize Xinqi? Xinqi clearly told Xiaokuan they'd only play 3 rounds. That's called moderation. Isn't that better than sneaking around to play? I assented. A bit too obvious that this is targeting the Joyful Song Divas family? I'm getting more and more fed up with that old witch. Lin Xiaolu was utterly dumbfounded, inwardly cursing the netizens for their sheer ignorance. Bai Qinghe was fearless, because Cao Cao didn't play video games. Anyway, indulging in frivolous pastimes with a child is ultimately wrong. Don't you agree, songstress Li Huanga? Li Huanga looked at Bai Qinghe and smiled faintly again. Actress Bai makes a very good point too. Bai Qinghe was also stunned. The barrage once again provided the answer. Is playing games a sign of indulgence? Your precious Cao Cao would love to indulge too, if you'd give him the chance. So what if I play some games? It's not like I'm addicted. Xiaokuan is so sensible. Is playing games for a while a crime now? A crime? Ha, tell me, Which child here looks more like a prisoner? Bai Qinghe was so furious she gnashed her teeth. Zhuo Yi seemed to understand why Li Huanji hadn't argued with them anymore. They argued back and forth, but neither could convince the other. Yet refusing to engage in such petty disputes truly demonstrates class. Netizens would naturally judge right from wrong. And with netizens' judgment alone, Sister Huanga was already guaranteed an unshakable position. After all, this was an immensely trending live broadcast program. The live stream was still ongoing. Shen Xiaoquan seemed somewhat frustrated. Logically speaking, gaining 3 stars should have been a happy occasion, but seeing Shen Qi's smug expression made his blood boil. A man must uphold his contracts. Shen Qi chuckled as he exited the game. I'll go cook in a while. After dinner, you can go back to your own room and do whatever you want. Just don't come out and bother me. Shen Xiaoquan suddenly grew curious. What exactly are you trying to do? Stay out of it. Shen Qi got up to cook. Is Shen Qi about to write another novel? What a perfect opportunity. This time I must find out which book he's working on. Didn't we agree on writing Wriggling Maggots in the Sea of Shit? No, it's that one called The Diva Goes Wild While I Lounge Around. No, novels can be scheduled for updates. It's not necessarily those few books updated at that exact time. Huangajie, do you know what Shen Qi is planning? It feels so mysterious, Zhuo Yi asked. Li Huang shook his head. Aside from managing household affairs, there really isn't anything that appears particularly important for him to do. Amidst overwhelming confusion, Shen Qi appeared in the kitchen scene and began cooking. Another exquisite 4-course meal, though not as astonishing as before, still earned high praise from Lin Yiming. The simplest dishes are the truest test of skill. Take Shen Qi's fried rice for example. Most people end up with either undercooked rice or a sticky mess. Some people scramble the eggs until they're too dry, which really ruins the texture. Zhuo Yi suddenly asked in surprise, Shen Qi didn't sing while cooking today? The comments section immediately exploded with activity. Right. We've been waiting for Shen Qi's cooking performance songs. Not singing always makes me feel like something's missing. If I stop singing, I feel dirty, and my whole body itches. Shen Qi, sing for us. I really want to hear those little tunes of Shen Qi's again. As she spoke, Shen Qi effortlessly flipped the wok with one hand while stir-frying egg fried rice, and actually started singing right then and there. Counting on my fingers, I've been at Manhwa for 3.5 years. Carrying water and chopping wood every day, never slacking off. Serving dishes, sweeping floors, washing dishes, I work diligently. The master says I've got potential teaching me the essence of Chinese cuisine. Holy shit, rap, hip-hop, hip-ha-ha-pa. It really is a cooking song, but not a folk tune, it's rap. Can you even rap? Looks like an original. Damn bro, you're killing it. Li Huang stared in astonishment as Shen Qi swayed his hips while flipping the wok, suddenly remembering the taste of Shen Qi's signature fried rice. It's delicious. Wouldn't singing while stir-frying make it taste bad? Ha, this is so much fun. Zhuo Yi cheered, clapping her hands. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu watched the exuberant barrage of comments on the screen, both feeling quite uncomfortable inside. What a clownish performance, just courting attention. Nothing but a clown. Shen Xiaoquan perked up his ears, slowly rising from the couch and inching toward the kitchen. What song is this? It sounds strange, yet oddly special. Newly created? No way. I have to help my mom keep a close watch. Shen Qi kept swaying his head while singing. Day after day I train hard, never neglecting the fundamentals. Now my knife skills have reached perfection. In mere moments I've swiftly filled an entire platter. By now my hand strength is truly formidable. Cast iron pot, 10 pounds of pebbles tumbling inside. Wow, it sounds like a complete song already, so delightful. I love this man to death, he's so lively. Honestly, truly, I genuinely adore this type. Look at those wok-tossing arms, with muscles bulging in slabs. I just want to lick clean every single shimmering bead of sweat on his muscles. Let me do it. My tongue's got tiny barbs. Shen Qi's current state seemed like pure self-amusement in everyone's eyes, filling the livestream with a cheerful atmosphere that mingled hard work with pleasure. Master said passing his test is needed to graduate. He told me to stir-fry a dish. Suddenly, an exaggerated expression appeared on Shen Qi's face. Egg fried rice? The studio immediately erupted in uproarious laughter. Zhuo Yi cackled with delight. Sister Huanga, you've really found yourself a treasure. Shen Qi's singing is absolutely hilarious. I love this song so much. Li Huanga watched Shen Qi's exaggerated, self-amused performance and couldn't help but laugh along. If it weren't for this show, I'd have never known this is how he usually cooks. I never expected Master's challenge for him would actually be fried rice with eggs. Just as Chef Lin Yiming said, fried rice is surprisingly difficult to master. This man couldn't sing or cook to save his life. Yo, joyful song queen, no offense but just wanna ask, when you divorcing Shen Qi? My man Iron Ox wanna marry him. On screen, Shen Qi's vocals seemed to reach their climax, his voice and articulation swelling with even greater intensity. The chorus hit with unadorned, earthy charm. Hey, egg fried rice. the simplest yet the most difficult. Every grain of rice must be separated and coated with egg. Chapter 48 Bold. How dare you bring a woman home when mom's away? Hey, egg fried rice. The simplest yet most challenging. If the wok doesn't flip fast enough, you'll ruin your reputation. Hey, egg fried rice. The simplest yet most challenging. The challenge is too tricky, but my skills are far from ordinary. Shin-chi was still singing, and before anyone realized it, the live studio audience watching the screen joined in. Hey, egg fried egg. Hey, egg fried rice. So simple, yet so challenging. The simplest yet the most difficult. Every grain of rice must stand apart. Every grain of rice must stand apart. Covered in egg. Covered in egg. As Shin-chi finished singing, the studio erupted into a wave of applause as warm as a heat wave, the entire audience bursting into laughter together. Joy-e also waved her little fists, singing along with great enthusiasm until the very end. So much fun! Li Huanga, Bai Qinghe, and Lin Xiaolu seemed to stand united for the first time in their lives, their three dazed faces revealing slightly parted lips, each uniquely shaped but equally soft and delicate. All three of them simultaneously looked up at the studio ceiling, as if confirming whether it had been lifted off its hinges. At this moment, on the fourth day of live broadcasting, Moms on a Business Trip achieved its first milestone. The live audience surpassed 18 million. The screen was inundated with such a dense barrage of comments that anyone glancing at it might develop trypophobia. Shin-chi, you and I are mortal enemies. Someone in our quiet office suddenly stood up and shouted egg fried rice, and damn it, I couldn't help but stand up and yell dipping in egg. Now I'm packing up and getting fired. Whoa, I'm at a cafe, and when the staff asked what I wanted, I blurted out egg fried rice. Don't even mention it, my boss said the new employee I hired was related to me, and I straight up replied, dipping in egg. Li Huanga couldn't hold back anymore while reading the live comments, clutching his stomach as he burst into laughter. Queen Huanga, does Shin-chi normally act like this at home? Fang Chen barely managed to stop laughing, forcing herself to calm down as she asked. Li Huanga quickly restrained himself and smiled. At first, he was quite quiet and well-behaved, but gradually spoke more, and occasionally cracked quite amusing jokes. But songs like Monkey Beat, Five Rings, Chicken Coop, Ola Bay, and Jean O, and Egg Fried Rice, I honestly haven't heard any of those before. I only found out recently. Lin Xiaolu immediately seized what seemed like an opportunity, saying with underlying meaning, Huanga, isn't it dangerous to realize the man who shares your bed is such a stranger? A woman must thoroughly understand her husband, no matter what. Oh, Li Huanga smiled and glanced at Lin Xiaolu. So does Heavenly King Ji watch beauty videos? Would you know about that? Lin Xiaolu's expression froze instantly, feeling as if his internal organs had been violently rearranged. Bai Qinghe was just about to speak when Li Huanga cut in. Movie Queen Bai handles this aspect perfectly. There's no need to worry about such things at all. It's like understanding a program, you can effortlessly grasp what your husband and child are like. Bai Qinghe immediately became depressed as well. She had already begun questioning their previous family dynamics and ways of interaction, and now Li Huanga's insinuations deepened her suspicions even further. Backstage, Hong Tao and Zhang Wei, who were monitoring the real-time viewer count, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Bursts of laughter kept erupting between them. Executive producer, forget about the netizens, even I'm dying to know what Shin-chi will do next. That last rendition of fried rice was absolutely brilliant. I feel like Shin-chi was born for our show. If securing Li Huanga could ensure the show had a solid floor, then Shin-chi had now become the absolute guarantee of its soaring ceiling. Zhang Wei was genuinely curious. Chief Director, I get the feeling you knew Shin-chi in advance, as if you were already aware that she could enhance our show's impact. Hong Tao smiled faintly and stroked his chin. No, my ass. Li Huanga hid it from all of China. It's not like I'm a god. But this is also proof of my capability, since luck is indeed part of one's strength. You still have much to learn. Zhang Wei felt profound admiration. The more he uncovered about certain matters, the clearer it became how nearly impossible it would be to replace this old fox. Chief Director, I want to follow you and be your assistant director for life. Everyone was curious about what Shin-chi would do after finishing his meal, so much so that Shin-chi willingly played 3 rounds of games with Shin Xiaokuan. Shin Xiaokuan ate his meal while asking the first question that had been puzzling him. What was that song you were singing while cooking? Shin-chi asked in confusion. Was I singing? Wait, what? Shin Xiaokuan was also stunned. That rap-like one, something about fried eggs being the simplest yet hardest, and something about dipping in egg. Oh, just improvising, don't mind it. Shin-chi waved his hand dismissively. Shin Xiaokuan stopped overthinking it too. After all, children are children, they may understand music but not the market. He didn't believe such songs could actually help Li Huanga's company. So what exactly are you planning to do after dinner? Shin Xiaokuan asked. Shin-chi slowly set down his chopsticks, his expression growing extremely solemn. I need to give you strict instructions on this matter. You absolutely cannot tell your mom about it, understand? Shin Xiaokuan immediately became alert. So what's this all about? Shin Shi said gravely, your mother dislikes having outsiders in the house, so we have to keep this from her. Shin Xiaokuan instantly turned grim-faced, indignantly launching into a reprimand. So it's you, Shin Shi. Just because my mom won't sleep in the same bed with you, you can't hold yourself back? How audacious of you to actually bring someone home. Shin Shi rolled his eyes, deciding not to offer any explanation. But the barrage of comments grew even livelier. See that? See that? Apart from being a gigolo, Shin Shi is practically perfect. I refuse to believe he's flawless. Now his true colors show. So he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing after all. That bastard isn't satisfied even after marrying goddess Li Huanji. If I married Li Huanji, I wouldn't leave the house for 8 years. Just thinking about goddess Huanji's endless legs, I'd polish them until they gleam, and Shin Shi actually cheats on her? Bai Qing has said with a look of indignation. Huan Gu, you see I was right, don't you? You've got to see him for what he really is. If he brings all sorts of questionable people home, something bad is bound to happen. Absolutely right. Lin Xiaolu chimed in with equal concern. If Xiao Koan happens to see inappropriate things unfit for a child, it could have a terrible impact on him. Li Huanga didn't want to argue with them. She refused to believe Shin Shi could be that kind of man. She knew all too well the lecherous gazes men in the entertainment industry cast her way. Yet Shin Shi had managed to keep their relationship platonic for 3 whole years. Even if things had almost crossed the line that one time, it was only because he could no longer suppress his feelings, and even then, she had been the one guiding him. There was absolutely no way Shin Shi would do such a thing. Li Huanga's heart suddenly shuddered. No, no. The contract even explicitly stated that even if Shin Shi were to see other women, as long as it didn't affect Li Huanga, she had no right to interfere. Yet the mere thought of such a possibility left Li Huanga with an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Her expression darkened visibly. Even if you could seek out women for needs, you can't bring them home. Xiao Koan is still at home. Joy E quickly added, nothing's been decided yet. Let's wait and see how things unfold. Under the weight of immense curiosity, the clock struck 1 p.m. Shin Xiaokuan heard the doorbell and peeked his little head out from the stairwell, his tiny face practically burning with anger. Shin Shi got up to answer the door and then ushered someone into the villa. The moment the audience saw this person's face, the program's live streaming room nearly exploded. Chapter 49, Auntie, if you're not here to rehearse with Shin Shi, then what are you here for? Shin Shi wore a smile as he ushered a middle-aged woman dressed in a cheongsam embroidered with large red flowers into the living room. Auntie Zhang, it's quite hot outside, isn't it? Let me turn on the air conditioning, and we'll start in just a moment. Auntie Zhang blurted out excitedly, quick, quick, let's start. Auntie can't wait any longer. With that, Auntie Zhang shrugged off the sheer shawl draped over her shoulders. Holy shit, this girl must be at least 60 or 70 years old. I refuse to believe our flag bearer would sink so low. It's definitely not what everyone's imagining. After feasting daily on lavish delicacies like abalone and sea cucumber, sometimes you just crave simple dishes like celery and potatoes. Stop wild guessing. Do you really think someone who married Li Huanga would be interested in an auntie like this? Bastard, let go of that auntie. Let me handle this. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. Chief Director, should we set up a block just in case? Hong Tao frowned and shook his head. Let's wait and see. I don't think Shin Shi would be dumb enough to pull this stunt while Shin Xiaokuan is home. But, Hong Tao retorted, if you were Li Huanga's husband, would you risk doing such earth-shattering things while a child was still at home? Earth-shattering? Zhang Wei seemed to understand. The studio audience buzzed with murmured conversations, their voices creating a constant hum. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe felt a slight surge of excitement stirring within them. Everyone wants to see what they hope will happen if Shin Shi truly has such despicable secrets. Wouldn't that be the perfect way to strike down the untouchable Li Huanji? Joy E watched Li Huanji with growing concern. Li Huanga also felt that something was off about what was being shown on the screen, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Shin Shi wasn't that kind of person. But there were still many doubts, because over the past 3 years, Shin Shi had strictly fulfilled his duties, and no bad habits had ever been observed. Could it really be that he didn't know about the live broadcast and was doing things behind his back that violated ethical standards? I choose to believe in Shin Shi. He's not a dirty person, Li Huanga declared. Fang Qian also quickly added, the matter hasn't been concluded yet, let's keep watching. Shin Shi turned on the air conditioning before heading to his room, while Aunt Zhang sat on the sofa and began patting herself down. Ha, where on earth did I put it? How come I can't find it now? Holy shit, if I'm not mistaken, are you looking for a condom? At this age, is that really necessary? Could she actually get pregnant or something? I believe in Huanga, and Huanga believes in Shin Shi, so I believe in Shin Shi too. If Shin-chi really is that kind of person, then he truly has zero standards. There isn't a man in this world who doesn't stray, even the one who married Li Huanga is no exception. Shin Xiaokuan grew puzzled too. Could she have been mistaken? Just then, another knock came at the door. With Shin-chi absent, Aunt Zhang rose to answer it only for another auntie in a black dress to step inside. Hey, old son, you're here too. Yeah, Xiaoshan said we should go together. That's wonderful, this way, we can work together effortlessly. 2. What the bloody hell? What a shameless world. Shin-chi returned, holding several sheets of paper in his hand. Auntie Sun is here too, please take a look at this. I've made some revisions. When Auntie Zhang and Auntie Sun glanced at the papers, their eyes immediately lit up. This is absolutely perfect. Young Shin is truly talented. Shin-chi smiled and said, Uncle Wang and Uncle Li should be arriving soon. Make yourselves comfortable and get acquainted. I'll go prepare some fruit and tea for you. Once they're here, we'll go through the routine and rehearse the song. The studio audience collectively let out a long sigh of relief, as if no one wanted to tarnish their favorable impression of Shin-chi. Ha, I told you Auntie Zhang and Auntie Sun came here to rehearse, right? Exactly. What else would the two aunties be coming to see Shin-chi for, if not for rehearsal? Those who misunderstand Shin-chi have dirty hearts. Startled me so badly my whole body gave a violent shudder. Damn, I was scared shitless that Auntie looked exactly like my mom. Li Huanga also laughed. For some reason, it felt as though a massive weight had been lifted from his heart, and he couldn't help feeling a twinge of guilt toward Shin-chi. These two aunties are even older than Shin-chi's mother, how could they suspect him like this? Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu exchanged disappointed glances. Still, this isn't quite right. Shin-chi doesn't have a job, the family's entire income relies on the songstress. Shouldn't he show some discretion in his actions? I also think Shin-chi shouldn't invite outsiders into their home. Joy-yi couldn't help but speak up. Everyone has their own social circle. Though family roles may differ, Shin-chi has clearly demonstrated his own value. Isn't it perfectly normal to have close friends visiting? Lin Xiaolu said, anyway, without my permission, my husband absolutely cannot bring strangers into our home. Our household is the same. Bai Qinghe chimed in. Li Huanga once again chose not to argue with them, continuing to watch with quiet puzzlement in her heart. This was the first time she had seen Shin-chi bring someone home, or even the first time she had witnessed Shin-chi's social circle, and her confusion grew stronger by the minute. Before long, Old Man Wang and Old Man Li also arrived. Judging by the attire of the two elderly men and the two aunties, they were all impeccably dressed. Judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem like ordinary elderly people either. A minivan was parked at the villa's entrance. Shin-chi helped the elderly couple unload several black boxes from the vehicle, and soon the living room took on an entirely different atmosphere. Only then did everyone realize this was actually a small musical ensemble. Uncle Li played the electronic keyboard, Uncle Wang handled the flute and arrow, Aunt Sun played the guzheng, and Aunt Sun also served as the lead vocalist. From the conversation between Shin-chi and the four seniors during their preparation, everyone seemed to understand what was going on. The Mid-Autumn Festival cultural performance organized by Daocheng's cultural department is still 2 months away. If we start preparing early, we shouldn't have any problems. That's right, even though this song is very different from the ones we've rehearsed before, with Xiaoshan's help, there's definitely no problem. By the way, Xiaoshan, this song you wrote is truly wonderful. I even feel like it could make us all feel much younger. The theme fits perfectly, we're bound to make a stunning impression then. Let's make our old baby band truly legendary. Shin-chi grinned. I've already arranged all the pop instrument parts. You just need to play along with the folk instrument sections as I've written them for you. The uncles and aunties couldn't wait any longer, and neither could all the viewers in the live streaming room. Even the 4 panel members of Li Huanga's observation team were filled with intense curiosity. What kind of song could Shin-chi possibly write for an elderly band? Does it still need to fit the theme of the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala 2 months from now? Shin-chi inserted a USB drive into the computer, and the high-quality Harman Kardon speakers Li Huanga usually used to listen to music began playing the introductory arrangement of popular instruments. It sounded somewhat simple, but very catchy. Old Wang, Old Li, and Auntie Sun joined in with their folk instruments, and immediately many people felt a tingling sensation wash over them. Whoa, that's the real deal. Just by listening to the accompaniment, you can tell this song is absolutely extraordinary. Did you see that? The moment these 4 seniors entered performance mode, their entire aura transformed. I think I've fallen for this old baby band instantly. Can't wait to find out what song this is. Auntie Zhang entered right on cue, her crisp voice ringing out. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I ask the blue sky. I wonder what year it is tonight in the celestial palace above. I long to ride the wind back home, yet fear the crystal towers and jade halls, so high above, cold beyond bearing. rising to dance with my moonlit shadow, how unlike the mortal world. Li Huanga and Joyi's pupils dilated as they simultaneously bolted upright from their chairs, eyes locked onto the massive screen. One was a reigning diva, the other an ascendant star, both stood at the pinnacle of musical artistry in their profession. They recognized it instantly. This song, Chapter 50, wishing us longevity, sharing the moon's beauty though miles apart. All eyes in the studio turned to Li Huanga and Joyi, whose stunned expressions struck everyone as rather peculiar. Although this song is beautiful and sounds absolutely amazing, but as reigning queens of the industry, this is hardly necessary, is it? Li Huanga and Joyi exchanged a glance that conveyed instant mutual understanding. Within the music industry, there exists this widely recognized concept: certain songs are called diva-making tracks. These tracks are invariably of extraordinary quality. To put it another way, if a rookie female artist gets her hands on one such song, overnight stardom is practically guaranteed. If an already famous young female singer gets such a song, she would very likely rise to become a rising diva, and a rising diva could very well become a full-fledged diva. The reason such songs are called diva-making songs is precisely because they have a high probability of boosting a female singer's status by a whole tier. This is why songs of this caliber are exceedingly rare. Although it was sung by Auntie Zhang, who was no longer young, and furthermore just a preliminary version, with Li Huanga and Joyi's discerning and professional eyes, they could clearly perceive this song possessed the qualities of a diva's hit. Although Auntie Zhang's voice sounded youthful, her vocal technique wasn't that of a pop singer. If it were Li Huanga or Joyi singing instead, the energy this song can unleash in the music industry is practically visible to the naked eye. Or rather, completely immeasurable. The key point is, this song was composed by Shinchi? It's even more stunning than Empress. Li Huanga was even more shocked than Joyi. After all, she had lived with Shinchi for 3 years. Thus, instead of overthinking like Li Huanga, Joyi was the first to grasp another detail: the lyrics of this song. Li Huanga also snapped back to attention, her beautiful eyes widening with even greater astonishment. Lyrics. On screen, Auntie Zhang continues her performance, singing with deep emotion. Round the crimson mansion through the silk curtain windows shining sleepless souls, should not hold sorrow. When will the moon be clear and bright? Bloody hell. I was just humming along to the melody, but now I realize these lyrics are absolute fire. What kind of heavenly lyrics are these? Feels like they're adapted from classical poetry. I feel like this blows most poetry out of the water. Can a stay-at-home husband really write like this? I'm deaf. Why did you have to let me hear such amazing lyrics? Even my fucking elementary school graduate ass can tell this is god tier. At that moment, several strikingly eye-catching bullet comments suddenly appeared consecutively at the top of the livestream. Renowned Chinese scholar Fong Shi spoke up again. Initially, I was truly reluctant to serve as an online guest for a variety show, because I believe that in this fast food era, genuine poetry has become increasingly rare. I never expected to encounter it in such a program. The lyrics of this song are indeed poetic, adhering strictly to the standard melodic pattern of Shui Diao Gutu. Centered around the mid-autumn moon, they weave imagination and reflection, encapsulating the human emotions of joy, sorrow, reunion, and separation into a philosophical quest about the universe and life, revealing complex and contradictory thoughts and feelings. Simultaneously, they radiate an optimistic spirit that cherishes life and embraces positivity. I can tell, the first half of this poem reflects a persistent outlook on life, while the second half demonstrates a wise approach to living. The verses are unrestrained, flowing freely, where emotion blends with scenery and realm aligns with thought. Profound in philosophy and sublime in artistic conception. This old man is utterly convinced. Amid the dense red barrage comments, the livestream audience of over 10 million seemed to sense Fong Shi's palpable excitement through this lengthy, impassioned critique. In China, everyone knows Fong Shi's strictness and dedication to the art of poetry. For him to be so moved by a poem, it must truly resonate with the human soul. Amidst their inner astonishment, everyone simultaneously harbored greater doubts. Could this really have been written by Shinchi? Are you kidding me? Just a live broadcast, and you didn't even know you were being streamed. You just gathered some elderly folks to rehearse songs at home for that annual Mid-Autumn Festival arts program, lyrics meant for a senior citizens band. And you're acting like it's some timeless masterpiece? Have you no shame? Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were both stunned. For these two award-winning actresses, even if music wasn't their strongest suit, having reached such prestigious positions in the film industry meant their discernment abilities were undoubtedly still top-notch. They could sense that these poetic lyrics were exceptional, yet they absolutely couldn't comprehend just how extraordinary they truly were. Since Fong Shi said so, it must truly be better now. But how could Li Huanga's stay-at-home loser of a husband know how to do this? There's no way Shinchi wrote this. A man who spends all day at home washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning could never have composed such songs or poems. Bai Qinghe practically shouted these words, her voice rising to a near roar. She was even harder to accept than Lin Xiaolu. Because Bai Qing, his husband, Liang Bin, also greatly admired Chinese poetry culture, often studying or even composing poetry himself. Yet after being completely outmatched by Shenqi, now even Liang Bin's strongest skills couldn't hold up anymore? How could he? How dare he? Li Huanga felt incredibly pleased. She turned her head to glance at Bai Qinghe and asked lightly, "Miss Bai, does my husband's poetry somehow threaten your interests? Why does it bother you so much?" Bai Qinghe froze momentarily, quickly suppressing the anger and resentment on her face before putting on a smile. I was just shocked. It felt somewhat unbelievable. "So I understand what you mean," Li Huanga asked with a smile. "You believe that those who enjoy and are skilled in poetry must be high-class individuals, not someone like Shenqi who busies themselves with household chores around the stove, is that right?" That's not what I meant." Bai Qinghe clearly recognized this as a trap and grew slightly flustered. I really didn't mean it that way." Lin Xiaolu quickly stepped in to mediate. "Huanga, like Bai, I was just genuinely surprised. We truly didn't mean it that way. Weren't you also shocked by this poem and song?" This time, Li Huanga did nod in agreement. "Exactly. The crucial thing was that it truly felt unbelievable." Hiss. Joyi suddenly shuddered all over, letting out an immensely emotional sigh, as her fair and smooth arms instantly erupted in a fine layer of goosebumps. For at that moment, Aunt Zhang had reached the final line of her song. "People have joys and sorrows, partings and reunions, just as the moon waxes and wanes, shines bright, returns obscure. Such is the way of the world since time immemorial. May we all be blessed with longevity, though thousands of miles apart, we can still share the beauty of the moon together." Li Huanga's mind suddenly went completely blank. She stared dumbfounded at the figure of Shenqi on the screen. There Shenqi sat quietly, exuding an air of serene contentment, with just the faintest hint of a smile on her face. Only her fingers tapping lightly against her knees betrayed any movement. Fang Shi's bullet comment appeared prominently again, as if personally astonished yet simultaneously interpreting it for millions. "This is absolutely brilliant, truly magnificent. The song and poetry complement each other perfectly, enhancing each other's beauty. Men have sorrow and joy, parting and reunion. The moon has its dimness and brightness, waxing and waning. May we all be blessed with longevity, though miles apart. We'll share the beauty of this moon together. This is a masterpiece for the ages. A timeless masterpiece." Chapter 51, After all, I love her profoundly. Shin Xiuquan clung to the wall by the staircase, his emotions riding enormous highs and lows. "He's going to cheat. That cheating bastard is seeing another woman behind Mom's back. I'm gonna kill him. What the? He actually hired a grandma? Holy cow. One wasn't enough, so he got two? Oh. So it's song rehearsals. What song are they rehearsing? Was it written by Shenqi? Now that's something. Hiss, this song is absolutely brilliant. It feels so perfect for my mom to sing. Traditional folk instruments can be this much fun? I really want to join in." As the song came to an end, the uncles and aunties burst into applause. "Though we've just started rehearsing, when will the moon be clear and bright? It feels really wonderful." "That's right. I think Xiaoshen's instrumental arrangements match the song perfectly. Sister Zhang truly lives up to her reputation as a singer from the cultural troupe. She hasn't lost her touch over the years. It's thanks to everyone's great accompaniment." Shenqi smiled warmly as he poured water for everyone to soothe their throats. "Your instruments and vocals are all fantastic, which is why everything went so smoothly. You captured the essence of this song perfectly in one take. We still have 2 months left. Just gathering occasionally for rehearsals during this period will be more than enough. Our performance will undoubtedly be the brightest star of the show when the time comes." The elderly folks expressed their gratitude, but they also had keen observational skills. From the moment they stepped inside, they could tell Shenqi's family background was extraordinary. Moreover, being familiar with Shenqi, they knew he didn't have a job. "Now that we're familiar with the process, we can go back and rehearse on our own." "That's right. We're already immensely grateful that Xiaoshen shared this song with us. To have disturbed you with a special visit this time, we're truly sorry about the imposition." "Then we'll be heading back." Shenqi didn't press them to stay, smiling as he helped the elderly couple pack their things. As they were leaving, Auntie Zhang and Auntie Sun still held on to Shenqi to give him some advice. "Xiaoshen, you're so handsome and skilled with instruments and composing, how can you be content just staying at home taking care of things? Yes, if my son were half the man you are, he wouldn't be looked down upon by his wife. To be honest, a man should have ambition and go out to make something of himself." Shenqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he simply said, "Aunties, my wife is a singer who also runs a company. There are 2 reasons why I willingly take care of things at home. First, I'm happy to stand behind her, watching her shine brilliantly. One such person in a family is more than enough. Second, the dream of my life is to take good care of her and our child. I want to build a solid foundation for her at home, so she can pursue her dreams wholeheartedly. All of this is because I love her deeply. The two aunties immediately looked at him with admiration and envy. How noble. If I were 40 years younger, I'd definitely give chasing Xiaoxin a try. If my old man were half as good as Xiaoxin, I'd gladly trade 40 years of my life. Hiss, here we go again. He's spouting those virtuous-sounding simp lines. I used to think he was just after her money, but now it actually sounds touching. So this world really does have people capable of such devotion for love. I'm Zhao Tietue, officially declaring my envy for the songbird diva. Seeing even auntie likes Xinxi so much, I admit I'm jealous. The studio presented an entirely different scene. Li Huanga stared blankly at Xinxi on the screen, who spoke those weighty words with a faint smile, his mind completely absorbed by that one sentence, I love her deeply. Though he had confirmed the truth of these words countless times before, hearing them uttered directly from Xinxi's lips still sent a tremendous shockwave through Li Huanga's heart. He loves me so profoundly that he's willing to be the green leaf, the logistical support, the tireless workhorse. Even though he wrote Queen of Pop for me, his ID on Tauga Music was still backstage shit cooker. His love is so silent yet vast, so turbulent yet soundless. Should I yield to him? Should I not refuse him? Zhuo Yi was so envious her eyes nearly welled up with tears. Huanga, I'm so touched, I want a husband like Xinxi too. That won't do. He's mine, Li Huanga blurted out instinctively. The room erupted in laughter. Even more envious than Zhuo Yi were Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. Their feelings had far surpassed mere envy and crossed into full-blown jealousy. They couldn't help but think of their own family situations. Between husband and wife, each harbors their own thoughts. Any sweet gesture seems to carry ulterior motives. The initial blazing passion gradually turns into mutual wariness and suspicion over time, unlike the sweet love shared between Xinxi and Li Huanji. How could Li Huanji achieve such a high status at such a young age, yet still have a man who loves her so deeply? No such man could possibly exist in this world. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were filled with overwhelming doubt. We must find a way to expose Xinxi's true nature. Let everyone see that there isn't a single man in this world who could treat a woman this well purely out of love. It must all be an act because of money. Zhuo Yi grabbed Li Huanga's hand, her face flushed with agitation. Sister Huanga, I absolutely adore. When will the bright moon appear? I'm willing to pay 2 million for it. Could you possibly? Li Huanga hesitated, visibly torn. It's not that I don't want to sell it, but if I ask him directly, he'll find out we broadcasted it, and besides, it doesn't seem quite right to just take it and use it like that. Indeed, Zhuo Yi completely understood. Then after our show ends, Li Huanga also grasped Zhuo Yi's hand, smiling as she said, I'm putting all my energy into the company right now, haven't released any songs in 6 months. One more won't make a difference. If I can sing it when the time comes, I'll definitely sing it for you. Really? Zhuo Yi was overjoyed and immediately threw herself into Li Huanga's arms, planting a kiss right on his face. The crowd burst into laughter. Wait, didn't you just say it wasn't proper to take it directly offered, and the next second you're giving it away? Women are so fickle. The songbird queen is so generous. She just gave away a song like that? What the hell do you know? The songbird queen is passing on the torch. She sees Yi as her successor. Ha, something seems off here. Did Xinxi actually agree to this? How dare he? Didn't you hear what he said? He loves Huanga deeply. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu ground their teeth in silent fury. Status, wealth, a good husband, wonderful children, and now even a best friend? It must be friendship driven entirely by self-interest. I'll find a way to tear you all down one day. I'm really so jealous. Fang Qian deliberately let a tinge of envy color her voice. I need to keep a close eye on what Xinxi does next. Even with the songbird diva absent, he's still feeding us dog food. It truly makes me green with envy. Li Lei also laughed. I'm afraid there isn't a woman in this world who could refuse a man like Xinxi, is there? Truly a role model for our generation. Xin Xiaokuan waited until everyone had left before entering the living room. Xinxi was bending over, her firm and perky bottom prominently displayed as she mopped the floor. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted with unrestrained, lustful comments from a frenzy of female admirers. Xinxi, cut to the chase. Xin Xiaokuan seemed somewhat embarrassed. Well, I also want to learn folk instruments. Xinxi froze, stopping his mopping to look at Xin Xiaokuan. You're just a kid. Isn't liking pop music enough for you? Why do you like folk instruments too? No way. How old are you even? Why do you have so many hobbies? It's fine to have several hobbies, but not too many. It's like having too many thoughts in your mind. Once there are too many, they'll weigh you down and stunt your growth. Haven't you heard the saying? Xinxi looked very serious, while Xin Xiaokuan wore a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Too many talents weigh you down. Chapter 52 Xinxi, you're finally showing your true colors. Too many talents weigh down the bearer? Xin Xiaokuan momentarily froze in confusion. Does that saying even exist? Xinxi nodded solemnly. Of course there is. Think about it, a person's energy and time are limited. One might enjoy many things, but it's absolutely impossible to master each and every one of them. You're only 6 years old now, yet you've already studied calligraphy, piano, guitar, violin, drums, bass, vocal training, reading, and now you want to learn guzheng, flute, suona, eru. Shin Shokuin shook his head, appearing somewhat unconvinced, then spoke very earnestly. All the instruments and vocals, you can just call them music. Doesn't that make your hobbies seem fewer? Shin-chi was stunned for a moment. Even though your head is small, it's probably all brains inside. Ptah, Shaokuin's train of thought is truly unique. Speaking of which, my son refuses to study despite all threats, while Shaokuin takes the initiative to learn. What a huge difference. Dear heavens, how can Shin-chi have both Hwanga and Shaokuin? Who said you can't have your cake and eat it too? My son really hates me watching this show now. Whenever it's on, he feels like he's about to get spanked. Amidst the envy of countless people, under Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's jealousy, and within Li Huanga's relief, Shin-chi stunned everyone with yet another shocking remark. Shaokuin, don't push yourself so hard. Kids should act their age. If you awaken adult awareness prematurely, what are us adults supposed to do? You've got to be like me, always think of yourself as a child. Your mom earns so much, why don't we just stay home every day, eat, sleep, and play games? Maybe watch some TV or scroll through short videos. After all, slacking off is the way to go. Male netizens expressed waves of support and envy through bullet comments. Even many female netizens commented that if their husbands and children were like Shin-chi and Shin Shokuin, they would gladly let them slack off too. Bai Qinghe finally couldn't hold it in anymore and snapped angrily. I really can't stand watching this anymore. What kind of father behaves like this? To actually use theories completely contrary to child development to mislead a child. Does he really want to raise Shokuin to become a freeloader like himself? Lin Xiaolu also wore an expression of righteous indignation. Shaokuin is hardworking and motivated, yet Shin-chi keeps setting up obstacles for him. It's already difficult for children to persist with anything, let alone develop a passion for learning new skills. Shin-chi is completely misleading countless families. We've got over 10 million viewers in this livestream right now. Just imagine how disastrous it would be if they all fell for Shin-chi's misinformation. Joy Yi's face flushed crimson with anger. She had just stood up when Li Huanga pulled her back down. Li Huanga shook his head slightly at Joy Yi, then turned his gaze to Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. My child just needs to be cheerful, lively, and not swear. I have no other requirements. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu instantly looked as if they'd swallowed 2 pounds of flies. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. With just one sentence, the songbird queen dealt area of effect damage. Kids from one family act like robot geezers, while another family's brats sneak around playing games and cursing, yet they still have the nerve to lecture such a well-behaved kid like Shaokuin? Maybe Shin-chi is using reverse psychology? After all, Shaokuin has truly been raised exceptionally well. What does it matter if a rich kid can't do anything? It's not like they can't afford to raise one. While the panel members were arguing and comments flooded the screen, Fang Shi's eye-catching message appeared once again. He was talking to Li Huanga. Empress Huanga, forgive this old man's impertinence, but might I make a request? Li Huanga respected scholars greatly and immediately nodded in agreement. Please, go ahead. I know Wang Dahai from the old baby band who was here earlier. Could I arrange to visit Shin-chi through Wang Dahai's connections? Don't worry, and please reassure the production team too. I won't reveal anything about the livestream. I'm just passionately devoted to poetry and would like to consult Shin-chi about some poetic matters. After all, the rendition of When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright just now truly astonished me. Li Huanga pondered briefly. Fang Shi was a revered master of poetry, literature, history, calligraphy, and painting, a highly respected scholar in China whose moral character was unquestionable and whom Li Huanga held in esteem. Establishing a connection with someone like Fang Shi could only be beneficial, not harmful. Li Huanga immediately laughed and said, "That would be wonderful. You're doing this for poetry too, and I'm truly delighted that Shin-chi has earned your appreciation. Thank you so much." Li Huanga and Fang Shi reached an agreement, but Shin-chi and Shin Xiaokuan did not. Shin Xiaokuan wanted to learn, but Shin-chi refused to teach him. Xiaokuan even tried using reverse psychology. Could it be you actually don't know how to play folk instruments at all? Yes, that's right, I don't know how. So stop asking me to teach you. At this moment, the barrage suddenly erupted with more detective-like findings from netizens. Cat 8 Network just released updates for 2 books. The relationship between piston motion and rice irrigation and fantasy, Give Me a Female Emperor and I'll Build a Sect, were also updated an hour ago. Damn, Shin-chi's novels have narrowed down the search, now it's just between frenzied seabed maggots and my wife the diva. I already told you, this can be set to update automatically. It doesn't necessarily have to be these 2 books. The conversation once again circled back to Shin-chi's identity as a novelist, but the topic Shin-chi and Shin Xiaokuan were discussing was entirely different. Xiaokuan, there's another person coming soon, remember. Don't tell your mom about this. Shin Xiaokuan's little face darkened with displeasure. Shen-chi, I think you've really gotten out of hand. When it was those grandpas and grandmas coming for rehearsal earlier, at least that counted as proper business, so I let it slide. But this, you just don't know when to stop, do you? Shin-chi curled his lips and said, you just want to negotiate terms, don't you? After the visitors leave, I'll raise your rank by 3 stars. Shin Xiaokuan, however, shook his head. You have to teach me folk musical instruments. Fine, but only one type. Deal. Sister Huanga, Shin-chi seems quite socially active. Why did you say you don't know much about him? Zuoyi asked curiously. Li Huanga replied, because I'm too busy. I'm never home during the day. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu immediately chimed in. In my opinion, a woman really ought to know everything about her husband. Exactly. Money corrupts men. Since you earn so well, I suppose you give Shin-chi plenty of spending money, aren't you afraid he'll go bad? Li Huanga smiled again and calmly asked. Marriage requires trust. It seems you 2 leading ladies don't trust your husbands at all. Do they have some criminal records we should know about? Disbelief stems from past mistakes, doesn't it? Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu immediately waved their hands in dismissal. No, we've just seen too many online cases. Right, my husband definitely isn't that kind of man. The bullet screen filled with discussions on this topic, mostly from married men. At that moment, the villa's doorbell rang again. Shin-chi, thinking his anticipated guest had arrived, went to open the door with enthusiasm. Looking out from the doorway, Shin Xiaokuan immediately lost his composure. Standing at the doorway was a strikingly beautiful woman towering over 170 centimeters tall with an alluring figure, shapely long legs, and breathtakingly gorgeous features. The woman looked at Shin-chi, her peach blossom eyes brimming with an alluring gaze that seemed to cling to him, exuding a bewitching charm as she spoke. Shin Xiaokuan clenched his small silver teeth. Damn you, Shin-chi. So you finally slipped up. Bai Qinghe's doe eyes lit up instantly as she watched the scene unfold on screen. Just as I thought, a man like Shin-chi couldn't possibly exist in this world. There must be something wrong with him. He's got a cheating problem. Chapter 53. This must be Li Huanga testing me. That bastard. After all the trust one placed in him. I actually thought Shin-chi was different, turns out he's just another lecherous scoundrel. This woman doesn't look like the decent type from her face alone. The way she's eyeing Shin-chi with such an inviting gaze clearly marks her as no good. But that said, damn, she's stacked. Is this variety show about to turn into one of those Japanese adult films? Can't wait. Li Huanga's expression remained calm, but his mind began racing with thoughts. Shin-chi was waiting for such a woman to come to their home, just who was she? Why would she be coming to their home? Could it be that Shin-chi really was? Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu seemed as excited as if they'd discovered a new continent. They felt their chance for counterattack had finally arrived. Didn't I tell you men aren't worthy of trust? He actually came to her house while the joyful song diva was away. How shamelessly blatant. Li Huanga automatically filtered out both women's comments, focused solely on continuing to observe this unfolding situation. The woman held a plate of fruit, her smiling face as radiant as flowers as she gazed at Shin-chi, her voice sweet and alluring. Hello, I'm the new neighbor who just moved in nearby. I came to introduce myself. These are the most delicious fruits from my family's fruit shop. I brought some for you to try. As the saying goes, a near neighbor is better than a distant relative. We'll be counting on your help from now on. Shin-chi was slightly taken aback but nodded politely, making no move to accept the fruit. Neighbors should help each other, that's only right. But please, keep the fruit for yourselves. The woman paused, then smiled again. My name is Li Jiaojiao. Might you introduce yourself? My name is Shin-chi, the man of this household. So, what do you do for a living? Li Jiaojiao continued to ask. Shin-chi replied indifferently, I'm a kept man. Ha! Li Jiaojiao froze for a moment before giggling coyly with pursed lips. As she bent forward, her twin peaks trembled unrestrainedly. You really know how to crack jokes. It's true, Shin-chi insisted. This time, Li Jiaojiao was thoroughly stumped. Alright. Li Jiaojiao took out her phone. Let's exchange contact info. Yeah? Damn. Why don't I have a female neighbor like this? This female neighbor is totally trying to sleep with my husband. This Li Jiaojiao keeps showing obvious interest in Shin-chi. After all, Shin-chi is tall, handsome. Li Jiaojiao's ulterior motives are practically dripping all over his face. This counts as a romantic encounter, right? I bet Shin-chi won't be able to handle it. No man can withstand this. Joy Yi nervously glanced at Li Huanga, whose delicate brows were slightly furrowed as she stared intently at the large screen, remaining utterly silent. The translation maintains the original paragraph structure while preserving nuances of Zhu Yi's nervous demeanor and Li Huanga's quiet intensity. The tone remains consistent with the context of tense observation. On the big screen, Shin-chi offered a polite smile and said, Sorry about that. My kid's mom keeps a tight leash on me, checks my phone constantly. Honestly, I don't dare save anything. My apologies. Li Jiaojiao seemed unable to believe it. She had never been rejected like this by any man before. You won't add me on WeChat? Li Jiaojiao immediately looked displeased, but quickly took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to Shin-chi. A wave of perfume scent drifted into Shin-chi's nostrils. Li Jiaojiao's expression turned even more bewitching as she swayed slightly, speaking in a coquettish tone. Come on, handsome, Let me have your contact info. Your wife and my husband will never know. Isn't this way too obvious? She's hinting this blatantly now, surely he won't refuse this time? Ha, she's getting restless. No matter how perfect the songbird queen is, wildflowers will always be more alluring and exciting to men. I bet Shin-chi would absolutely agree. TCH, if it were me, I'd already have my pants off by now. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu secretly rejoiced, the crucial moment had finally arrived. Li Huanga, oh Li Huanga, how would you handle it if your husband showed even the slightest sign of betrayal? In the frame, Shin-chi raised both hands and took 2 steps back, adopting a gesture to keep strangers at bay. I'm terribly sorry, but my greatest dream in life is to loaf around and live off my wife's wealth. She's quite rich, and far more beautiful than you, so I have absolutely no thoughts of betraying her, nor do I want to risk losing my cushy meal ticket over some trivial matters. So, sorry about this. Li Jiaojiu wore an expression of utter disbelief, even beginning to doubt her own charm. Is your wife pretty? Very, Shin-chi replied, and wealthy too. Richer than me? Li Jiaojiu asked curiously. Shin-chi nodded, though I don't know how wealthy you are. My wife makes enough for me to live comfortably. I have no reason to take risks. Li Jiaojiu couldn't stay calm any longer, her face flushing with anger. Then let me be blunt, we both get what we want from this. At the very least, you won't be at a disadvantage. Since the conversation had reached this point, Shin-chi didn't hold back either. Ms. Li Jiaojiu, I've made myself perfectly clear, don't even think about seducing me. To be brutally honest, you may think you're beautiful with a great figure, but compared to my wife, you fall vastly short. So please, just leave. With those words, Shin-chi unceremoniously shut the door in her face. Holy shit, did he really refuse? First time seeing a kept man who doesn't cheat on his sugar mama. What does this prove? It just proves Li Jiaojiu isn't as pretty or well endowed as the songbird diva. If I'd been the one knocking just now, Shin-chi would have definitely invited me and I'm an e-cup. True or false? Shall I analyze it for you? The studio suddenly erupted into enthusiastic applause. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu mechanically joined in the clapping, but an endless sense of disappointment welled up in their hearts. Did Shin-chi just outright refuse like that? How could anyone refuse a beauty who comes knocking? That's impossible. Zhuoyi said with a look of admiration, Huanga's sister, Shin-chi has truly withstood the test of sugar-coated bullets. Li Huanga felt deeply gratified. Despite not knowing about the live broadcast, and even though their contract explicitly allowed him to seek other women, Shin-chi still managed to pass the test. What does this mean? There's only one answer. Shin-chi loves me far more profoundly than I ever imagined. Great love is silent, like the gentle rain that nourishes all things. It had completely become something fused into Shin-chi's very being. Turning around and seeing the complex expression on Shin Xiaoquan's face, Shin-chi said calmly, Little Cohen, when you grow up and encounter such situations, you must learn to discern. The easier something is to obtain, the more dangerous it is. You must keep your eyes wide open. This world is full of traps everywhere. You need to remember 4 words, desire nothing, and you shall be invincible. For some reason, Shin Xiaoquan suddenly became very happy. I give up. I'm completely convinced. For Shin-chi to win Li Huanga's heart, this is absolutely not just luck. The more you think about it, the more unsettling it becomes. Could this be a test by the production team? Impossible, just look at the happy song queen's expression, it's completely genuine. Her worry and nervousness practically bleed through the screen. There's only one explanation, Shin-chi truly loves Li Huanga. Yet Shin-chi secretly rubbed his chest and muttered in a voice too soft for Shin Xiaoquan to hear, as if shuddering with belated fear. A stunning beauty suddenly appears out of nowhere to seduce me. Everything about this screams suspicious. It must be that woman Li Huanga testing me. Thankfully, I'm clever enough, but why would she want to test me? Shin-chi's eyes lit up with realization. I've got it. She loves me deeply. This is my trial. If I weren't tempted by her beauty, perhaps I'd get promoted from contract worker to permanent staff and earn my spot on the big bed. Such petty tricks, do you think they could fool me? Ha, women. Chapter 54, Hens and Rabbits in the Same Cage, Gang Warfare. Backstage, Zhang Wei couldn't even believe his own eyes. Chief Director, can you believe it? Shin-chi actually refused. Even if he lacked the nerve to act on his desires, he should have at least left contact information. Yet he actually. Hong Tao hadn't anticipated this outcome either. Under normal circumstances, the reaction shouldn't have been this indifferent at the very least. All men are drawn to beauty and desire. When a vigorous young man encounters a gorgeous woman making advances, there should at least have been some flirtatious conversation. Yet Shin-chi remained an exception. Director, the actor we arranged performed flawlessly without giving anything away. We didn't even warn Li Huanga about this segment beforehand. Aren't you worried something might go wrong? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Hong Tao chuckled softly. An incident? Wouldn't that just crank up the hype even more? Plus, it'd help Li Huang see Shen-Chi for who she really is. She might even end up thanking us. It's actually good that nothing has happened now. Li Huang and Shen-Chi's popularity will soar even higher, and our show's ratings will benefit too. Zhang Wei strained to grasp the meaning behind Hong Tao's words. Hong Tao thoughtfully stroked his chin as he said, "Let's pretend this matter has nothing to do with our production team. Understood? Understood. So what about Lin Xiaolu and Baiqing his families? Follow one principle, no favoritism. You must treat everyone equally. Then teach me folk instruments now, I really want to learn." Shen Xiaokuan pleaded with a hint of desperation. Shen-Chi shook his head. Xiaokuan grew anxious. "But you just promised to teach me one type," he protested. He agreed, "Sure, but I never said when I'd teach him," Shen-Chi said with a shameless grin. "Hey there, newbie, you still can't tell who's boss around here? Li Huang is the ace of spades, and I'm the jack of spades. How old are you, really? Playing you like a fool is as easy as pie?" Shen Xiaokuan once again experienced Shen-Chi's shamelessness, his face flushing crimson with anger as he grabbed hold of Shen-Chi's t-shirt. Rip! It tore! Shen Xiaokuan was also stunned. I didn't expect your clothes to be such poor quality." Shen-Chi looked displeased as he took off his shirt with great reluctance. Whoosh! The studio audience gasped sharply, though they'd seen it in the previous episode. They were still struck by the impact of Shen-Chi's sharply defined muscles. The entire barrage was filled with extremely brief comments. Gasp! Abs like corn kernels. Greyhound waist. Inverted triangle. I'm craving. Shen-Chi immediately felt depressed. You little... do you know why I've kept wearing this old shirt for so long? Shen Xiaokuan shook his head hesitantly. Shen-Chi stroked the worn-out t-shirt with a hint of nostalgia, saying, "This was the first piece of clothing your mother ever gave me." Shen Xiaokuan's mind suddenly went blank, staring dumbfounded at Shen-Chi without being able to speak. The studio instantly erupted with gasps of admiration. "Sister Huanga, I can't take it anymore. A man like Shen-Chi is just too perfect." Sparks practically crackled in Joy's eyes as she clutched Li Huanga's arm tightly. But Li Huanga currently seemed absent-minded, her thoughts consumed by that dress. It was, when one of our company's artists participated in a variety show, this was leftover from the outfits the production team assigned. Actually, Li Huanga said with a hint of embarrassment, it wasn't worth much, so I casually took one, thinking he could wear it as loungewear when doing housework. There were some words Li Huanga left unsaid. This outfit was also the only piece of clothing Li Huanga ever gave Shen-Chi. By Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu, one looked afflicted with pink eye, the other as if she'd bitten into a sour lemon. Sheer envy. Shen-Chi returned to the bedroom and changed into a t-shirt, but it was still the same shabby type. The chest of the shirt was embroidered with an English word, abitas. Then what will it take for you to teach me? Shen Xiaokuan pressed on with his questioning. Shen-Chi pondered for a moment. Do you think you're smart? Shen Xiaokuan immediately wore a smug expression. That's a slightly stupid question to ask. Shen-Chi chuckled softly, recalling an interesting math problem from a parallel universe. Then I'll test you with a question. I'll teach you whenever you solve it. Shen Xiaokuan immediately looked enlightened. You're trying to stump me with a problem beyond my age's calculation methods, aren't you? Of course not. Then tell me, what is it? Shen-Chi nodded. Chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Same deaf? Going deaf together? Shen-Chi shot a glare at Shen Xiaokuan. It's about a cage containing some chickens and some rabbits. We know there are 35 heads and 94 feet in total. The question is, exactly how many chickens and how many rabbits are in the cage? Shen Xiaokuan froze. This counts as a problem? He grabbed a pen and some paper and started sketching. Shen-Chi was pleased. Finally, peace and quiet. Yet the barrage of comments exploded. This problem is so novel. Sounds super simple, but I just can't solve it. Idiot, any fifth grader could solve this. It's solvable with linear equations. Shen-Chi specifically designed problems solvable within Xiaokuan's age range. No matter how smart he is, he couldn't have learned equations yet, right? Hey, I'm equation, why not use me then? Many audience members in the studio began counting on their fingers, while Li Huanga and Zhuoyi also fell into deep thought. No equations allowed. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. So, what exactly is an equation? Even more people were drawn into the live broadcast because of this issue, with the number of concurrent viewers reaching a staggering 19 million. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions also darkened as they did the calculations. In terms of popularity from live streaming households alone, the combined influence of these two families still fell short of Li Huanga's. Shen-Chi couldn't help but laugh at seeing Shen Xiaokuan scratching his head in frustration. These parallel world problems should count as pretty innovative here, right? Speaking of which, why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Ding dong! The doorbell finally rang. Within 2 minutes, Shen-Chi ushered in a middle-aged man around 50 years old. The man had a fierce and terrifying appearance, with a full beard that made him look somewhat like a butcher. Shin Shokun stole a glance but quickly lost interest, retreating to his bedroom to solve the chicken and rabbit in the same cage math problem. The two seemed quite familiar with each other, sitting down directly for tea and conversation without any formalities, their expressions both rather serious. When's it scheduled? Scheduled 2 months from now. How many people do we have on hand? 78. 78, in just 2 months. Shin-chi furrowed his brow. Where? The middle-aged man replied, it's confirmed. But, how many? Shin-chi asked. The middle-aged man said gloomily, it's going to take a full 8 million. Shin-chi pondered for a moment, then got up and went to the bedroom. He returned with a card and pressed it into the middle-aged man's hand. There's 2 million in the card. I'll figure out the rest. The middle-aged man froze for a second, his eyes flickering twice before stuffing the card into his pocket. Then he gave Shin-chi an awkward smile. Absolutely get it done. Shin-chi also gave a faint smile. I believe in you. The middle-aged man came and went like a fleeting breeze. The entire interaction lasted no more than 3 minutes. This left everyone utterly baffled. Fang Qian looked curiously at Li Huangji. Sonstra Swan, do you know what Shin-chi and that person were discussing? Li Huanga gave a slight shake of his head. I don't know. I don't recognize this person either. Li Huanga suddenly felt a renewed sense of unfamiliarity towards Shin-chi. Apart from occasionally crossing paths at home in the mornings or evenings, they spent practically no time together. What Shin-chi did, who she associated with, what personal matters she busied herself with, Huanga knew none of it. This feels like some underground organization rendezvous. That guy looks exactly like a gangster. Not only does he look like a gangster, their conversation sounds like they're talking about gang warfare. 2 months, new location, 8 million. A kept man managed to save 2 million? That's one hell of a cushy job. I admit, this man's mysterious aura has successfully drawn me in. So is Shin-chi actually a gang boss? Was that money for buying weapons for a gang fight? Chapter 55, if you chop off both the chicken's and rabbit's feet simultaneously. As the livestream's popularity continued to surge, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu seemed to have seized another opportunity. Heavenly Song Diva, setting aside whatever Shin-chi and that person were secretly discussing for now, how could Shin-chi have 2 million when he doesn't even have a job? Bai Qinghe asked. Lin Xiaolu also said with insinuation, making money is so hard these days. Yet Shin-chi, a stay-at-home man without a job, casually took out 2 million. The Songbird Queen must give him quite a lot, right? Zhuo Yi was about to speak but hesitated, fearing it might cause trouble for Li Huanga. Although discussing celebrity incomes is strictly avoided on camera, even fools know Li Huanga is extraordinarily wealthy. Given her status as the Songbird Queen, her money-making ability undoubtedly places her at the very pinnacle of the music industry's pyramid. Moreover, Li Huanga also oversees an entertainment company. A mere 2 million. A drop in the bucket. Shin-chi has done such an outstanding job, what's wrong with giving her some money? This time, Li Huanga chose not to ignore them. Instead, she smiled faintly. I pay Shin-chi 200,000 yuan every month, with all household expenses covered separately. Is there a problem with that? You might think it's shameful for a man to live off a woman, but I don't see it that way. Shin-chi possesses qualities I need, he does an excellent job, and I'm happy to pay this amount. I can certainly afford it. That money was given to Shin-chi, what he does with it is his own business. As for what he was talking about with that man earlier, I couldn't care less. Don't care? As if. Li Huanga thought to himself, please don't cause me any trouble. If this turns out to be something illegal, with nearly 20 million people watching the live stream, this could escalate into something huge. It would be no different than exposing criminal behavior in front of the entire nation. I'm only thinking of your best interests, Lin Xiaolu said worriedly. If Shin-chi uses this money for something shady, the consequences for you would be disastrous. That's true. Bai Qinghe nodded in agreement. Zhuo Yi shook her head slightly. There's no proof yet, we can't just assume Shin-chi is up to no good. Even if it's nothing illegal, there's still one glaring problem right now, Bai Qinghe said gravely. Shin-chi needs to come up with another 6 million within 2 months. Lin Xiaolu chimed in. Where's he going to earn those 6 million? He's unemployed. There's no question he'll bleed Songhuan dry. Li Huanga chuckled softly. Now we're calling me Little Sister Huanga? How thoughtful of you indeed. I'm siding with Teacher Bai and Teacher Lin on this one. I can accept lying flat and living off my wife's wealth. But what if Shin-chi is using the joyful song diva's money for illegal activities? That would be totally screwing her over. This is driving me crazy. What the hell is Shin-chi up to anyway? Li Huanga couldn't help but feel emotionally conflicted as well. On one hand, she genuinely worried Shin-chi might do something bad. On the other hand, she wondered if he'd find some way to demand money from her. At any rate, this matter at least gave Li Huanga an opportunity to understand Shin-chi more deeply. Huanga Entertainment. Fu Qing finally waited for Li Huanga's family livestream, staring at the live broadcast room early in the morning. She became a fan of Shin-chi and Shin Xiokun, thoroughly enjoying the juicy gossip about her best friend and boss. As a workaholic, she was especially looking forward to seeing Shin-chi showcase more of her works. Bright Moon When Will It Be was absolutely stunning. Fu Qing felt comfortable now, but seeing this, Fu Qing's beautiful brows furrowed. What exactly is Shin-Chi trying to do? I hope she's not planning anything that might harm Huanga. The operations manager knocked and entered. President Fu. Don't call me President Fu. I'm just Huanga's assistant. Haha, you must be joking. The entire company regards you as CFO Fu. Something wrong? Should Zhou Qiqi's Empress be released soon? Since Huanga is always away, he mentioned that you'd be making all the decisions. Let's get this show on the road. After the operations team left, Fu Qing stared at Shin-Chi on the screen, her confusion growing deeper by the minute. Need to raise 6 million in 2 months. Would you ask Huanga for it? If we really need this money, I might have to badmouth you in front of Huanga again. Shin Xiaoquan rushed out of the room excitedly, hopping about and waving his arms as he shouted in front of Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi, I've solved the chicken and rabbit cage problem. There are 12 rabbits and 23 chickens in total. Wahahaha, Xiaoquan got it right. The answer matches what I solved using equations. The equation is easy to solve, but it's very difficult without using one. How did Xiaoquan manage it? I don't recommend giving kids such difficult problems from a young age. It makes us adults look stupid. Shin-Chi chuckled, squinting at Shin Xiaoquan. You guessed through trial and error, didn't you? Shin Xiaoquan froze for a moment, then immediately snapped furiously, no, I calculated it. Then explain how you worked it out. Shin Xiaoquan began explaining triumphantly. I made all 35 chickens and rabbits lift half their legs, so that left 47 feet touching the ground. At that point, all the chickens were standing on one leg like golden roosters, while each rabbit still had 2 feet planted. Subtract 35 chicken feet from 47, and the remainder is the rabbit's feet, so there are 12 rabbits, which means there are 23 chickens. Shin-Chi was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, that actually works? The bullet screen comments erupted into a flurry of "Am I even worse than a kid?" The studio erupted in a wave of applause. Even Fong Qian and Li Lei joined in the clapping. Jue Yi burst into laughter. That's awesome. Both Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were dumbfounded. This Shin Xiaoquan is practically defying the heavens. Li Huanga was extremely pleased. The reason he had Shin Xiaoquan participate in this variety show was that the child exhibited wisdom far beyond his years. Does Shin-Chi himself even know what to do? Bai Qinghe teased. Lin Xiaolu also chuckled. Most likely not. Li Huanga felt irritated and casually remarked. Seems like your predictions are never accurate anyway. Don't you think doing this too often will make netizens suspect you're just jealous? Perhaps if one hears false words often enough, they start to feel familiar? The two of them were instantly left fuming, grinding their teeth in frustration. Let's take a look then. Shin Xiaoquan noticed Shin-Chi's surprised expression and smugly clasped his little hands behind his back, utterly pleased with himself. Could it be that you simply don't know how to solve this problem? You're even worse than a child like me. Shin-Chi rolled his eyes. I just didn't expect you to pull it off, and using my method no less. TSK. Shin Xiaoquan sneered, you don't know how to do it at all. Shin-Chi said calmly, if both chickens and rabbits lift 2 feet at the same time, then 70 feet are raised, leaving 24 feet which all belong to the rabbits. So there are 12 rabbits and 23 chickens. Wouldn't this method be simpler and easier to understand? Shin Xiaoquan's brain jolted in shock. What the? So it really is? Shin-Chi started feeling smug. But suddenly, Shin Xiaoquan cried out. That's not right. Chickens only have 2 legs, how could they lift both at the same time? Shin-Chi burst into laughter, roughly ruffling Shin Xiaoquan's little head with his hand. Then let me rephrase it, if we chop off 2 legs from both the chicken and rabbit. Ha! Shin Xiaoquan frowned and pushed Shin-Chi's hand away irritably. You're too cruel. Shin-Chi replied nonchalantly. Aren't chickens and rabbits all raised for eating? Last time I made chicken legs, you gnawed through 3 of them too. We're calculating the number of chickens and rabbits, not worrying about their lives. This story teaches us one moral. Shin Xiaoquan stared blankly at Shin-Chi. What? People must know what they truly want, and then make the right choice. It's as if my goal is merely to count the chickens and rabbits, so there's no need to care whether they live or die. It's like I just want to lie flat and live off a rich partner, so I don't care what others think. Chapter 56. Am I awesome? Hurry up and praise me. Holy F*** King Hell, I'm hearing this kind of talk again. Being a freeloader while putting on such a righteous front, truly unmatched. Living off a woman isn't the worst part. The real tragedy is teaching the child to do the same. Shin-Chi mooches off his wife while teaching little Koan to leech off his mom. This is beyond ridiculous. Didn't you notice Shin-Chi's method for solving the chicken-rabbit cage problem is simpler and faster? Plus, his parenting style is quite unconventional. The live audience in the studio burst into laughter, sounding completely without malice and even finding it hilarious. This left Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu utterly baffled. From the start of the show until now, there had been too many inexplicable occurrences, far too many things that challenged their established perceptions of the entertainment industry. I can see it now. Shin-Chi and Xiaoquan are both incredibly sharp people, Jue Yi exclaimed, having lost count of how many times envy had crossed her mind. Li Huanga smiled, feeling an unexpected flicker of pride and triumph stirred by Shinchi. When she discovered it, even she was puzzled. What on earth are Shinchi and that fierce-looking man secretly plotting? How exactly does Shinchi plan to make 6 million in just 2 months? These two mysteries are utterly tantalizing. In the scene, Shin Xiaoquan pondered for a long while and realized that Shinchi's method of calculating the chickens and rabbits in one cage problem was indeed simpler and easier to understand than his own. Shin Xiaoquan is extremely proud and never admits defeat. With the facts laid bare before him, the defeated Shin Xiaoquan was in a somewhat sour mood. Even if your method is better, our bet was about whether I could solve it, and now I clearly have. Shouldn't you teach me a folk instrument as promised? Shinchi nodded. Absolutely, but not right now. Not now? Shin Xiaoquan grew impatient. Then at least give me a definite time, won't you? Shinchi took out a tablet, opened a short video platform, and found several instructional videos on the basics of folk instruments before handing it to Shin Xiaoquan. Watch these first. With your natural comprehension, you should grasp things pretty easily. Learn whatever interests you, practice on your own, and only come ask me if you don't understand something. Shin Xiaoquan knew this was the quickest and most effective way, so he nodded, took the tablet, and settled on the sofa to begin watching. Shinchi picked up his phone. Celebrity songstress, is Shinchi sending you a message? Li Lei asked. Since the show had a phone call segment, the observers' phones were placed on the table in front of them. Li Huanga's phone screen lit up. She picked it up, glanced at it, and nodded. Then, the message from Shinchi appeared on the big screen. Sugar mommy, your son wants to learn folk instruments, so find some time to have someone send over a few folk instruments. Also, transfer me some money so I can enroll Xiaoquan in a folk instrument class and hire a professional teacher for him. It's not easy for a child to develop a hobby, so we shouldn't dampen his enthusiasm, right? If I knew how to play folk instruments, I would have taught her myself. Damn this man, is this excuse supposed to fool anyone? Even though he's never shown any ability with folk instruments, I don't doubt for a moment that Shinchi can actually play them. No shame at all. Absolute shamelessness. I think I know how Shinchi plans to earn 6 million in 2 months. Li Huanga looked utterly exasperated. Like hell I'd believe you. Zhuo Yi clutched her stomach as she burst into laughter. The audience also erupted in waves of good-natured laughter. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu stared at each other wide-eyed, both thinking Shinchi was just tricking Li Huanga to get money, but now their understanding was being overturned once again. No way. Shouldn't everyone on the internet be angrily cursing that bastard Shinchi? Fong Qian and Li Lei were utterly speechless too. This show is becoming increasingly difficult to host. An S-tier variety program that was supposed to be the golden opportunity for these two talented young hosts has turned out to be as challenging as scaling the heavens. The segments with Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe's families were painfully awkward, either impossible to steer properly or downright boring for extended periods, forcing Fong Qian and Li Lei to exhaust all their tricks to inject some entertainment value. Li Huanga's home certainly wasn't lacking in amusement, but Shinchi was just too ridiculously funny. The broadcasting department at university clearly taught that hosts must never lose their composure. Professionalism must be maintained at all times. But Fong Qian and Li Lei simply couldn't help themselves. The two of them struggled for ages before finally regaining control. Joyful song diva, pft, then you, pft. Fong Qian couldn't hold back another burst of laughter. Li Lei quickly tried to sound serious. So, does the joyful song diva want to ask Shinchi about how to enroll in a folk music instrument class? Unable to maintain composure any longer, Li Huanga also burst out laughing. This amount of money was nothing to fuss over, but Li Huanga also wondered how much Shinchi would dare to lie about asking for. So Li Huanga began typing back with his phone on vibrate. If little Kuan wants to learn, then we're signing him up no matter what. How much does it cost to enroll in a class? Shinchi's face visibly brightened in the video as he scratched his head. How much should I ask for? Shinchi quickly searched on his phone while muttering to himself. The cheaper regular lessons seem to be 200 yuan per session, while the expensive ones can cost up to 1,000 yuan. That woman Li Huanji has very strict artistic standards. She'd most likely choose the 1,000 yuan lessons. So calculating 30 lessons per course, that would be 30,000 yuan. Shinchi seemed to have made up his mind as he typed a sentence into the WeChat dialog box. 1,000 per session, 30 sessions per stage, that's 30,000 yuan. All of this was projected onto the screen, instantly igniting a frenzy in the bullet comments. Damn, that kind of money could buy my life. Is it really this expensive? I realize I can't afford to raise this child. Should I just smother it? This damn bastard actually tricked my wife? Men, not a single decent one among them. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu seemed to have seen what they wanted, and their hearts lightened with joy. but Shin-chi in the frame frowned and muttered to himself again. Not quite, not quite. Li Huanga is practically a queen-level celebrity, and she's the CEO of a major entertainment company. Her meticulousness with art is downright terrifying, and the extent of her dedication to Xiaokuan is downright shocking. A mere 1,000 yuan per lesson? That absolutely doesn't meet Li Huanga's standards. So Shin-chi began modifying the previously typed message in the dialog box. 1,500 per lesson. Netizens were howling with laughter, but Shin-chi frowned again and changed 1,500 to 2,000, then sent it to Li Huanga with satisfaction. The contents of Li Huanga's WeChat dialogue were clearly displayed on the big screen at the venue. 2,000 yuan per class, a course of 30 classes, so that's 60,000 yuan. I know it's not easy for you to earn money out there, so I negotiated hard with the folk music teacher. They gave us a 10% discount, so just 54,000 yuan, plus 3 free extra classes. Am I impressive or what? Come on, praise me. Li Huanga felt both annoyed and amused, yet also somewhat embarrassed at the moment. She covered her forehead with her hand, lowered her head, and clenched her back teeth. Shen-chi, I'll smack you with praise. Chapter 57, Mom's the ace, I'm the jack, you're just a 6. Li Huanga didn't reply to Shin-chi's WeChat message, making Shin-chi feel somewhat uneasy. That doesn't seem right. Shin-chi furrowed his brows and began pondering. Li Huanga had mentioned some time ago that the company was facing difficulties, the plans for promoting rising male and female idols weren't going well, and the rookie development program seemed to be struggling too. Even his soft rice money, living allowance, was being reduced and delayed. Did I ask for too much? Shin-chi muttered to himself, feeling like he might have been too hasty. Knowing Li Huanga's personality, she would have transferred the money without hesitation before. No reply after all this time. Could she really be that short on cash? Or perhaps feeling a bit lightheaded? Shin-chi was growing concerned. He had already written the song Empress for Li Huanga's company. Could it really be insufficient to resolve Li Huanga's predicament? In that case, he might as well hand over the copyright for When Will the Moon Be Clear to Li Huanga as well. Surely, 2 songs should be enough to ease the immediate crisis. To continue enjoying a long-term, healthy, and stable life relying on his wife's wealth, Shin-chi reluctantly sat back down in front of the computer again. Is he going to write another book? Quick, switch the camera angle over to him. Finally, we'll find out if Crazy Maggots in the Sea of Shit or Heavenly Queen's Frenzy is the real work by Shin-chi. My wife and I were indulging in some daytime intimacy. I was fantasizing about Li Huanga, while she was picturing Shin-chi. Yet at the height of passion, we both suddenly stopped, just to see what kind of book Shin-chi had actually written. Li Huanga was so curious that he didn't even wait for Fong Qian and Li Lei to ask, immediately saying, I agree to lock Shin-chi's computer screen. The technical team instantly made adjustments, and the computer screen in front of Shin-chi was immediately projected onto the large screen with crystal clarity. The live stream viewer count surged to 20 million in an instant. Netizens everywhere widened their eyes in shock. To everyone's astonishment, Shin-chi performed a series of operations, yet what appeared on screen wasn't Bama Fiction Network, but Taogu Music Platform. Shin-chi logged into the behind-the-scenes Cooking Disaster account and uploaded the prepared lyrics, composition, and demo recording of When Will the Moon Appear to the Taogu website, along with a price tag, 50,000 yuan. Holy cow! What does this mean? Deliberately selling at a low price to Huanga Entertainment again? The torrent of this man's repressed love is overwhelming. I'm genuinely falling for him. How touching. This is about being an unsung hero, toiling like an old yellow dog behind the dazzling queen of the stage. After 7 abortions, I finally believe in love again. Li Huanga froze, staring at Shin-chi's solemn expression as his heart trembled violently. Only Li Huan knew she had deceived Shin-chi back then, though the company was indeed struggling with their plans to promote new talents and budding pop idols. But it wasn't really a situation where Shin-chi's little contribution made any significant difference. Yet Shin-chi took it to heart. Since Li Huanga didn't transfer the money as promptly as usual, he became convinced that Li Huanga was genuinely in trouble. This was his way of helping Li Huanga. Li Huanga was genuinely moved. How much must he love me? Li Huanga's eyes reddened slightly, feeling as if there was a hard-boiled egg stuck in her throat. The choking sensation was uncomfortable, yet she couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. Touched by the scene, netizens erupted in waves of applause throughout the studio. Yet on the screen, Shin-chi furrowed his brows once more. 50,000, isn't that a bit low? Even if Huanga Entertainment is struggling, they shouldn't be short of this small amount, right? The value of this song far exceeds 50,000. And the profits after its release will definitely be substantial. So, Shin-chi moved his hand to adjust the mouse, then added a 0 after the 5. Price tag, 500,000. Li Huanga's touched expression instantly darkened, her fair little hand wiping away the tears that had just welled up. Shen-chi, Damn it. Ptah, I'm dying of laughter. I witnessed the psycho-emotional transformation of a grown man and inexplicably found it adorable. The towering Shinchi somehow gave off unexpectedly kawaii vibes. Damn, that straight up dazzled me like a flashbang. Bai Qinghe teased sarcastically, just now everyone was wondering how Shinchi managed to earn 6 million yuan in 2 months. Now he casually drops 500,000 yuan like it's nothing. But Shinchi hasn't sold any songs yet, Zhuyi countered. Lin Xiaolu said with a hint of bitterness, could Sister Huanga really not buy it? Li Huanga chuckled. Since you put it that way, I definitely have to buy it now. Both Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe were stunned, their faces instantly darkening. If we truly don't buy it, that would be real comfort. Yet Li Huanga saw through Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu perfectly. Purchasing the song would be the very thing to spoil their mood. Li Huanga immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Fu Qing. Taoji.net, when will the moon be clear? Secured. Fu Qing clicked to apply as soon as Shinchi uploaded the song with the listed price. But then Shinchi changed the price again. Yet, Fu Qing wasn't the slightest bit angry. She replied, not even the tiniest bit can be let go. Speaking of which, Shinchi stirring crap behind the scenes is genuinely hilarious. He thought he was some big shot pulling strings from the shadows, only to get broadcasted live across the entire internet. Damn, that hurts my tits laughing. Li Huanga. In the footage, just as Shinchi finished adjusting the price and was about to stand up, he noticed the account named representing Huanga to collect songs had already clicked the trade request. After the initial screening and transaction, Shinchi felt completely at ease and immediately clicked to approve the application. Seeing the notification on his phone for a deposit of 500,000 yuan, Shinchi grinned from ear to ear. A good song is indeed a good song. Looks like the people from Huanga Entertainment are quite professional, they recognized its worth at a glance. Got to admit, Li Huanga knows how to pick talent. His team isn't just sitting around doing nothing. Fu Qing, overjoyed, gritted her teeth and clenched her small fist. How infuriating. Shinchi felt a momentary surge of happiness, but then frowned again and muttered to himself. 6,500,000 already done, still short 5.5 million. The sooner the better, we must prevent unexpected complications from arising. The barrage exploded once more with dense waves of curiosity. So what should we do next? I've got a feeling this guy is going to cause trouble again. Somehow, it feels like I've wandered into this massive suspense drama orchestrated by Shinchi, and I genuinely want to see how it all ends. Rather than seeing how Shinchi manages to scrape together the money, I'd much rather watch a gangster shootout. After this incident, Fang Qian brought up the previous topic again. How should you respond to Shinchi's message just now, songstress Li Huanga? Li Huanga chuckled and reopened her phone, first transferring 54,000 yuan to Shinchi, then composing a text. The money's been sent. I'll periodically check Xiao Cohen's progress in learning folk instruments. If he doesn't do well, you're responsible for getting the money back from the folk music teacher. On screen, Shinchi let out an oof and jumped up in shock. Made over 50 grand again. Then he actually started singing. I'm so happy. I'm drunk. Today is common folks. Hey, goddamn fucking happy. The barrage of comments was completely flooded with haha across the screen. Then Li Huanga sent another message to Fu Qing. Prepare a complete set of folk instruments and deliver them to my house. Little Cohen wants to learn, and fast. Fu Qing replied immediately. No need to tell me, I'm watching the livestream too, already got everything arranged. Wow, this chemistry is truly enviable. Anchor Fu Qing is such a considerate beauty. Obviously, someone that countless entertainment companies couldn't poach can't be a fool. Just as Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were about to say that Li Huanga had spoiled Shinchi, everyone's attention was drawn once again to Shinchi. Shin Xiaokuan seemed so fired up that he could hardly wait to grab an instrument and start practicing. But Shinchi suddenly threw an arm around Xiaokuan's neck. Xiaokuan desperately wanted to escape, but there was no way out. Hey Xiaokuan, let's talk about something. Let go first. Shin Xiaokuan's face turned red with effort. Shinchi released his hold, grinning mischievously. Call your mom and ask what time she's coming back tonight. What are you planning? Shin Xiaokuan grew wary. Shinchi grinned slyly again, his face full of mischief. If your mom comes back late, I was thinking of inviting a couple friends over for drinks. Shin Xiaokuan was instantly stunned. Oh, you're really something. Shinchi, can't tell who wears the pants in this family anymore, can you? Shinchi was taken aback, those words sounded vaguely familiar. Little Shin Kuan's face turned red with anger. My mom is the ace. I'm the little ace. You're just a 6. Chapter 58, Xingij, he says you're trying to act young. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were inwardly delighted. Sister Huanga, don't you think it's inappropriate for Shinchi to invite 2 men over for drinks at home? Countless examples have proven that when a man starts drowning himself in alcohol, it becomes extremely dangerous. Yes, if Shin-chi loses his job and turns into a drunk, the consequences would be hard to imagine. The two of them stared at Li Huanji with their beautiful big eyes, faces full of concern. Li Huanji let out a moon before saying calmly, "Since it's hard to imagine, then don't imagine it." Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu both froze for a moment, their expressions instantly darkening. A punch landed on cotton, leaving me truly feeling on the verge of depression. The two were still trying to persuade her when Zuoyi curiously asked, "Singing sister, do you really not know who Shin-chi's friends are?" Li Huanga shook her head. She was equally puzzled. The contract clearly stipulated that Shin-chi wasn't allowed to bring people home casually unless for important matters. Given Li Huanga's special status, precautions were necessary not only to prevent leaks concerning the private belongings and information of public figures but also to safeguard company secrets. Has Shin-chi always been this good at handling such matters, or was it all just an illusion? When the diva wasn't home, did Shin-chi frequently bring people over? Shin Xiaokuan was squarely on Li Huang's side, unyielding and completely against Shin-chi bringing people over to drink at home. Shin-chi had no choice but to relent. Without arguing with Shin Xiaokuan, he turned around to make a phone call. I'm really sorry, but tonight's gathering is cancelled. Wait till the day my wife's away on business overnight. I'll treat you all to a proper dinner at a nice place. Shin-chi's somewhat awkward demeanor didn't escape Li Huanji's notice. She was touched by Shin Xiaokuan's consideration for her, yet also felt a pang of sympathy for Shin-chi. If not for having to consider Li Huanji's feelings, Shin-chi wouldn't have needed to act this way. Even social interactions required such cautious handling. Shin-chi was now furious just looking at Shin Xiaokuan. "You little rascal, Xiaokuan, not only did you secretly tell your mom I could write songs, but you're also opposing me at every turn. And you still expect me to teach you instruments? Not a chance." The phone rang again. Someone had sent a message. Shin-chi picked it up and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Fu Qing? Shin-chi naturally recognized Li Huanga's closest girlfriends. To avoid paparazzi, their most private gatherings were usually held at home. Shin-chi's culinary skills were superb enough to surpass restaurant standards. Back when he accidentally kept Fu Qing's contact information, aside from coming to the house to help Li Huanga with documents and such, Fu Qing never contacted Shin-chi. On multiple occasions when Shin-chi prepared meals without disturbing their work or gossip sessions, he even overheard Fu Qing's disparaging remarks about him. Shin-chi wrinkled his nose and began imitating her in a high-pitched voice. "Oh dear, Huanga, even if you weren't going to marry within the industry, you could have at least found someone of equal social standing. I admit Shin-chi is pretty good at cooking, but cooking skills won't put food. Ow. Aside from being handsome, Shin-chi has absolutely nothing to offer." Shin Xiaokuan stared blankly at Shin-chi's exaggerated antics, his mind brimming with confusion. "Would you like to go to the hospital and get checked out?" The live stream audience was puzzled. Li Huanga suppressed a laugh while feeling somewhat awkward, and went on to explain. "Shin-chi is probably imitating Fu Qing. We sometimes gather at home for parties or work discussions, and Shin-chi always cooks for everyone. Fu Qing, she initially did think Shin-chi was a freeloader. Ptah, do you think Fu Qing might be watching the live stream too? Oh, she's definitely watching." As Huan Gu Tianho's closest confidant and practically the second in command at Huan Gu Entertainment, Fu Qing would absolutely be tuning in. I bet Fu Qing's gonna yell, "This makes my boobs hurt from anger," again in her typical dramatic fashion. "Oh, let me massage it for you." Fu Qing sat in the car, watching Shin-chi imitate her on screen, gnashing her teeth in anger. "Oh, you're something else, Shin-chi. I never realized you bore such a grudge against me. What's wrong with saying a few bad words about you? I'm Huanga's sworn sister, can't I speak up for her injustice for a couple of sentences? I was just starting to change my opinion of you." Fu Qing puffed out her cheeks. "Just you wait. Xiaokuan, your mom sent someone to deliver instruments, they should be here in about 10 minutes. "Really?" Shin Xiaokuan couldn't wait any longer, lifting his leg to dash outside and wait. But Shin-chi abruptly grabbed hold of Shin Xiaokuan, glancing around exaggeratedly as if afraid someone might overhear. "Listen here now, that woman delivering the instruments has a terrible temper. You'd better watch your words with her." Shin Xiaokuan froze for a moment, her little face immediately darkening. "You mean Ching Gij?" "Ching Gij?" Shin-chi was baffled. "You know her?" "Yeah," Shin Xiaokuan said with a dark expression. "Every time mom came to see me, she was with Ching Gij. She told me to call her Ching Gij." Shin-chi let out a dismissive humph. "Pretending to be young. Fu Qing's beauty blogger account is literally called Princess Qing. Princess Qing is naturally youthful, so how is this pretending? Princess Qing is notoriously temperamental. Shin-chi, who's just a kept man, probably ranks lower in the heavenly songstress heart than Princess Qing does. Isn't it obvious? A woman's heart has a ranking system, parents first, then younger brother, best girlfriend, male best friend, the family dog, and somewhere way down the list comes the damn man." Shin Xiaokuan immediately flushed with rage and shouted, You're not allowed to badmouth Princess Qing. Aside from my mom, she's the kindest person to me in this whole world. Shin-Chi was utterly dumbfounded. You little brat. I feed you every day, clean up after you, care for you day and night, and in your heart, I'm still not as good as Fu Qing? No, you're not. Shin Xiaokuan shot Shin-Chi a glare and stormed out the door. Shin-Chi stomped his feet in frustration. Before long, the sound of a car parking came from outside the door, followed by Shin Xiaokuan's excited cry upon seeing Fu Qing. Shane Gidge, oh my, Xiaokuan, have you missed me? I have. Shin-Chi rolled his eyes inside the house. Fu Qing's burgundy waves fluttered in the wind. She wore a fitted white blouse, and her long legs stretched out from the pencil skirt of her professional attire, sheathed in black stockings, with a pair of exquisite red high heels on her feet. This was her most signature dressing style. Hiss, the stunning Fu Qing is just too sexy. These legs are longer than my lifespan. Only 4 words echo in my mind now, mortal calamity incarnate. By the time Shin-Chi pushed open the door, he had already adopted a gentle and polite demeanor, immediately calling out, My oh my, to trouble President Fu to make this special trip, I'm truly terribly sorry. You just had to say the word, and I would have driven over to pick it up myself. Fu Qing's expression visibly darkened as she replied coldly, I don't have the clout to boss around a heavenly queen's husband. Shin-Chi was taken aback, thinking to himself, is she on her period? Shin Xiaokuan clung to Fu Qing's leg, pointing angrily at Shin-Chi. Qing-Gidge, he just said you were acting like a teenager. Chapter 59 No insults for Qing-Gidge. Beat him up. Shin-Chi's face instantly froze in embarrassment. Xiaokuan, how can a child lie like that? President Fu was Mommy's right hand, her closest friend. I've always held President Fu in the highest regard. This woman was the investor's best friend, the one who helped make money for the investor, and to some extent, she facilitated Shin-Chi becoming a kept man. So try not to offend them. President Fu, children say the darndest things, please don't take it seriously. Shin-Chi chuckled nervously with an awkward smile. Fu Qing let out a cold snort. If I hadn't known the truth already, I might have actually believed your nonsense. What does talent matter? A lazy good-for-nothing who just lives off his wife. Fu Qing was well aware that Shin-Chi's identity shouldn't be exposed, so she came alone to deliver the musical instrument. She didn't want to engage with Shin-Chi, merely jerking her chin toward the business van with a hint of annoyance. Shin-Chi's observational skills, honed during his time with Li Huanga, immediately came into play. Come inside where it's cool, let me handle such trivial matters. Song Huan, I've got some questions about this part. Bai Qing has stared at Li Huanji with wide, inquisitive eyes. As the husband of a diva and CEO at your level, doesn't Shin-Chi seem somewhat humble in front of your friends? Absolutely. Lin Xiaolu nodded. If it were just a case of Huanga's family dynamic favoring strong women over men, everyone could easily understand that. But Shin-Chi's subservient demeanor in front of outsiders, that really puzzles me. Come to think of it, that does seem to be the case. At the very least, he's still the man of the house. Even if he's living off his wife's wealth, shouldn't he at least maintain some dignity in front of the songstress's subordinates? Something really feels off about this. Could it be that the songstress is oppressing him at home? Or does she simply have no affection for Shin-Chi at all? Zhua Yi looked at Li Huanga with suspicion. Li Huanga narrowed her eyes, clearly discerning Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's intentions. They deliberately fabricated marital conflicts, aiming to trample Shin-Chi's status as low as possible, making public opinion perceive Li Huanga as domineering and heartless. The methods are quite sophisticated, but that's about it. Li Huanga smiled faintly and said, he loves me, so he maintains respect for everything related to me, that's how we interact. Similarly, I deeply respect Shin-Chi too, it's just that our ways of expressing it differ. Those who understand my explanation must truly know love, and those who don't, well, Zhua Yi immediately took the lead in applauding. The screen was flooded with waves of supportive bullet comments. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were seething with resentment. Li Huanga was simply too persistent. How could such nonsense make sense? Yet they couldn't even argue back. After all, nobody wanted to be accused of not understanding love. In the frame, Shin-Chi carried several black leather suitcases into the living room. Shin Xiaokuan wouldn't let Fu Qing leave, pulling her aside to whisper secrets. The two kept glancing at Shin-Chi occasionally, their expressions practically spelling out, we're gossiping about you. Shin-Chi didn't seem to care at all. Absently, he opened one of the suitcases, gently stroking the arrow inside before giving a small nod of approval. He opened the second suitcase, revealing an exquisitely crafted suona. He ran his fingers over it thoughtfully before nodding again. From the looks of it, Shin-Chi seems quite knowledgeable about these musical instruments. Are you saying someone who doesn't understand could compose a folk version of When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright for the old baby band? Not necessarily. After all, Shin-Chi didn't actually play them, maybe he just understands the theory? Zhua Yi was very curious, but she didn't ask Li Huanga. It seemed like every time she asked Li Huanga wouldn't know. Could it be that he pretends to understand when he doesn't? Bai Qinghe asked. Xinshi told Xiao Kuan that human energy is limited, perhaps even Xinshi doesn't have the energy to learn so many things. I imagine Xinshi definitely wouldn't know how to play these folk instruments either, Lin Xiaolu added. Zhuai Yi gently shook her head. When I was coaching some elderly folks during rehearsals earlier, I could tell Xinshi probably knows how to play. Besides, there's a certain light in his eyes as he looks at these instruments now. I'm very familiar with that light. My grandfather used to be a folk musician, and his eyes had the same gleam when he saw excellent traditional instruments. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu scoffed contemptuously. That sounds quite mysterious. Li Huanga also noticed the light in Xinshi's eyes, and on his face, he saw something indescribable. Desire? Xinshi's heart was truly burning with passion at this moment. Memories from his past life stirred within him, brewing an impulse to play music. Xinshi stole a glance at Fu Qing and Xin Xiaokuan, noticing both were looking at him. Clearly Xiaokuan had whispered something to Fu Qing again. Do you know how to play these instruments? Fu Qing asked with skepticism in her voice. Xinshi's head shook nonstop like a roly-poly toy. I don't know how, and I hate these ancient instruments the most. Suddenly, a striking red bullet comment appeared at the top of the live stream screen. These instruments are all treasures of our Chinese culture. It's a pity they've all fallen into decline now. The younger generation prefers Western instruments, and no one carries on the folk traditions of our Chinese heritage anymore. Pitiful, tragic, regrettable. The barrage was flooded with question marks, everyone speculating about who this person might be. This guy was clearly no spring chicken, and obviously an online guest invited by the show's production team. Li Lei quickly explained. This is Mr. Liang Shang, our renowned master of traditional Chinese folk music and president of the Chinese Folk Arts Association. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu almost burst out laughing. The show's about to begin. Zhuai Yi and Li Huanga immediately grew worried. Damn, Xinshi seems to have offended Professor Liang. Professor Liang's temper is notoriously fiery. He absolutely won't tolerate anyone disparaging folk music. Even songstress Huanga respects Professor Liang Sheng deeply. Isn't Xinshi just stirring up trouble and inviting backlash for Huanga? To be honest, folk music isn't really popular these days, so it's normal that Xinshi doesn't know it either. Fu Qing's gaze held a trace of scrutiny as she looked at Xinshi. But Xiao Kuan said you could. Xinshi glared at Xin Xiaokuan and forced a smile. Ah, kids just love to lie. Why don't you ask him if he actually saw me perform? Xin Xiaokuan shook his head. Fu Qing sneered. What do I care whether you can or can't? If you can't, then stop coaching. Xiaokuan wouldn't want you leading the child astray. Xinxi's face darkened upon hearing these words. Though Xin Xiaokuan wasn't his biological child, Xinxi was now legally recognized as Xiaokuan's father. As a man, Xinxi couldn't tolerate this. What nonsense are you spouting? How am I leading the child astray? Tell me, is Xiaokuan my son or yours? Fu Qing was taken aback, suddenly realizing Xin Xiaokuan didn't know the truth about the adoption. She truly couldn't say anything, otherwise with Xin Xiaokuan's intelligence level, he might easily deduce something. Xinxi was behaving exactly like someone educating his own son. For Fu Qing to say anything more would be inappropriate for her position. This nearly drove the hot-tempered Fu Qing mad with frustration. Both of them understood the situation perfectly well, and Fu Qing shot Xinxi a fierce glare. Xinxi chuckled. Do you still think I'm the same person I used to be? Now that I know Li Huanga likes me, if we really get into it, who do you think Li Huanga would side with? Xiao Kuan is my son. What gives you the right to boss me around in my own home? I'm the man of this house, your boss's husband. Show some respect. Fu Qing was utterly shocked. Since when did Xinxi become so bold? Who exactly gave him the courage? As if I don't know yours is a contractual marriage? Why didn't Huanga tell me anything? Yet Fu Qing knew everything but couldn't say a word about it. At this moment, Fu Qing wanted nothing more than to find all the surveillance cameras in the room, cover them with cloth, then strangle Xinxi to death with her black stockings. Xin Xiaokuan stood up with clenched teeth and declared fiercely, Princess Qing, I absolutely won't let anyone speak ill of you. Beat him. Chapter 60. I'm trying to discuss knowledge with you. Are you kidding me right now? Hit him. Xin Xiaokuan angrily waved his hand, and countless responded in kind. Hit him. Hit him. Don't hit his face. That face is my sleeping aid now. Doesn't this feel a bit off? Xiao Kuan is Xinxi's son now. Poor Xinxi, even his own son won't help him. Bai Qing had tilted her head slightly, leaning closer to Lin Xiaolu as she whispered in an extremely soft voice. Xiao Kuan seems to have deeper feelings for Fu Qing than even for Xinxi. Don't you think that's a bit odd? Lin Xiaolu nodded. Indeed, if Xiao Kuan lost certain memories after the car accident, theoretically speaking, after implanting the idea that Xinxi is his father, even if he couldn't achieve the intimacy of a biological child, it shouldn't be more distant than with a complete stranger, right? Bai Qinghe wholeheartedly agreed. I did think it was a bit strange, but your analysis is absolutely right. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help letting out a faint chuckle at the time. Huangji, there's clearly something wrong with Xiao Kuan's attitude towards Xinxi. Since you've adopted him, You really should teach him to respect his elders properly. Bai Qinghe nodded slightly. Li Huanga glanced at Lin Xiaolu and also nodded. Of course, I hope Xiao Kuan will truly regard Shinchi as his father, but since we've only just brought him home, the sense of distance from not having blood ties still needs to gradually close over time. And Fu Qing always went with me to visit Xiao Kuan, so they became quite close. Lin Xiaolu wanted to say more, but suddenly noticed comments on the live stream mentioning her son's gaming behavior and insults, promptly closing her mouth. On screen, Fu Qing quickly stopped Shin Xiaokuan, but Fu Qing couldn't keep things to herself. Watching the live stream of Shin Chi's rehearsal with the old baby band, she kept feeling Shin Chi had some expertise in folk instruments. Are you really incapable? Absolutely not. Shin Chi stiffened his neck in defiance. What's wrong with you? Is it a crime that I can't play these instruments? Fu Qing was once again left speechless, clenching her teeth slightly. Shin Chi, however, grew somewhat smug. It seemed this woman's previous temper had been an act. Now that I stood firm, she softened. Best friends share everything, and Shin Chi suspected Li Huanga had revealed her true feelings about him to Fu Qing. So Fu Qing came to her senses and didn't dare to confront Shin Chi head-on anymore. Fu Qing had really wanted to expose Shin Chi's talents. She even considered signing him to Huanga Entertainment. She just started changing her opinion of him, but then this meeting happened. It would have been better if they hadn't met at all. I've got things to do, I have to go now, Xiaokuan. Shin Xiaokuan looked reluctant. Shin Chi grew more irritated the longer he looked, turning away to sit by the computer instead. Fu Qing had barely taken half a step out the door when she retracted her foot. What are you doing? Isn't Qinggij being a bit obvious? She might as well shove her face right into Shin Chi's. Obviously, if you saw Shin Chi sitting by the computer, wouldn't you wonder if she wrote The Frenzied Maggots in the Sea of Shit? That novel my diva wife grinds nonstop while I slack off livestreamed for the whole internet definitely wasn't written by Shin Chi. I binge read it cover to cover. Everyone should check it out. The writing's just as good as The Frenzied Maggots in the Sea of Shit. Hopefully, Princess Qing will expose Shin Chi's secrets. I didn't do anything, Shin Chi retorted angrily. Are you leaving or not? Why aren't you leaving yet? Fu Qing not only stayed put but actually stepped closer, her eyes locked onto the computer screen. At what she saw, Fu Qing couldn't help but be stunned. On the web page's search bar, Shin Chi had typed out a line of text, how to make an adult heart convinced and sincerely submit. Likewise, this sentence was simultaneously broadcast in the livestream and displayed on the large screen in the studio. Everyone was puzzled. Zhuyi asked, Sister Huanga, what does adult shit mean? Li Huanga shook her head. I've never heard of such a term before. Bai Qing had glanced at Lin Xiaolu, whose eyes began to glint with playful mischief. Adult shit? That doesn't sound like a compliment, Lin Xiaolu remarked coolly. Li Huanga gave a soft aham and nodded in agreement. Shin Chi is really too impolite, worse in manners than Tao Tao at most just scolds ache. Lin Xiaolu nearly didn't react in time, feeling like he might cough up a lifetime's worth of blood in that instant. Put. Zhuyi moved as fast as lightning, immediately collapsing onto the table in front of her. Then it started vibrating mode. The Songbird Queen's one sentence completely wrecked actress Lin. Don't get it, can't even educate your own son properly, yet always trying to lecture someone else's husband? Actress Bai would never say such things. Actress Bai is still the better one. I was almost over the whole being criticized thing, and now you're bringing it up again? I hate Huanga. What is grown-up poop? Fu Qing was genuinely curious now. Shin Chi glanced at Shin Xiaokuan, who was engrossed in studying musical instruments, and began explaining in a hushed voice. I'm a dimensional traveler. My hometown is on a distant planet, a blue world where 70% of its surface is covered by ocean. A screen full of question marks. Fu Qing's beautiful face visibly darkened in an instant. I asked you a question, and you're giving me this bullshit? That's really not the case. Shin Chi shook his head repeatedly. At most, it's just a bit more build-up. Hurry up and say it. Fu Qing snapped angrily. Adult poop is a saying from my hometown, referring to precocious children, like grown-ups doing there. Fu Qing immediately wrinkled her brows. Shin Chi also seemed to find it rather revolting and hastily added, that means the child is quite intelligent and precocious, with an adult-like way of thinking, not easy to trick. You know Xiao Kuan too. He's a pitiable child, and Huanga and I want to give him a complete home. The first step, of course, is to make him obey me. Tell me, how many boys in this world don't listen to their fathers when they're young? I only have Xiao Kuan's best interests at heart. Fu Qing stared blankly at Shin Chi's earnest face and realized he was right. But upon closer thought, something seemed slightly off. After thinking it over again, it suddenly felt perfectly right. Really? It absolutely must be true. Shin Chi glanced at Shin Xiaokuan again and lowered his voice. Think about it, with Xiaokuan's brains, he'd easily stumble upon things Huanga doesn't want him to know. Huanga's always busy outside, so I'm the one stuck with the heavy responsibility of raising the kid at home. Sure, it's exhausting, but I guess I'll just bite the bullet, huh? Whatever. Fu Qing quickly waved her hand. So just what are you trying to say? Shinshi said, since I spend the most time with Xiao Kuan, I need to do my research and gather all kinds of parenting tips to deal with this clever little poop machine. Fu Qing finally grasped the whole situation. Wow. That was like reading a whole book, my brain is completely fried. Then what have you figured out? Shinshi frowned, looking solemnly serious as he said, I haven't figured out anything at all. Fu Qing was furious again, no one in this world dared to deceive her like this to her face. So I'm trying to discuss knowledge with you, and you're still spinning nonsense here? Shinshi nodded. When you realize it, you've already realized it. Fu Qing started rolling up her sleeves. Hey, that really gets my temper going. Ha. First time seeing the usually composed Chinggich so frustrated like this. Shinshi is truly a role model for our generation, refusing to bow to oppressive forces. Stay out of my way. Anyone who dares bully my wife is going to get chopped. Can you believe a house husband has this kind of capability? I'm understanding Shinshi less and less. I'm convinced there's more to him. Chapter 61. Feng Shi's visit leaves Shinshi completely unraveled. In the studio, Zhuo Yi's hearty laughter echoed continuously. Li Huanga couldn't help it either, covering his mouth as he kept laughing. I'm too familiar with Fu Qing, this is the first time I've ever seen Fu Qing admit defeat. Fu Qing's reputation was formidable, and both Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were well acquainted with certain aspects concerning her. The CEO of Brilliant Entertainment, where Bai Qinghe worked, was very impressed with Fu Qing and wanted to poach her for their company. However, Fu Qing refused. The chairman of Brilliant Entertainment sent his son, who took a liking to Fu Qing at first sight but ended up being reduced to tears by her words alone. Now, with just a few remarks, Shinshi managed to put Fu Qing at a disadvantage, instantly spreading an air of astonishment throughout the live streaming room. Role model for our generation. The praises kept coming without end. Why does Shinshi seem anything but simple no matter how you look at him? At this moment, Shinshi secretly rejoiced. It felt like he'd finally stood his ground. Not even Fu Qing could do it, except for Li Huanga. Who else? Suddenly, DUI did a do-do-do-ijui-do-ijui. A startlingly loud Swana blast made Shinshi and Fu Qing jump in unison. They saw Shin Xiaokuan holding the Swana, blowing with all his might. Though it was his first attempt, Xiaokuan carried himself like a natural. The melody was off-key yet somehow suggested underlying talent. Unable to help themselves, Shinshi and Fu Qing exchanged glances before speaking simultaneously. Has he studied it? Has he studied it? They froze simultaneously, then shook their heads in unison. Never. No. Broadcasting studio. Huanga, little Kuan plays pretty well, doesn't he? Do you think Shinshi and Chinggich don't know Kuan has learned this before? Zhuo Yi asked. Li Huanga didn't know how many times he had shaken his head already. Absolutely not. Bai Qinghe slightly furrowed her brows. Xiao Kuan seems to really love music. Could he have secretly learned it on his own? Li Huanga shook his head again. If he had learned it before age 3, then forget what I just said. That's strange. Lin Xiaolu immediately responded. I completely understand why Huanga wants everyone to think Xiaokuan is clever, but shouldn't we at least stick to the facts? Li Huanga didn't even glance at Lin Xiaolu, deliberately ignoring her as she said, many instruments share common principles. Since Xiaokuan can play the saxophone and other wind instruments, that's likely the reason. Zhuo Yi suddenly had a flash of understanding. Exactly. It's like someone who can play the people will learn the guitar much faster. Xiao Kuan's musical talent is truly remarkable. Like I said before, kids shouldn't learn musical instruments, it just makes us adults look useless. Give me a dozen sons like Xiao Kuan. Whoa, my mom beat me up again and said she'll take me to the household registration office tomorrow to change my name to Jidakuan. As the saying goes, dragons breed dragons and phoenixes breed phoenixes. Huang Ji's adopted child knows how to burrow. Shin Xiaokuan seemed a tad embarrassed. He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. First time playing, don't laugh at me, alright? I've been watching tutorial videos on introductory folk musical instruments all day. Fu Qing immediately started praising him. That's impressive. Shinshi seemed to understand Li Huanga better now. As a musician, it was perfectly natural for Li Huanga to appreciate children with musical talent. The kid was pretty great, aside from being a bit foul-tempered, prematurely mature, hard to fool, and lacking respect for his father. By the way, when is Fu Qing leaving? Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Shinshi was taken aback and immediately headed for the door. Fu Qing suddenly recalled the woman neighbor who appeared in today's live broadcast, then remembered the band that had visited Li Huanga's house earlier, and also thought about Shinshi's invitation for 2 people to come over for drinks. Shin Xiaokuan immediately shouted, he might be going out to collude with whoever's coming. Fu Qing and Shin Xiaokuan immediately took off running after him. Outside the courtyard gate by the fence stood 2 old men. One was Wang Dahai from the old baby band who had visited before. The other was dressed in loose-fitting Chinese-style attire, with graying hair, a vigorous spirit, and an air that immediately marked him as somewhat extraordinary. The barrage of comments suddenly went even crazier. Holy shit, it's Mr. Fongshi. Professor Fongshi, a renowned expert in Chinese calligraphy, painting, poetry, literature and history. Never expected him to arrive right after greeting the songbird queen. Is he here to discuss when will the moon be clear and bright? Professor Fongshi holds this poem in extraordinarily high regard, and even humbly said he's learning from Xinqi. I'm stunned, I thought it was a joke. This just shows how phenomenal Xinqi's lyrics are. Lin Xiaolu pursed her red lips, her face full of disbelief. She actually went? I thought it was just for show. Bai Qinghe felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy. Husband Liang Bin also had a fondness for such things, and Bai Qinghe planned to showcase this during the second live broadcast from their home. Who would have thought Fongshi would actually go look for Xinqi? TSK. Mr. Fengshi's dedication to the art of poetry is truly admirable, Bai Qinghe said with a smile. Li Huanga truly hadn't expected this. She'd assumed Fongshi had only said those things out of partial consideration for director Hong Tao's reputation. Even if it's true, surely you don't need to go this quickly? Even if coincidentally in the same city, isn't it a bit too eager for an expert of your stature? But Li Huanga had to admit she was thrilled. Xin Xiaoquan's little face clearly showed displeasure. Didn't a bunch of people come today already? My mom doesn't like strangers coming to our house. Xin Xiaoquan was about to speak when Fu Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, Mr. Fongshi, you actually came?" Fongshi froze, quickly shooting Fu Qing a meaningful look. Only after the initial shock did Fu Qing realize she had misspoken. She hurriedly turned her gaze toward Xinqi. Xinqi asked with confusion, "You knew this white-bearded old man was coming? By the way, who is this old man? Why did you invite him?" "Xinqi, do you know who he is?" "Xiao Cohen will study using his textbooks from elementary school all the way through college." Princess Cheng knew Fongshi was coming, but Xinqi had no idea. They wouldn't expose the livestream, would they? It's over. We're going to miss the most authentic livestream. I'm so upset. Fu Qing hastily came up with an excuse in her panic. Huanga asked Mr. Fongshi to come. Wang Dahai smiled at Xinqi and said, "Xiaoshen, Fongshi is an old friend of mine. When he came looking for you, I brought him right over. I've got to go to rehearsal, so I'll head out first, alright? Honestly, Xiaoshen, that composition you wrote is truly remarkable. Just the other day, you demonstrated it with the flute, arrow, guzheng, pipa, and swana for us. After all these years of practice, we still feel humbled by your skills. As the saying goes, you're never too old to learn, keep learning until you die. I'd better hurry back to practice. See you later." Wang Dahai left, leaving Xinqi in disarray. Fongshi was about to greet Xinqi when he noticed something was off with Xinqi's expression. Fu Qing and Xin Xiaoquan wore cold smiles, their faces darkened. Xinqi scratched his head awkwardly. He. Old Wang is great in every way, except he sometimes mixes people up. The one demonstrating those musical instruments definitely wasn't me. Fu Qing and Xin Xiaoquan were still sneering. The livestream chat erupted in laughter. Xinqi quickly changed the subject by pointing at Fongshi and asking, "Speaking of which, why did Huanga ask this uncle to come?" Fongshi had completely shed his usual seriousness, his face full of admiration as he stepped forward to shake Xinqi's hand. "Hello there, Xiaoshen. I heard Wang Dahai and the others singing that song, When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright, and came to visit uninvited, drawn by your reputation. Truly, the waves behind drive on those before. What profound mastery of poetry for someone so young." Xinqi hurriedly interrupted, glancing alternately at Fu Qing and Fongshi. "Did you come because of old man Wang, or because Huanga called you?" Fu Qing and Fongshi were momentarily at a loss for words. They say Fu Qing's the clever one. Her delicate brows suddenly knitted tightly. "Xinqi, did you write a song called When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright? Oh my god, you can write songs? Does Huanga know about this?" The situation instantly reversed as Xinqi grabbed Xin Xiaoquan by the collar, furiously demanding, "You're something else, Xin Xiaoquan. You've betrayed me again." Chapter 62. Actually, that song was plagiarized. Villa, living room. The atmosphere was slightly eerie. Fu Qing had intended to leave but cancelled her company matters to stay. What's more entertaining than watching a live stream, a live show in person? Fu Qing pulled Xin Xiaoquan to sit beside her, quietly awaiting Xinqi's spectacle. "Old Mr. Fong." Xinqi had barely uttered the words when he realized it might not have been entirely appropriate. Fongshi paid no mind to such trivialities, smiling warmly as he said, "Little Shen, When Will the Bright Moon Appear is truly a celestial masterpiece. I came specially to verify, was this lyrical poem truly written by your own hand?" Xinqi stealthily glanced at Fu Qing. Elder Fong, since you've come all the way to my home, I suppose I should come clean. This poem was actually plagiarized. Holy shit, major scoop. Shameless. But, Brother Qi never explicitly said he wrote it, right? Wasn't it all just the uncles and aunties saying so? Not denying is the same as admitting. Xinqi has ulterior motives. This is outright plagiarism. In the studio, Li Huanga grew slightly anxious. The core issue now was the pressure of public opinion. If Xinqi had lied deliberately out of consideration for Fu Qing, the consequences would be severe. As the husband of Li Huanga, a female entertainment company CEO, being confirmed as a plagiarist would create massive repercussions. Moreover, Li Huanga wanted Xinqi to showcase his talents. What woman wouldn't want her husband to be dazzling and outstanding? Even if it was just a contractual marriage, in the public's eye, Xinqi was Li Huanga's husband. Host. Li Huanga suddenly stood up, his expression turning slightly serious. I understand Xinqi, he dislikes being in the public eye and prefers to remain an ordinary person. That's why he lied about not being the one who wrote the lyrics to When Will the Bright Moon Appear. To present the most truthful account, I request to make a phone call to Fu Qing. Fang Qian and Li Lei froze for a moment, exchanging glances. The command from Hong Tao immediately came through the earpiece. Agree to her request. Fu Qing took out her phone and was slightly surprised to see it was Li Huanga calling. Isn't this supposed to be at the studio program location? Fu Qing keenly sensed the importance of this call, answering the phone while walking toward the door. Is something wrong? Li Huanga's tone was extremely serious and composed. Don't let him lie. Fu Qing froze for a split second, then immediately understood. Leave it to me. Before she even reached the door, the call had ended. Fu Qing turned back and sat down beside Qin Xiaokuan again. Watching this scene, Bai Qinghe's eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly. Lin Xiaolu looked at Bai Qinghe with a trace of doubt, to which Bai Qinghe responded with a slight shake of her head. This poem was actually plagiarized by me. Xinqi finished speaking with a serious expression, and a trace of disappointment surfaced on Fang Shi's face, though his tone remained polite. As far as I know, this poem has never appeared in Huaxia before. Could you tell me where you obtained it from? Xinqi secretly glanced at Fu Qing again. Woman, are you planning to stick around and not leave? Xinqi racked his brains, but couldn't find the right words for the moment. Fang Shi seemed to sense something. Are you hiding some unspeakable difficulty? Unspeakable difficulty? No, absolutely not. Xinqi responded immediately. Actually, it was something Chang'e recited in my dream, and I just memorized it. A glimmer of inspiration immediately sparkled in Fang Shi's eyes. Then this poem must be your creation. Throughout history, many great talents have experienced this too. Works received in dreams are actually another manifestation of one's cultural refinement. Is that so? Xinqi was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, this old man is truly bizarre. Do all people in the cultural industry have such a knack for digging up others' family graves? Fu Qing laughed. Seems like I don't need to step in. Xinqi felt utterly exhausted, afraid of getting tangled in any sort of trouble. But When Will the Moon Come has already been sold to Huanga Entertainment. Wouldn't this be equivalent to telling Li Huanga and Fu Qing that I'm the one stirring the pot behind the scenes? Dangerous. Xinqi realized he had acted rashly. For a mere 500,000, he had landed himself in such a predicament. This completely went against Xinqi's original intention when he arrived in this world. If he had known things would turn out this way, he should have just set the price at 6 million yuan and earned all the money he needed at once. It really wasn't written by me, let me be completely honest. Neither the lyrics nor the composition of When Will the Moon Be Clear were actually written by me. With a completely serious face, Xinqi said, I came by it accidentally, but the person made me swear not to reveal their identity no matter what. So, this explanation was convincing enough to make Fang Shi believe most of it, and Xinqi couldn't help but feel slightly relieved. Fu Qing let out a cold sneer. What a tough mouth. Fu Qing stood up and walked over to Xinqi, whispering, Huanga knows about this. She said if you tell the truth, she can make you a permanent employee. Xinqi's mouth fell open as he turned to look at Fu Qing, his face filled with disbelief. Promotion? Has the dream become reality? Wait up. Xinqi glanced at Qin Xiaokuan once more before shifting his gaze back to Fu Qing. Qin Xiaokuan is such a little traitor. Fu Qing and Li Huanga are practically joined at the hip. Li Huanga even used her feminine charms to trick Xinqi into writing songs for her. You can't trust a single one of these people. Xinqi kept shaking his head in disbelief. No. I really didn't write it. Fang Shi always felt something was off about Xinqi and Fu Qing. What a shame. Fu Qing gritted her teeth and whispered again. Huanggu has been searching for the creator of this song. The song was sold too cheaply, and Huanggu felt bad about it. She said she wants to compensate the creator. 1 million yuan. A full 1 million yuan. Xinqi was stunned once again. Between selling the song and persuading Li Huanggu to enroll Qin Xiaokuan in classes, he'd only made 550,000 yuan so far. He was still 5.45 million short of the 6 million target. Another million. I told you, it really wasn't me who wrote it. Xinqi shook his head vigorously like a child's rattledrum once more. You know me well, I'm just a house husband, a kept man. If I had that kind of ability, would I still be living off my wife? I doubt there's any man in this world who actually enjoys mooching off a woman. His words were spoken with such sincere conviction that even Fu Qing, in her stunned state, found herself believing most of it. Could it really not have been written by him? What about Empress? What about Dark Dark Night? Are those plagiarized too? Feng Shi sighed deeply, his face full of disappointment as he said, "Then pardon my intrusion." He rose with an apologetic murmur and headed for the door. Fu Qing hastily stood to see him out. "I'm convinced now, Shinshi being a house husband makes no sense no matter how you look at it. Then it definitely wasn't written by Shinshi. A million could buy my life at this point. If Shinshi were this desperate for money and had written it, he'd definitely have admitted it by now. I hate plagiarism dogs more than anything." Li Huanga momentarily froze, his heart sinking with sudden foreboding. A glint of mischievous delight flashed in by his eyes. "Sister Huanga, don't be disheartened. It's completely understandable that Shinshi couldn't write such poetry. For Master Feng Shi to call it a timeless masterpiece that couldn't possibly have come from Shinshi's hand, I truly think there's no need." Li Huanga displayed a rare flicker of anger. "Me, disheartened? I'm telling you, this poem was written by Shinshi." Chapter 63, not a word about knowing her own husband was streaming. Li Huanga's tone was harsh, but Bai Qinghe didn't seem bothered in the slightest. "Let the fury rage on. Show your bad side to the audience." But Lin Xiaolu was displeased. "What? You, Li Huanga, got everything, and now you even have to make your husband better than ours? But Shinshi himself admitted to plagiarism, and Sister Huanga can't provide evidence. Are we really expected to just take her word for it without proof?" Li Huanga sneered inwardly as he looked at Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe. These two were of one mind. Lin Xiaolu was more straightforward than Bai Qinghe, while Bai Qinghe was more insidious than Lin Xiaolu. They had sensed Shinshi's dilemma and were using it to steer public opinion. "So, you're implying I'm shamelessly glorifying my husband, is that it?" Bai Qinghe smiled faintly without saying anything. Lin Xiaolu, however, countered directly, "Isn't this obvious?" "Good." Li Huanga nodded. "If this song was truly written by Shinshi, how do you think netizens would view your suspicions?" "Deliberate. Calculating." Lin Xiaolu was about to say something more when she felt Bai Qinghe kick her under the table. Could it be? Though Lin Xiaolu had a straightforward personality, any woman who'd risen to become an award-winning actress was nobody's fool. During 4 consecutive days of live streaming, many netizens have already accused the two of targeting Li Huanga's family. The bright moon, when will it come? Currently the internet's focal point, has even drawn out Feng Shi, who paid a personal visit demonstrating the show's explosive popularity. If it's ultimately confirmed that Shinshi wrote it, their scheming depths would be irrefutably proven. "We were just doing it for the show's effect." Lin Xiaolu quickly corrected herself. Li Huanga waved his hand to cut her off. "Don't speak. They're arguing. How exciting." Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe combined don't seem to be a match for the joyful song diva. Nonsense. The songbird queen has far greater popularity, and she's a capital heavyweight herself. They're not even in the same league. Regardless, this is still a variety show. What's the point of constantly badmouthing her husband on camera? Though they're quarreling, it's not a full-blown feud. What I'm anticipating goes way beyond this. Feng Qian and Li Lei stepped forward to mediate, and all eyes returned to the live broadcast screen. Fu Qing watched Feng Shi leave, her heart burning with rage. The task Huan Gu had entrusted to her, Fu Qing had failed to complete it. Shinshi deliberately remained in deep slumber, making it impossible for Fu Qing to wake him no matter what she tried. "Very well, may the blue mountains remain evergreen and the clear rivers flow forever." Fu Qing gritted her teeth as she spat these words at Shinshi, then click-clacked her way out in her high heels. Shin Xiaokuan shot Shinshi a glare before chasing after her. Left alone in the villa, Shinshi finally relaxed his taut nerves and let out a long exhale. "Phew, that scared me to death. That was close, almost gave myself away." "Ha, doesn't this prove the truth then?" "Exactly, this was written by Shinshi all along, he's just concealing himself." "But the singing diva Ko Huan couldn't provide evidence that the song was written by Shinshi. Now that's awkward. Something feels off about this, yet it makes perfect sense." Shinshi frowned and carefully considered the matter, analyzing it like a detective cracking a case. The only ones who truly know the truth are Shin Xiaokuan and the 4 elderly members of the old baby band. Judging by Shin Xiaokuan's reaction just now, it definitely wasn't him who spilled the beans. That leaves only old Wang then. Fuming with anger, Shinshi took out his phone and called Wang Dahai. "Old Wang, you've broken our agreement. When I handed over When Will the Moon Be Clear to help you old buddies out, we made it crystal clear you weren't to tell anyone I wrote that song." "Ha, I didn't tell anyone else, only the 4 of us know about it." "That can't be right. How did Feng Shi find out then?" "Feng Shi knows about it?" Shinshi was stunned. Wang Dahai continued, "We're old friends. He came straight to me saying he wanted to find you, so I just took him to you." "Then why did you mention that piece when you left? Why bring up that I play folk instruments?" I mentioned the piece but never specified it was When Will the Moon Be Clear? And you never told me I couldn't mention the folk instruments thing either. Shen-Chi was rendered speechless. Old Wang, you really gotta be more careful next time. After hanging up the phone, Shen-Chi sank back into contemplation. Oh no, I think Shen-Chi is about to realize we've been spying on him. Please, can someone give Shen-Chi a believable but fake excuse? I don't want him finding out about the live stream. Now there's no choice but to sacrifice Xiaokuan. Yeah, right. The only plausible explanation now has to come from Xiaokuan's mouth. In the studio, Lin Xiaolu's face was visibly grim. The scenes just now have completely convinced the public that Shen-Chi is indeed the author of When Will the Moon Be Clear? In moments of complete solitude, one's truest self often reveals the undeniable truth. Lin Xiaolu chose to keep silent. Li Huanga seemed to glance intentionally or unintentionally at Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu's heart tightened, and her inner wariness towards Li Huanga began to stir. Meanwhile, Bai Qinghe remained unmoved, sitting loftily as steady as the wind. Zhuo Yi was very puzzled. Why hadn't Li Huanga launched any counterattack when it was now confirmed that Shen-Chi was indeed the author? Li Huanga looked at Feng Qian and Li Lei. Host, I can call Xiao Kuan and have him admit that he was the one who told Fu Qing. Then everything will make sense. The live stream remains a secret from Shen-Chi. The live audience immediately erupted into thunderous applause, while the barrage of comments overflowed with praise. Li Huanga always had a faint smile on his face. See that? That's what you call variety show spirit. Compared to you two, I, Li Huanga, am practically a bodhisattva. Zhuo Yi seemed to have an epiphany. The more Sister Huanga adheres to the rules, the more despicable those two appear. How impressive. While Feng Qian and Li Lei were discussing with the production team, Bai Qinghe muttered softly as if puzzled. Even so, might Shen-Chi find out about being live-streamed through the internet? Lin Xiaolu suddenly stood up as if having an epiphany. Yes, this is the information age. Shen-Chi is bound to see himself being broadcasted all over trending searches. Li Huanga narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them again. Bai Qinghe remained as shameless as ever. Her words weren't particularly sharp, yet they effortlessly steered the conversation. Lin Xiaolu wasn't stupid, but he still ended up being Bai Qinghe's pawn, and when it came time to face the backlash, Bai Qinghe was nowhere to be seen. Shen-Chi hardly ever uses the internet, let alone follows entertainment news. Now that everyone has a basic understanding of Shen-Chi, they know he just wants to slack off. He definitely wouldn't bother checking trending topics, because in his mind, I'm the one who deals with the outside world. The live audience began nodding in agreement. Li Huanga abruptly changed the subject, his expression doubtful yet tinged with surprise. Now that I think about it, I've just realized something odd. Silver Screen Queen Bai's husband Liang Bin is actually a corporate executive and his company operates in the media sector, which inherently follows entertainment trends. And Screen Queen Lin's husband happens to be a king of pop-level singer. If you say they don't pay attention to trending topics, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat Shen-Chi to death. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were dumbfounded on the spot. Damn it. Yes, I just realized that. So Liang Bin and Ji Ming definitely knew they were being live-streamed? They've been performing for tens of millions of us? You're overthinking it. At peak those two streams barely reached a few million viewers, their lowest numbers were just 300,000 or 400,000. Damn, these two kept targeting Shen-Chi while conveniently avoiding any mention of their own teams getting advance notice about the broadcast. Chapter 64, Li Huan's Horror. Fu Qing's masterstroke. The barrage was densely packed with doubts questioning whether Ji Ming and Liang Bin had prior knowledge about the live broadcast, especially towards Ji Ming. Even though Ji Ming had decent acting skills, certain details from the first episode of Lin Xiaolu's home livestream were dug up by sharp-eyed netizens, instantly sparking fervent online discussions, especially those 4 dishes. The production team was discussing whether to have Li Huanga call Shin Shokuan, but Li Huanga, with a gleeful attitude, pretended to be casual and started chatting on set as if he were just performing his duty as an observer. Don't all of us in the entertainment industry have a habit of checking trending topics? Zhuo Yi blinked her gorgeous big eyes and nodded repeatedly. Of course, if even we can't keep up with the pulse of entertainment, we're doomed to be left behind. Li Huanga agreed. The evergreen stars in the industry who stand the test of time are usually highly sensitive to trending topics in entertainment news. So you're so young, you must learn from those king-tier singers. Zhuo Yi nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Huanga. I'll study hard. Always keep an eye on trending searches. Even if Lin Xiaolu isn't as skilled at controlling her expressions as Bai Qinghe, she's still an award-winning actress who's been in the entertainment industry for years. At this moment, she could barely hold it together. Witness my songstress queen's art of veiled criticism. Behold my songstress queen's masterful passive-aggressive strikes. Perfectly reasonable. Just as reasonable as wearing a padded jacket in winter or using a fan in summer. Zhuo Yi had always been clear about gratitude and grudges, with an exceptionally strong sense of justice. She suddenly turned her head to look at Bai Qinghe. Ms. Bai, your husband is a senior executive at Sparks Media, isn't he? I heard Sparks Media released a miniseries last month, which must have been supervised by teacher Liang Bin. I was so impressed by teacher Liang Bin's speech at the press conference. At that time, teacher Liang Bin said, "We entertainers should adapt to the entertainment era and carry forward the spirit of entertainment." That short drama seems to be an inspirational one filmed based on a trending hashtag you once appeared in. It seems teacher Liang has been keeping up with the trending topics too. Joy Yi tilted her head, observing Bai Qinghe's expressionless face. Am I right? Bai Qinghe responded with a subdued opting for the simplest reply to avoid opening a bigger can of worms. Li Huanga chuckled lightly. Yi spoke very well. Ha! Li Huanga suddenly looked at Fong Qian and Li Lei. Host, on the first day of our show's broadcast, while the live stream from my house hasn't even ended yet, how many of the top 20 trending topics were related to us? Fong Qian answered cautiously, about 10 or so. Oh, Li Huanga responded with a single word, then fell silent. So Jiang Ming and Liang Bin already knew they'd be live streamed too during the first day at Queen Huanga's house, right? Obviously. It was confirmed on the first day that Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's families would also be live streamed. It was all over the trending topics. How could they not know? Ha, you're really underestimating these two award-winning actresses. They probably started writing scripts before the show even began broadcasting. These reality shows nowadays, not a single genuine thing about them. Zhang Wei felt extremely anxious. He believed the current online discussions were creating massive turbulence for the production team. But the man remained calm as a breeze, stroking his little mustache. I've already thought of all this. Don't worry. Zhang Wei was shocked. Hong Tao picked up the walkie-talkie. Li Lei, agreed to Li Huanga's request. In the studio, Li Lei instantly felt a weight lift off his shoulders, resuming his professional smile. Singer Huanga, we've decided to accept your earlier suggestion, please give Xiaokuan a call now. Meanwhile on screen, Fu Qing was repeatedly apologizing while seeing Fong Shi off, then turned to continue her conversation with Xiaokuan in the courtyard. You did great, Xiaokuan. You've almost completed all the tasks Mom assigned. Shin Xiaokuan's face flushed with happiness, feeling as if he had truly helped Li Huanga. Should I keep going then? Of course. Fu Qing rubbed Shin Xiaokuan's little head. Your mother has always wanted to expose some of Shin Chi's abilities. Now you've walked 5,000 miles out of the long march. There are still another 5,000 to go. There's still so far left? Shin Xiaokuan exclaimed in surprise. Fu Qing nodded. In such a short time, Shin Chi has demonstrated so many abilities. Some skills we clearly know he possesses, yet he deliberately refuses to show them. What's worse, he outright denies having them. Shin Xiaokuan glared at the villa's entrance door and fumed. Yes, Shin Chi is truly despicable. Fu Qing also said, so not only do we need to expose his remaining abilities, but we must also make him admit it himself. Alright, holy moly, I just realized now that Xiaokuan is actually a spy. Great, this completely proves that Shin Chi still doesn't know about the livestream. Out of the three, at least one should make us proud, right? So the real mastermind behind the scenes is the Songbird Queen. She joined this variety show just to see through Shin Chi completely. Hey, am I watching a live show or a suspense drama? At the very least, the live broadcast from the Songbird Diva's household was an overwhelming success. It single-handedly carried this S-tier variety show. In the studio, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu couldn't even hide their expressions anymore. A trace of fear toward Li Huanji arose in their hearts. What kind of mind could methodically plan everything to this extent? So everything had been advancing according to Li Huanji's plan all along. Not only was Li Huanga tearing into Shin Chi, it was also about steering the entire public opinion. They felt they had fallen completely into a trap. A chill creeping into their hearts. Joy Yi was so terrified she couldn't speak, staring blankly at Li Huanga. A faint smile tugged at Li Huanga's composed face as he held his phone to call Fu Qing. She began arranging matters like a female general commanding a battlefield strategy. Have Xiaokuan proactively tell Shin Chi that he was the one who informed you about when will the moon be clear. In that case, Xiaokuan hasn't broken his man-to-man agreement with Shin Chi because he didn't tell me, he only told you. If I'm not mistaken, Shin Chi will surely insist that he obtained the song from someone else. Then he'll remain the literal shit-stirrer mastermind behind the scenes. Don't obsess over identifying the backstage shit-stirrer for now. First focus on showcasing his folk instrument talents. And of course, it'd be even better if we could uncover more of his hidden abilities. Right, and there's also his novel writing. The other three members of the observation panel felt an icy chill creep up their spines. Dumbstruck, the livestream viewer count had skyrocketed past the 22 million mark. The barrage exploded instantly. Damn, am I watching a horror movie? I'm shaking all over. How could anyone even conceive of something like this? I think I'm unfollowing now. Li Huanga is clearly not something any mortal man could handle. Bullshit. All I need is to let her control me. Suddenly I realize Shin Chi is kinda pitiful. Poor him. He married Li Huanga. What's there to pity about him? Fu Qing was already completely accustomed to Li Huanga's style and immediately responded. Great! As the only woman whose intellect matches yours, I have a plan. What plan? Li Huanga asked. A brilliant one. Fu Qing replied. He mentioned inviting 2 people over for drinks today. I can pretend to take Xiaokuan to visit you at work and casually mention we won't be back until around midnight. Li Huanga chuckled. Brilliant scheme indeed. Chapter 65. No second woman's hair can appear in this house. The entire studio was engulfed in an awkward atmosphere. Everyone was staring at Li Huanga, each with complex emotions swirling inside them. Li Huanga, however, saw everything as clearly as a mirror, or perhaps this transparency was exactly what she had intended all along. When Li Huanga was purely a diva, no matter how intelligent she might be, she could never afford to give the public even the slightest impression of being calculating. But now, her greater focus lay in managing Huanga Entertainment. She had an entire company's livelihoods to sustain. Therefore, displaying such intelligence is absolutely necessary. This way, cooperative clients will feel assured in trusting their resources to Huanga Entertainment, without doubting the company's capabilities. Meanwhile, competitors will be extremely apprehensive when targeting Huanga Entertainment. They'll first have to consider whether their intellect is on the same level as Li Huanga's. At this moment, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu actually began to feel a tinge of regret for having opposed Li Huanga. Zhuo Yi felt Li Huan's status rising even higher in her heart. It was practically the ultimate life goal to strive for. Amidst the soaring expectations of over 20 million people, Fu Qing briefly explained Li Huan's plan to Shin Xiaokuan in just a few words. Shin Xiaokuan patted his little chest and began making promises. As mom's husband, Shin Shi has actually hidden so many things from her. I've long been fed up with him. I'm completely on mom's and your side. Leave everything to me, no problem at all. From now on, the ultimate showdown between me and Shin Shi begins. Why do I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Shin Shi too? So in this family of 3, is Shin Shi the only outsider? No. The family of 3 refers to Li Huangji, Fu Qing, and Shin Xiaokuan. What the hell does Shin Shi have to do with it? What exactly is Shin Shi still capable of? The anticipation is killing me. I'm definitely following this show. To be precise, I'm definitely following the live broadcast of Queen Huangji's household. The other 2 companies look like clowns now, completely dispensable. Might as well just keep the songstress Queen's company. The scene shifts to the living room. Shin Shi couldn't make heads or tails of it. Wang Dehai and the others only knew I wrote this song, but they weren't acquainted with Li Huanga or Fu Qing, let alone Shin Xiaokuan. Fang Shi's visit to our home could only be because of Li Huanga or Fu Qing. The only possibility is Xiaokuan told Li Huanga and Fu Qing. Shin Shi furrowed his brows. The only solution now is to just deny it. You little traitor, just you wait. While muttering to himself, Fu Qing walked in holding Shin Xiaokuan's hand. Shin Shi blurted out instinctively, Why are you still here? Fu Qing's face darkened. Huanga called and asked me to bring Xiaokuan to visit her on set. You'll have to figure out dinner yourself. Shin Chi's eyes brightened. When will you be back? Hard to say. Earliest would be midnight, or we might even stay overnight, Fu Qing replied. Shin Chi immediately clutched at the fabric over his heart, his face filled with sorrow. This hurts. I'll have to wait so many more hours before I can see my Huanga again. Fu Qing. Shen Xiaokuan. Why do I think Shin Chi's acting completely outshines King Ji? Shin Chi must genuinely be showing his true emotions. After all, this is Li Huanga we're talking about. I can't wait to see what Shin Chi will reveal when he's alone at home. I'll keep an eye out for Huanga. Zhang Wei looked eager to hear the juicy details. Chief Director? You've really piqued my curiosity now. Even as an assistant director, I can't wait to see what Shin Chi has up her sleeve. Just the livestream duration. Hong Tao smiled faintly and said, Livestream schedules are quite flexible to begin with. We'll just keep broadcasting Shin Chi's content indefinitely. Really? Zhang Wei exclaimed with delighted surprise. Right now, the entire show is riding on Li Huanga in the studio and Shin Chi live on air. I have a feeling our program's popularity is about to soar even higher. Hong Tao was brimming with confidence, his domineering aura radiating outwards. The station's leadership would have to be fools to pull the plug on this. Shin Chi saw them off with a reluctance that was palpable on his face. Fu Cheng got into the car first, while Shin Xiaokuan whispered to Shin Chi. It was all me telling Chinggij. Shin Chi froze in shock, gritting his teeth in frustration as Shin Xiaokuan burst into laughter and scrambled onto the car. Just as the car turned the corner and vanished from sight, Shin Chi suddenly smiled faintly and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Proceed as planned tonight. Back inside the house, Shin Chi checked the time. 4:30 in the afternoon. He scanned the living room and sighed. It's so nice not to have kids at home. He grabbed the keys to the scooter and headed out the door. The live stream room fell silent. Looking at the empty frame, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu couldn't help feeling pleased. With neither Shin Chi nor Shin Xiaokuan appearing on screen for a long time, viewership was bound to drop. If Shin Chi went out drinking instead, that would be even better. Li Huanga smiled faintly, a glimmer of anticipation rising in her heart. What other secrets could there be? Zhuo Yi asked curiously. Huangajia, where did Shinchi go? Li Huanga seemed to recall something amusing and burst out laughing. You can't even begin to imagine how stingy that man is. Though I don't know who he's inviting for drinks, knowing him, he'd never splurge on a restaurant. So he must have gone out to buy groceries instead. The live audience erupted in good-natured laughter. A full 20 minutes later, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were astonished to discover the livestream viewer count hadn't dropped at all, still holding steady at around 22 million. Not only that, but there was even a slight improvement. They felt as if they had stepped into some bizarre parallel version of the entertainment industry, one that had completely upended their understanding of how things worked. How could so many people stay in such an empty live streaming room? Then, after a momentary thought, they both understood as well. Not to mention the audience, even Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu, who stood on the opposing side, had to admit that their curiosity had been completely piqued by Shinchi and Li Huangji. So, just what other secrets did Shinchi have? From leaving the house to returning, roughly half an hour had passed. When he came back, Shinchi was holding 2 plastic bags in his hands. Everyone stared wide-eyed, convinced that Shinchi was about to showcase his culinary skills and prepare a table full of delicious dishes. But Shinchi just casually placed it in the kitchen and then did some simple cleaning. After cleaning, Shinchi sat back down in front of the computer again. The live audience in the studio and the barrage messages immediately burst into excitement. Quickly pan the camera to the computer screen. I have a feeling he must be writing a novel. Hurry up and agree, Songbird Queen. Don't you want to see what kind of novel Shinchi is writing? Oh my god, this is killing me with suspense. Joy grabbed Li Huangji's arm, while Li Huangji herself appeared slightly agitated. I consent to viewing the computer screen. The crew from the technical team couldn't wait any longer and immediately switched the camera feed. On Shinchi's computer screen, it wasn't a writer's dashboard for a novel website, nor the interface of a word processing software, just some folders and QQ chat windows. Shinchi opened a folder and sent a document to a QQ contact named Bearded Heart Protector, who promptly replied, received. He then sent another document to a different contact named Nine Realms Big Mouth, who also responded quickly. Got it. She. When Xiaohong found out Daheo and I were coming to your place later, she insisted on tagging along. Shinchi furrowed his brows. Women seem to shed hair everywhere. I can't have another woman's long hair appearing in my home. We're not bringing her. Chapter 66, The Beard-Faced and the Nation's Biggest Smirk. Though no one actually peeked at Shinchi's computer screen to see the novel's contents, everyone could practically smell the brewing gossip. The Beard-Faced and the Nation's Biggest Smirk were Shinchi's 2 drinking buddies he'd invited over. Well, so he really was secretly hosting drinking parties at home behind the songstress's back. What exactly was written in that document sent to those 2 people? Wait, shouldn't everyone be more concerned about Little Red's hair loss? Right. We should focus on Little Red. Shinchi is being so cautious, terrified that the songstress might misunderstand him bringing women home. Do the 2 aunties who came over not suffer from hair loss then? The bullet chat was buzzing with activity, and discussions were heating up in the studio. Joy and the 2 hosts now fully understood, no matter what they asked Li Huangji about, they would get no answers. That doesn't make sense. Since someone's coming over for dinner later and Shinchi already bought groceries, why isn't she cooking? Lin Xiaolu asked curiously. She was deeply worried if Shinchi cooked again, the internet would inevitably bring up Ji Ming's incident of ordering takeout for those 4 dishes. In just this short while, the live broadcast had raised far too many puzzling points. Sister Huanga seems to know nothing about Shinchi. If not for their marital relationship being publicly known, one would think they were just casual acquaintances. Bai Qinghe's remark made several people nod slightly in agreement. Considering Li Huanga's status and Shinchi's constant involvement in household chores, such a dynamic appeared perfectly understandable. Li Huanga trembled faintly, unable to stop herself from wondering, have I truly been neglecting Shinchi too much all this time? Within the confines of a contracted marriage, while there was no obligation to constantly pay attention to Shinchi's contributions far surpassed the measly 200,000 monthly allowance for being a kept man. At the very least, Li Huanga considered the 200,000 to be insignificant. Just the 3 daily meals Shinchi prepared made Li Huanga willing to fork over that amount, let alone all the other things Shinchi had done. 8 Cats Literature website, headquarters meeting room. The CEO, vice presidents, and other top executives had gathered. The live broadcast featuring Shinchi was playing on the conference room screen. Someone was giving a report. We've checked all contracted authors' records, and there's absolutely no sign of Shinchi. Could it be that Shinchi's books don't even meet the minimum standards for a contract? That doesn't matter, we can directly offer him a deal. Given his current popularity and the success of this variety show, he's guaranteed to draw in massive traffic. I checked that too, and Shinchi isn't among the unsigned authors either. Wasn't Shinchi writing books on our novel website? It's highly possible. After all, there's no evidence whatsoever that Shinchi writes novels. That's like drawing water with a bamboo basket, such a waste. At that moment, a young and handsome editor rushed in, panting heavily. Boss, I was just watching the live stream too. Among the books I signed last month, 2 authors happened to use the pen names Full Beard Face and 9 States Big Smirk. When the clock struck 7 p.m., the doorbell finally rang. Shin-Chi stepped out and brought 2 people inside. The 2 men were dressed plainly, one fat and one thin, both quite tall. The chubby one had a dark complexion and a full beard. The thin one was pale and refined, with a scholarly demeanor. It was immediately apparent the bearded one was practically covered in chest hair. The fair-skinned one is great catfish of Jojo, all because he laughs so much. They seem quite familiar with Shin-Chi, probably all his cronies. Can't wait to hear what they're talking about. Shin-Chi brought over those 2 plastic bags, took out smaller plastic bags one by one, and laid them out on the coffee table before opening them. Inside each small plastic bag were prepared dishes like pig ears, sliced pig heart, shredded roast chicken, along with cold salads and peanuts. Just eating this, the dark, stocky man asked. The pale, skinny fellow also looked displeased. With your cooking skills, you're fooling around with us like this? Shin-Chi curled his lips and said, there aren't many people in this world worth my effort to cook for. Though you 2 count as 2 people, today our theme is recalling bitterness to savor sweetness. The 2 burst into laughter, appearing utterly nonchalant as they settled onto the sofa. Watching this scene, the initially baffled Li Huanga suddenly laughed heartily. What kind of recalling bitterness to savor sweetness is this? Isn't plain noodle soup the real way to recall hardship? Joy-E immediately covered her mouth and laughed, while Lin Xiaolu's expression changed again. Shin-Chi brought out a crate of baijiu. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, the 3 of them each opened a bottle and poured themselves drinks, stunning quite a few onlookers. In less than an hour, the 3 of them had each finished an entire bottle, appearing completely unfazed. Good heavens, how can they handle their alcohol like that? Joy-E asked in astonishment. Li Huanga also frowned in bewilderment. When Shin-Chi and I occasionally drink at home, I usually just have a little red wine to unwind, while he keeps me company with 3 or 4 beers, never drinking heavily. And we've never touched hard liquor before. I always thought Shin-Chi's alcohol tolerance was just a few bottles of beer. Lin Xiaolu retorted sharply, Huan Gu doesn't even know her own husband's drinking capacity? The implication was clear, you 2 clearly don't have a good marital relationship. Perhaps Shin-Chi understands you very well, but you don't understand your husband at all. This shows Shin-Chi loves you, but marrying Shin-Chi is just you finding someone to take care of the household. Li Huanga smiled faintly and chose to ignore it. This level of attack was simply tickling at best. Netizens didn't seem to care either, as they were completely captivated by the simple drinking session with just a few dishes. What they had been waiting for finally arrived. After a bottle of liquor, the 3 men clearly became more talkative. The pale, skinny man said, Brother Chi, we came to see you today mainly about 2 things. First is the matter of relationships, which has 2 parts, one is mine, the other is his. As he spoke, the pale, skinny man casually pulled out a cigarette and lighter. Shin-Chi frowned, go outside to smoke. Li Huanga hates the smell of cigarettes. She's not even home right now, Brother Chi. You're such a simp. The dark-skinned stocky guy stopped the pale skinny one, saying, forget it, don't smoke. Don't you understand why they're almost breaking up? The skinny pale man froze for a second, then pocketed his cigarette. Shin-Chi listened for a while. It was just the usual stuff about men and women being incompatible. You both have issues. Your problem is wanting an outcome too badly, that's why you're unhappy. The skinny white guy paused for a moment. What about her problem then? Shin-Chi replied, she shouldn't have married a smoker in the first place if she can't stand the smell. Instead of endlessly trying to reform some old chain smoker. If she can't stand loneliness, she should find a man who enjoys being clingy instead of forcing someone as ambitious and busy as you to always accompany her. She chose the worst approach, blindly grabbing hold of you, only to realize later that nothing about you suits her, then launching into devilish training to reshape you. In the adult world, one should focus on selection, not education. The pale, skinny man froze again, silently raised his glass, and took a big gulp. Clear as day. Brother Chi, I've got it now. You mean since we've chosen each other, we shouldn't ask the other person to change, right? Shin-Chi shook his head. No. I mean I suggest you break up. Chapter 67, The Truth Comes Out? Make Li Huanga pay through the nose. Where can you find a brother like Shin-Chi? I'll stock up next time I make an order. What a sharp insight. I get it now. So when it comes to Shin-Chi, even though it's clearly men's issues with smoking and drinking, somehow his problematic brothers end up feeling justified while the blame conveniently shifts to the women. Now that's what I call true camaraderie. Compared to the loudmouth, the problem with the hairy chest is far more serious. The dark-skinned fatty was already engaged, but his fiancée was unbearably petty. There were countless festivals big and small throughout the year, not to mention innumerable anniversaries. Every special occasion demanded gifts, and she'd invented endless excuses to receive presents. The dark-skinned fatty found it utterly exasperating. Shin-Chi took a sip of wine and said calmly, I've got an idea. Brother Chi, you speak. The black-bellied fatty immediately perked up his ears. Shin-Chi pondered briefly. Just tell her like this. If you truly love me, then gift me 10 gold bars this mid-autumn festival. Ha! The dark-skinned fatty was completely dumbfounded. A flood of question marks swept across the barrage comments. Shin-Chi explained with an air of obviousness. Asking her for 10 gold bars represents 10 golds without concealment. It means you won't mess around with other women. 10 gold bars represent her affection for you, understanding you, waiting for you, spoiling you, listening to you, loving you, protecting you, missing you, indulging you, and accompanying you. What a man wants is sincerity. You've devoted your best years to her, so she must never betray your youth. The dark, stout man drew a sharp breath through his teeth. The pale, skinny fellow was dumbfounded too, feeling like something was off, yet somehow everything made perfect sense. Damn, that's a good lesson. Why does this feel a bit off? I assent this just turning their own tricks against them? I see no problem here. Why can't men demand the same from women this way? The studio erupted in laughter, with some people even tearing up from amusement. Zhuo Yi was pounding the table in laughter, while Li Huani covered her mouth, struggling to hold it in. Shin-Chi's entire theory ran completely counter to Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's beliefs. Bai Qinghe frowned and said, "This is sheer nonsense." Lin Xiaolu said furiously, "This is clearly intentional. Having such thoughts is really quite low." Li Huani glanced at the two of them and remarked, "Are you two acting divas implying that girls should be demanding gifts like this, but it's unacceptable for boys?" Of course. Lin Xiaolu was about to speak when she felt Bai Qinghe nudge her leg and immediately understood the hint. "That's not what I meant. I'm just saying this approach is wrong." Li Huangya nodded in agreement. The issue here isn't that Heartguard Hair's fiancé used this method, so isn't Shin-Chi teaching him how to make his fiancé understand? Zhuo Yi burst out laughing and said, "No flaws in that logic." At that very moment, the lanky pale man and the stout dark man in the video suddenly shifted to a new topic. "Brother Chi, we've received the drafts you sent us today. We'll update them for you tomorrow. By the way, you were only updating 2 chapters per day before. Why did you start posting 4 chapters today?" Whoosh! The live studio audience instantly exploded with excitement. Those with trypophobia wouldn't even dare look at the barrage of comments. Li Huangya's eyes instantly widened in shock. So Shin-Chi really is the novel's author, but simply doesn't use his author account to update the story? Does that mean My Diva Wife and the *T Swimming Maggots was actually written by Shin-Chi? The three took a sip of wine, and Shin-Chi's expression turned solemn. "The dean came today. I gave him 2 million. But we're still short by 6 million. We only have 2 months left." The pale, skinny man and the dark, plump man fell silent for a moment before each pulling out a card from their pockets. "My card still has a bit left, just a drop in the bucket, but it's something for the orphanage. Take it, Brother Chi. Otherwise, I won't feel right about it." Shin-Chi pushed their hands back with a smile and said, "Just update normally according to the draft I sent you. You'll probably earn considerable fees this month and next. I managed to bluff Li Huangya out of over 50,000 yuan here. Plus I sold a song and made 500,000. There are still 2 months left. I'll definitely manage to gather enough. If I really can't, talk later." After some polite back and forth, Shin-Chi ultimately didn't accept it. Holy shit, a clearer picture seems to be emerging now. Shin-Chi is raising money for the orphanage. Was he from an orphanage before? So he really did write 2 novels. The real question is, can writing novels actually make money? I've been writing for 5 years, and you can only cash out at 200 yuan. Right now I've saved up 196. I've read both those novels. The author of Swarming Maggots in a Sea of Shit is like a guy with chest hair covering his heart, while the author of My Superstar Wife is the biggest bootlicker in all of China. The truth comes out at last. My man Chi is the absolute best. Li Huangya's eyes flickered as he stared at Shin-Chi's calm face on the screen, his heart surging with turbulent waves. Zhuo Yi was also too shocked to speak. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe exchanged glances, never having guessed the situation would turn out like this. "Sister Huangya, did you know Shin-Chi grew up in an orphanage?" Lin Xiaolu asked with hidden implication. Li Huangya shook her head as usual, completely oblivious to Lin Xiaolu's intentions, answering as if merely responding to a question. "I don't know." Lin Xiaolu's heart leapt with joy. "As a wife, don't you know too little about the man who shares your bed?" "It is very little," Li Huangya murmured. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe were momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Bai Qinghe finally asked, "Sister Huangya, if you knew so little about Shin-Chi back then, why did you still agree to marry him?" Li Huangya shook her head without answering. Her thoughts were entirely preoccupied with other matters. For the past 3 years, Li Huangya had firmly believed Shin-Chi to be a stingy, money-grubbing person, simply assuming his love for money was just society's natural influence. So there was so much hidden behind the scenes? "Brother Chi, the 3 of us were raised in the orphanage since childhood. We can't just let the orphanage disappear like this." "Yeah, Chi, you've been giving all your earnings to the orphanage for the past 3 years. Now that the orphanage is relocating, the expenses aren't small. You can't shoulder this burden alone." Shin-Chi laughed heartily, patting both of them on the shoulders as he boasted shamelessly. "Don't worry, your Chi-Ge isn't your average freeloader. I can make 200 grand a month. Besides, aside from my novel royalties, I can just sell a few more songs. I'm going to write another song and make Li Huanga pay through the nose." Li Huanga was instantly jolted out of his tangled reverie. "Great. Just great. And here I was feeling guilty for misunderstanding you. So in your mind, I'm just a naive fool with too much money, is that it?" Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu immediately took pleasure in the misfortune. Xinqi ultimately revealed his dark side, and Li Huanga's family also exposed its problems, far worse than the harmonious image presented during the livestream. Looks like the queen of Song Huanga's household isn't so perfect after all, with husband and wife plotting against each other. Can't some of you see clearly? Xinqi never forgets his roots. Xinqi was just joking to comfort his brothers. Which of his songs, Empress or When Will the Full Moon Appear, isn't worth that price? Exactly, Empress is only 50,000. As for When Will the Full Moon Appear, the price was adjusted only because he needed to raise funds. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe were both stunned. Wait, the internet is actually making excuses for Xinqi now? Did I join a fake entertainment industry? Xinqi, seemingly to further reassure his two brothers, continued. Little Shen Koan just arrived. Taking care of one extra person doesn't mean Li Huanga is paying me more. I can act a bit more exhausted in front of her, make her feel guilty. Who knows, she might even give me some gifts. Then I'll list all the presents she's given me before online. Might even make a tidy profit. Chapter 68. When the time comes, I'll let you both live off me like trophy husbands. Fang Shi couldn't find the true creator of the poem When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright, and couldn't help feeling disappointed. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he opened his phone only to find the show Moms on a Business Trip still streaming live. With a hint of confusion and a sliver of hope, he clicked in to take a look. Amidst the flood of bullet comments, he immediately extracted the information he was looking for. These two Best Actress winners are really cunning. Now it's proven that Xinqi not only wrote 2 novels, but also created When Will the Moon Be Clear. What else can they say? Mr. Fangshi made a trip for nothing. Hope he can see my bullet comment. I feel like selling When Will the Moon Be Clear for 500,000 copies is undervaluing it. I really want to hear the finished version of the song When Will the Moon Be Clear. Fangshi's dull old eyes instantly lit up, showing no trace of anger at being fooled by Xinqi. What extraordinary talent! Geniuses always have eccentric and peculiar temperaments. It was nearly 10:30 at night, yet the conference room in Banyan Network's headquarters remained brightly lit. What? The president stared in shock at editor Yuan Yi, who had just entered. You're telling me you have 2 authors called Face Full of Chest Hair and Jojo Big Pout? Yuan Yi's young and handsome face also bore an excited expression. Right, I only confirmed it after seeing these 2 names in the livestream comments tonight. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The CEO was now trembling with excitement. The deputy manager hurriedly asked, "Are you referring to the Shitstorm King and the Diva Wife?" Exactly, Yuan Yi exclaimed excitedly. The metrics are outstanding. They're all topping the charts in their respective categories. Keep feeding it traffic. Push it hard. Got it. Although it was nearly midnight, the number of viewers in the livestream was increasing rather than decreasing. A tremendous sense of suspense and anticipation had built up, drawing in even those working night shifts. The studio remained brightly lit, and not a single member of the live audience had left. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe appeared utterly baffled. As observers, they couldn't leave as long as the broadcast continued. But don't you people have homes? Zhua Yi remained ecstatic, her little face flushed with excitement. Huang Jie, Xinqi is absolutely amazing. Li Huanga's shock was undoubtedly the greatest, because she had experienced the most dramatic contrast between expectations and reality. Doubt arose. With all the abilities Xinqi had demonstrated, why would he willingly choose to be a kept man? Why bother with household chores every day? Throughout the entire livestream, Li Huanga had even dismissed the notion that Xinqi loved her, yet now, Xinqi's love became the only possible explanation left. The 3 men in the scene were getting tipsy by the time they finished their second bottle of liquor, their moods noticeably lifted and excited. We were both 4 years old when we went to the orphanage, but Brother Chi was only 2 back then, got bullied every day. Who would have thought Brother Chi would end up becoming our leader when we grew up? Otherwise, we wouldn't even be calling him Brother Chi. Honestly, it's gotta be Brother Chi. Wish I could live off a woman's money too. Brother Chi, could you ask your wife if she knows any other divas or movie queens who need a kept husband? Hook me up with one too? Xinqi chuckled and said, though I don't follow the entertainment industry closely, I know a thing or two about Li Huangji. From what I've heard, there's one called Bai Qinghe and another named Lin Xiaolu. Both of them don't get along with Li Huangji. One night when I went to the bathroom, I passed by her bedroom and heard her gnashing her teeth while cursing those 2. I'm not just blowing smoke. When the time comes, I can distribute these 2 award-winning actresses to you all. No squabbling, no fighting, 1 for each. Holy shit, I'm definitely making friends with Xinqi. OMG, I'm dying of laughter. Look at Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions. Ta, even the songbird queen gossips behind people's backs? This is absolutely juicy drama. Whoosh! The studio immediately erupted in chaos. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe's faces flushed crimson with anger. No amount of composure could contain their emotions now. Li Huanga, what exactly does Shenqi mean by this? Lin Xiaolu asked through gritted teeth. Does he want us to divorce so he can keep Hairball and Big Mouth as his sugar babies? Li Huanga was also embarrassed. She truly hadn't expected Shenqi to speak so unrestrainedly. Shenqi is just an ordinary guy. Isn't it normal for men to brag after drinking? Besides, we're all public figures. Being handsome naturally invites fantasies about being marriage material. I think it's perfectly normal. Li Huanga couldn't help chuckling as he spoke, which only fueled Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's anger further. I can't take this anymore. Li Huanga, you owe us an explanation. Lin Xiaolu exclaimed. Bai Qinghe seemed to realize something. The public has goodwill toward us, so it's perfectly normal for them to want to live off someone like us. Lin Xiaolu looked at Bai Qinghe in confusion. Wait, whose side are you really on? Bai Qinghe slightly furrowed her brows and turned her gaze toward Li Huanga. But the songstress secretly said those things about us at home. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhuo Yi mediated. That was Shenqi who said it. It might not be true. Li Huanga showed no trace of guilt whatsoever and declared bluntly, our house has excellent soundproofing. Shenqi couldn't hear a thing. Right, you can't hear it at all. Ha, Zhuo Yi froze. No, Zhuo Yi was completely bewildered. So did the songstress Li Huanga speak after all? Bai Qinghe asked with narrowed eyes. Li Huanga shook her head. I didn't. Shenqi was just bluffing and talking nonsense. Exactly, when a man says I'm not bragging while drinking, everything that follows is bragging. And when a man says I'm not targeting anyone present here while drinking, he's definitely targeting everyone present. When a man says I don't mean anything else while drinking, everything that follows carries hidden meanings. When a man drinking says let me just say a couple words, there's absolutely no way it'll be just a couple words. Fang Qian quickly smoothed things over. This just proves Shenqi genuinely didn't know about the livestream. Had he known even a little bit, he wouldn't have said those things. Li Lei also chimed in hurriedly. After all, he had been drinking. What he said might not be entirely reliable. Only then did Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's expressions soften slightly. At this moment, the scene reached the man's routinely emotional moment after drinking. Shenqi stood up, something like a glimmer flashing in his eyes. He took a swig from the bottle in his hand, then pulled out a guitar from behind the sofa. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright, and the night was at its peak. Shenqi strummed a simple chord and began singing in a low, husky voice. When you step into this merry ground, bearing all your dreams and fantasies, faces painted in colors of every hue, yet no one recalls your likeness true. 3 rounds of drinks pass as you sit apart, stubbornly singing your bittersweet art. Hearing it drown in the clamor so loud you raise your glass and toast to yourself aloud. A massive bolt of lightning tore through Li Huanga's mind, akin to a thunderclap detonating across a tranquil lake surface. Zhuo Yi was utterly shocked, her beautiful eyes widening as she involuntarily rose to her feet. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's lovely eyes shimmered with emotion as they failed to suppress their gasps, instinctively covering their mouths. The recording studio was so silent you could hear a pin drop. The live stream with over 20 million viewers suddenly froze for a split second, then erupted like boiling lava. Holy shit! Chapter 69. He said there are no good people in showbiz anyway. A toast to my hometown, a toast to distant lands, guarding my kindness, urging me to grow. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, softening the cold loneliness. One toast to my hometown, one toast to the unknown, guarding my kindness, urging me to grow. One blast of freedom, one blast to death. Forgive my mediocrity, dispelling the confusion. Holy shit, I'm fucking stunned. These lyrics were written by an actual human? I'm completely wrecked. It's like someone wrote my whole life story. I was kneeling on the floor weeping at midnight, and my mom already called the therapist. When I drink toasts, it's for bootlicking superiors who sell pipe dreams. When he toasts, it's to life itself. I found resonance at last, finally able to weep freely in this song. Those who could empathize found their eyes brimming with tears at this moment. At that moment, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu's eyes also brimmed with tears. They were once naive and kind-hearted girls, but in the entertainment industry's melting pot, they were assimilated and corroded, transforming into the duplicitous versions they are today. They recalled all the scornful looks, contemptuous glares, hardships, and humiliations they had endured over the years. As they watched Shenqi on the screen, their hearts muttered silently, "You filthy bastard." Zhuo Yi's nails dug into her fair, slender thighs, yet she felt no pain at all. Li Huanga's eyes reddened. Back then, I left my hometown carrying all the sorrows and burdens of an ordinary life, trudging forward with heavy steps. Shenqi, oh Shenqi, what kind of person are you really? To others, you're a lying down freeloading husband, but in my eyes, you're the gentle and cultivated party bee. But now, you actually take me for a fool? What else are you hiding from me? In the frame, the chest hair and big pout recalled their days at the orphanage, remembered the struggles of leaving as adults to make their way in society. Both men fiercely downed the last drops from their bottles. The liquor seemed to rush through their veins straight to their eyes, flushing their sockets crimson. Shin-Chi's raspy, magnetic voice drew to a close with the final guitar chord. All right, by dawn we'll always make a hasty exit. Those who stay sober are the most absurd. Those who stay sober are the most absurd. Shin-Chi looked at the two stunned individuals and smiled warmly. It's about time, everyone head home now. The two nodded gloomily in agreement. Brother Chi, what's the name of this song? Big pouty lips asked. Worry-free. Armpit hair asked, Brother Chi, since you're so talented, why don't you become a singer in the entertainment industry? You'd definitely become a superstar. Shin-Chi curled his lips disdainfully. But, what decent people are there in the entertainment industry anyway? Splash. Holy crap, Flagmaster really knows how to drop bombshells. He just roasted his own wife in one swoop. Did you see the dark lines on Joyful Song Queen's face? Don't you think Shin-Chi has that dangerously charismatic vibe? This man's appeal has become utterly irresistible. Li Huanga, Bai Qinghe, and Lin Xiaolu all wore displeased expressions on their faces. Shuai, however, cackled with unrestrained delight. Suddenly, a few bullet comments in red font appeared on the screen. Through careful listening, one can sense the creator's desire to convey a message. Even in adversity, we should continue moving forward for our ideals. The construction of imagery like hometown, distant horizons, kindness, and growth easily resonates emotionally with young people striving hard but sometimes feeling overwhelmed. The lyrics are precisely crafted, the melody pierces the heart, provoking deep reflection. A rare masterpiece. Li Lei laughed. This online commentator is none other than teacher Zhao Shanhe, the famous songwriter and music critic from China's pop music scene. It seems he has given Shin-Chi's song exceptionally high praise. The crowd was snapped back to reality by Li Lei's words. At that moment, several red barrage comments flashed across the screen once more. I respectfully disagree with teacher Zhao Shanhe's opinion. In my view, this song simply doesn't meet the mark. Using an intentionally lowered, husky voice to create an atmosphere of hardship and melancholy, relying on piled-up parallel phrases in an attempt to resonate with certain audiences. The melody is far too simplistic, and the delivery falls flat without any dynamic variation. I feel this song is all style without substance, completely lacking quality. Fang Qian's expression turned somewhat peculiar. This is also our Chinese renowned lyricist, composer, and music critic, teacher Jin Lin. Lin Xiaolu and Bai Qinghe, initially somewhat depressed after seeing Zhao Shanhe's extremely high praise, suddenly had their eyes light up. Is there a good show to watch? Zhuai Yi's sense of justice kicked in, and she immediately retorted loudly. This is clearly a great song, a song that resonates with so many people. Li Huanga glanced at Zhuai Yi and slightly shook his head. She knew exactly why Jin Lin said that. Jin Lin rose to fame because of Tianwang Jiming. They're as thick as thieves. This network of relationships is actually extremely simple. The enemy of my friend is my enemy. Li Huanga smiled as she watched Shin-Chi on screen, but sticking out while cleaning, her eyes lighting up with a spark. Different strokes for different folks. Any creative work serves those who resonate with it, and naturally won't move those without that connection to empathize. But the quality of a song remains objectively discernible. Here I can only say this. Li Huangji paused briefly before continuing calmly. Teacher Zhao Shanhe's taste is impeccable. The songbird queen remains unrivaled, her gentle words cut deeper than any blade. This song is clearly excellent, so why pretend otherwise? I've always disliked Jin Lin. His whole brutally honest persona just feels like mindless biting at everyone. I think teacher Zhao Shanhe spoke the truth. I was literally moved to tears just now. Zhao Shanhe's bullet comment appeared again. Thanks for your frank words, Queen Huangji. Li Huangyi laughed. You're welcome. Jin Lin's barrage comments even conveyed emotions. What do you mean? That I don't understand music? Fine. Dare to make a bet with me? I'll compose a similar song and compare it with Sorrow Fades. We'll release both songs simultaneously and compare their real-time rankings on the Chinese music billboard. Li Huanga smiled faintly. I wonder what teacher Jin Lin wishes to wager. The loser has to post on Weibo at the other party, admitting their poor taste. Li Huanga narrowed his eyes slightly, understanding dawning in his heart. This was clearly someone seeing the rising popularity of the show Moms on a Business Trip and shamelessly hopping on the bandwagon without even bothering to take off their pants. Jin Lin could absolutely ride this wave of popularity to create another hit song. Li Huanga stood up with a smile, her aura as a diva and CEO radiating powerfully. This bet, I'm accepting it on behalf of Shin-Chi. This time, without even waiting for the program crew's permission, Li Huanga immediately picked up her phone to call Fu Qing. The moment the call connected, Fu Qing's piercing voice echoed through the studio. I saw everything. This bet is on. Damn it, Jean Lin, that idiot, who does he think he is? What the hell? Could these sisters actually be twins? One's more audacious than the other. Does Shinchi not know it's a live broadcast, or do they both not know? The show's getting good. The live stream from the Songbird Queen's place is truly spectacular. Here's the question, Shinchi has no idea about the Songbird Queen's bet, so how will the song be released? This was precisely what Li Huanga had been worrying about too. Fu Qing's voice carried a tinge of sly mischief as she said, Huanga, my dear, as the only bestie whose brains can keep up with yours, I've got a brilliant plan. Chapter 70, it's not about the money, it's all about the art. What trick? Li Huanga asked eagerly. Fu Qing chuckled slyly. The heaven and earth defying, bodhisattva terrifying, thunder and lightning, super invincible awesome, poisonous plot. A surge of immense anticipation rose within him once more. On the massive screen, Shinchi had already finished tidying up, now squatting to mop the final corner of the floor. His phone suddenly rang from the back pocket of his oversized shorts. Seeing the unfamiliar number, Shinchi seemed to realize something. This is a burner phone number. Absolutely no one knows about it. Shinchi answered the call, switching to a different voice. Hello? Fu Qing let out a mocking laugh. Gotcha. I called this number from the When Will the Moon Be Clear song contract. Behind the scenes master chef, I know you're highly skilled and wanted to commission a custom song from you. Since it's a custom order, naturally we should give you some creative direction. Shen-Chi? Fu Qing spoke rapidly and urgently, rattling off like a machine gun. We want a song perfect for savoring, one that conveys a kind of determination like the belief that you should keep striving for your ideals even when things aren't going smoothly. Words built around imagery like hometown, distant horizons, kindness, and growth must shine through. It should resonate emotionally with young people who are working hard but sometimes feel overwhelmed. Make sure the lyrics are polished, the melody cuts deep, something that really makes people think. Princess Qing is hilarious. Isn't this just her outright asking for midnight diner? Wait, hang on, doesn't anyone else think Princess Qing's words sound super familiar? Holy shit, isn't this the exact same bullet comment Zhao Shanhao left when reviewing Sorrow earlier? Li Huanga and Zhuo Yi couldn't hold it in anymore, the two hugged each other laughing hysterically. Fu Qing and Li Huanga were so close they might as well share the same pair of leggings, their words always carried hidden barbs. You're very professional. I'm sure you'll understand what I mean immediately. Perhaps some might criticize this custom song I've commissioned, saying it intentionally uses a raspy, lowered voice to fabricate a sense of life's hardships and melancholy, or that it relies on pompous, repetitive phrasing in an attempt to resonate with certain listeners, that the melody is overly simplistic, the delivery too monotonous without any dynamic variation, or that this song is all style without substance, completely lacking artistic merit, or something like that. Pfft, ha, this time I can tell. These are Jean Lin's exact words from his critique of Drowning Sorrows earlier. Princess Qing is too formidable. I bet Jean Lin is fuming with anger right now. Am I watching some fake kids variety show? This is funnier than comedy sketches. Shinchi blinked his bewildered eyes, feeling oddly unsettled. Yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong, until Fu Qing continued with anger. Don't pay attention to those voices, just treat them like fart. Shinchi seemed to understand. Fu Qing is very much like Li Huanga. Both women have terrible tempers and are prone to outbursts. Li Huanga had attracted some attention due to his transformation into a CEO, but Fu Qing was different. She didn't care about any of that. Shinchi guessed that Fu Qing must have made some kind of bet and, lacking access to the type of song she currently wanted, had desperately turned to him after exhausting other futile attempts. At this point, most people would think the deal was sealed. To everyone's surprise, Shinchi curled his lips and replied in an entirely different tone. Sorry, I'm very busy. Busy? But don't you just... Fu Qing quickly changed her words. Isn't your profession being a songwriter? What else would you do if not writing songs? A cunning smile appeared on Shinchi's face as he patiently explained. First of all, I have a wife who's practically a fairy goddess. I need to cook for her with devotion every day, take care of her daily needs, and consider every single detail. Second, I have a very mischievous son who's quite hard to handle. Taking care of him is exhausting. Third, writing songs isn't like laying eggs. You can't just place an order and expect them to appear. Shin-Chi sneered inwardly. What if one day you discover the true identity behind the scenes and recall the words I just said? Wouldn't Li Huanga be grinning from ear to ear with glee? Wouldn't you, Fu Qing, be so consumed by guilt for looking down on me that you'd want to crawl into a hole in the ground? Fu Qing seemed to process this for quite some time before barely suppressing her gritted teeth as she replied. If this song meets my satisfaction, 2 million, how much? Everyone could see Shin-Chi's violently heaving chest as he struggled to contain his excitement. I'll take this job. Fu Qing, Li Huanji. This, holy crap. Shin-Chi wore a righteous expression as he solemnly declared. Don't misunderstand, I'm not doing this for money. I've always been extremely responsible and dedicated to my clients. And there's one more major reason. I'm doing it all for art. Fu Qing was utterly speechless. Fine. For the sake of art, I hope you finish as soon as possible. Shin-Chi responded with an MHM, then asked, What if I can get it to you by midnight tonight? Extra pay? Fu Qing was completely at a loss for words. Add another 200k? Transaction on Tauga's site in 20 minutes. Xin-Chi hung up the phone directly. The studio fell into dead silence. Zhuai asked in astonishment, is he going to write the lyrics, composition, and arrangement sections of Sorrow within 20 minutes? It seems, yes. Li Huangya nodded in agreement. There simply was no other explanation. Jinlin's red barrage appeared again. LMAO, writing the lyrics, sheet music, and arrangement for a song in just 20 minutes? How shamelessly arrogant can you be? Even for songs you know by heart, just writing the lyrics and score would take ages, let alone arranging the instrumental parts? No one in the entire music industry could pull that off. Zhao Shanha's red barrage also appeared. Exactly. But Xin-Chi has already finished her singing performance just now. Huangya Entertainment is very professional in this aspect, it's just going through the motions. Netizens suddenly had an epiphany. Li Huangya also felt relieved. In the footage, Xin-Chi sat directly in front of the computer and began typing away. His typing speed was incredibly fast, leaving behind what appeared to be afterimages. A web novelist's typing speed is seriously fast, it's totally possible to crank it out in 20 minutes. Impossible. It's not just about writing those lyrics, composing the score is extremely difficult. No song, no matter how familiar, can be finished that quickly. Hurry, switch to Xin-Chi's computer screen. Fang Qian and Li Lei were even getting anxious, but before they could speak, Li Huanji abruptly shouted, "Cut it!" The computer screen's image immediately appeared on the large display. Within just a few breaths, half the lyrics of a song were already written. Before most people could even react, it was Bai Qinghe who noticed first. She barely restrained herself, her voice betraying a hint of barely contained excitement. The lyrics seem to be wrong. These aren't the words from Drowning Sorrows just now. Chapter 71, Am I Some Sort of Money Magnet by Birth? Li Huangya and Zhuo hurriedly took a closer look to verify. Damn it, it really isn't. Zhuo grew anxious. Wait, didn't she just finish singing? How could she mess up the lyrics so soon? Did she have too much to drink? Li Huangya, who was carrying the weight of her bet with Jinlin, couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. Xin-Chi, this isn't just some simple case of writing wrong lyrics. Lin Xiaolu could no longer suppress the corners of her mouth from curling up. It seems Sister Huangya and teacher Jinlin are about to lose their bet. After swiftly composing the melody and lyrics, Xin-Chi immediately began arranging the instrumental score. Zhao Shanha's eye-catching barrage appeared once again. This isn't Sorrow Gone. That's not what I meant, this is a completely different song. A song that doesn't lose out to melancholy in the slightest. You can't tell much from just the lyrics, but paired with the melody, it becomes crystal clear. The astonishing thing is that the arrangement for this song was entirely in Xin-Chi's mind, he wrote it frighteningly fast. At this moment, all those who understood music felt as if thick smoke had been poured into their minds, while even those unfamiliar with music could sense an overwhelming shock. And it wasn't over yet. After Xin-Chi finished writing everything, he took out his phone and began recording a demo. It was just a simple guitar accompaniment with vocals. I'm just a nameless soul on this road. No news about me, no one comments. Giving my all just for an ordinary script. Twists and turns, merely making a living. It couldn't be a song, for astute netizens had already spotted the title. They typed the title across the bullet screen comments. Nameless One. The studio had fallen completely silent. Xin-Chi had only recorded a brief segment, even just humming the simplest demo version, yet everyone seemed completely immersed in the song. After finishing, Xin-Chi exhaled sharply, releasing a heavy breath, then stood up. He spreads his hands open, lifts them to his chest, then flips them over and presses them firmly against his sides at waist level. Job done and dusted. Li Huangya let out a sudden pft of laughter, unable to contain her excitement. In that moment, she recalled that late-night encounter when Xin-Chi had asked whether the fragrance clinging to her was her natural scent or just soap. Xin-Chi eagerly wrote dark sky on paper to do something bad. Back when Xin-Chi was writing it, Li Huangya had experienced this feeling before. Now this sensation assaulted him once again. How could one describe such a feeling? As if something had pressed against his chest, suddenly squeezing it violently. Blood surged from his heart like an eruption, rapidly spreading through every vein in his body. His entire being trembled with frenzied convulsions. The most tangible manifestation was the dense goosebumps erupting across his skin. Damn it! Li Huangya knew right then, this song, The Nameless One, was absolutely vicious. The kind that would make anyone who sings it an instant hit. The eye-catching red barrage comments from Zhao Shanha and Jinlin intersected across the screen like usual. This song is absolutely amazing. This song still doesn't meet my standards. It's like falling from the banquet table to the ground compared to Sorrow Disappears. I can't believe my eyes. Didn't he just say writing songs wasn't like laying eggs? Then what's he doing now if not laying eggs? Fine. Since both Nameless One and Sorrow Disappears are of this mediocre quality, either one will do for our bet. After all these years as a lyricist, composer, and music critic, this is the first time I've encountered a songwriter as brilliant as Shinchi. Shameless publicity stunt. Li Huanga, you're doomed to fail. The barrage of comments was filled with all sorts of opinions. Some supported Zhao Shanhe, while others agreed with Jin Lin. At this moment, Fu Qing, watching the live broadcast, was also dumbfounded. Ow, that can't be right? Didn't I make it obvious enough when I directly and indirectly mentioned sorrow fades? I gave so many hints. How did he end up pulling out the nameless one? The key is, Fu Qing was utterly dumbfounded. The key point is that this song The Nameless Man is no less impressive than the previous one Drowning Sorrows. Moreover, it perfectly meets all the requirements mentioned earlier. What does this signify? Fu Qing sprang to her feet with a start, her face filled with disbelief as she exclaimed in astonishment. This means he's got countless songs to choose from in his mind. He's not human. How on earth did this guy manage to hide under Li Huanga's sharp eyes all this time? If forced to pick just one word to define Shinchi from countless options, Fu Qing could only think of one: hellspawn. Beast, show your true form at once. Li Huanga stared at Jin Lin's barrage comment on the large screen and said calmly, the song will be released before the next livestream at my place. Looking forward to your guidance then, teacher Jin Lin. An overwhelming aura of dominance began to spread. Jin Lin's barrage of comments appeared exceptionally self-assured. It's settled. After recording the demo, Shinchi uploaded it along with the completed lyrics, composition, and arrangement to Taogu Network. Countless people watched as Shinchi eagerly leaned over his computer, waiting for Fu Qing to make the purchase. But then something strange happened. Just after uploading it, a flood of trade requests came pouring in. $9.99 plus. Shinchi was stunned. Is there something wrong here? Do these people never sleep at night? The key is I only listed 2 songs before, and they were traded almost instantly. Is being a behind-the-scenes shitstirrer really that famous now? Fu Qing's message came through, check the account transactions on my TogaNet profile. Shinchi nodded and immediately initiated a transaction with the only account in his following list, representative of Huanga here to collect songs. The asking price, 2.2 million yuan. Fu Qing promptly sent over the trade details. Amid Shinchi's broad grin, his phone pinged with a notification, your bank card ending with has deposited 2.2 million yuan. Shinchi let out a yelp and jumped up. We ordinary folks, goddamn thrilled. After the excitement, Shinchi started crunching numbers. 600,000 minus 550,000 leaves 5,450,000. Then deduct another 2,200,000. Just over 3 million left. And I've earned nearly 3 million in just one day. Shinchi scratched the back of his head, barely able to contain the smugness spreading across his face. Am I some kind of innate money magnet? Fong Qian and Li Lei walked to the central stage of the broadcasting studio. Today's livestream will be lengthy, but it's clear everyone is extremely curious about the Happy Song Diva's family life. Now it's time to vote on the tasks selected by the big data screening. Li Huanga tensed up immediately. Countless task options appeared on the large screen, each one seemingly delighting by Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu with schadenfreude while leaving Li Huanga at a loss for words. Have Shinchi teach Li Huanga how to sing fried rice with egg. Li Huanga must find out which 2 novels Shinchi wrote. Make Li Huanga spit out all the money Shinchi earned today. Have Shinchi invite Harry Chest and Big Pout over for drinks when Li Huanga is home. Have Li Huanga secretly test Shinchi's actual alcohol tolerance. Netizens went wild. The votes for numerous mission options began surging wildly. Li Huanga's hands clutched tightly at her skirt beneath the table. Please don't let it be another episode like that ridiculous monkey training. At last, the top-ranked option finally emerged. Li Huanga froze for a moment, then sprang to his feet, his face clouded with frustration as he blurted out uncontrollably, I refuse. I absolutely will not agree. Chapter 72, Learning to Sing Egg Fried Rice and Performing in Front of Shinchi. Staring at the top-voted option on the big screen, Li Huanga felt all hope drain from his heart in an instant. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Zhuyi and the other 2 burst into roaring laughter together. Displayed prominently on the screen was the challenge task selected by votes. Queen of Song Huanga must learn to properly perform egg fried rice and give a complete rendition in front of Shinchi. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiaolu pointed at the big screen while cackling with unrestrained glee. Bai Qinghe laughed. This task isn't that simple. First, you have to learn this song, then perform it flawlessly in front of Shinchi. Zhuyi suppressed her laughter. That's damn near impossible difficulty. Li Huanji wished he could die right then and there, silently cursing Shinchi in his heart again. What's the point of your endless self-indulgence all day long? If it were all songs like Queen of Pop, Dark Dark Night, When Will the Moon Be Clear, Drowning Sorrows, and The Nameless, Li Huanga would be more than happy, no words needed. The live stream lasted just 2 days, and yet you somehow managed to pull out all this nonsense. Dung picking, monkey beating, Olympic rings, chicken coops, olabe, and fried rice. The first challenge after the initial episode was learning monkey beating, and the second one ramped up the difficulty. Not only having to master fried rice, but also performing it flawlessly in front of that pampered little tyrant? This is literally draining the life out of me. Lin Xiaolu remembered Bai Qinghe's trick from the last episode and gleefully decided to use it herself. She stood up and began rallying the entire live audience. Everyone loves the Songbird Queen, don't you? The response came like a tidal wave of voices. Yes, Lin Xiaolu asked again. Usually when you all listen to Happy Song Queen songs, they're love songs, right? The response erupted like a roar that could lift the roof. Yes, Lin Xiaolu asked again. Would you all like to hear the Songbird Queen perform this hip-hop style fried rice with eggs? The response was an overwhelming tidal wave of cheers. Want to? Lin Xiaolu turned her head with a smile to look at Li Huanga. The Songbird Queen, it's what the people are calling for. Li Huanga felt both embarrassed and furious. Even if it was just learning to sing fried rice like learning monkey beating, it wouldn't matter much, but to perform it in front of Shenqi. This completely shattered the image Li Huanga had cultivated in front of Shenqi over the past 3 years. This is so embarrassing. Li Huanga took a deep breath and looked at Feng Qian and Li Lei. Host, I'd like to ask, what happens if I refuse? Li Lei smiled. If songstress Huanga insists on refusing, there is actually another challenge we could offer instead. Feng Qian also smiled. That means replacing the top voted option with the second and third choices. In other words, our singing diva Li Huanga needs to complete both the second and third options. Everyone quickly turned to look at the big screen. Option 2, Li Huanga cooks a meal for Shenqi and invites Protect the Heart Hair and Big Pout Lips over for drinks at home. Option 3, Li Huanga gets Shenqi drunk to test his actual alcohol tolerance. Li Huanga furrowed his brows as he began to deliberate. Cooking? He couldn't do that to save his life. As Party A in the contract, it wasn't his place to cater to Party B. Not only that, but now I have to serve those two friends of hers too? No way. Absolutely not. As for the third option of getting Shenqi drunk, Shenqi downed 2 pounds of baijiu as if it were nothing, still capable of crafting a couple of good songs and maintaining a clear enough head to negotiate deals with Fu Qing. Although there were unconventional ways to make Shenqi drink heavily, he had remained remarkably sober over the past 3 years. He would undoubtedly be on guard. So these two tasks are equally hellishly difficult. After a brief moment of deliberation, Li Huanga gritted his teeth and nodded. Then I'll choose the first option. It was already 11:30 at night. Li Huanga dragged his exhausted body onto the business vehicle. Her emotions were complex. Part of her felt overwhelmed by today's tasks, yet another part still wanted to visit the company to review the arrangement of the Nameless One and decide who should perform it. Without a doubt, Fu Qing was considerate, knowing to call Li Huanga only after she'd finished the show. Shenqi's arrangement is exceptionally professional. As soon as we received the song, I immediately handed it over to the creative department. They said they could have it ready by tonight. This song is fantastic. It would be perfect for Zhou Qiqi and Leah. There's even a good chance it could launch the next rising superstar. Li Huanga nodded. Let them try it out. Whoever suits the song best can have it. As a qualified kept man, Shenqi had grown accustomed to waiting for Li Huanga to return home before going to sleep. No matter how late it got, Li Huanga would always come home as long as she didn't say otherwise. Better than being woken up in the middle of the night, bleary-eyed, to make a midnight snack, it'd be wiser to just wait for Li Huanga to return whether she asks for it or not. At least it shows the right attitude. Who knows, maybe there'd even be a red envelope in it for me. After all, there's plenty of time to sleep during the day. The sound of the lock turning echoed as Shenqi looked up from his seat by the tea table. Back already? Want some midnight snacks? While changing his shoes, Li Huanga silently cursed in his heart. This guy's acting skills are seriously next level. She's completely different from how she appears in the live streams. So scary. Anything happen at home today? Li Huanga asked casually. Shenqi remained perfectly composed. No, fucking just brought some instruments over and then took Xiaokuan away. Ha, that doesn't make sense. Shenqi grew puzzled. Didn't she go to visit you on set? Why didn't she come back with you? Oh, she's staying at Fu Qing's place. Shenqi's eyes lit up. So she definitely won't be coming back tomorrow either? Li Huanji froze for a moment before asking with a hint of suspicion. Do you really dislike having Xiaokuan at home that much? Shenqi was also startled. How could that be? Xiaokuan is my son. After just 2 days of watching the live stream, Li Huanji didn't dare believe a single word Shenqi said anymore. Go make me a plate of fried rice with eggs. Chapter 73, Don't show off so much when you're at home. Shenqi didn't have the slightest doubt, because every time he made fried rice with eggs for Li Huang, she absolutely loved it. But eating fried rice with eggs in the middle of the night, was Li Huang abandoning her figure management? While Shenqi was busy cooking in the kitchen, Li Huang perked up her ears and crept close to the kitchen door. Aside from the clatter of wok and spatula, Shenqi wasn't humming any songs. Li Huanga was feeling slightly anxious. Even when the scrambled egg fried rice was served and he was enjoying the delicious meal, Li Huanga still didn't know how to broach the subject. Perhaps this matter needed to be handled by Xiaokuan after all. As he was nearly finished with his fried rice, Li Huanga seemed to finally understand something. Learn how to make fried rice with egg, then perform it in front of Shinchi. Wouldn't it work if I secretly learned it by myself? All I need to do is ditch my mental baggage and perform in front of Shinchi. At this thought, Li Huanga's mood instantly brightened. Your fried rice with eggs is really delicious. Shinchi chuckled and brought Li Huanga a cup of hot tea. Don't worry about gaining weight. They say plump girls are angels with broken wings from their past lives. Throughout the entire day of live streaming and late into the night, Shinchi, who never paid attention to entertainment news, remained oblivious that the trending topics had turned into a battlefield. #trending, a song titled Egg Fried Rice has sparked a nationwide craze, causing sales of the dish at major restaurants to soar by 1987% in a single day. #trending, how to solve the chicken and rabbit problem without using equations. #trending, how a husband scammed his wife out of 50,000 yuan using their child's extracurricular classes. #trending, the entire internet is digging deep to find out which two web novels the master author Shinchi wrote. #trending, are there really no good people in the entertainment industry? #trending, will the bewitchingly brilliant Li Huanga continue to dominate the rankings as the national goddess? #trending, the world finally has a man who can put Chinggij in her place. #trending, Shinchi vs Jinlin, the battle of the century. #trending, do Ji Ming and Liang Bin actually know they're being live-streamed? Before dawn, Zhou Qiqi and Leah were summoned to the recording studio. When they received the nameless ones, both were stunned. Their hearts burned with passion. In this kind of popularity, even if someone with poor singing skills performed it, it would still be a guaranteed hit. The only concern is whether it can outperform Jin Lin's new song. Fu Qing said, Qiqi's Empress is about to be released, and now this nameless one is no less impressive than Empress. Let's see which of you is better suited for it. Even if Qiqi is more suitable, we'll arrange sorrow dispelled for Leah later. So don't worry, focus wholeheartedly on getting familiar with this song, and strive to finalize and complete the recording today. We can't lose this battle, it's about our female CEO's reputation. The pressure suddenly hit hard. Just as Fu Qing had said, it was Li Huanga who felt the most pressure. Early in the morning, Li Huanga's furrowed brow hadn't relaxed before the makeup mirror. She'd practiced late into the night watching Shinchi's fried rice performance video, but rap wasn't Li Huanga's strong suit. Shinchi's rendition flowed effortlessly, while Li Huanga's version came out garbled. Her enunciation simply wasn't clear enough. That night, Li Huanga grew increasingly frustrated the more she practiced. Early the next morning, after finally concealing her dark circles with skillful makeup, Li Huanga made her way to the dining table. Steam rose from the juicy xiaolongbao, while the aroma of century egg and pork congee filled the air. Only after finishing her meal did Li Huanga's mood improve slightly. I'm heading out now. Xiao Koan will be back soon. Aha, got it. Shinchi handed Li Huanji Xiao Koan's bag with a smile. Li Huanji reached the doorway, then suddenly turned back to look at Shinchi. Don't act so cocky while you're home alone. She's gone. He was stunned. What does this mean? What's the meaning of this abrupt statement? Who's showing off? Live broadcast studio. Starting from the second episode, the broadcast time has been adjusted, no longer starting at 7 p.m. as before, but changed to 8 a.m. instead. Li Huanga clearly knew this was to save face for Ji Ming from Lin Xiaolu's family, so they removed the morning breakfast preparation segment. Before the live broadcast began, there was a pre-recorded clip segment showcasing completed tasks. After the host's routine opening remarks, the big screen started playing the edited highlights reel. Ji Ming had been meticulous, selecting the best take from countless training videos. It didn't look embarrassing at all. See that? King Ji isn't incapable of cooking at all, he just didn't want to show his skills before. Stop making excuses, nobody here's blind. Looks pretty good, kinda similar to when Shinchi cooks. Are your eyes just for decoration? Go rewatch Shinchi's cooking videos before speaking, okay? As soon as the video finished playing, Li Huanji glanced at Lin Xiaolu who was exhaling heavily and said calmly, King Ji's culinary skills are improving at an astonishing rate. I happen to have filmed a video of Shinchi making those 4 dishes at home last time, which I haven't released yet, just waiting for this moment. I wonder if the production team would allow me to play it now. After all, actress Lin mentioned that King Ji is passionate about cooking. Let's all share and exchange ideas together. After saying this, Li Huanga didn't even glance at the host, keeping her eyes fixed on Lin Xiaolu instead. It seemed whether the program would air it or not hardly mattered. What truly mattered was obtaining Lin Xiaolu's approval. Lin Xiaolu was instantly overwhelmed, her face flushing red. Fong Qian and Li Lei broke into a cold sweat. The difficulty of hosting this show kept escalating. Li Huanga chuckled knowingly, completely understanding the situation. Alright, I was just joking. But one question has been puzzling netizens recently, sparking heated discussions. Does King Ji Ming even know he was being live-streamed? Lin Xiaolu narrowed his eyes and stood up. I'd like to clarify something here. My husband already knows about the livestream. He saw the trending topics after my family livestream. Bai Qinghan nodded with a gentle smile, same here. Li Huanga suddenly looked utterly shocked, covering her cherry-like small mouth with her hand. Oh wow, are you finally going to demonstrate proper family values and correct parenting science now? So it turns out both families in the first episode were setting terrible examples for the audience? Huh? How noble. Then I'll have to keep my eyes peeled. Chapter 74, if this is enough to become a heavenly king, wouldn't Shinchi qualify as the heavenly emperor? The live broadcast began. After finishing their meal, Ji Taotao sat down at his small desk to start on his homework. As if making a public declaration to all viewers, Ji Ning said to Ji Taotao, "Didn't expect Mom secretly signed us up for a live show. Now everything Tao Tao and Daddy do is being watched by so many people." When Ji Ming said those words, I could already sense the heavy acting in his delivery. Don't you all think this is interesting? I really want to see the moment when Best Actor Ji gets exposed. Bye. We'll come back when the Song Divas family does their live stream. Bye. I'll come back when the Songbird Queen goes live from home. +1, +1, +1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. So does Tao Tao know what to do? Ji Taotao lifted his little head and nodded earnestly. We just need to show our most normal daily lives at home without any acting. Ji Ning nodded with satisfaction. Ji Taotao's Chinese composition this time was much better than last time, which pleased Ji Ming greatly. The math problems were also done well, with Ji Ming nodding as he checked them. However, when he reached the final problem, Ji Ming finally furrowed his brows. Taotao, you were careless with this problem, it's so simple, yet you still got it wrong. Come here, let Dad explain it to you. The problem appeared on the big screen. A has 22 candies, B has 10. A gives B 2 candies each time. How many times will it take until they have the same number? Taotao's answer was 3. Ji Ming asked patiently and gently, look, how many more candies does A have than B? Taotao replied, 12. Ji Ming asked again, if you give 2 each time, how many times can you give out the 12 candies? Taotao froze for a moment, but perhaps because he trusted his father even more, he still nodded and said, 6 times. That's right. Ji Ming chuckled and ruffled Taotao's little head. So Taotao needs to be very careful in future studies, okay? You can't make mistakes on such simple questions anymore. Got it. Wow, I really wish I had a dad like King Ji. So incredibly patient, love it. If my dad had taught me like King Ji does, would I have ended up driving excavators at Blue Siang? If my dad had taught me like King Ji does, would I have ended up learning fried rice at New Oriental? If my dad had taught me like King Ji does, would I have ended up studying computers at Bikingniu? I've been trained at all 3 institutions, and I've extrapolated the knowledge so well that now I can operate an excavator with a computer to make fried rice. Lin Xiaolu revealed a relieved smile. Bai Qinghe praised enthusiastically, Sky King Ji is truly an expert when it comes to educating children at home. Just as Joy Yi was about to speak, Li Huanga suddenly nudged her thigh. Joy Yi immediately stopped and looked at Li Huanga in confusion. With a smile, Li Huanga asked, Poster Lin, do you think Heavenly King Ji's approach to teaching Taotao this problem is correct? Lin Xiaolu was taken aback. She turned her head to look at the large screen again, carefully examining it. Of course, is there a problem? Alas, Li Huanga put on a thoroughly heartbroken expression. If you say so, then it must be right. Lin Xiaolu was dumbfounded. What do you mean by that? Li Huanga tilted her head slightly. Are you sure you want me to say it? Speak up, Lin Xiaolu said unhappily. Li Huanga nodded. We really should talk about this. After all, I'm part of the observation panel. If netizens find out, Heavenly King Ji would probably be humiliated. What exactly do you mean? Lin Xiaolu was genuinely unsettled by Li Huanga's antics. Li Huanga pointed at the screen with a smile. How many pieces of candy do person A and person B have together? Lin Xiaolu answered quickly, 32 pieces. When both have equal amounts, how many does each person have? 16 pieces, of course. Lin Xiaolu replied without hesitation. How many should they give to B? Li Huanga asked further. Lin Xiaolu burst into laughter. Of course it's 6. How could you not solve such a simple math problem? Just as she was speaking, Lin Xiaolu suddenly froze. Giving 2 each time, needing to give 6 in total, doesn't that mean 3 times? Li Huanga smiled and spread his hands helplessly. As the movie Queen Lin said, such a simple math problem. Both Bai Qinghe and Joy Yi had grasped the meaning. One's expression darkened instantly while the other couldn't help feeling a faint glimmer of hope. Bai Qinghe felt utterly embarrassed. How could she have missed such a simple math problem? And they even praised Ji Ming for teaching well. Joy Yi felt lingering fear, having narrowly escaped embarrassment. Then, Joy Yi immediately felt a bit of schadenfreude and excitement at the drama unfolding. How fascinating. So was Ji Tianwan's method wrong from the start? And was Taotao actually doing it right all along? Children are simple-minded. Taotao must have arrived at that answer by counting directly. OMG, I'm dying of laughter. The dad taught first-grade math wrong? Ha 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 ha. My count matches King Ji's, both 6 times. Where exactly did I go wrong? feeling sorry for Lin Xiaolu and Ji Ming making fools of themselves again. Many audience members struggled to suppress their laughter. Lin Xiaolu initially kept trying to find the error. The calculation clearly showed 6 times. How could it possibly have become just 3 times? Lin Xiaolu now clearly understood that 3 was the correct answer. Even if she couldn't immediately figure out why 6 was the wrong calculation, she knew she couldn't insist on it anymore. Otherwise, she would make an even bigger fool of herself. Lin Xiaolu immediately adjusted her expression and smiled. This question is really deceptive. Even my husband and I were fooled by it. Li Huangya nodded in agreement. It is indeed quite deceptive. Tao Tao actually wrote the correct answer initially but was misled by Ji Tianwan's input. It seems this problem is much trickier than the classic chicken and rabbit in a cage puzzle. During the live broadcast, King Ji had already made Tao Tao pack up his homework, and the father-son duo concluded their homework session with a perfect score for the day. Then came piano practice again. This time, King Ji was clearly much more serious. Tao Tao was quite focused at first, but became visibly impatient after half an hour. However, King Ji had learned his lesson and pursued perfectionism to an almost nitpicky degree, determined to redeem his previously damaged reputation. This made poor Tao Tao suffer terribly, his tiny brows perpetually furrowed in distress. Then came the tedious vocal training again, with Tao Tao's small frame radiating such intense impatience it nearly overflowed through the screen. Lin Xiaolu felt relieved, but then a sudden doubt arose in his mind. Everything had gone smoothly except for that math problem. So why was the live stream viewership dropping continuously? Forget about reaching over 20 million concurrent viewers like Li Huangya's stream. Since the broadcast began, their peak viewership hadn't even hit 5 million. And the numbers were still dropping. It was slightly better than last time. It wasn't until Ji Ming arrived at the piano room and began practicing singing that the attendance numbers slowly showed signs of improvement. Ji Ming held a guitar, skillfully playing while occasionally singing a few lines. It's a new song. A song Heavenly King Ji has never performed before. Is King Ji releasing a new song? Sounds amazing. Lin Xiaolu glanced inadvertently at Li Huangya. Just wait until my husband's new song crushes your husband's track. Let's see how smug you'll be then. Li Huangya looked at Ji Ming on the screen while his mind wandered. If one day that guy could stand in the spotlight like Ji Ming and become a singer, what would that look like? Even someone like Ji Ming became a superstar, wouldn't Shin-Chi ascend to become emperor of the heavens? Chapter 75, The child of a diva even poops more than other kids. While the entire internet was praising Ji Ming for never neglecting to refine her musical skills even at home, the footage shifted to Tao Tao's side. The afternoon schedule originally included a nap for an hour and a half, but Tao Tao had made his way to the living room. Pretending to drink water, he secretly pocketed the phone. Last time he almost got beaten for sneaking into the study to play games, so this time Tao Tao got smarter. He figured there must be cameras all over the house except for the bathroom, so he hid in the bathroom. Lin Xiaolu stared at the screen showing the tightly shut bathroom door, dark lines visibly creeping across her face. Time ticked by. Tao Tao had already been holed up inside for a full hour. Truly worthy of being the child of a superstar actress, even taking a dump lasts longer than others. If you ask me, King Ji really needs to improve his cooking skills. The kid's already constipated. Kids just have no self-control. Who'd forget the time while playing with their phone during a live broadcast? By that calculation, I must have already dropped 10 pounds by now. During this time, Lin Xiaolu kept trying to steer the conversation towards Ji Ming, while Bai Qinghe also attempted to help out. However, Zhuo Yi and Li Huangyi deliberately avoided picking up the cues, putting on an air of your livestream is so boring as they chatted about unrelated topics. Sister Huangyi, have you learned how to sing egg fried rice yet? I have, but it's quite tricky. Now I'm just worried about singing it in front of Shin-Chi, it'd be so embarrassing. Oh, your husband and wife. What's there to be shy about? Let me give you a tip, teach Xiaokuan first, have him sing in front of Shin-Chi, then you can sing along. That way you won't feel awkward. Wow. Brilliant idea. Your quick thinking rivals Fu Qing's. Huangya, do you think Shin-Chi could write me a song? Price is no issue. That could work, but it's probably difficult, you know how things are right now. What if I sing How Long Will the Moon Last? Well, Sister Huangya, could I come visit your house? That works. Great. I'll buy the ingredients. Let's have braised pork, chopped pepper fish head, handmade meatball soup, and shrimp with broccoli. Pft, ha, oh pft ha. Lin Xiaolu was fuming, because an hour and a half had already passed by now. Finally, it was time for an afternoon nap. Lin Xiaolu thought Ji Ming would definitely go wake up Tao Tao, but Ji Ming remained in his room alone, showcasing his myriad of talents. Piano, guitar, bass, drums, keyboard. Li Huangya chuckled. Thank goodness we don't have a horsehead fiddle at home. But Zhuo Yi immediately collapsed onto the table. Fortunately, Ji Ming finally noticed the time. Oh dear, I completely lost track of time. Tao Tao must have woken up by now and started doing crafts. Ji Ming had just descended the stairs when he suddenly heard Tao Tao's suppressed growl of rage, teeth clenched in fury, right by the restroom entrance at the stairwell landing. Lan Ling Wang. Fucking hell, you bastard pigeon. I'll fuck your ancestors. And, at hashtag at asterisk and asterisk, at, and percent, asterisk. Jiming's mind went blank in an instant, then he simply felt his thoughts turning completely muddled. In the heat of the moment, Jiming completely forgot about the live stream. Ji Tao Tao, get your ass out here right now. Ji Tao Tao froze inside the bathroom, his blood running cold with fright. When he opened the door, Ji Tao Tao suddenly collapsed to the ground as his legs had gone numb. Dad, this kid is truly hopeless. Knowing full well it's being live streamed and still acting like this proves Tao Tao is completely addicted. There's no kicking this habit. Ji Ming and Lin Xiaolu must be dying of shame right now. I'm done watching, this is utterly pointless. I'll come back when Xin-Chi goes live. Let's go. Larger groups began drifting away. Lin Xiaolu panicked, utterly clueless about how to salvage the situation. Zhui Yi glanced at Li Huanga, certain he'd address Lin Xiaolu in that characteristically nonchalant tone of his. Xin-Chi played 3 rounds of games with Xiao Kuan. Back then, actress Lin had nothing but harsh criticism for Xin-Chi, but now Tao Tao. Yet Li Huanga didn't. She merely smiled faintly and said nothing. A chill crept into Bai Qinghe's heart. Li Huanga was truly terrifying. At that time, Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu had clearly mentioned how Xin Xiaokuan was indulging in trivial pleasures at the expense of loftier goals. Yet Li Huanga managed to remain silent under such circumstances. The more he refused to speak, the more the barrage of comments condemned him. Accusing others' children of being pleasure seekers while your own mess isn't even cleaned up, how dare you poke your nose into others' business? Xin-Chi played just 3 rounds of games with Xiao Kuan before stopping. That's what I call moderation. Moderation? You should learn from actress Bai's household. Forget about mobile phones, Xiao Xiao doesn't even watch TV. What would a robot do with phones or TV anyway? Let's go, not watching anymore. The number of online viewers in the live stream room dropped sharply once again. Jiang Wei was deeply displeased, while Hong Tao remained as calm as ever. Let's wrap it up by dinner time. Alright, and now we conclude our live broadcast with acclaimed actress Lin Ying. Let's take a look at the mission options filtered by Big Data. Lin Xiaolu had been sulking all afternoon, but now there seemed to be a hint of relief in his heart. Difficult as the task may be, it's still better than enduring continual humiliation. Fang Qian and Li Lei seemed to deliberately speed up the show's pace. The first name on the voting list appeared on the big screen, leaving Lin Xiaolu momentarily stunned. Actress Lin learned to play the heroes Lan Ling Wang or Aku in Honor of Kings, killing Tao Tao 15 times in a single match. I don't even play this game, so why do I still find this hilarious? This mission is tough. Seems like actress Lin doesn't really know how to play Honor of Kings. A sudden image pops into my head, Tao Tao gritting his teeth while cursing actress Lin's Aku and Lan Ling Wang. What the hell is this garbage play? Guess what expression King Ji will have then? Not only Lin Xiaolu, but even Li Huanga and Bai Qinghe were stunned. What kind of heroes are Orchid Prince and Aku? Why should Tao Tao be ganked? Li Huanga asked curiously. Bai Qinghe also asked in confusion, will we die if we get caught? Lin Xiaolu also turned to look at Zhui Yi. Under the watchful gaze of 2 Best Actress winners and 6 eyes a day later, Zhui Yi struggled to suppress her laughter as she began to explain. Prince Lan Ling and Aku are the nightmare of fragile heroes because these 2 champions can turn invisible. A single combo skill can instantly kill fragile heroes like Hui or Luban that Tao Tao plays, making him die right after spawning. That would easily break Tao Tao's mentality and completely ruin his gaming experience. That's why Tao Tao has been scolding people these past 2 episodes. Now the 3 of them finally understood. Lin Xiaolu felt it didn't seem so difficult after all, and relaxed slightly in her heart. With that, the second episode of the second family's live broadcast came to an end. Li Huanji didn't head home immediately. Having finished work unusually early today, Li Huanji went straight to the company to listen to Zhou Qiqi and Lia's recording of The Nameless One. Let Lia sing the song. Fu Qing nodded in agreement. I also think Lia would be a better fit. They both fell silent simultaneously, thinking of yet another song drowned in sorrow. We must get it. Huanga, I have a plan. What plan? Beauty trap. Li Huanga looked at Fu Qing's sly expression, frowned, and waved his hands repeatedly. No. I used it last time. Ah, did he prick you? Chapter 76. Do you want me to hear you sing about egg fried rice? By the time they returned home, the meal was already prepared. Xiao Kuan happily threw himself into Li Huanji's arms, enveloping them in a touching scene of mother and child affection. Then they started whispering together, talking about who knows what. Xin-Chi brought out plate after plate of delicious dishes. Let's get ready for dinner. Xin Xiaokuan suddenly piped up, I want fried rice with eggs. I want to eat egg fried rice too, Li Huanga declared. Ha! Xin-Chi froze momentarily. Xin Xiaokuan had eaten egg fried rice the day before yesterday at noon, and Li Huanga had some just last night. Now both of them want to eat fried rice again tonight? A conspiracy? Or is it because my fried rice is heavenly delicious? There's no cold rice left. We'll need to steam a fresh batch, it might take a while. Xin Xiaokuan immediately responded, that's fine, I can wait. Shin-chi chuckled inwardly. Does it really matter whether you eat or not? It's not like you're the one signing my paycheck. Li Huanga, however, calmly replied, it's fine, I can wait. The rice was steamed and left to cool. Shin-chi was frying egg fried rice. Li Huanga and Shin Xiaokuan whispered to each other. Why not sing egg fried rice? No idea. The songs he sings while cooking seem different every time. I've got to sing, no choice. Watch me, Shin Xiaokuan shouted at the top of his voice toward the kitchen. Shen-chi, my mom wants to hear you sing that fried rice with egg song. Shin-chi's hand holding the spatula trembled slightly. Li Huanga has been acting stranger and stranger lately. That little spy Shin Xiaokuan tells everything, seems I'll have to be careful around the house from now on. What egg fried rice song? Shin-chi feigned ignorance. The one you were singing the other day. Shin Xiaokuan reminded him. I really loved it. I want to learn it, and mom wants to hear it too. Shin-chi had no choice but to start singing. Counting on my fingers at this Manhwa palace I've stayed for 3.5 years. Day in, day out carrying water and chopping wood never slacking off. Master says whether I can graduate depends on passing his test. He told me to fry up a plate. Fried rice with eggs? Watching Shin-chi sing live, Li Huanji thought the sky must be crazy. But listening to Shin-chi perform in person, Li Huanji suddenly noticed Shin-chi's remarkably relaxed state, the kind many professional singers often lack. Shin-chi's rhythm and intonation had a special charm, instantly revealing a natural musical talent. It didn't sound great before, but now it's actually pretty good, Shin Xiaokuan murmured while savoring the performance. Li Huanga had already flashed a triumphant smile. The program team's challenges are all within my grasp. Hey, egg fried rice. The simplest is also the hardest. Every grain of rice must stand apart, and coated with egg. Having just finished the meal, Shin Xiaokuan began clearing the table and washing dishes. Li Huanga patted the couch with a cheerful grin. Shin-chi, come sit down. Shin-chi's body suddenly tensed up. Alright, last time you tricked me, what kind of mischief are you plotting this time? That rendition of fried rice just now was really catchy. I listened once and already memorized it. Believe it or not? Shin-chi nodded. I believe it. Li Huanga's smile froze. You believe it? Of course. You're the queen of pop. Being sensitive is totally normal, right? Shin-chi said with complete sincerity. But I, Shin-chi chuckled. Showing off your musical talent, even at home? I'm not a musician anyway. Why are you showcasing it to me? Then would you like to hear me sing fried rice with eggs? A hint of anticipation appeared on Li Huanji's face. Shin-chi was even more confused. Then do you want to hear you sing fried rice with eggs? Li Huanga was utterly speechless, going all out just to complete the task. I don't care if you want to or not, I'm singing egg fried rice for you right now. I didn't mean anything else by it, I just wanted to test my musical sense. Li Huanga spoke with great seriousness, and Shin-chi promptly nodded in agreement. Then you sing. Li Huanga's scheme was accomplished, yet when he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. Go on, sing? Shin-chi blinked his innocent big eyes as he stared intently at Li Huanga. Don't look at me, Li Huanga snapped in mock anger. Shin-chi was completely baffled. What, a superstar like you who's performed in front of tens of thousands, can't sing when it's just me watching? Shin-chi averted his gaze, and Li Huanga finally began to sing. A voice as sweet as an oriole's rang out. Counting on my fingers at this Manhwa I've spent 3.5 years. Drawing water and chopping wood every day, never been lazy. Shin-chi's confusion was replaced by obsessive-compulsive impulses. This song is clearly about a kitchen apprentice's life, but your voice sounds exactly like a pampered wealthy lady. This feels a bit out of place. Hey, egg fried rice. The simplest yet most difficult. Every grain must stand apart, and coated with egg. Li Huanga unexpectedly felt a thrill while singing, finding it quite amusing, so he gradually relaxed and sang with increasing ease. Shin-chi slowly grew astonished. Holy cow, memorizing both the lyrics and melody after just one listen? Is his talent really that extraordinary? Shin-chi couldn't help but glance toward Shin Xiaokuan washing dishes in the kitchen. This little spy's musical talent is equally formidable. Could there be a possibility that Shin Xiaokuan is actually Li Huanga's biological son? Shin-chi finally turned his gaze to Li Huanga, his eyes carrying a trace of scrutiny and suspicion. So, am I the only outsider in this family? This is so heartbreaking. Every grain of rice should be separate, and coated with egg. Li Huanji finally finished singing, tilting her head to look at Shin-chi, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. How was my singing? Absolutely perfect, Shin-chi praised. Joy from completing the task made Li Huanji's face break into a happy smile, causing Shin-chi to freeze momentarily. Was she trying to put on a show in front of me? Just like a bird in mating season, trying to attract male attention. No doubt about it. I'm going to the study to work. Make sure Xiaokuan washes up and rests early. While in the study, Li Huanga posted a Weibo message and tagged Jinlin. At exactly 6 tomorrow morning, Li Ya, the new generation male singer from Huanga Entertainment, will release The Nameless Ones on all major music platforms. At Jean Lin. Jean Lin had been waiting for this moment and promptly followed up with his own Weibo post. At Li Huanga. My work, Sunset Flower, performed by Heavenly King Ji Ming, will also be released promptly at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Within 24 hours, we'll determine the winner based on the popularity rankings in the Chinese music Billboard chart. Both tweets were instantly liked, reposted, and commented on by countless people. The show is about to begin. Stay tuned. Isn't this unfair? The happy song queen arranged for a rookie singer who just debuted, while Ji Lin actually got a Heavenly King? I smell the stench of conspiracy. Wait, doesn't this mean Heavenly King Ji had already collaborated with Jean Lin on this song? They must be using the livestream to bet against the happy song queen. At the same moment, Jean Lin and Ji Ming simultaneously revealed sinister smiles in their respective homes. Li Huanga, oh Li Huanga, this time you're bound to lose. Xin-Shi, oh Xin-Shi, this circle isn't one that freeloaders like you can casually waltz into. Chapter 77. Chow Chow shakes his head. Chow Chow keeps shaking his head. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast scene of the second episode's third housewarming. Today we'll be bringing you a live stream from the home of Best Actress by Qinghe. Backstage, Zhang Wei voiced his doubts. Chief Director, have you forgotten something? We previously arranged a segment where the beautiful neighbor visits Xin-Shi. Weren't you talking about favoring everyone equally? You didn't arrange anything for Heavenly King Ji yesterday either. Hong Tao shook his head slightly. I went back and thought about it. Ji Ming and Liang Bin have somewhat special identities, and they've known they were being broadcast live all along. This segment definitely wouldn't stand out, so I cut it. At that moment, the big screen was showing edited footage of Bai Qinghe completing her mission on live broadcast. Chow Chow, come to mommy. Chow Chow approached with a hint of timidity. Bai Qinghe tried her utmost to be gentle as she took Chow Chow's hand. Chow Chow, do you know any songs you can sing for us? Chow Chow shook his head with a hint of confusion. Haven't you learned even one song at school? Chow Chow shook his head again. Bai Qinghe asked anxiously, then when you watch TV or use your phone, haven't you? Chow Chow stared blankly at Bai Qinghe without saying a word. But everyone already knew the answer. Then shall mom teach you a song? Chow Chow shook his head. Bai Qinghe seemed somewhat at a loss, patiently trying again. Chow Chow, children your age can all sing, isn't that true? Chow Chow kept shaking his head. Isn't that so? Bai Qinghe continued to ask with forced patience. Finally, Chow Chow opened his mouth. You said, these are all useless things for me, that I shouldn't learn them. Chow Chow seemed to have lost the ability to learn singing. No matter how hard Bai Qinghe tried, either he wouldn't open his mouth, or just couldn't learn it. The entire studio was filled with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Bai Qinghe's eyes moistened slightly, but then she heard Li Huanga letting out a faint sigh beside her. TCH, are actors really that dedicated, or are they just incapable of breaking character from the script? How terrifying. Bai Qinghe couldn't help but glance at Li Huanga, who remained utterly unfazed. The words Li Huanga spoke during the last livestream still lingered vividly in Bai Qinghe's mind, haunting her thoughts these past few days. After a brief moment of doubt, Bai Qinghe concluded that in this fiercely competitive society, raising a child the way their family did was the right approach. In the end, Chow Chow, with much stumbling, managed to complete the four-line children's song alongside Bai Qinghe. Even Fong Qian and Li Lei felt so suffocated by the tension they could barely breathe. Li Huanga, Lin Xiaolu, and Zhuo Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qinghe stood up, slightly choked up. The last episode made me realize some shortcomings in how we raise our child at home. After careful consideration, my husband and I have decided to change our parenting approach. We want Chow Chow to be happy and filled with sunshine like other children. My husband will strive to correct his previous ways this time, and we hope everyone will wait and see. Li Huanga chuckled inwardly. It's just an act after seeing all the online condemnations. Do you really think you'll recognize the flaws in your family's parenting? You're just putting on a show because the low engagement made you lose face. The scene unfolds. Breakfast, at the dining table. Chow Chow, have you been feeling a lot of academic pressure lately? Chow Chow shook his head silently and kept eating. Liang Bin asked again, I remember you loved singing nursery rhymes when you were little. Why don't you ever sing now? Chow Chow shook his head. Liang Bin's expression shifted slightly, his brows furrowing a little. Then tell daddy honestly, do you not like learning calligraphy? Chow Chow shook his head. Chow Chow shaking head, emoji, dot. Chow Chow shaking head, emoji, dot. Super shaking head, emoji, dot. Liang Bin finally lost his patience. Can you speak? Now you need to answer my questions. Chow Chow trembled all over and mumbled. Speak not while eating, nor chatter in bed. Liang Bin froze for a second before his expression suddenly darkened. But during the live broadcast, Liang Bin forcefully suppressed it. Ultra shakes head, emoji, dot. Super shake head, emoji pack, dot. Bai Qinghe remained silent, gazing at the livestream with just over 1 million viewers, feeling thoroughly depressed. The problem undoubtedly lies in the lack of entertainment value, but shouldn't people still be learning proper educational concepts? Do you really have to act like Shin-Chi's foolish way to make it in the market? Audiences these days are genuinely both blind and hard to please. Li Huanga and Joyi suddenly realized that appearing on a variety show could actually be this relaxing, earning money while comfortably seated on a spacious sofa. It would be even better if we could use our phones. This is so boring. Chow Chow hasn't uttered a single word. You forced your parenting style until the child lost even their soul, and now you want to fix it? I can't even imagine what kind of zombie I'd become if I were in Buying Ho's household. I assent this kind of educational outcome exactly what most parents in society currently desire. Thank you to Buying Ho's family, and thank you to the production team. My mom tearfully cancelled all my cram school classes. Chow Chow shakes his head, emoticon. Then the entire screen was flooded with comments like not watching anymore, boring, waiting for Shin-Chi. The live viewership dropped below 500,000 again. The day-long livestream was finally nearing its end. For some reason, discussions about the amusing segments between Shin-Chi and Xiao Kuan are growing more numerous in the bullet comments. Then, another topic emerged in the discussions. Has everyone checked the real-time charts on the Chinese Music Awards? I've been following it. Lia's Nameless One entered the top 5 just 2 hours after release, and Jiming's Sunset Flower briefly made the top 10 after its debut, now ranked 13th. I've listened to it. The Nameless One is absolutely stunning. It resonates so deeply. King G's version isn't bad either, but it feels somewhat soulless. Right now, The Nameless One has dominated the charts for 8 hours straight, while Flower of the Sunset fell out of the top 10 and never made it back in. I wonder if Jean Lin watched the livestream. Lin Xiaolu's expression also darkened as she tried hard not to look at the barrage of comments about the bets, yet couldn't resist glancing at them anyway. She desperately wished for some sudden reversal, like Jiming's song unexpectedly skyrocketing to first place, pushing Shin-Chi's track down. How infuriating. Could Jean Lin and Jiming actually lose to newcomer Li and that freeloading man? The musical tastes of listeners in this world have truly gone awry. Li Huanga's face carried a subtle smile, as though everything was unfolding exactly as she'd anticipated. The dreary livestream finally approached its conclusion. The barrage of Chow Chow shaking head memes flooding the screen was frankly unbearable. Bai Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief. The top-voted option remained largely unchanged from before, except now it called for actress Bai and Liang Bin to sing a children's song together with Chow Chow. Li Lei and Fang Qian finally managed to shake off their heavy emotions. For our third episode, we'll be trying an entirely new format, a 3-household joint livestream. During the livestream, we'll also enable the tipping feature, and all proceeds from tips will be donated to charity. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu immediately furrowed their brows slightly. After 2 episodes, the disparity in popularity between each family couldn't have been more obvious. Having each episode divided among 3 separate livestreams was relatively manageable, but when gathered together, the comparative popularity of the 3 streams became painfully ironic. At this moment, they both couldn't help but feel a hint of rejection, even considering retreating. Participating in variety shows is meant to increase exposure, thereby boosting popularity and raising their status. Li Huanga suddenly stood up. King Ji and Teacher Liang already know they're being live-streamed. Isn't it unfair to my family this way? Should I tell Shin-Chi? Chapter 78, The Fool Who Thought Others Fools. Li Huanga asked the question with frivolous gravity, but to Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu, his words struck like needles. What do you mean? Unfair? Even if both husbands knew during the first recording, the 2 award-winning actresses in front of the cameras simply claimed they only just found out in this episode. By saying this, Li Huanga makes both families appear dishonest. The reality itself is already unfair, so arguing seems rather pointless. Joyi covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Oh come on Sister Huanga, it's just a variety show, treat it as a game, okay? Li Huanga immediately chuckled in response. He's right, forget what I said then. Bai Qinghe, Lin Xiaolu. The facts proved that Li Huanga was not a woman to be trifled with. Li Huanga had this particular ability. Things that seemed effortless could infuriate people to death without consequence. We can't tell Shin-Chi. The only fun part of this show lies in Shin-Chi not knowing it's being broadcast live. If Shin-Chi finds out about the live broadcast too, this show really wouldn't be worth watching anymore. This little farce gave Hong Tao and Zhang Wei in the backstage quite a scare. From the very beginning, this S-tier variety show was scheduled primarily because of the status and stature of these 3 queens of music and screen. Yet, Li Huanga's family situation definitely outweighed more than half of the deciding factor. After 6 days across 2 live episodes, Li Huanga's family circumstances now account for over 80 to 90% of the show's appeal. Given Li Huanga's temper, he really would go through with it. If Shin-Chi were to find out, the suspense element of the show would be completely ruined. Forget about maintaining its S-tier status, the program would struggle to even hold onto an A-tier ranking. Once you fall to B-tier, you become just another ordinary person. Seeing Li Huanga sit back down so nonchalantly, even the normally unflappable Hong Tao broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Wei was so frightened he began trembling. Hong Tao narrowed his eyes and gave orders to Li Lei and Feng Qian. Li Lei stepped forward with a smile and said, "Our live broadcast has indeed been somewhat unfair to the Songbird Queen's family. After discussions with the production team, we've decided to air the behind-the-scenes footage of actress by an actress Lin completing their tasks before tomorrow's broadcast begins. This way, the two families will have 1 or 2 fewer days to complete their tasks compared to the Songbird Queen's family." Feng Qian quickly chimed in. "Surely this trivial matter wouldn't trouble the songstress queen? I imagine Ms. Bai wouldn't mind that the task needs to be completed in just one evening?" Just as Lin Xiaolu was about to speak, Bai Qinghe immediately smiled and said, "Of course I wouldn't mind." Lin Xiaolu also appropriately closed her mouth and nodded in agreement. "Mind? Don't be ridiculous. Wouldn't the public tear us apart? If they don't even care about fairness anymore, why should we fuss over completing tasks a day or 2 earlier?" Li Huanga chuckled and said, "Of course the 2 screen queens wouldn't mind, neither would I if I were in their shoes. If I got the better end of the deal, I certainly wouldn't complain." Lin Xiaolu's chest heaved with anger, while Bai Qinghe's expression also darkened slightly. "But I do have one question." Bai Qinghe cleared her throat. "We're living in the information age now. Who can guarantee Shen-Chi won't learn the truth through the internet?" Lin Xiaolu's eyes immediately lit up. "Right. Even if Huanga told Shen-Chi about it, we wouldn't know." Li Huanga turned to Bai Qinghe and said, "I've already explained about the issue with Bai Yingho. Shen-Chi never pays attention to the news, and his social circle basically just includes those grandpas and grandmas from the old baby band and those 2 childhood friends from the orphanage. If they tell Shen-Chi, that's a factor beyond my control. Anyway, it couldn't possibly be my fault, right?" Li Huanga's gaze at Lin Xiaolu carried a hint of mockery, and Lin Xiaolu immediately sensed the ridicule. "The issue with actress Lin is a bit, how should I put it? Pathetic." Lin Xiaolu's cheeks puffed out slightly as he glared at Li Huanga, his anger barely contained. "From the 2 live streams at my house, it's obvious at first glance whether Shen-Chi knew about them or not. Does actress Lin think I've already told Shen-Chi? You call him a useless sponger who can't do anything, but does he have the acting skills of King Ji? King Ji has starred in many dramas, but wasn't he still seen through by the sharp eyes of the general audience?" Lin Xiaolu shot up from her seat, her eyes practically spitting fire. "You?" Li Huanga showed no trace of fear, refusing to even glance at Lin Xiaolu as he remarked coolly, "When you treat others as fools, often you become the biggest fool yourself." Netizens have been discussing online these past few days about someone knowing about the livestream beforehand. Surely everyone's seen those posts, right? This blatant sarcasm was vividly displayed by Li Huanga's spirited performance. Li Huanga wasn't angry. If Lin Xiaolu lost her composure now, she would completely lose the upper hand. She'd already lost in livestream popularity and her husband's songs. Was she going to lose in cultivation too? Though not as skilled at controlling her emotions as Bai Qinghe, Lin Xiaolu was no fool. All right. Looking forward to seeing the performance at the home of the Songbird Queen tomorrow." Li Huanga flashed a smile. "A live stream with over 20 million viewers shouldn't lose in gift donations to one with just a few 100,000, right?" Joy Yi quickly ducked her head out of sight. Bai Qinghe's expression changed abruptly. Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt a pang in her chest, as if she were a wounded heroine from one of her martial arts dramas, about to cough up blood. "Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. That's not necessarily true. Only those who are broke but dream of freeloading off rich women would watch Shen-Chi. I doubt they'd tip much anyway. Rich people would probably enjoy watching King Ji and teacher Liang, some might even tip hundreds of thousands." Nonsense. How could Li Huanga lose to Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu? Betting on Li Huanga won't disappoint. Let's not even talk about the adults, just tell me, would you rather tip Xiaokuan or Tao Tao and Xiao Xiao? The second episode of All the Family's livestreams came to a close with Li Huanga's dominant 1-2 victory. After the event ended, Zhang Wei deliberately sought out Li Huanga in private and brought her to the chief director's office. Hong Tao, usually steady and composed, showed a trace of ingratiation when facing Li Huanga. "Queen Huanga, whatever you do, you mustn't tell Shen-Chi about the livestream plan." Li Huanga and Hong Tao were quite familiar. This was already her 3rd variety show produced by him. "I agreed to come here initially, not for that 2.4 million appearance fee per episode. When you cast Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu, your intentions were already crystal clear. The reason I'm not saying anything is because I'm following the show's rules. I won't take the initiative to tell Shen-Chi about this, but I can't guarantee she won't find out through other channels." Hong Tao immediately chuckled and said, then I'm extremely grateful. Li Huanga narrowed his eyes with a smile. Then don't expect me to be so nice-tempered next time. Hong Tao immediately raised his hand in assurance. Don't worry, I'll handle everything as it should be. I still have some influence left. Li Huanga nodded and stood up. Hong Tao immediately shot Zhang Wei a meaningful glance. Zhang Wei immediately brought over 2 exquisite handbags and handed them to Li Huanga with an ingratiating expression. What is this? Hong Tao smiled and said. A little gift for Xin Qi and Xiao Kuan. Li Huanga nodded with a smile. Hong Tao continued. Oh, and before tomorrow's live broadcast, aside from showing the highlights, there'll also be a small singing segment to build momentum. You and Ms. Bai both sing for yourselves, while Ms. Lin has Joy Yi sing as her stand-in. Li Huanga's eyes lit up. Now this was getting interesting. When I revealed, Jean Lin and Ji Ming, how will you deal with this? Chapter 79. The mastermind took a full 10 minutes to write this, so infuriating. On the ride home, Long Outyan was still excitedly discussing today's livestream. Sister Huanga, you were absolutely domineering today. You left those 2 old hags utterly speechless. Today, aside from watching the livestream, I've also been keeping an eye on the Chinese music chart. Right now, the Nameless One is still holding the top spot, while Sunset Flowers has dropped to 15th place. Li Huanga nodded with a faint smile. It's going to keep falling. A large number of people must have supported Nobody because of Xin Qi. A stay-at-home husband like Xin Qi could achieve this much. If he were to sign a contract and become a singer, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Returning home, Li Huanga casually placed 2 shopping bags on the sofa. One for you and one for Xiao Kuan. Xin Qi froze momentarily before immediately breaking into elated laughter. Wasn't this his favorite part, the gift-giving moment? Back when Li Huanga was still around, he would bring home presents for Xin Qi every few days. Whether they were corporate gifts that went unused or show props that got eliminated, they were often valuable, high-quality items. Xin Xiaokuan was also thrilled, eagerly tearing open the packaging boxes from the 2 gift bags with excited cries. Inside were 2 watches, one a luxury brand mechanical watch, the other a high-end electronic brand's children's watch. Xin Xiaokuan naturally put the mechanical watch on his wrist. Thanks, Mommy, though the bracelet's a bit loose. Hey, wait a minute. Xin Qi started to get flustered. Li Huangji burst into laughter. Well then, just wear a kid's smartwatch. During dinner, Li Huanga seemed persistently on the verge of saying something. Xin Qi remained highly guarded, completely pretending not to notice. Distractedly, Li Huanga took out his phone and checked the rankings on the Chinese music billboard. Number 1, The Nameless One, lyrics, behind the scenes cooking shit, composition, behind the scenes cooking shit, performed by Leah. Number 3, Diva, lyrics, behind the scenes cooking shit, composition, behind the scenes cooking shit, performed by Zhou Qiqi. Chapter 17, Flower of the Sunset, lyrics, Jean Lin, composition, Jean Lin, vocal performance, Ji Ming. Li Huanga glanced slightly at Xin Qi, who panicked internally and buried his face in his meal. Have you studied composition? Xin Qi responded with a dull hum, having already revealed himself under the temptation of the honey trap that day. I know a bit of music theory, and after being constantly exposed to you, a diva melodies occasionally pop into my head, just scribbling nonsense. Li Huanga let out a cold laugh in his heart, but asked with a gentle expression, do you have any other compositions then? Yeah, haven't you heard Beat the Monkey, 5 Rings, and Egg Fried Rice before? Xin Qi felt guilty but kept a straight face, like mud that just won't stick to the wall, unfit for the halls of refinement, a dead dog that won't drag to the southern wall, a dead pig that boiling water can't scald. Li Huanga's face darkened. Are you serious? More genuine than a kid's smartwatch. Li Huanga and Xin Xiaokuan exchanged a glance. He's such a dog. What a dog move! The next day, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. Since she needed to submit the accompaniment tracks to the production team in advance and coordinate the live performance details with the band beforehand, Li Huanga left very early. At exactly 7:40, the show finally began. The first segment was a popularity-boosting song performance newly added in the 3rd episode. First to take the stage was Bai Qinghe. Bai Qinghe initially debuted as both a singer and actress, and has now become one of the entertainment industry's representative triple threat stars excelling in film, television, and music. Her vocal skills were on point. She sang a sentimental love song brimming with tenderness, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Joy Yi sang a love song, her petite frame erupting with astonishing power. The high notes were formidable, and the emotions delivered with intense fervor. Lin Xiaolu was thoroughly impressed. When Li Huanga stood on the stage, the men went wild and the women burned with envy. A flowing black dress accentuated her enchanting figure, while the light makeup she wore exuded tenderness and allure. As the accompaniment began, many people were visibly surprised. It's a new song. I'm already in love with this intro. The Songbird Queen finally released a new song. I instantly sent a tip the moment she started singing. I drive a Wuling. I'll tip 3 Wulings. I drive a BMW. I'll tip a BMW. Back in my childhood when I was noisy and willful, my grandma would always sing me lullabies. On summer afternoons old songs would comfort me. That song went something like this. The sky darkens, rain's about to fall. Dark clouds loom. The venue fell instantly silent. Li Huanga's choked vocals poured straight from the heart, as if unraveling childhood memories. Departing from her usual powerhouse technique, this time her unadorned voice whispered intimately in every listener's ear. Yellowed fragments, grandmother's wrinkles, the pain of falling. They trickled out amid the melody of Li Huanga's singing and piano accompaniment. Joy seemed to think of her own grandmother, her eyes slightly reddening. Even Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were moved to empathy. When emotions erupt, I fell for someone who made me throw caution to the wind. I thought this was the world I pursued, yet charging headlong misunderstood and deceived. Does the world of adults hide only brokenness behind? Eyes welling up with tears. Back then, I was just a country girl too, struggling to make it in the big city. I fell for the wrong man, got my heart broken, and ended up raising 3 kids all by myself. Love always makes people cry, leaves them feeling unsatisfied. The sky is vast yet unclear to see, so lonely. I miss my grandma. Li Huanga's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she murmured the closing words. When night falls I recall that song once more. Suddenly I wish for a quiet rain to pour. Now I see grandma's wisdom was sung to me before. Through the rain we must bravely push forward. I believe everything will be alright. I really want to go home now. Dark skies, rain is coming. It's dark and dreary, so dreary. Li Huanga slowly closed her eyes as the piano notes gradually softened like a babbling brook. She just stood there, utterly still, until the venue erupted with earth-shattering applause. Li Huanga then opened her eyes, blooming softly like a flower. Suddenly, Zhao Shanhe's striking barrage comment appeared on the big screen. Breathtaking, absolutely magnificent. If I'm not mistaken, this ingeniously blends the originally light-hearted and humorous children's song Tian Wu Wu into something divinely inspired, a perfect fusion of folk and pop. The emotional transition from nursery rhyme to chorus, then settling into simple tranquility, this mature maidenly sentimentality, these recollections of childhood and family bonds, surpass even the emotional impact of love songs. The Songbird Queen's vocal control is truly formidable. What astonishes me most is still this song's lyricist and composer. Absolute genius. An absolute genius. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu applauded with smiles on their faces, though they were seething inside. Joy let out a sudden cry. I'm in love. This is amazing. I want to cover this song. Li Huanga smiled faintly and glanced at the large screen. The other lyricist, composer and music critics online observer. Why haven't they shared their opinion today? Did you check the Billboard charts at 6 this morning? Which ranking is Teacher Jin's song at? Sorry about that. I'm terribly lazy and didn't scroll further down. Everyone knew Jin Lin had lost, and Ji Ning had lost too. Lin Xiaolu felt fury rising in her chest. Li Huanga smiled faintly once more. Oh right, that song Dark Clouds earlier was composed by the behind-the-scenes shitstirrer in my home's piano room. It only took him a full 10 minutes to write it. It's absolutely infuriating. Chapter 80. The whole crowd chants along with me. She's stained egg. Joy was instantly taken aback. 10 minutes? Sister Huanga, are you sure Shinchi composed this song Dark Sky in just 10 minutes? Li Huanga nodded earnestly. Infuriating, isn't it? Joy strongly agreed and nodded in acknowledgement. How utterly infuriating. A strong vibe of bragging and disguise permeated the entire studio. Bai Qinghe managed to keep her composure somewhat, but Lin Xiaolu looked ready to explode with frustration. What are you implying? Trying to make people think Shinchi also wrote The Nameless One quickly? Writing this fast can still outperform The Flower of Sunset co-produced by Jin Lin and Ji Ming, is that what you're implying? I wish you, Shinchi, speed in everything you do. Li Huanga gracefully stepped off the stage, once again stirring a wave of applause. The second segment featured edited behind-the-scenes footage of the 3 observers completing their tasks. In the first behind-the-scenes clip, Bai Qinghe and Liang Bin appeared as a couple. While Bai Qinghe did fine, Liang Bin's palpable awkwardness while singing children's songs nearly spilled out of the screen. Having had his first trial run singing with Bai Qinghe, Cao Cao seemed slightly more relaxed this time, but only slightly. What's Liang Bin doing? Singing with his own wife and child looks like torture for him. Pulling Cao Cao out of the mud won't happen overnight, he's sunk in far too deep. It's hard for me to imagine what will happen to Cao Cao even if he excels academically, but loses the most basic social skills needed in society someday? What to do? Tough luck. Do you think any company would want a kid like that in the future? Although Bai Qinghe had completed her task, the barrage of comments flooding in was undeniably hard to look at. Bai Qinghe was displeased. The second behind-the-scenes clip came from Lin Xiaolu. Compared to the dreary atmosphere of Bai Qinghe's home, this edited clip was much more entertaining. Anyone could tell at a glance that Lin Xiaolu must have made prior arrangements with Tao Tao. The two opened a 5v5 matchroom, with Tao Tao choosing Hui while Lin Xiaolu selected Lan Lingwang. Tao Tao intentionally stood still, waiting for Lin Xiaolu to attack in stealth mode. But Lin Xiaolu couldn't even grasp the basic skills properly. After getting Tao Tao killed several times through attrition, Tao Tao's teammates started cursing. Actor, why hasn't elementary school started yet? Even with all 4 teammates initiating surrender together, Lin Xiaolu still took 3 matches to complete the mission. The barrage erupted with waves of ha-ha-ha laughter. The actress Lin is a disaster at games. Tao Tao, caving under the pressure from the renowned actress Lin, purposely marched to his doom, his little face twisted in grievance. This feels so much like a script, but at least it's done now. Hurry up, hurry. I can't wait to see my Chi-Gij and my little son Kuan, nor can I wait to hear the substitute queen sing fried rice with egg. I want to eat egg fried rice. I want to eat egg fried rice too. It's okay, I can wait. It's okay, I can wait too. That song Egg Fried Rice earlier was really nice. I learned it after just one listen. Do you believe me? I believe you. You believe me? Of course. You're the queen of pop. Being sensitive is totally normal, isn't it? Then do you want to hear me sing Egg Fried Rice? Then do you want me to want to hear you sing Egg Fried Rice? I don't care what you want. I feel like singing Egg Fried Rice for you right now. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to test my musical sense. Then sing. You. Don't look at me. Shin Shi's utterly confused expression contrasted so comically with Li Huanji's little scheming grin. This is truly the prestige of this variety show. I love this family so much. Good heavens, give me a husband like this. Let's start a poll to have the show exclusively livestream Li Huang's family. Exactly. Let's keep those random actors out. In the video, when Li Huan sang stir-fried rice with eggs, everyone was amused. Though performed with utmost seriousness, it was far from rap style, yet carried a unique charm that made it incredibly endearing. Counting on my fingers at this Manhwa restaurant I've spent 3.5 years. Every day carrying water and shopping would never slacking off. When the song reached its climax, the audience unexpectedly started singing along in unison. On screen, every line Li Huan sang was met with synchronized echoes from the live crowd. Hey, egg fried rice. Hey, fried rice with eggs. The simplest yet the hardest. The easiest yet the toughest. Every grain of rice must be separated. Separate each grain of rice. And coated with egg. And coated with egg. Just as the singing finished, some loud-voiced man in the audience suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, covered in egg. Then came another perfectly synchronized chant, dip it in eggs. Joy Yi kept waving her tiny fists while standing up and singing along. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu were well accustomed to such routines. When situations like this arose during variety shows, the guests were always expected to join in the playful chorus, but they were truly depressed. What am I doing? Why should I get involved in this mess? I don't want any part of this trouble. Throughout the whole thing, Li Huang's ears burned with embarrassment. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore, covering her face as she collapsed onto the table, even exposing the whirl of hair on her crown. She clearly felt humiliated, yet couldn't help laughing anyway. What a disaster! Feng Qian and Li Lei completely lost control of their facial expressions, turning away from the camera while cackling with laughter. The production crew also burst into laughter. Backstage, Hong Tao and Zhang Weihua joined in the laughter as well. Mom's away on business birthed yet another legendary scene. The barrage of comments is overflowing with joy. A full 3 minutes passed before Feng Qian and Li Lei finally caught their breath. Alright, we're about to begin today's live stream. Today's live stream is different from the previous 2 episodes. It's a joint broadcast by 3 parties, and the tipping function will be enabled. Before the show begins, it is worth noting that the Songbird Diva, by the Screen Queen, and Lin the Screen Queen have each registered in launched charities named Little Kuan Charity Foundation, Chow Chow Charity Foundation, and Tao Tao Charity Foundation. During the live broadcast, all viewer donations for the 3 contestants will be donated to 3 foundations dedicated to educational causes for children in mountainous regions. To ensure fairness, viewers will be randomly assigned to one of 3 live streams when entering the platform, meaning everyone starts with absolutely equal chances when the broadcast begins. If you want to keep the audience and earn more tips, it all depends on how the 3 dads and kids perform. Hurry up and start. My wallet's been starving for action. Mom's on a Business Trip is the best variety show I've watched this year. I want to be placed under Shin Chi's team. Chow Chow shaking head, emoji. I've already freaking had enough of this. Okay. Bai Qinghe and Lin Xiaolu grew tense at this moment, but recalling their rehearsed arrangements at home, they felt it shouldn't be a major issue. After all, judging from Shin Chi's house husband appearance, he must be some penniless loser. Yet Li Huang remained completely unfazed. Everything was already arranged. Shin Chi, oh Shin Chi, you certainly won't be idle today. Today's livestream won't be dull. It's all going to be stormy and turbulent. Feng Qian and Lei Li, looking handsome and beautiful respectively, shouted in unison. Without further ado, let's kick off the live stream right now.